Chapter 220. Benito's ability was too heaven-defying. When Ayaka moved, she couldn't help but be a little cautious. It had to be known that she had enough confidence to defeat him before, but after Benito absorbed the divine power of Grand Kai, this part of her confidence began to gradually decrease. Now, she and Benito seemed to be on par, and strictly speaking, they were even slightly inferior to him. Seeing that Grand Kai's aura was becoming weaker and weaker, after a series of checks, she shouted to Old Kai, retreat first. Old Kai was stunned. However, when he saw the dispirited expression on Grand Kai's face, he knew that Grand Kai's situation was not good. At this time, he obviously did not have the spare time to deal with Bonneton. He could only glare fiercely and teleport back to Old Kai's divine realm with Ayaka. In the void, seeing that Ayaka had disappeared with the two North gods with strange moves, Benito touched his chin with interest and laughed. On a mountain peak in Old Kai's divine realm, Ayaka and Old Kai appeared there in a flash. They found a flat place and carefully put Grand Kai down. The divine realm of Old Kai was infinitely large. In the center was a huge divine city of Old Kai. It was surrounded by several satellites, and there was nothing else. Seeing Grand Kai's extremely weak appearance, although Old Kai was angry, he sighed dejectedly. Benito, that bastard, absorbed Grand Kai's divine power, and even absorbed the life essence. Ayaka nodded. Since he was a demon, how could he leave behind those things that were nourishing to him? Is there a way to remedy it? Old Kai shook his head and said sadly, losing the life essence is equivalent to reaching the end of life. The rules of life are serious rules. Even our Grand Kai cannot avoid them. At this time, Grand Kai weakly got up. Seeing this, Ayaka hurriedly helped him up. No need to be sad. No one expected that Benito had such a terrifying ability. Unfortunately, this perfect situation was ruined. After Benito absorbed my power, he became even more difficult to deal with. Grand Kai. Old Kai became sad, his eyes turning red. Ayaka. Yes. I want you to inherit the position of Grand Kai. Grand Kai said with a pale face. What? Ayaka and Old Kai were both shocked. Old Kai wanted to stop Grand Kai, but after thinking about it, he found that he could not find a reason to stop him. On one hand, in his opinion, although Ayaka was an expert on the side of justice, Kai had an extraordinary status. Kai was a special life born in the universe. He held a high position and held great power, maintaining the normal operation of the entire universe. Grand Kai was the most important core existence among them. How could he be inherited by outsiders? On the other hand, right now, the Old Kai saw that after Grand Kai passed away, he was the only one left. For the overall situation, he really did not have the ability to suppress the universe. If the main space was in chaos, the other parallel worlds would also be affected. That would be a big matter that concerned thousands of lives. Ayaka understood that Old did not really want her to inherit the position of Grand Kai. No matter what, she was not originally from here. The so-called not good meant that the words were not smooth. It was probably the case. Moreover, her heart was also at a loss. Grand Kai, North Kai, South Kai, West Kai, East Kai. As a Grand Kai, he was very clear about the importance of each position. Being Grand Kai, even if it were for a kind of glory, it was also a responsibility. It was also a kind of burden to all living beings. If she had to choose, she would rather choose to be an unknown god like the god of destruction, rather than the famous Grand Kai. Seeing Ayaka's confused look, Grand Kai smiled freely, but it affected his facial muscles. He said tiredly, the universe has to give birth to a new generation of Kai after all 5 of the previous Kai disappeared. That is to say, there will be no new generation of Kai in the short term. With Benito's way of growth, I think even if he gives birth to a new Kai, it will be difficult to deal with him. Ayaka, your strength is above that of the past Old Kai. I can transfer the position of the Grand Kai God to you. I hope that before the birth of the new Grand Kai, you can temporarily replace the position of the Grand Kai God. Seeing that the Grand Kai had said this, Ayaka did not know how to refuse. Was the Grand Kai not afraid that her thin shoulders would collapse? The nearby Old Kai thought for a moment and said, after the death of several Kai, the power level of the universe became green and yellow. Even the birth of the new Grand Kai faced a broken universe. I agree that Ayaka will become the Grand Kai of our generation. All right. After a long time, Ayaka nodded in agreement. Facing a person who was about to die, she could not say a reason to refuse. Moreover, she would definitely deal with this demon. Since that was the case, there was no harm in taking over the position of Grenade Kai. When the time came, she could think of a way to find someone else. Let's begin the transformation of the Grand Kai. Old Kai, you guard her. As soon as the Grand Kai finished speaking, a layer of mist rose from his body. The mist emitted a multicolored light. Ayaka first felt that he was enveloped by a warm and peaceful aura. Then, he saw an emerald green light ball fly out from the Grand Kai's head. It was filled with a dignified, peaceful, and supreme aura. This is the Grand Kai's divine might. Hurry up and accept it. After absorbing the emerald green light ball into your body, you will be the Grand Kai god of this generation. The old Kai god looked at the green light ball with a devout expression. The divine might was not power, so the demon could not devour it. But to a god, divine might was the most important thing. Ayaka nodded slightly. She stared at the ball of light floating in the air. She reached out and carefully grabbed it. The moment she touched the green ball of light, her mind shook. In the dazzling light, the ball of light containing the divine might of Grand Kai entered her body with a whoosh. After the ball of light disappeared, Grand North Kai's body was like a dried branch that had lost its moisture, turning into a wisp of dust and disappearing. Grand Kai disappeared. Old Kai's eyes were wet. He was the only one left in this generation of Grandi Kai. Ayaka also looked a little sad. At this time, her whole body trembled. This is. She was surprised to find a cool and refreshing feeling wandering in her body. The faint golden power hidden in her body began to emit power, wrapping up the newly entered divine power in her body, and then began to merge with each other. Pilipila. Tiny arcs of electricity flickered on the surface of her skin, and the subtle particles that could not be seen in her body were released from her body. Her body seemed to be further strengthened. Originally, she had a strong foundation, but she had never seen the most reasonable arrangement. Now, after receiving the divine might of the Grand Kai, she was faintly developing in the most reasonable direction of the Dragon Ball world. From an outsider to truly fuse into this world, this was the change that happened to Ayaka at this moment. The old Kai looked at the strange electric arcs on Ayaka's body in surprise. He was so surprised that he couldn't speak, and he carefully guarded by the side. As time passed, the clouds rolled and scattered, and a sense of peace gradually spread out from Ayaka's body, while Ayaka's mind was deeply immersed in the transformation. So you hid in this strange space, making me look for you. A cold voice suddenly sounded. On another mountain not far away, Benito was most likely squatting on a rock, his eyes looking over sinisterly. Crap, Benito actually found old Kai in the divine world. When old Kai saw the demon, his face changed dramatically, and his heart beat wildly. He looked at Ayaka, who was emitting a holy aura. He knew that he could not be disturbed during this period of time. He made up his mind and rushed towards Benito with a determined look on his face. Huh, a small ant, how dare you show off in front of Lord Benito? A finger pointed at the void, and then a wall of air pushed over. Suddenly, old Kai felt that the space seemed to be confined. The sharp force hit his body through the void, and with a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a painful expression. His body flew out quickly. In just a single move, several bones in his body broke. What terrifying strength! I can't beat him. Old Kai wiped the blood from his mouth and laughed at himself while holding the divine sword. He looked back at the young girl who was covered in lightning. He felt determined. Ayaka will definitely be able to eliminate the demon. Otherwise, my sacrifice will be in vain. Ah! Old Kai raised his large sword and rushed towards the demon. Foolish fellow, you want to defeat me with this little bit of strength? Even this lord feels a bit annoyed. Killing simply is a bit too easy for you. Benito had an evil look on his face. He waved his hand and grabbed old Kai's divine sword. With a light twist, the divine sword was snatched away. He casually played with the divine sword and suddenly thought of an interesting idea. He laughed out loud, I want to seal you into this sword so that you will never be able to break free. A ray of light flew out from his wrist. It was as fast as lightning. The speed was so fast that old Kai could not see clearly. Before he could react, his body was hit by the light. Not good. Sensing that strange energy was about to wrap him up, old Kai cried out in alarm. Then, with a howl, the old Kai god was sealed into old Kai's divine sword. Hee. Benito shook his head lightly and casually threw old Kai's divine sword away. Then, he noticed the young girl who was wrapped in lightning not far away. This woman is the only one left. Kill her, and the universe will be in my hands. With this thought in his mind, Benito walked over. Suddenly, a violent explosion exploded. Following that, a wave of energy attacked him. Benito paused in his steps and used his arms to block it. When the dust settled, he saw a young and refined girl standing not far away. Her entire body exuded a supreme and moving aura. The surrounding earth was crushed by the powerful energy. It seems to be a little different from before. Benito frowned. Chapter 221. Benito tilted his head, and for some reason, he felt a throbbing, making him impatiently prepare to attack. In front of him, the earth collapsed. In the center of the collapse was Ayaka, who had already completed the fusion of Old Kai's divine might. His body flowed with a brand new power, which was even more condensed and powerful than before. With a thought, a gentle power gently lifted his body and gracefully moved to the front of Benito. The breeze blew, and his clothes fluttered. A golden flying sword floated over, as if it had spirituality. It tied up a single ponytail on the top of his long hair. The end of the long hair was loose to his shoulders. It was refreshing and not noble. When his hair was completely tied up, Ayaka looked at Benito with her cold eyes. Suddenly, a mental oppression swept over. Benito was caught off guard. His mind became absent-minded. His body trembled and his face sank. The woman in front of him was clearly standing like this, but it gave him a dreamlike feeling, as if she could disappear at any time. The level of this realm surpassed him. Has this woman's strength increased again? Benito's face was as cold as frost. He bit the tip of his tongue and his mind immediately woke up. He looked at Ayaka with an unusually grave expression. He secretly guessed the strength of the other party. How could he not sigh at such a fast conversion? At the same time, the sense of superiority in his heart, which had swallowed the power of Old Kai, suddenly disappeared. Right now, it was really hard to predict who would win and who would lose. With a hum, the world began to tremble. The power of Ayaka's arms and feet spread out, carrying a huge energy cyclone. The ground cracked open, and the large amount of mud and sand that splashed out continuously accelerated like arrows. In the blink of an eye, it flew far away. Her graceful body continued to accelerate, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, her graceful figure appeared next to Benito. Falling moon. The energy gathered in her hand was thrown out. Shwa, 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 the scattered energy gathered into a dazzling ball of light. The bright ball of light was arranged in an orderly manner around Benito. It was like stars falling from the sky, and every star contained terrifying energy. Benito's pupils suddenly shrank, and he smiled evilly. He instinctively felt the terror of the balls of light around him, and his body swayed as he dodged between the balls of light. Her nimble body was like a dragon, drawing out streaks of gray lightning between the balls of light. Ayaka smiled. The Grand Kai God had died, and the Old Kai had been sealed. How could she let go of Benito so easily? A smile appeared on her flawless face. She pinched her fingers, and her small mouth opened slightly. Her cold voice was filled with coldness. Explode! With the Benito as the center, the ball of light that was arranged like stars released a golden light. The light that filled the sky immediately illuminated Old Kai's planet. The explosion produced a terrible storm, and it swept across the entire planet in a short time. Heavy sword with no edge, great skill without skill, this was the most straightforward and unreasonable manifestation of strength, without much modification, it was naked violence. Ayaka did not stop, his thoughts released, he found Benito, gathering a terrifying ki wave in his hand to attack again. Boom! 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 Even Benito was somewhat unable to withstand the successive quick attacks. Benito was being flattened by the sea. This was a scene that had never appeared before. Fortunately, there were only two people fighting in the Old Kai's planet. Otherwise, Benito's fierce name would have been shattered. Ayaka's heavy attack stopped abruptly. The force of the recoil forced his body to retreat a few meters. At this time, the round of attacks had ended. Benito was floating in the air, his body covered in wounds, but his cold and stern face was still as calm as before, or rather, expressionless. Final flash. Benito pointed to the sky, and thousands of laser beams flew down like rain, covering the sky and covering the earth, unable to dodge. Ayaka's delicate and beautiful face revealed a startled expression, but she was not stupid enough to not resist the attack. The moment the attack came, she quickly dispersed the chi in her body to the surroundings, forming a thick protective ki. Boom! The energy rays flew forward, creating ripples on the protective layer. It was very beautiful. As time passed, the energy rays continued to pour down like there was no end to it. Smoke filled the air. Other than the ones that were blocked by Ayaka, the rest all pierced into the rock layer of Old Kai. It was as if Benito's figure flashed, his body tightened, and the hot energy wave rushed over. He cupped his fists, and his entire body was immersed in the golden light. A terrifying high energy spread between his fists, and a ball of light condensed and sharp, then fiercely struck down. Ayaka's expression changed, and she tried her best to move her body. Bang! A heavy blow. Suddenly, a violent energy burst out. Ayaka and the other two suddenly collided. They spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies were involuntarily sent flying. With a wave of her arm, her body was fixed in the air. Ayaka's face was pale. The violent vibration caused her internal organs to slightly shift. At this time, her special physique once again displayed its advantage. Golden energy suddenly emitted out from her cells, quickly repairing the damaged tissues and organs. It did not take long for her to pull back to her original position and return to normal. Benito was not bad either. His body was originally like a soft animal, the sunken muscles were constantly squirming. Both of them were monsters that could not treat injuries as injuries. They looked at each other and saw deep fear in each other's eyes. They had to kill the other party, otherwise there would be endless trouble. This was the common thought of both sides. Ayaka frowned, and a bright light flashed in his deep and dark eyes. Ayaka swung his arm forcefully, and a fierce whirlwind suddenly appeared. Then, with a low roar, the power burst out, and he became a Super Saiyan 3. The blue-eyed, golden-eyed, and fine ponytail on top of his head burst out with a golden luster. Under the tie, the hair that was not bound naturally grew to his waist in the lightning and thunder, the golden hair on his forehead soared into the sky. It's this strange state again. Seeing the other party's aura rise again, Benito's eyes rolled twice. Suddenly, the two disappeared at the same time and appeared together in the next moment. In the roar, the earth was cracked by the impact, and smoke filled the air. Swoosh, Benito punched down with brute force. Ayaka sneered and dodged lightly. Rumble. The heaven and earth trembled. Benito's violent force suddenly fell on Old Kai's planet. The sound of the continent collapsing was heard, and the ground was suddenly sunk 1,000 meters. In the huge shock wave, the energy that could not be released went deep into the ground, through the core of the planet, and all the way to the back of Old Kai's planet. On the back of the planet that was infinitely far away from the attack point, a large piece of land was blasted away, like thousands of high-energy particle shells exploding at the same time, and the terrible energy was spreading. Pooh! Benito, who had found the opportunity, had a face full of ecstasy. He slapped Ayaka on the shoulder, and as the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, Ayaka's face tightened, and her body was bent from the pressure. As the saying went, it was impolite not to reciprocate. At the critical moment, she naturally gave Benito a heavy blow. Then, her shoulder was in pain, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body quickly fell, and when she was about to hit the ground, she stabilized her body, and then instantly disappeared. After putting some distance between them, Ayaka, who was in a sorry state, looked at Benito who was also in a sorry state with a serious expression. Although she was seriously injured, as long as she could eat the pain, these were nothing with her powerful recovery ability. She knew that Benito was also not feeling good at this time. After weighing the pros and cons, Ayaka gritted her teeth and dragged her seriously injured body to fight Benito again. Old Kai's planet continued to shake. Gradually, the auras of both sides began to weaken. The battlefield also shifted from a single planet to the vast starry sky of Old Kai's planet. Boom! A black shadow flashed, and Benito smashed his head into a satellite outside of Old Kai's planet. Gotcha! The satellite disintegrated, and broken pieces of debris splashed in the starry sky. Wow! Benito rushed out of the ruins in a sorry state. He roared with grief and indignation, and his face was extremely ugly. Under Ayaka's desperate fight, Benito was already covered in injuries. He tightened his muscles, and a bone-piercing killing intent surged out like a raging wave. From the overall strength, the mysterious woman actually surpassed Benito very subtly. Damn woman! Roar! Kill, kill! Benito's eyes were blood red. His anger caused him to lose his mind. He propped up his hands and actually gathered a purple energy bomb. The energy bomb was only the size of a fist, but the strange purple light carried a terrifying and ominous aura. The terrifying energy that could destroy the entire old Kai's planet was gathering. Not good. Ayaka lowered one of his arms when he saw Benito's crazy actions. His expression changed greatly. Benito was actually forced to the point of wanting to destroy the entire old Kai's planet. When he thought of the terrifying consequences of old Kai's planet being destroyed, Ayaka could not help but shiver. No matter what, I must stop it. Old. Die. Benito raised his hand in a crazed manner and threw the purple energy ball down. The speed of the purple energy bomb was extremely fast. In a short while, it pierced through the air layer and whistled as it approached the ground of old Kai's planet. Ayaka raised her arms and gathered all the energy in her body into one place. A dense halo of light scattered out 5 colors of multicolored light. Gather. With a low roar, a cold aura from the depths of her soul suddenly erupted. Her dried-up body miraculously received some replenishment. Heavenly thunder shock surprise. Dense energy fluctuations radiated outwards, covered in multicolored light. They were as bright as stars, and the core contained a suffocating power. With a long cry, it was like a phoenix spreading its wings. With a clear cry, it spread its wings and rushed towards Benito. In the air, Benito, who was still brewing a purple energy bomb, froze. A trace of astonishment appeared in his crazy and cruel smile, but his entire person was quickly swallowed by the energy wave. After a long time, as a strong cyclone swooped down from the sky, old Kai's planet burst out with the strongest storm ever. In a short time, 90% of old Kai's planet was destroyed. Finally, it's over. With a satisfied sigh, Ayaka fell to the ground with a satisfied smile. She was exhausted and fell asleep. The colorful brilliance on her body slowly rose and repaired her injured body. Chapter 222. Chapter 223. Not to mention that Ayaba and the others were still searching for Ayaka's whereabouts in Hell. On the other hand, not long after eliminating Benito, Ayaka went straight to Hell, and then found the space-time gate in the canyon where Bardock lived. Pushing the door open, Ayaka entered again. In a vast galaxy somewhere in the galaxy, an orange-red planet slowly revolved around its own sun according to the ancient path. On this planet, there lived a warrior race called Scion. Scion had a rough temperament, and could even be said to be barbaric. His reputation in the universe was not good, but because of his entire strength, few people dared to touch his tiger whiskers, afraid that they would accidentally provoke this sober lion. But at this moment, there was a dark tide surging on the Scion planet, and it was not as calm as before. A few days ago, King Nora, who ruled nearly half of the galaxy, ordered the Scion to immediately submit to him and accept his rule. It could be said that the reputation of the Scion people became greater and greater, and it also brought many negative influences. Under the eyes of King Nora, there was no way a powerful and disobedient race could exist. The messenger who delivered sent the news over, clearly telling the will of King Scion: if anyone who resists is found, kill them without hesitation. Immediately, discontent spread among the Scion people, and the Scion planet suddenly became noisy. There were many Scion people who advocated violent resistance against the king. However, King Nora was not a benevolent person. He personally rushed to the Scion planet and ruthlessly cleaned up a large number of rebels in front of everyone, killing one to warn 100, as a punishment. In an instant, everyone quieted down. Under the absolute power of the king, the Scion people only felt cold all over, and a cold haze shrouded their hearts. The imperial palace was brightly lit. The powerhouses of the Scion race gathered together to discuss the following matters. Most of them came from the royal family and some famous families. The descendants of the Scion people were very strong in power level. If their ancestors were powerful warriors, their descendants were generally not bad. Over time, they formed many powerful and influential families. Among them, the Scion royal families were the most powerful. Their bloodlines were the most noble, and the number of experts that appeared was also a lot. The famous Super Scion people in history usually came from these 5 great races. These famous families were very strict. For the sake of the purity of the family, even if they carried out a close marriage, they would not allow inferior bloodlines to be contaminated. Although the ordinary Scion family would also have powerful warriors, the probability was relatively low. Among the several famous families, the lineage of the Scion royal family was the most noble. At the same time, they were also extremely calm among the Scion people. Unlike the other warriors, the pure bloodline of the royal family allowed them to dominate the entire clan. At the same time, they also had the mind to lead the entire clan. They were unique and had a lot of prestige. At this time, the experts in the palace were all frowning, looking worried about their future. According to the investigation at the front line, they found that the army of King Nora had arrived outside the Scion planet. It was time to make a decision. It was impossible to surrender. The Scion people had strong self-esteem. They would rather die than surrender. The pride flowing in their blood would not allow them to do anything that would disgrace the reputation of the Scion people. All the Scion people would not let such a thing happen. Then, we can only fight. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through the Scion King's eyes. All of the people present were super experts among the Scion people. There were many people who had more than 100,000 power level. They already knew the result when they saw the king's expression in advance. Now that they had officially announced the decision, they all revealed resolute expressions. However, when they thought of the monster-like strength of the King Nora, the king, like the other experts, revealed a bitter smile. We Scions are a warrior race. We are not afraid of death. The Scions can only stand and die, he said firmly. No one has survived. King Nora is indeed powerful. We may not be his match, but the Scions are a race with backbone. They would rather die in battle than live under the pity of the enemy. To declare war on King Nora. The king raised his right hand high. It's better to die for the jade than to die for the whole country. Fight! 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 Whether it was the royal family or the 4 royal family warriors, all of them were shouting with their blood boiling, wishing they could immediately fight to the death with the king. Even if they died in battle, it would still be worth it. The king looked at the warrior who disregarded life and death, sighing faintly. King Nora, who ruled over half of the galaxy, is not so easy to resist this time. I'm afraid it will be a disaster for the Scion people. However, everything must be prepared in 2 hands. Timoral, take a group of young people with potential and leave the Scion planet as soon as possible. The Scion king pointed to one of the 4 royal families. Your Majesty, please allow me to stay and fight with you. Timoral half knelt down. The king glared at him and shouted angrily, stand up. Although the Scions are aggressive and barbaric, it doesn't mean they are stupid. I think you know how strong King Nora is. For the sake of dignity, we can give up our lives and fight to the death, but the bloodline of the Scions can't be cut off by us. As one of the 4 royal families, Timoral could only agree. In addition to the group of people led by Timoral, you can also send out some of the children with potential in the clan. Don't make too many, so as to avoid arousing the vigilance of King Nora. The king carefully instructed. Everyone understood that when necessary, they had to know how to choose. And Timoral was the candidate appointed by the king to take care of the follow-up. The Scion people were a race of extremely important bloodlines. In the future, as long as there was a pure royal bloodline, Timoral would not support the troops and discipline them. This kind of worship for the bloodline had completely risen to the honor of the entire nation. The king below might still fight for power, but once he encountered the royal bloodline, he would be convinced. This was the gap. The royal bloodline meant power, which meant leading the Scion people to become stronger. It was completely 2 levels different from ordinary bloodlines. Yes. The few royal families responded at the same time and then dispersed. They also knew the king's intention, so they only chose a few children with the highest qualifications to let them leave on the flying transport. Not long after, several medium-sized ships slowly left the Scion planet. They scattered and flew everywhere. Among them, the flying ship that Timoral rode on brought nearly 10,000 potential Scion children. At the same time, in the Scion royal palace, the king personally put a baby girl into the spherical flying transport. He pressed the start button reluctantly, and the milky white spherical flying transport slowly rose into the sky. The Scion king looked at the flying ship that was gradually disappearing, and tears flashed in his eyes. Next, we can go all out against King Nora without any worries. In this battle, the Scion lost. The Scion king and the many Scion powerhouses all drank blood. A few ships that were filled with the hope of the Scion race were intercepted by King Nora, and the entire ship was slaughtered. Many years later, Timoral, who was lucky enough to avoid the massacre, landed on a planet called the Violet Planet with more than 10,000 Scion people and established the Scion race again, living with the local natives. As early as when the spaceship was traveling, Timoral and the surviving Scion people learned of the defeat of the Scion people and were elected as the king of the Scion people. Countless years later, the Scion people fell out with the Violet Planet people. The 2 sides fought, and the Scion people destroyed the Violet Planet people. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the king of the Scion people, King Vegeta, named the planet Vegeta and became the base of the Scion people. Violet Planet, called Planet Plant before, was the planet that Bardock had once stopped on. After the Violet people appeared, they changed their names to Violet Planet. After that, King Vegeta changed the name to Planet Vegeta. The aircraft that the Scion King's daughter was on was not so lucky. Although they managed to avoid the search by relying on the technology of the super aircraft, an unexpected cosmic storm actually caused the aircraft to lose its direction. Then, it crashed into a cold planet. Before the aircraft cabin opened, it was frozen into a glacier by the cold, humid air outside. It could be said that the ship had been turned upside down in the gutter, and it had been frozen for a long time. When he turned around, on the planet's orbit not far away, King Nora had already learned from his subordinates that the Scion refused to surrender. Send down the order, immediately attack the Scion planet. We want those garbage monkeys who dare disobey us to die in pain. Yes. A cosmic man who looked like a deputy commander responded loudly, and the thousands of warships parked on the orbit of the planet turned around and headed toward the Scion planet. The king played with the two glass balls and smiled coldly. He turned to the official and said, "It is said that there is an existence called Super Scion among those garbage monkeys. Tell me about it." "Yes." The official replied loudly, and then trembled as he spoke of the information about Super Scion. The rumors of Super Scion were passed down from the Frozen clan at the very beginning. It is said that every 1,000 years, a super warrior with blonde hair and blue eyes would appear among the Super Scion. They call him Super Scion. Rumor has it that Super Scion has endless manpower and is the strongest warrior in the universe. The strongest in the universe? King Nora shook his head with disdain. He did not stop the official from continuing, but he was rather disdainful of the rumors about the Super Scion. Right, how has the Frozen clan been? The official checked it and replied, in the ancient times, the Frozen clan had once dominated the universe, but for some reason, they declined. When they finally recovered and revealed their fangs again, they were very unlucky to meet the rumored Super Scion. Yes, the records of the Super Scion were passed down at that time. The Super Scion seemed to be specifically going against the Frozen race, specifically looking for trouble with the members of the Frozen race. Recently, I heard that a guy called King Cold is quite active. Is he from the Frozen clan? Well, after dealing with the Scion matter, find a chance to get rid of him. King Nora smiled evilly and said coldly, as if it were for just a trivial matter. Yes, Your Majesty. King Cold is the only remaining member of the Frozen clan. He is currently active in the Northeast Galaxy, and it is said that he is quite strong. Chapter 224. King Nora nodded lightly, no longer speaking. His eyes were deep and silent, as if mocking the corners of his mouth. He waved his arm to signal for the official to retreat. The official was also a very observant person. When he saw this, he hurriedly retreated respectfully. Not long after, the fleet arrived at Scion planet. Facing King Nora's unparalleled power, the Scion suffered a one-sided crush without any suspense, as if he knew his own fate. The eyes of the Scion people were bleak and determined, throwing away life and death. They allowed the battle intent in their blood to drive their bodies. Their bodies gradually became tired, but they still drank blood on the battlefield with fanatical expressions. Gradually, King Nora also became impatient from killing. Seeing his subordinate killed by the savage Scion, his expression was unhappy. He flew into space and threw a super energy bomb. Then, in a gorgeous flash of light, everything in the Scion planet finished. After returning to the warship, King Nora swung his arms like he was obsessed with cleanliness. At this time, the intelligence officer in charge of keeping watch sent back a few pictures. When King Nora saw them, he pointed to the spaceship that had appeared on the giant screen and escaped from the Scion planet in advance. He said coldly, "Destroy all of them. We do not want to see those Scion monkeys live in the universe again." Yes. The subordinates of the universe responded one after another, and without stopping, they sent a fleet to attack the Scion spaceship. After cleaning up the Scion people, we will move towards the northeast of North area. We want to see if that King Cold is worthy of our attention. If it is just an ordinary arrogant person, we can take care of him along the way. King Nora said without any emotion. King Cold was active in the northeast of North areas and could be considered a force. However, in the eyes of King Nora, who ruled countless galaxies like North area, it was just a small matter and could not be put on the table. If he was smart enough to take the initiative to submit to him, it would naturally be best. Otherwise, it would be necessary to destroy him like destroying the Scion people. King Nora smiled evilly and closed his eyes to recuperate. At this time, King Cold was not strong. He was not even stronger than Frisia. In this chaotic era, he could only live in a corner. He could not be compared to the mighty King Nora who ruled more than half of the galaxy. Somewhere in the universe, the figure of a young girl appeared without any warning. The young girl floated in the universe and sensed for a moment. Her brows revealed a hint of melancholy. In her senses just now, Ayaka did not see any movements from the Ice King's sword or the Ice King Palace. Her heart sank. Looks like I still haven't returned to the original spacetime. Should I try entering the spacetime gate again? She sighed softly, her eyes revealing a trace of ripples, flashing with ripples. The power of the spacetime gate was powerful. It actually had the ability to penetrate spacetime. Except for the first time she was sent to the ancient era, every time she traveled through time, she would constantly get closer to the original spacetime. After several times of transmigration, Ayaka also figured out the rules of the spacetime gate. It was much easier to travel through. Well, let's first confirm the current spacetime. After making up her mind, Ayaka teleported over. After landing on a planet, she quickly learned that the current era was not long after the destruction of the Scion planet. A planet with hundreds of millions of Scion people. After hearing this shocking news, Ayaka couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Vegeta only had a few 100,000 Scion people and was already famous in the universe. How powerful would the Scion star with hundreds of millions of Scion people be? Just thinking about it made people boil. It was the peak of the Scion race. It was a pity that such a huge Scion race was destroyed along with the Scion planet. What a pity. Ayaka sighed. Combined with the information she had just obtained, she finally understood the history of the Scion race. Speaking of which, the Scion planet that had the rule of the Scion royal family was not planet Vegeta that came later. The Scion people during the time of planet Vegeta were aggressive and barbarians. They were notorious in the universe. Apart from fighting, there were almost no bright civilizations that could be praised. During the time of Scion planet, there was a prosperous civilization. Under the calm thinking of the royal family, the wildness of the Scion people was greatly restrained. Although his reputation was still bad, he was still the overlord of the universe. Many weak civilizations were attached to him. This Scion king was really interesting. He actually went to protect those weak civilizations and formed an alliance with the Scion as the core. Because the Scion people were warlike, they were the vanguard of the forces and often fought with the external forces to protect the interests of the alliance. Therefore, when the Scion planet was destroyed, the few civilizations that were close to the Scion people were in grief and were in a panic. Ayaka guessed that the later Vegeta Scion probably escaped after the Scion planet suffered an unprecedented blow of destruction, and then the Scion who escaped took over the planet and established a Scion branch of planet Vegeta many years later. In the future, there were no other Scion besides the ones on planet Vegeta, which meant that only one escaped at that time, or the other Scion people were all wiped out by the enemy. King Nora, let me see how powerful you are. Ayaka muttered to herself, her voice low, and her figure disappeared in a flash. Along the way to the king's territory, King Nora warships were arranged neatly, one square formation after another, advancing in an orderly manner. In the middle of the square formation, King Nora's ship slowly advanced. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and the vast and empty space of the universe suddenly stopped. The universe ship shook up and down, followed by a rapid roar. What's going on? King Nora narrowed his eyes and berated with a displeased expression. Your Majesty, there was a ray of light that suddenly appeared on the track for some unknown reason. There was a deviation in the spectrum scan. The commander of the spacecraft hurried over to report. Immediately investigate the reason. King Nora's tone was gloomy. Your Majesty, this is bad. Another universe person ran in a panic, panting as he ran, and soon arrived in front of King Nora's throne. What's the matter? The alien swallowed his saliva and said nervously, I just received news that there are 300 warships in front of us. Speak. The universe man panicked and cried, because of the sudden appearance of light, the 300 warships in front of us were completely annihilated. Useless trash. King Nora kicked hard. The alien screamed and flew out. King Nora suddenly stood up. His face was ashen, and he became especially gloomy. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura that made people tremble. King Nora asked, is that light a natural phenomenon in the universe? He swallowed his saliva. I'm afraid it isn't. Hee, alright, I'd like to see what is threatening us. A sinister and cold voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell, blood dripping from it. In the empty universe, Ayaka floated at the front of the fleet. She stood there, her beautiful face expressionless as she looked at the black and cold steel horde. Her sparse, loose hair fluttered over her shoulders. A few strands of hair tied together above her head. She looked elegant and graceful. Suddenly, a ray of light flew over. It was King Nora who flew out of the spaceship. When he got closer, he saw that it was a young girl who had seriously injured his fleet. His expression darkened even more. "Bitch, you dare to destroy our fleet." A message similar to an electric wave rang out in her mind. This ability is quite practical. Ayaka was slightly surprised. She opened her optic eyes and looked at it. Her eyes were filled with blue light. In the blink of an eye, the power of King Nora turned into a string of eye-catching data and appeared in front of him. For 1 billion. Ayaka smiled. This strength was much stronger than King Cold in his heyday. It was almost comparable to the second form of Cell. No wonder he could destroy the Scion planet with hundreds of millions of people. Even several Super Scion people were no match for him. However, it depended on who he was compared to. This little strength was completely unable to cause any fluctuations in the current Ayaka. She was actually laughing. Was she looking down on us? King Nora was furious. His expression became even more gloomy. However, he quickly calmed down and gradually outlined a faint trace of mockery. He had just obtained the data of the super detector on the spaceship and found that the other party only had 20 million power level. He had not even exceeded 100 million, yet he was still so arrogant. He was still not mature enough. He revealed a regretful expression. He thought that the girl in front of him was a little girl who had little strength but had not seen the world. Hee, your strength is not bad, but compared to us, you are still far from being able to provoke us. This little strength is simply courting death. Forget it, it is better to talk than nothing. Just treat it as killing time. However, King Nora did not know that the spacecraft detected the data of the other party after he tried to restrain it. The energy in the state of cultivation was too huge. Even if it were fully restrained, there was still 20 million energy overflowing. If it were for before the potential of development, Ayaka could completely restrain power level to a single-digit number. This was a big regret of the state of cultivation. The energy was too big. Well, perhaps he had not cultivated to the peak yet, and he would go back to find a place to comprehend it. Chapter 225. King Nora did not know that Ayaka was currently thinking of going back to comprehend the problem. As the king of a large region of space, he had all the conceit he should have. He had been in a high position for a long time and had developed a habit of looking down on the weak. He waved his arms in a generous manner and smiled as he pressed towards Ayaka. His attitude seemed to only treat Ayaka as a seasoning that he had in his spare time. It was a dish that could be cooked whenever he was happy. Little did he know that his behavior in the eyes of Ayaka was like a clown, and a tomb that had long been dug was quietly placed in front of him. Of course, even if he knew how terrifying Ayaka was now, it was too late. It can be considered to be buried with the souls of billions of Scion people. In a gentle voice, Ayaka's figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Only then did King Nora feel a little surprised. His eyes widened and he hurriedly looked around. However, he could not find any trace of the other party no matter what. Not good. A bad premonition rose up. He thought with a calm face, did I make a mistake? The other party can go as fast as the wind under my eyes. How can there only be 20 million power level? His thoughts quickly turned. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. This young girl was at least on par with him. She might even be stronger than him. Useless piece of trash, this time we've been screwed over by the ship's data. King Nora had an ugly look on his face as he cursed. He wanted to go back and make those technicians suffer. Such an important thing had actually gone wrong. It almost made us laugh. King Nora did not acknowledge that he had made a joke just now. He arrogantly thought that the girl had been scared away by him. At the same time, he had to think about it carefully. The galaxy was neither big nor small. There was actually no rumor about such a powerful expert before. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. There were serious loopholes in the information collection. Of course, he also thought of the possibility that the girl came from another large galaxy. The vast universe had many large galaxies like the galaxy. Although King Nora dominated the galaxy, he did not dare to claim that there was no existence stronger than him in the universe. The more he thought about this girl, the more he thought that she was the daughter of the powerful families of other large galaxies. Only those powerful forces with deep foundations could nurture such a descendant. He did not know that Ayaka had really appeared out of thin air. He would have left immediately, but he had stayed because of the destruction of the Scion planet. Thinking of the girl's origins, King Nora was a little lost in thought. Suddenly, his expression changed. His eyes shone as he looked to the side. The girl's graceful figure suddenly appeared, and a slender arm stretched out towards him. His 5 fingers curved, and a finger lightly flicked at him. White light flashed, and the entire face of King Nora stiffened. He felt as if he had suffered 1,000 caddies of force. His body suddenly paused, and like a cannonball, he sped away, turning into a beautiful straight line in the vast and silent starry sky. Bang! 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 A horrifying visual effect bloomed in the universe. The flying ship along the road was directly hit by King Nora, and a series of sparks flew out. The bright sea of fire connected into a straight line. In front of him was a meteorite with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. When King Nora crashed into it, the meteorite disintegrated like a loose plastic bubble. With the force of the meteorite, the Nora King finally stopped attacking. From the moment Ayaka disappeared to the moment he appeared, to the moment he gave King Nora a flick of her finger, it had actually only been an extremely short moment, but even so, the outcome of the two had already been determined. Who exactly is this girl? With just one strike, King Nora became timid. The clever him quickly realized that if he had thought that the young girl was on the same level as him before, then he was 100% sure that he was not her match. He was extremely conflicted in his heart. Just imagine, he had just picked the fruit of victory to eliminate the Scion dynasty. How powerful and domineering was he? It just so happened that not long after, he actually met an opponent he could not defeat. It was too unlucky. At this point, saving his life was the key. Looking left and right, King Nora was looking for a way to escape. Suddenly, a cluster of light shot over. The dazzling light shone so brightly that he could not open his eyes. He hurriedly reached out to block it. He could vaguely see the scene through his fingers. This time, his heart suddenly trembled, as if he had seen a ghost. He discovered that the terrifying woman had appeared on his right side at some unknown time. There was also a bright and bloody energy in her hand. Star River. A cold voice transmitted through space like a wave, actually learning the specialty of King Nora. King Nora was stunned. There was no time to dodge. That mass of energy suddenly shot out, turning into billions of dazzling lights. For a moment it was like the stars in the night sky, or like the ethereal and clean snow lotus above the heavenly mountain. In an instant, the beautiful scenery bloomed in the starry sky. Without the slightest pain, King Nora's consciousness was in a trance, and in the next moment, it sank into eternal darkness. After quietly looking at the place where King Nora had disappeared, Ayaka calmed himself down, turned around, and disappeared into the universe. Your Majesty, he has fallen. The alien on the spaceship fleet looked at the scene of King Nora disappearing in disbelief. The scouter can't detect your Majesty's energy. King Nora is really dead. The alien looked on in a daze. Run. If you are too late, you will be killed by that female demon. Someone suddenly shouted. Immediately, the entire square formation fell into chaos. At the moment of life and death, all the people of the universe drove their spaceships and fled. They scattered like birds and beasts. King Nora's fleet collapsed in an instant. It was only when they had escaped a certain distance and confirmed that they were safe that they could not help but feel a sense of lingering fear. They did not expect that the mighty King Nora, who was like a god in their hearts, would actually fall. The faith in their hearts collapsed. After ruling over half of the galaxy, the force that was even more powerful than Spirit Leaf Force completely collapsed, and the divided forces each took their own place, and the galaxy fell into a new round of chaotic warfare. However, King Nora was miserably harmed by his own behavior. If the Scion planet had not been destroyed, if Ayaka had not appeared coincidentally, and she had known about the matter of the Scion planet, King Nora would not have ended up like this, and perhaps he could have continued to be free and unfettered for a long time. When the king of the northeast of North area learned of the news, he was extremely lucky. At this time, he had escaped a disaster and built a foundation for ruling North area, but he could not escape the death of the future nemesis of beauty. One peck and one drink, could it be that he was determined? The hell. Coming out of the space-time gate again, Ayaka was delighted to find that she was no longer in the vast space of the universe. With a slight sense, the Ice King Divine Sword let out a soft cry of joy, as if it were communicating with her. I'm finally back. Thinking back to the scenes of time and space shuttling back and forth, Ayaka couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. To develop one's potential into a state, and to inherit the divine might of the Grand Kai from 15 generations ago. Overall, she had gained quite a lot. But it was still better to come back. What puzzled her was this incomparably mysterious time and space gate. How could there be such an existence that reversed order in the Dragon Ball world? For countless generations, not even Supreme Kai had discovered it. Turning back to look at the mysterious gate of the white jade stone, the golden edges were like exquisite works of art, beautiful and full of vitality. Suddenly, she keenly discovered tiny cracks, and then they gradually expanded. Then, in a magnificent storm, the space-time gate turned into specks of glittering and translucent auspicious light, as if it had completed the mission and disappeared. Disappeared? Ayaka looked at it in astonishment, and then shook her head. It seemed that she could not figure out the origin of the space-time gate for a while. Then, she walked along the narrow corridor. She could shuttle through space and time, but she did not know how long it had been. No, it should be said that the time she came back and how long had it been since she entered. When she walked back to the small valley where Bardock lived, she heard the voice of a girl like a silver bell before she arrived. There are other people's voices here. With doubt in his voice, Ayaka continued to move forward, and a few familiar figures entered his line of sight. Ayaba was currently sparring with Bardock with all her might. The two figures continuously exchanged blows, causing a strong whirlwind to sweep through the entire valley. Beside them, Son Goku and Ayam watched attentively, occasionally revealing expressions of surprise. However, Ayaka knew that Ayaba was still a little lacking, far from being a match for Bardock, and was currently at a disadvantage. Noticing that Ayaka had appeared, Ayaba and Bibardaka Dirk stopped. A gust of wind blew over, but Ayam had already turned into a ray of light and pounced towards Ayaka. Ayam, who caught the young swallow returning to the nest, hugged her gently. The young girl's elegant body was pressed against her body, and the soft and delicate touch from her body made Ayaka know that Ayam had grown up. She smiled at everyone. I'm back. Chapter 226. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. In the long mountain range surrounded by mountains in the northern hemisphere, strange rocks and plants were scattered all over the place. It was the middle of summer in June, and the temperature was already a little hot. Mount Paozu was buried deep in the mountains as always. It was leisurely and quiet, but it didn't feel hot at all. This was because she had asked for Son Goku's opinion when he moved the mountains to build the city. In the end, she kept the original forest 50 kilometers away from Mount Paozu. I'm back. Son Gohan jumped down from the flying Nimbus, pushed open the door, and hung his school bag on the wall. Son Gohan, who was 16 years old, was currently studying in a high school in Goku City. Because the journey was a bit far, he had to take the flying Nimbus to go to and from school every day. Moreover, he had met a girl named Biddy a few days ago. Their relationship was pretty good. Brother is back. Son Goten ate in small mouthfuls of rice and greeted her brother cheerfully when she saw him return. Son Gohan responded with a smile. Then, he saw the sumptuous meal on the table. He touched his stomach and felt his stomach growling. The saliva that was secreted from his mouth flowed down. Finish washing your hands and then start eating. Chi-Chi walked out with a pot of hot soup and raised his eyebrows. After Cell Game was ended by Son Goku and the others, Earth entered a prosperous era of martial arts. Later, as the 12 martial arts cities were established, the various sects and clans fought over each other, and the experts also grew like a geyser. Under the stimulation of UPA being the first to climb up Korin Tower, countless martial artists saw hope. They were more determined and worked harder to train. Over the past few years, more and more people succeeded in challenging Korin Tower. There were even many people who personally received guidance from the martial arts Grandmaster Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others. In order to have a better clear level, Bulma began to sell Scouter all over the world with the help of the Capsule Corporation, which was a large group. Moreover, the shapes of the Scouters were different. There were wrist style, necklace style, pendant style, and the most ordinary mirror frame style. It had to be said that in the background of great martial arts, this kind of equipment to detect power level was sold extremely popular. Everyone wanted to know their own power level like the back of their hand, and even some ordinary people bought it to play with. During the development of the equipment, Bulma took into account the fact that the foundation of Earth, power level, was low, so she launched 2 types of Scouter in one go when selling them. The first type was the standard Scouter of the universe, where the Scouter data and the standard parameters of the universe were linked. The other type was the Earth Standard Scouter, which was magnified on the data, and the value measured was 10 times that of the Standard Scouter, and the unit was J. The energy of 10J was about the same as the standard 1 point of the universe, power level. After such a smooth process, the Earth's power level looked much better. After all, no one wanted to see that their power level only had a weak number. Reality also proved that the sales of the Scouter on the Earth's index was far higher than the Scouter of the universe. At present, the strongest person on Earth in the new generation was UPA, a full 27,000 J energy, and 270 power level. Next was King Kompa and the others. They all had around 2000 J, and the surprising one was Satan. After Cell Game, his temperament changed a lot. Then, after the 14th martial arts competition, he was really enlightened and worked hard to become stronger. 3 years ago, the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament was held, and he made it to the semi-finals, ranked behind the old martial artists. I have a classmate who wants me to teach her martial arts tomorrow. Son Goku said as he ate. Then I have to prepare. When the time comes, I will treat you well. By the way, is your classmate a woman? A woman. Her name is Biddy. Son Gohan twisted his hands and smiled embarrassedly. When Chi-Chi heard this, she put down the bowl and chopsticks. Her eyes lit up and she revealed an ambiguous smile. She pouted at Son Gohan. Son Gohan was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He hurriedly explained, "This is just an ordinary classmate." Who would believe it? Looking at his son's ashamed appearance, Chi-Chi did not believe it at all. Therefore, he enthusiastically asked for news about Biddy. What kind of character was she? How did she look? She beat around the bush and talked about the romantic love story between him and Goku. It scared Son Goku so much that he hurriedly pulled Son Goten and ran away after eating. Because Son Goku was successful and famous, he could receive a large amount of salary every month. Chi-Chi had no pressure on life at all. There was no pressure on the economy. When she had nothing to do, she would go shopping and visit acquaintances. She was much younger than in the original work, and his mentality was still the same as when she was young. In addition, her son entered a high school as she wished, so Chi-Chi was open-minded to let Son Goku and Son Goten continue to train. The only regret she had was that Son Goku had not been home for the past few years. He said that he was training with Ayaba in hell. The next day, Biddy drove the flying device to Mount Paozu. After putting the flying device away, she took a deep breath. The unique fragrance of nature assaulted her nose, making her feel refreshed. She looked around excitedly. She had admired this small mountain that was renowned throughout the world and the legendary god of martial arts, Mr. Son Goku, for a long time. Now, the god of martial arts, Master Roshi, was already in the past now that Son Goku was called the god of martial arts on Earth. Tien Shinhan and the others also became famous and were called martial masters. The name of martial arts was high, and the original martial artists were all changed to martial masters. Only Son Goku and the others could continue to enjoy the title of god of martial arts on Earth, and no one else was qualified to be at that level. Right now, Mount Paozu seemed to have become a holy land of martial arts that was on par with Holy Land of Korin. He was extremely mysterious. Biddy, you're here. Son Gohan was practicing martial arts on the side in a martial arts uniform. When he saw the person who was in love with him, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. When he saw Son Goten behind him, Biddy revealed a smile. Son Gohan, me, is this your brother? In the past, Biddy had only thought that his name was strange. It was not until she had accidentally seen his extraordinary martial arts not long ago that she found out that Gohan was actually the child of the famous god of martial arts, Son Goku. Well, this is my younger brother, Son Goten. Son Gohan said politely. In front of Biddy, he always had an inexplicable sense of restraint. Fortunately, Biddy respected his martial arts, not his defect. Then Son Gohan began to teach Biddy how to control the ki in her body. Since she knew that Gohan was born into a prestigious family and was comparable to Satan, she learned it very seriously and was ready to shine in the 26th martial arts tournament not long after. However, when she saw that the 7-year-old Son Goten could dance freely in the sky, she was a little discouraged. However, she quickly cheered up. His martial arts skills were better than Biddy's, and it took her more than 10 days to learn to fly freely. One day, Son Gohan was still teaching Biddy how to precisely grasp the ki in her body. At this time, a pretty girl suddenly flew to Mount Paozu and walked towards them. Who is this girl? Noticed a watery and beautiful young girl came to Son Gohan. Biddy somehow a little annoyed. "Ha, that's my cousin. She lives nearby. I'll go ask her what's the matter." Hearing that it was Son Gohan's cousin, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she was worried that she would leave a bad impression on the other party. 3 years ago, not long after Ayaka returned, she bid farewell to Bardock and returned to the world of living. After that, she used the Dragon Ball to resurrect him. Due to the special environment in Hell, it was very suitable for training. Son Goku and Ayaba discussed and decided to stay there for the time being. As Bardock was more familiar with Hell, he also stayed there. In the end, only Ayam actively responded to Ayaka's return. To her, staying by her mother's side was better than anything else. After returning to the world of living, Ayaka moved out of the lookout. Now, she lived with Ayam, Launch, Lancy, Android 17, and Android 18 on another mountain more than 10 miles away from Mount Paozu, living an enviable life. This time, Ayam came mainly to convey her mother's instructions to let them participate in the upcoming 26th World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 227. Cousin. When little Gohan saw his cousin coming, he rushed up from the sky with a smile. Ayam caught little Gohan with a smile and stroked his head. She liked this little cousin very much. She looked at the rock not far away and spread out her hands. A strong aura swept away the dust on the rock like a strong wind. She sat down and briefly explained the matter. "That's it." Gohan nodded. She knew that her aunt was planning to let everyone participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. When she thought about how everyone would compete in the same arena, her calm heart immediately became fervent. On the side, seeing that Gohan and his cousin had something to talk about, Biddy stood quietly to the side and listened, lest she leave a bad impression in front of his cousin. Her thoughts couldn't help but run far away. She was envious of Gohan's cousin's generosity and ability to use ki skillfully. As expected of a family, they were so powerful. He didn't know when he would be like them. As for participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, her bright eyes couldn't help but widen. Older cousin of Gohani, when you mentioned the World Martial Arts Tournament, would Mr. Son Goku and Miss Ayaka also participate? Biddy asked in surprise. Those people were known as martial arts grandmasters, especially Son Goku, who was also known as the god of martial arts, a famous figure. Ayam had noticed the girl beside Son Gohan early in the morning. She rolled his eyes and understood. Then she looked at Son Gohan with a bad look, and Son Gohan immediately blushed. She coughed lightly. In any case, she was an elder. She had to have the demeanor of an elder. Of course, the World Martial Arts Tournament must be attended by them. That's really something to look forward to. There was a look of excitement on Biddy's face. Mr. Son Goku and Miss Ayaka were her idols since she was young. Ever since they showed their strength in Cell game, they rarely participated in these martial arts competitions. They were usually invited to be important guests. The number of times they took action could be counted on one hand. After all, when it came to their strength, it was a little bullying to compete in the same stage. And this time, they were actually preparing to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. It was really exciting. After leaving Mount Paozu, Ayam did not stop and went to Kame House and the desert in the northwest. Participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin was a little surprised after hearing the news. He thought of the rare opportunity and quickly agreed. Krillin and Violet's daughter had long purple hair. The little girl saw Ayam for the first time and could not help but look at her curiously with her fingers in her mouth. After a while, she began to cry and make a fuss. Krillin smiled apologetically and hurriedly ran over to coax her. Krillin has become a healer. Ayam smiled and left using the air dance technique. Headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Vegeta was naked in the gravity chamber. He waved his arms, sweating profusely. The level of the gravity chamber was adjusted to the highest level. It was difficult to move, stuffy and heavy. The entire space was a strange dark red color. It's not enough. Kakarot and Ayaba must be undergoing even more harsh training. This level is not enough to surpass them. Vegeta panted heavily as he continued his life and death training. He had made great progress in the past few years. While recovering his confidence, he also had more motivation to endure hardships. Beep. 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 The communicator on the outside rang. Vegeta let out an N. He removed the gravity setting. He walked out with a towel draped over his shoulders. "It's you, it's really been a long time since we last met," he said with a smile when he realized that it was I am. After Trunks was born, Vegeta's personality changed quite a bit. Although he was still as arrogant as ever, he was no longer so difficult to approach. Moreover, he keenly felt that Iam's bloodline should be quite noble. After listening to the purpose of Iam's visit, Vegeta laughed out loud. Interesting, the World Martial Arts Tournament. At that time, I will justifiably defeat you. Mom won't be defeated by you. Iam said speechlessly. You have neglected training with Gihan for the past few years. Although the world is peaceful, don't leave your training behind. Otherwise, you will suffer in the future. Vegeta said coolly as he wiped his sweat with a towel. It's rare for Vegeta to care about people. Humph, I haven't put in much effort these past few years. Iam thought to himself. Biddy ran home in high spirits, then rummaged through her things to pack up her clothes. In the next few days, she planned to live in the house of her classmate Gohan and receive better guidance from her classmate Gohan. She hoped that she could perform better in front of her idol at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Biddy, what are you doing? Running away from home? Satan asked nervously. His daughter was so old, but she didn't quarrel with him. Biddy glanced at Satan and said snappily, Dad, I'm going to live in my classmate's house for the next few days to prepare for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Didn't you already get good results in the last group? There's no need to mobilize so many people in this conference, right? It's different this time. Biddy looked serious. I heard from my cousin that Mr. Son Goku and the others will also participate in this conference. Son Goku will also participate? Satan was shocked and stood up from the sofa. Satan was not as arrogant as he used to be. Ever since he suffered a crushing defeat in the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament, he had changed his past. He tried his best to advance to a higher realm in martial arts. A few years ago, he climbed up to Korin Tower and accepted Korin's guidance. After obtaining a good result in the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament, he became famous again. Later, when he wandered the world, he was finally fortunate enough to receive Mr. Tien Shinhan's guidance. Now, his E-power level had reached 18,000 J, and power level was 180. He could be considered a rare expert on Earth. Wait, who is the classmate who you are talking about? Does he want to live in his house? Then he was shocked and said nervously, Don't tell me you like him and don't want your father anymore. Biddy looked shy and said angrily, Gohan is the son of Mr. Son Goku. I just want to learn martial arts from him. Isn't Son Goku's son the abnormal child in the game? Is he your classmate? Satan was shocked. His daughter had such a strong classmate, but he had never known. I made a mistake. Satan was extremely upset. If he knew that his daughter and Son Goku's son were classmates, he would not have to run all over the world. If he wanted to train, he could just ask for guidance. Ha, not bad, not bad. Don't worry and go. Dad will not object. Since he was going to live in the other party's house, it meant that his daughter had a good relationship with Son Goku's son. If they developed, wouldn't they be a family? Well, very good, very good. Biddy had no idea that he had been sold off by Satan generously. On a mountain not far from Mount Paozu, Iam gracefully landed on the ground and walked to a luxurious villa. In the courtyard, Ayaka, Launch, Lancy, Android 17, and Android 18 were drinking tea and eating snacks comfortably. The gentle light shone down, and it was warm and comfortable. Have you informed them? Ayaka glanced at them. Yes. Iam moved the chair to his mother and sat down generously. They will all participate. Ayaka nodded. In the next few days, you have to train as hard as you usually do. There might be some changes in the World Martial Arts Tournament this time. It was a pity that Ayaba was not here. Otherwise, the 7 beauties would be gorgeous and beautiful. They could really be called fairies descending to the mortal world. Chapter 228. Just like that, the date of the World Martial Arts Tournament gradually approached, and the participants from all over the world were making preparations to achieve good results in the competition. Previously, in order to embellish the competition, the organizer had already released the news that Son Goku and the others were participating in the 26th World Martial Arts Tournament through various channels. This news was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, and the entire world exploded. Affected by this, the participants who signed up for this World Martial Arts Tournament this time suddenly increased several times, and the major media also kept a considerable amount of attention to the competition. In order to catch a glimpse of the glory of the world's experts, there were already spectators from all over the world rushing to the place where the competition was being held. The date of the competition had finally arrived. 12 Martial Arts City, Ayaka City, the 26th World Martial Arts Tournament after 3 years of separation had finally begun. In the original work, the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament was held not long after Cell Game, and the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament was once terminated. It was only held 7 years later. However, as Martial City launched the World Martial Tournament that was held once every 3 years, the World Martial Arts Tournament had already been combined with the World Martial Arts Tournament. 3 years ago, the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament was held, and now it was the 26th. Ayaka City was one of the 12 martial arts cities. It had a unique advantage. With the prosperity of martial arts, these cities became the symbol of the world culture after a few years. Whether it was science, technology, or culture, they far surpassed other ordinary cities. The downtown area was already crowded with people, and the traffic was heavy. The tourists who came and went stopped, and it was very lively. The merchants also used all their strength, hoping to win a big harvest in this event. In the central square of Ayaka City, there was a huge statue that was more than 100 meters tall. It looked like Ayaka, and there was a statue in the center of every city, but the images were different. The venue of the conference was set off from the center of the city. In recent years, the #1 martial arts conference that could see the world's powerhouses was also improving with the times. In addition to the wider martial arts temple and arena, there was also a huge circular viewing platform like the football field to allow the audience to watch the game better. Of course, the transfer platform built for various media was also particularly eye-catching. Beside the wide stone path, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived one after another. Not long after, Ayaka and the others also arrived. Ayaka, long time no see. Seeing them, Bulma walked forward enthusiastically. Why hasn't Goku come yet? Could he have missed it? Chi-Chi looked around but did not find Son Goku. He asked nervously. One had to know that the prize money for this competition was very generous. It would be a pity to miss it. Don't worry. I have informed them. They will definitely come. Ayaka walked forward and touched Son Goten's head. He smiled and said, Gohan is already so big. He looks exactly the same as Goku when he was young. Auntie. Son Goku chuckled and ran to Trunks to play. Ayaka looked at it quietly and couldn't help but think of the first time he met Son Goku. He was simple and cute. At this time, the surrounding space distorted slightly. Ayaka smiled and said, They are here. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared. Ayaba's blood-red hair was particularly eye-catching. It was tied in a hairstyle that was similar to Ayaka's. A few strands of loose hair hung behind his head and fluttered freely like the wind of willow trees. Bardock and Son Goku looked very similar, but the scar on his face made him more mature and masculine than Son Goku. Vegeta first frowned in confusion, and then the indifferent expression on his face changed. He widened his eyes in disbelief. You are Bardock. You are resurrected. Vegeta knew Bardock. This low-level warrior relied on his own hard work. After experiencing life and death battles, he gradually became one of Vegeta's strongest warriors. At that time, it caused a great sensation. At the same time, he was also the idol of many Saiyan people. Even King Vegeta had to admit that Bardock was a true warrior. Unfortunately, such a warrior eventually died in the battle against Frieza. The person who had died a long time ago appeared in front of him. Vegeta was a little surprised, but when he thought of the ability of the dragon bead, he regained his calm. A faint sense of oppression emitted from Bardock. Vegeta shivered and thought, Bardock is definitely stronger than me. Saiyan valued his dignity very much. For this, he could abandon his life. Bardock's action of using his life to fight against Frieza was completely in line with Saiyan's style. Vegeta was extremely supportive of it. It was very difficult for him to hate a warrior who used his life to guard the dignity of Saiyan. Even if he knew that the other party was stronger than him, it was not unacceptable. Besides, were there many Saiyan people above him? He was somewhat used to it. Goku, who is this? Those who didn't know the inside story naturally turned their eyes to Bardock. This is my father. He is very strong. Ayaba and I have been receiving my father's training for the past few years. Son Goku explained with a smile. Everyone was shocked. No wonder he looked so similar. So he was Son Goku's father. Soon, they thought of another important point. Goku and Ayaba were already so strong, but they still had to accept Bardock's training. How strong was this Goku's father? Could he be as strong as Ayaka? Krillin couldn't help but guess and quickly shook his head. How could he be so strong? Ayaka smiled and said, when I first met Uncle Bardock, I didn't expect him to be so strong. I only took 3 moves from him and fell. No way. Krillin opened his mouth wide. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and pinched themselves. Was this a dream? Ayaka was a powerful existence that had defeated the Azure Cell. Even she could not take 3 moves. How powerful was that? They didn't know that Bardock had lived in hell for countless years. His strength had already reached the high level of Super Saiyan 3. It was already good enough that Ayaka, who was at the peak of Super Saiyan 2 at that time, was not killed in 1 move. However, that was all in the past. Ever since he came back from the ancient times, Ayaka's strength had also been incomparable. Now, she was even stronger than Bardock. Vegeta was silent. It was as if there was a boulder pressing down on his chest, making him unable to breathe. Even though he was extremely conceited, he had to admit that there was an insurmountable gap between him and Bardock at this time. He thought to himself, Kakarot and Ayaba have been trained by Bardock. They must have become stronger. Sigh, it seems that my training is not enough. I will let Bulma develop a new gravity chamber when we go back. As he thought of this, his body emitted a blazing fighting spirit, which attracted Bardock's attention. This is Prince Vegeta. He really has the pride of Saiyan. Bastak Bardock secretly. Goten, long time no see. Son Goku squatted down and looked at the child who was almost the same as his childhood. He recognized him at a glance. When Son Goku left for Hell, Son Goten was only 3 years old. Now he was 7 years old. Son Goten jumped up and hugged Son Goku tightly. Alright, let's not stand here and block the road. Ayaka said. After more than 3 years, everyone had a lot to say, so they chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the place where the World Martial Arts Tournament would register. The staff wearing monk clothing was holding a loudspeaker and calling for the contestants to sign up. Someone was holding a pen and paper under the pavilion next to them to record. Because there were too many participants in this competition, the arena was divided into several parts, and the youth group, adult group, and Son Goku were divided into 3 categories. Chapter 229. As soon as they arrived at the registration office, the staff of the TV station, who had been waiting there for a long time, pointed their cameras at them. However, they did not rush forward like the entertainment reporters. Perhaps they also knew the strength of these people in front of them. The respect in their hearts made them just shoot from a distance. These reporters are quite tactful. Ayaba's eyes flashed under the light of the flashlights. Her dark eyes swept across the reporters and she smiled happily. Krillin grinned and said, they don't dare to randomly report us as entertainment stars. Otherwise, not only will we not be able to get the headlines, but we will also lose our lives if we are not careful. He understood the mentality of those reporters very well. If the target was an ordinary famous star without power, in order to get to the top of the headlines, what kind of things would they do? If there was no news, they would make some up for you. Entertainment news had always been a legal ballad. Although he knew that reporters did not dare to report randomly, he had always kept a distance from them, Krillin. However, Yamcha liked the feeling of the camera facing him. Because there were reporters watching from the side, everyone quickened their pace and quickly left after writing their names in the registration office. Walking to the door of the locker room, Ayaka met the host of the conference again. Compared to 7 years ago, the blonde host was much older. There were obvious wrinkles on his forehead. However, he was still chatting. After seeing Son Goku, he started to talk excitedly. In the end, he even said that he was looking forward to their competition. Ayaka smiled faintly at this. After changing their clothes, everyone walked into the martial arts temple. There were unusually many contestants this time. At this time, the martial arts dojo was already overcrowded with contestants. The originally spacious martial arts dojo was crowded. These were martial arts enthusiasts from all over the world. Most of the contestants from the 12 martial arts cities occupied most of them. There were 3 to 5 groups of them. There was no lack of similar martial arts uniforms. They should be from the same martial arts school. So many people. Son Goten exclaimed. His little face flushed red as he looked around. He had never participated in such a tournament before. This was the first time. The others all smiled and nodded. In the past, there had never been so many people in the World Martial Arts Tournament. This time, a large number of people came for their name, Android. In addition, the martial arts city had been established for 7 years. It was time to nurture a large number of martial artists. All participants, please pay attention. All participants, please pay attention. A staff wearing a monk's uniform raised a loudspeaker and announced loudly. At this time, several other staff members took out several large strength testing instruments and placed them on the side of the martial arts dojo. The first round of elimination will be carried out. Apart from the junior group, all participants please line up into 16 teams to test their strength one by one. There was an uproar, and all the participants revealed eager expressions. Soon, amidst the crackling of footsteps, they neatly arranged into 16 teams. Some of the slower ones even lined up outside the martial arts dojo. This was the first round of screening for the martial arts tournament. After internal analysis, the bottom line was set to be 100J, which was 10 power level. Anyone who could not reach this standard would not be qualified to participate in the next preliminaries. After the team was arranged, the rustling sounds of discussion sounded again, and the scene became noisy again. Silence. As the staff announced this, the huge space immediately became silent. Now, please come one by one. Alright, look at me. At the front of the line, a 2-meter-tall bald big guy gritted his teeth and punched the testing instrument with all his strength. Bang! The display of the testing instrument immediately showed the strength of the bald big guy. 124J. Pass the screening. Bang! 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 The other teams also passed the screening one after another. The long queue of the crowd continued to shorten. Some were frustrated and some were excited. The first round of screening continued. Finally, it was Son Goku's turn. Ayaka turned sideways and flicked her finger at the testing machine. Wang, the display showed a shocking 10,000J. This was an amazing number. Of course, it was for the average person. Ayaka waved her wrist with a very abnormal expression. Sigh, such a small number was going to be laughed at by the next few people. If she had known earlier, she would have used a little more strength. However, she did not know that the reason why it only showed 10,000J was because of the upper limit of this testing machine. This testing machine was only used to eliminate some unqualified personnel. 10,000J was already enough. There was no need to go too far. Originally, Ayaka and the others did not have to participate in the preliminaries, let alone the screening before the preliminaries. However, according to the organizers' intentions, it seemed to be to embellish the concept of the strong and to liven up the conference. This was more beneficial to the promotion of martial arts. Well, such a high-end and classy arrangement was also quite interesting. After Ayaka, Ayaba, Krillin, and the others all did the test without exception, the data was 10,000J, especially Son Goku. He had used the wind power in the air to hit the highest limit. Ayaka smiled when he saw this. Sure enough, no one had been able to hit more than 10,000J. The shocking performance of the more than 10 people on this side shocked everyone. All the participants were stunned and their eyes almost popped out. So powerful, all of them are at the highest value. As expected of the strongest group in the world. I wonder when I will be able to have that kind of strength. A young player said with envy. Yeah, if I had 1% of their strength, no, 1 in 10,000, I would be satisfied. Another person said. Tisk, 1 in 10,000 is only 1 star. The people lying on the bed probably have this number. I'm just making an example. If not for the limit of the scouter being 10,000J, they would definitely be able to produce a higher number. You all are thinking too much. If you have such thoughts, you might as well honestly climb up Korin Tower. Yes, Mr. UPA climbed up Korin Tower and his strength increased greatly. As time passed, the new and old changed. This was the law of the natural world. As they grew older martial artists like the King Chappa all withdrew from the competition. Many young martial artists emerged one after another. This competition was also a competition for the new and old. In the first round of screening, almost 70% of the participants were eliminated. However, there were still many participants left. They would be screened again in the next preliminaries until the last 16 people were left. In fact, as long as the first round of strength test reached 10,000J, they were qualified to participate in the martial arts competition of Son Goku and the others. Unfortunately, no one had achieved this result. Even the champion of the last tournament, UPA, was far from enough. In the end, only Ayaka, Ayaba, Krillin, and the other 16 people were in the martial arts group. In the morning, the junior group competition was in full swing. Just like in the original story, Son Goten and Trunks won the championship. In the finals, Sun Goten lost to Trunks in one move, but their performance stunned everyone present. The spectators who had been nurtured by martial arts weren't as ignorant as they were in the original story. Naturally, they wouldn't treat the key wave as a rocket launcher or a cover-up. They were all sighing. As expected of the child of Mr. Son Goku and Mr. Vegeta, he was as strong as a monster. Haha, did Kakarot see that? Your son lost to my son. Vegeta laughed loudly and patted Trunks on the head with all his might. His son worked hard and his father was very happy. Son Goku shook his head regretfully and said with a smile, just a little bit more. Goten, you have to work harder when you go back. Next time, defeat Trunks. Trunks, train with Dad after the competition. Don't let that brat Goten surpass you. Vegeta said proudly. Although it was a fact that he couldn't compare to Kakarot, he was determined to surpass Kakarot in the education of the next generation. Don't worry Dad, Goten is no match for me. After lunch, the coming of senior group competition was about to begin. Son Goku and the others walked towards the meeting hall with satisfaction after eating and drinking their fill. Videl quietly followed by the side, but he was stunned by the Scion's appetite. Suddenly, two people dressed in strange clothes stood in front of them. One of them was a silver-haired youth who was floating 30 centimeters away from the ground. Ayaka raised her eyebrows, and his eyes flashed. We're finally here. Old Kai and his apprentice, Kibito Kai. Hello, everyone. You must be Son Goku. I've heard of your deeds. You really live up to your reputation. You have extraordinary spirit. Old Kai looked at Son Goku simperingly. He turned to look at Ayaka and the others. I've heard of you guys long ago. Work hard. Then, he quietly walked away. Who are they? Everyone thought doubtfully. So domineering. Son Goten shouted. That guy's aura is very special. He is not an ordinary person. Piccolo keenly sensed the pressure coming from the other party. He had a serious expression. I don't think he is strong. This time, Hongye did not refute him. That silver-haired youth's strength had reached the lowest level of the Super Saiyan 2. He was almost the same as Launch in 18 Android. There were times when old Kai was looked down upon. Ayaka smiled and said, don't be careless. His identity is very special. He is old Kai who stands above Grand Kai. He is the god who controls the entire universe. Old Kai. Where did this come from? Hearing her words, everyone was stunned. Only Bardock and Piccolo thought of something. Bardock had been in hell for so many years, but he had heard of the Kai, old Kai's name, Android. Many villains in hell were killed by old Kai. Piccolo, however, trembled all over. He was obviously stunned by the identity of the other party. Other than Piccolo, no one cared about old Kai's special identity. God only represented status. As for respect or not, it still depended on strength. Chapter 230. Since the other party did not show enough power to convince them, it was difficult to be respected just by status. Vegeta did not care about the so-called old Kai. He looked at their backs and did not say anything. Soon, everyone forgot about the matter of old Kai. It could be seen that everyone did not care too much about the so-called old Kai. Ayaka smiled at this. She felt sad for this generation of old Kai. The mortals under him had extraordinary power. As a god, they were also entangled. The competition of the martial arts tournament's senior group was about to begin. This was a major event of the entire competition. However, other than Biddy, the others were all participants of the martial arts. It was not their turn for a while. They found a place with a better angle and watched quietly. As the referee blew the whistle, the match began. Without Son Goku and the others, the top 16 of the senior group actually didn't have much standard, but compared to those players in the original story, there were also a few people whose strength reached the level of Son Goku and Tien Shinhan in the 22nd martial arts tournament. There were still a lot of points to see. A generation of new people changing old people, Ayaka sighed with emotion. The audience was engrossed in watching, but Krillin and the others who were watching the battle were silent. The simple, disorderly, and flawed moves on the field were already considered good by the standards of Earth, but in the big background of the universe, they would only be trampled. After the first round of the contest ended, Krillin smiled and said, the gap is still quite big. The others nodded in agreement. On the other side of the arena, old Kai narrowed his eyes and did not look at the competition. Instead, he stared at Son Goku and the others, occasionally exchanging a few words with Kibito. Lord Old Kai, forgive me for being blunt, but the power of these earthlings is pitifully low, and only a few of them are acceptable. There is really no value in this. Will Babidi really attack during the competition? Perhaps it was because he was high and mighty that he did not think highly of mortals, especially since the mortals on Earth were all extremely weak. If Babidi wanted to find enough energy to revive the demon view, Earth was not the ideal choice. No, it can't be so absolute. That dude, Babidi, is as cunning as his father. I know him very well and will definitely send someone to cause trouble. Look at the black marks on their heads. They have been controlled by Babidi. Their goal is probably to collect the energy to revive the Majin Buu. Old Kai pointed at the two fierce and muscular bald men in front of him. So Babidi attacked so quickly. So you want to borrow the power of those Scion people? Kibito was surprised. That's right. The Old Kai here once reported the power of Son Goku and the others. When we met just now, we tested them. Each of their bodies contains a very strong energy. Although it might not be as exaggerated as what Grand Kai said, I think Babidi will definitely not let go of such a strong energy. At that time, we just have to follow closely behind and we will be able to find Babidi's nest. Kibito nodded thoughtfully, but his heart was not at ease. There were many experts under Babidi. Even if they found the enemy's lair, it would not be easy to stop the Majin Buu from reviving. There were many enemies, so it was not difficult to understand why Old Kai needed the help of Earth's powerhouses. Old Kai paused for a moment, a trace of doubt in his heart. He said to Kibito, there seems to be some energy that I am very familiar with on Earth. Kibito was shocked. What kind of energy is it? Old Kai shook his head. Ever since he came to Earth, he felt a familiar energy. The energy was vague and illusory, but he could not sense it even if he wanted to. The Old Kai sensed the aura of the Grand Kai from Ayaka. However, the Grand Kai of this generation had long been absorbed by the Majin Buu. Moreover, the aura of the Grand Kai on Ayaka belonged to the ancient 15 generations ago. Compared to the current Old Kai, it had a trace of boundless charm. For a moment, he did not think of the Grand Kai. The adult group competition continued, and soon it was time for Videl to go up. Videl's opponent was called Spopovich, one of the two controlled by Videl. Come on, believe in yourself. Son Goten shouted at Videl, who nodded hard and walked onto the arena. The golden-haired host jumped onto the arena and introduced the situation of the two sides. Then the competition began. Compared to Videl's foundation, it was not bad. In addition to Son Goten's personal guidance during this period of time, he had successfully mastered the use of ki. Other than not being able to release the ki technique wave, it was considered pretty good. Is Videl Satan's daughter? Her foundation is not bad. She seems to be able to control the ki in his body. Noticing that Videl was the one who had been following Son Goten, Son Goku evaluated her. Well, he has a good personality, unlike his father. Good luck. In the stands, Son Goten and his schoolmates shouted loudly. Ayaka, who knew the situation of the other party, was not optimistic. She was already prepared to make a move. Sure enough, although Videl had the advantage as soon as she stepped on the stage and had once suppressed the opponent, he did not seem to feel any pain. Compared to Videl's attack, he did not care at all. He did not even move to defend. Gotcha. There was a crisp sound, and the head of Spopovich was completely broken, but it was forcibly twisted back by him. At this time, Son Goku and the others also saw that something was wrong, and their faces became serious. Gotini immediately asked Videl to admit defeat. Her opponent is not right. Son Gotini also found the problem and quickly shouted at Videl. However, Videl wanted to win, so she held back and refused to admit defeat. Finally, the angry Son Goten rushed up to the arena the moment she fell, picked her up and fed her a senzu bean. He turned back and looked at the big man named Spopovich with cold eyes. The senior group's competition ended quickly. Because the two brothers did not absorb much energy, they continued to stay in the venue and wait for the right opportunity. The martial arts group competition began. The first match was Kibito against Son Goku. After the two people walked onto the stage, there was a loud cheer from the audience. The TV station reporters immediately aimed their cameras at the stage. Their hearts were also hot. Such a competition must be very popular. That guy is also from the martial arts group. Krillin was a little surprised. There were only 16 of them in the pre-selection test, but now there were 2 more. Maybe they entered after we finished the test. Let the competition begin. The host announced excitedly. Kibito crossed his hands behind his back and looked at Son Goku calmly. He said lightly, "Become a Super Saiyan. I want to see if you have the qualifications to come into contact with the following events." Son calmly was stunned and reacted. Although he did not know what the so-called following events were, he was very interested when he recalled the identity of old Kai's divine servant and the indifferent attitude of looking down on Super Saiyan. That guy actually underestimated Super Saiyan. Goku, don't hold back. Let him see how powerful Super Saiyan is. Vegeta shouted unhappily. Bardock also looked deeply at Kibito. Since you want to test the power of Super Saiyan, then I'll let you see what a Super Saiyan is, and it's a Super Saiyan 2 that surpasses ordinary Super Saiyan. What? Surpass the ordinary Super Saiyan level? Kibito said in surprise. The next moment, he was stunned by the sudden energy. His long golden hair shot up into the sky, and amidst the silver electric arcs, Son Goku's entire being was awe-inspiring and domineering. This is a Super Saiyan. Regardless of whether it was old Kai or Kibito, they were both intimidated by the energy released by Son Goku. This energy seemed to be even stronger than old Kai. Bye. 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 Spopovich was surprised to find that the energy plan in his hands suddenly reversed the reading number. He was instantly excited. They knew that the energy waiting was right in front of them. Go and absorb the energy. The Spopovich brothers ignored the rules of the competition and rushed to the arena, completely ignoring the host's obstruction. Son Goku, who was enjoying the release of power, suddenly felt a binding force, as if his whole body was bound by thousands of tough ropes and his body could not move at once. Looking at it, he found that old Kai was using her divine power against him. I'm sorry. In order to eliminate the demon view, I have to trouble you first. Seeing that Spopovich was about to rush to Son Goku, Ayaka teleported to the arena. She smiled and snapped her fingers. The binding force on Son Goku immediately disappeared. Bang! Bang! 2 figures flashed in front of old Kai, but the 2 of them were sent flying. Old Kai was shocked to find that her divine power had lost its effect. Looking at Son Goku who had regained his freedom, she could not believe her eyes. The competition is about fairness. It is not good for outsiders to interfere. What do you say, old Kai? The young girl's deafening voice sounded. When he came back to his senses, he found that the scion called Ayaka had already come to his side at some point in time and was close to him. You, who exactly are you? Old Kai calmed down. Things seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Chapter 231. Originally, he had planned to go to Babidi after he absorbed the energy of Son Goku. At that time, as long as he followed behind, it would not be difficult to find their nest. This was using Son Goku as bait to lure Babidi. Although he was a little sorry, the Majin Buu matter was related to the safety of the entire universe. Old Kai had some considerations in his heart. Compared to Majin Buu, Son Goku's sacrifice was very worthwhile. With the healing ability of Kibito, it would not cause any substantial damage. But old Kai never expected that he would encounter a setback as soon as the plan was launched. The divine power belonging to the old Kai was actually cracked by a scion on Earth. A mortal has unlocked the power of a god. It has never happened before. Old Kai was a little unsettled. He was very uneasy if he did not understand the matter. In the face of the questioning from old Kai, Ayaka smiled. Her flax-colored hair revealed a sparkling dark red and gorgeous luster under the sunlight. She said in a cold voice, "Hee, don't be nervous. I don't have any hostility. I just feel that it is a pity that such a wonderful meeting is ruined like this. Look, everyone is looking forward to this competition. Isn't your goal to find Majin Buu? It's not a day or 2 anyway. Why don't you postpone it a little?" Old Kai was even more shocked when he heard this. The other party could understand the divine power of old Kai as being gifted and had extraordinary strength, but mortals actually knew the action of old Kai. This was too extraordinary. Back then, he had placed the egg that had sealed the Majin Buu on Earth. It was because at that time, the people on Earth had just learned how to walk upright. They were unable to reach the place where the Majin Buu egg was preserved. Furthermore, it was very difficult for the people on Earth to activate the Majin Buu with their aptitude. Earth was not important in the universe and was relatively remote. However, it was still snatched away by Babidi. What made the old Kai pay attention to was that only old Kai and Babiti's subordinates knew about this. Even the Grand Kai did not know that there was a bomb that could not be detonated on Earth. How did the scion in front of him know about this? His heart was stunned. Seeing the shocked expression on the face of the old Kai, Ayaka coughed lightly. He thought that the current old Kai still had a little less experience. He was actually frightened by these few words. Compared to the old Kai of the ancient times, his temperament was not at all inferior. Of course, from the perspective of old Kai, there was a reason for him to be nervous. When the Majin Buu made chaos, Kai had fallen one after another. Now, only old Kai was left. In his opinion, if the Majin Buu was revived, he would definitely not be able to defeat him alone. It would be strange if he did not panic. Calm down. Ayaka had a dignified face. Then, she mysteriously moved to old Kai's side. She placed his hand on his shoulder and said in a soft voice, "The Majuan Buu is not scary. We have enough strength to eliminate him. Now, watch the competition peacefully. After the competition ends, I will help you find the Majin Buu." Ayaka's words carried a special kind of magic power. For some reason, the old Kai was actually deterred. He retreated, his gaze moving to the stage, but his mind drifted elsewhere. Not only does she know that I am old Kai, but she also understands Majin Buu very well. What kind of background does this person have? Can she really help me deal with Majin Buu? Impossible. In order to deal with Majin Buu, even Grand Kai sacrificed himself. How can a mere mortal like her deal with him? The old Kai's mind became chaotic. He was both wary of Ayaka and expectant of her words. Hope and disappointment were uncertain. For a moment, he did not know what to do. The Spopovich, who had been knocked off the field, clicked a few times to move their bodies without the slightest pain and tried to rush onto the field again with his absorbers. Bang! Bang! Ayaka and Hongya attacked from both sides. They did not show any mercy and directly knocked them out. The host climbed onto the stage and raised the microphone to scold the fainted Spopovich. "Due to the interference of contestant Spopovich, I declare that he have violated the rules of the competition and lost his qualifications to participate." Then, he looked at the arena and announced that the competition would continue. At this time, Kibito had already been stunned by the aura of Son Goku. He looked at Son Goku, who had become a Super Saiyan, in disbelief. His expression was complicated as he said, "Unbelievable. Is this Super Saiyan that Grand Kai mentioned? There is actually such a powerful guy in the mortal world. His aura has already surpassed Lord Old Kai. How is it? Are you surprised? Your companion was the one who released the strange binding force just now, right?" Son Goku's green eyes coldly looked at Kibito. He naturally thought that Kibito had used a cheating method, which made him very disdainful. An even more terrifying aura burst out like a tornado. Whoosh! 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 A fierce wind blew, and the fierce whirlwind roared and swept the entire arena. The audience hurriedly protected their hands on their foreheads to resist the powerful whirlwind, but their faces showed a look of madness and excitement. This was the demeanor of an expert in their minds. Just by using his aura, he could change the world. His aura is still rising. Kibito, who was directly facing Son Goku, was even more shocked. Monster, a word appeared in his mind. Compared to him, he and Old Kai were more like mortals. Old Kai was also interrupted by the change in the field. He saw Son Goku's performance on the field, but he was pleasantly surprised. His eyes were like a lamp with pleats. He thought to himself, "These scions are really surprising. The female scions just now were like this, and the scions on the arena were also like this. It seems that they are even stronger than Grand Kai. Definitely." At this moment, Old Kai was 100 times more confident. When he thought of the female scions who said that she was willing to help, his heart was in his stomach. The Majin Buu matter could definitely be solved. However, he soon had another worry. He thought that compared to the Majin Buu who had yet to awaken, the existence of these scion people was too realistic. If they were to cause trouble, who in this universe could stop them? He immediately shook his head. He had heard from North Kai that these scion people were from the righteous side. They had a certain amount of contribution to the order of the universe and did not have the desire to conquer others. This was truly a fortunate thing. "Wait, I admit defeat," Kibito shouted. After walking down the stage, he came to the side of Old Kai and said in shame, "Lord Old Kai, your apprentice is not his match at all. Old Kai was very happy at this time. He said in a pleasant mood, "It's fine. Those people are too strong. It's normal that you are not a match for them." Moreover, they agreed to join us against the Majin Buu. Kibito revealed a trace of surprise. After listening to the narration of Old Kai, Kibito frowned. "Lord, how did the other party know about the Majin Buu? That is the secret of Old Kai's divine realm. Even the Old Kai here does not know about it." Old Kai's expression changed. Yes, he was so happy that he forgot to consider this. He thought about it and said, "It seems that there are still many secrets on Earth. Did you find out that the solidity of this planet is surprisingly not worse than the planet of the North Kai? You know that when the Majin Buu was placed here was only an ordinary planet." When he felt it carefully, his face immediately changed. Old Kai waved his hand, indicating that Kibito to calm down. "My intuition tells me that these changes are caused by those Scion people. To be able to transform Earth into an ordinary planet as solid as North Kai, Kibito, this strength is very powerful." Next, there were also Ayaka, Hongya, Ayaba, Launch, Lancy, Android 17, Android 18, Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Old Kai, 16 people, but none of this had anything to do with the old god. He had already decided to forfeit. In the following matches, he was ready to observe the strength of those Scion people. As the whistle sounded, the following matches of the martial arts group continued. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu were extraordinary. Their strength was about the same as Kibito, but it was not the focus of the Old Kai. Chapter 232. The martial arts group had already drawn lots and arranged the order of the competition. After Son Goku won the first match and successfully entered the top 8, the second match was between Launch and Android. However, the martial arts tournament was a competition limited to the venue after all. It was unrealistic to fight with all your strength. In order to avoid unnecessary damage, everyone had agreed on the rules of the tournament in advance, and they had a certain degree of control of the strength of their attacks. In this way, it was a test of skilled skills. Speaking of which, the strong eyesight and skills were strong, and the limited strength was just weakening the attack. Although they were unable to harm the other party, the experts naturally knew who would win and who would lose. The next few matches were all high-level matches, and the audience could be said to have a feast for their eyes. Although the energy had been reduced, the level of the Dragon Ball warriors was not something that ordinary people could understand. Just a casual move from them could cause the audience to be dumbstruck, and it was not a wasted trip. On the arena, fist shadows interweaved like towering mountains that were layered on top of each other, and the battle was fiery. The martial artists watched carefully one by one. In their opinion, the martial arts team players had their own extraordinary aspects. It would be very good if they could learn 1.5 moves. Sure enough, as soon as the gong sounded, the two players on the arena quickly fought together. Their manners were elegant and their attacks were smooth and flowing. They had a very charming charm. The so-called layman watching the show saw the trick. The audience was overwhelmed and wished they could grow 2 more eyes. The martial artists also had the same performance. They were completely immersed in it and were completely conquered by those magical tricks. Kakarot, the next is my competition with you. I have waited for this moment for a long time. Vegeta said with a cool face. Son Goku laughed and said seriously, me too. We haven't had a head-on competition for a long time. This is a rare opportunity, but the winner will definitely be me. That's not necessarily true. With a faint smile, Vegeta said happily, in the case of restricting energy, we are competing in skill. This way, we will be at the same starting line again. Not necessarily. Next, please invite Mr. Son Goku and Mr. Vegeta to the stage. The host announced excitedly and then explained the situation of the two people in detail. In fact, Son Goku and the others were famous in the world. There was no need to say much about their information. The audience could recite it back and forth, but when they listened to the host's detailed narration, they were still intoxicated and excited. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other. Both of them burst out with strong fighting spirit. This fighting spirit immediately infected the entire venue. Everyone seemed to be in the battlefield. They were full of vigor. It was like a sharp spear was in front of them. They were scared to sweat. I didn't expect Son Goku and Vegeta to meet so quickly. Who do you think will win? Krillin held his head with both hands and leaned against the wall. Of course my father won. Trunks raised his head and said proudly. Son Goten heard this and said with a face full of dissatisfaction, "My father will definitely win. My brother said that my father is very strong." Nonsense. The adults smiled at the argument between the two children. They turned to Ayaka and asked, "What do you think?" Ayaka pondered for a moment and said, "If we use our full strength, Son Goku will have a higher chance of winning. Now, it's hard to say. Look, the competition has begun." With a shout, everyone turned their eyes to the two people on the arena. Son Goku and Vegeta stood in the arena. Both of their faces were solemn. This was their first direct confrontation since the beginning of the battle more than 10 years ago. It was hard to predict who would win and who would lose. The sky gradually darkened. The sun had already quietly descended the mountain. A faint mist gradually rose in the outskirts of Ayaba city. The noise of the city accompanied the unique fragrance of the village. The scenery was like a dream, dreamy, and fascinating. The lively 26th Heaven Martial Arts Tournament came to an end in a fierce battle with the setting sun. In a private bar, Ayaka and the others gathered together and celebrated with laughter. Ayaka's family, Son Goku's family, Vegeta's family, Krillin's family, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu, and even Old Kai and Kibito were pulled over. There was music and dance on one side of the dance floor, while on the other side of the bar, there was a light music playing, and the long and sweet music made a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. This made the crackling of the dishes of the Saiyan people seem extremely disharmonious. Looking at Son Goku and the others who were crazily destroying food like hungry wolves, Krillin was already used to it. He smiled and said to Yamcha, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You actually opened the bar without making a sound." Yamcha chuckled. "The world is peaceful, right? I thought that I should do something interesting no matter what. It just so happens that this bar is going to be taken over, so I took it." Everyone laughed. They were all people who had achieved success. Sometimes, when it was time to enjoy, they still had to enjoy it. Other than Vegeta and Tien Shinhan who lived a life of ascetic monks every day, the others more or less had some side businesses. It was normal for Yamcha to open a bar in this bustling city. "By the way, Videl, aren't your father worried that you ran out alone so late at night?" Ayaba asked. "He won't worry." Thinking of Satan's attitude when he knew that she was going out with Son Goten, which was even more eager than her, Videl's face was burning. Crack. 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 The sound of bowls and plates smashing against each other echoed. Soon, the food on the table was wiped out again. In front of Son Goku and Vegeta, there were already more than half a meter high dishes piled up. Yamcha looked at it and felt a headache. How much money was this? "Humph, Kakarot, I lost to you in the competition, but you definitely can't win eating. As a prince of Saiyan, I am very confident in my stomach." Vegeta picked up a plate of food and brought it to his mouth, vaguely speaking. "Ha, I won't." Son Goku answered vaguely. He swallowed a pig's trotter in a few bites and picked up a few steamed buns, one bite at a time. He choked a few times and immediately picked up the soup and began to drink wildly. "Ah, it's much more comfortable." Looking at the way the two of them ate without caring about their lives, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Although Vegeta, Son Goku and the others also ate wildly, they were at least better than them. Ayaka picked up the fruit and walked to the side of the old Kai. The old Kai might still be worried about the Majin Buu, and his expression was very melancholy. Ayaka smiled and said, "Why are you so sad again? You should relax a little. Look at me, I have so many experts here. Tomorrow, we will help you deal with the demon. Isn't a small Majin Buu easy to catch?" The eyes of the old Kai first lit up, then dimmed. He said, "I believe in the strength of Miss Ayaka and Mr. Son Goku, but you don't know how terrifying the Majin Buu is. He is a terrifying guy that is completely impossible to defeat." Ayaka pursed his lips and sighed. Old Kai was really scared out of his wits by Majin Buu. The shadow in his heart had not dissipated yet. "Majin Buu is not as terrifying as you say. You don't know how powerful he is." Ayaka shook his head and said seriously, "Your fear of the Majin Buu has already covered up your eyes. In fact, the Majin Buu is not scary at all. Think about your past, Old Kai. They have also faced enemies that are equal to the Majin Buu, but do you think they have given up? Other than your generation of Majin Buu, are there any powerful enemies left behind? No. The enemies have all been destroyed by them." The old Kai trembled all over. He remembered the sacrifice of the Grand Kai and the West Kai. Compared to them, he did not even have the courage to face the Majin Buu. He was too weak. He was unworthy of the name of the old Kai. His face was cloudy and gloomy, and he pulled himself together and said, "Yes, I understand." After fooling them, Ayaka smiled, but he thought to himself, if old Kai was really able to deal with those enemies, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Speaking of which, the one who attacked in the end was the higher-level god of destruction. Kibito quietly walked over when old Kai wasn't paying attention. He sincerely said, "Thank you, Miss Ayaka." Ayaka chuckled and waved his hand. "It's nothing." This could be considered as giving the junior some ideological education. Then he sat down on the sofa and pondered. He did not know what the outcome of tomorrow would be. He was facing the ultimate boss of the Dragon Ball Z, Majin Buu. It was really something to look forward to. At this time, Ayam saw her mother sitting there alone. His eyes rolled and a smile flashed on his face. She decisively moved towards Ayaka. Chapter 233. The next day. The sky was still hazy. Ayaka briefly explained the matter of Majin Buu and then flew up with old Kai to search for traces of the demon sorcerer Babidi. Looking at the direction they disappeared in, intuition showed that this matter was not simple. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other and said, "Let's go. We will go after they find us." After that, they turned into light and flew in the direction of the lookout. As long as it happened on Earth, the lookout could clearly see it. However, Babidi had clearly understood the matters of Earth beforehand. He had fully considered this aspect. In order to allow Majin Buu to successfully awaken, he hid Majin Buu's egg in the depths of the spaceship. Then, he buried the spaceship underground and used a secret technique to conceal it. This way, no matter if it were for the gods, Old Kai, or Supreme Kai, they would not be able to find the whereabouts of Majin Buu. Ayaka vaguely remembered that Babidi's spaceship was hidden in a relatively desolate desert. However, the scope of this search was too wide. It would be too late to find them. It would definitely not work, to be honest. However, Ayaka had her own trump card. That was instant transmission. Her instant transmission was different from Kibito or Son Goku's. She could transmit the scene of the target to her eyes before teleporting. As long as she thought of going to Bobidi's place before teleporting, the scene on Bobidi's side would naturally appear in front of her eyes. This skill was very suitable for finding the target. Ayaka held his breath and revealed a faint smile on his face. Found it. Then, she grabbed old Kai's hand and teleported over. A few figures suddenly appeared near an inconspicuous low mountain. As soon as they appeared, Ayaka lowered her body and hid behind a protruding rock. Her two black eyes looked ahead with a quick-witted gaze. Not far away, a 2-meter-tall, crescent-shaped gray-white bulge suddenly appeared on the flat ground. On the gray-white bulge had a symbol like M on it. That's the Babidi spaceship. Kibito was pleasantly surprised. Old Kai clenched his fists excitedly and said, "He actually buried the spaceship underground and set up a secret technique. No wonder we couldn't find it. Babidi must have thought that we would come to Earth, so he made these small movements. Humph, in order to revive Majin Buu, he has become more cautious." Old Kai muttered. At this time, the cabin door that revealed the ground opened. An ugly insect-like figure floated out of the cabin door, followed by a tall figure. Old Kai's attention was attracted by the appearance of the person behind him. He said in horror, "It's Dabura. I didn't expect that even the king of the demon realm, Dabura, was controlled by him and became his subordinate." Dabura? Ayaka let out a soft groan and looked into the distance. She saw the green-cloaked demon king Dabura. She recalled the first time she met Dabura in the demon realm 18 years ago. At that time, she had just broken through to become a Super Saiyan. She had been chased by Dabura because she had killed a Yakon. At that time, her power was poor and she had to use instant transmission to escape. But now, a sneer could not help but appear at the corner of her mouth. Old Kai noticed Ayaka's expression and thought that she was looking down on him because she did not know of Dabura's identity. She slowly said, "It is indeed the king of the demon realm, Dabura. Perhaps the strongest person in the world is one of you, but in the demon realm, there is no doubt that Dabura is the leader. His strength is difficult to tame even ordinary Old Kai." It was hard to imagine that even he had become Babidi's subordinate. Ayaka had long known about this, but since Old Kai had mentioned it, she did not stop him. If she acted like she knew everything, it would be a little strange. On the other side, Dabura stood outside the cabin door with a cool expression. Babidi narrowed his eyes, the two tentacles at the corner of his mouth trembling, showing that he was in a very bad mood. He said with dissatisfaction, "What's going on with Spopovich and the others? Didn't we ask them to gather energy? They haven't returned yet." Dabura smiled coldly and said calmly, "The energy reaction on this planet is relatively high. There are some experts who should be collecting energy very quickly. They haven't returned yet. I'm afraid they have provoked people they shouldn't have." Babidi hummed softly and silently agreed with his words. He was thinking if he should send some other people out. Old Kai hid behind the rock frame and guessed Babidi's plan. He also considered that the king of the demon realm, Dabura, was also under the control of the other party. The enemy's strength was relatively strong. It would be difficult to deal with them alone. He suggested, "Ayaka, call Son Goku and Vegeta over." Because everyone had suppressed their strength during the martial arts tournament, Old Kai had a slight deviation in understanding of their strength. Ayaka revealed a smile and said leisurely, "I think they have already come over." As soon as she finished speaking, the space became blurry. A series of figures appeared on the small mountain. Apart from Krillin, Yamcha, Son Goten, and Trunks, no one else came to learn of the situation. The low mountain was immediately filled with people. "Is that the lair of Majin Buu? It doesn't seem to be anything special." Vegeta glanced over and actually flew straight over. "Hey, wait, don't act rashly." Watching as Vegeta was exposed, Old Kai cried out anxiously. He had to be anxious. This guy called Vegeta actually did not know the severity of the situation. If he did not have a thorough plan, he would have lost his life. Right now, all of these experts were highly valued by Old Kai. Losing any one of them was a huge loss. However, Vegeta did not respond. Instead, he openly appeared in front of Dabura and the others. "It seems that there is no need to hide," Son Goku also said calmly. Then, he flew to Vegeta's side. After a few schwa sounds, Hongya, I am, Son Goku, Launch, Lancy, Android 17, and Android 18 flew out one after another. "You guys." Old Kai had an anxious expression on his face. He did not know what to say. He felt extremely regretful in his heart. The enemy was in the open while the enemy was in the dark. The advantage that he had managed to grasp with great difficulty was gone all of a sudden. Ayaka patted Old Kai's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, "Let's go over as well." Old Kai shook his head. Things had come to this point and he also flew out. Old Kai came to Son Goku's side and said helplessly, "You guys are too reckless. You will fall into the trap of Babidi like this. This guy has a lot of strange magic and is very dangerous." Vegeta smiled coldly and said disdainfully, "We Saiyan people won't be restrained. I can deal with them all by myself with these little cats and dogs." Old Kai was furious. He wanted to say that he was arrogant and conceited, but he did not say it after thinking for a while. Kibito walked up and said in a low voice, "Lord Old Kai, don't argue with them. If these people are like Son Goku, Dabura is indeed not a match." Nodding his head, he thought of the power that Son Goku had unleashed in the martial arts tournament. Old Kai's eyes lit up and he said, "Forget it, you guys take care of yourselves. Other than Dabura, you guys have to pay attention to Babidi. Although his own strength is not strong, what is terrifying is his magic. As long as you pay attention not to be hit by his magic, it will be fine." Babidi and Dabura were also shocked when they saw the sudden appearance of a group of people. Although they did not know their identities, they recognized Old Kai. "So it is Old Kai. These are the experts you found to stop me from resurrecting Majin Buu?" Babidi smiled sinisterly as he ordered loudly, "Kill all of them." "As you wish, my lord." Dabura stepped forward and stood in front of Ayaka and the others. Chapter 234. Seeing that Dabura man was standing in front of them with the attitude of one man holding off 10,000 men, other than Old Kai, the others couldn't help but want to laugh. Did this king of the demon realm really think that he could kill them effortlessly? "Did you leave this guy to me?" Seeing that no one else said anything, Vegeta crossed his arms and walked in front of Dabura. In front of the tall and sturdy Dabura, Vegeta seemed a little short. Seeing that there was only one person walking out, but the others did not seem to be worried. Dabura was slightly stunned, and soon sneered. A disgusting and cold-killing intent spread. At this time, Old Kai became anxious. "Everyone, attack together. As long as we destroy Dabura, Babidi will lose his powerful assistant." He was not clear about Vegeta's true strength. Although he agreed in his heart that Vegeta should be on par with Son Goku, that was only a guess. Now that he saw that Vegeta wanted to fight Dabura alone, how could he not be anxious? Moreover, in front of such an important matter, the result was the most important. There were many people here, so the hope of attacking together was very high. However, seeing that no one was going to attack, he could not help but be disappointed in everyone's underestimation of their enemy. Ayaka comforted old Kai and said with a smile, "Just watch at ease. Next is Vegeta's true strength." Sigh. Hearing what Ayaka said, old Kai knew that he could not change their minds. He could tell that these people were mostly led by Ayaka. What an arrogant guy. Babidi looked at Vegeta. His sharp eyes narrowed into a straight line. Dabura could command the demon realm for countless years and sit firmly in the position of Demon King. How could his cultivation be weak? If not for his unique magic, Dabura wouldn't have submitted to him. He was full of confidence in Dabura. But this is also good. With so many people who are eager to die, Majin Buu will be able to revive better. Vegeta said indifferently, "It seems that you have not recognized the gap between us." When Dabura heard this, he laughed out loud with an arrogant expression. To think that this short man could say such words. He was so arrogant that he did not have a brain. However, he soon stopped laughing. A world-shaking aura suddenly erupted from Vegeta's body. The golden flames burned fiercely, and his aura rose steadily. Soon, he reached the peak of the Super Saiyan 2. The sky shook and the earth shook, and the color changed. In the golden light, Vegeta stood calmly. His dark green eyes did not fluctuate at all. Dabura could not help but take 2 steps back. Looking at this familiar transformation, his heart was in turmoil. Old Kai was excited. He clapped his hands hard and shouted excitedly, "Great! Vegeta is even stronger than Son Goten. Dabura is no match for him." He thought to himself, there is actually such an expert in the mortal world. Super Saiyan is really too powerful. How is this possible? Dabura widened his eyes, unable to accept the scene in front of him. Just based on his aura alone, it seemed that Dabura was completely suppressed. His thoughts quickly turned, where did old Kai find these guys? They are too strong. No, I have to quickly revive Majin Buu. Perhaps only Majin Buu can suppress them. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was attracted by Vegeta's light, Babidi quietly hid in the spaceship and hurriedly ran towards the cabin where Majin Buu's egg was placed. I must have seen this transformation somewhere before. Dabura's mind was already in chaos. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying person. His expression turned extremely bad. If he knew that the people in front of him were all able to match up to him one by one, and many of them were even far stronger than him, would he find a hole to hide in? This was the feeling of Bones in reality. Other than the weakness of Piccolo's strength, Launch, Lancel, Android 17, Android 18, and the others were also constantly becoming stronger. Although they could not compare to Saiyan, they were already no worse than Dabura. Bang! 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 Dabura and Vegeta exchanged blows. Rather than calling it a fight, it was more like a one-sided battle. Vegeta's strength was far above Dabura. Before Dabura could even react, a storm-like attack came head-on. Old Kai looked on in shock, his eyes filled with surprise. Dabura has no strength to fight back. He swallowed his saliva, but found that his throat was a little dry. Dabura's strength was not inferior to his at all. The two of them were about the same. In the past, he had always viewed Dabura as a formidable opponent. However, it was this fellow who was on the same level as him that was being trampled on by Saiyan without being able to fight back. For a moment, old Kai felt dizzy, as if he was dreaming. Suddenly, the words that Ayaka had said before echoed in his ears. Old Kai sighed bitterly, "Your vision is still too narrow." Other than old Kai, who had a shocked expression on his face, Kibito was completely speechless at this time. In the past, he had always looked down on mortals. Perhaps it was because of the status of gods that made him think highly of himself. For a long time, he had gradually developed a wrong association. The battle at this moment was like a warning to his head, completely shattering his 3 views. He said solemnly, "A mortal can actually reach this level. Damn it." Dabura struggled with all his might. His face was distorted, and his eyes turned scarlet. Vegeta did not give him a chance. Every second, countless powerful attacks struck his body. Crack! Crack! Dabura's head was covered in blood, but countless bones on his body had been broken. After teaching him a lesson, Vegeta sneered. The sparkling electric arc circled around him, making him look imposing. So Vegeta's strength is already so strong. Hongye was a little surprised. She had thought that Vegeta was a lot behind her, but she had not expected that he had unknowingly caught up to her. The Prince of Sion was indeed not to be underestimated. His strong self-esteem had been whipping him, and he had actually become so strong. Bardock nodded and praised, "This is the true nature of Sion. Yes, Vegeta is only one step away from surpassing 3, and he can cross it at any time." Hongye was even more surprised. "Look, Vegeta is attacking again," Son Goku said calmly. Hearing this, everyone looked over. They saw a spherical energy wave condensed in Vegeta's hand. The colorful energy wave released a dazzling brilliance, and strange air masses appeared around it. Even space seemed to be distorted. Dabura's face was ashen, his expression crazed. He attempted to put up a final resistance and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Ayaka's expression froze, and he shouted, "Be careful, don't let his saliva touch you." When Vegeta heard Ayaka's cry, he did not think about the meaning in his words. Seeing the saliva flying towards him, his expression changed greatly, and his body hurriedly dodged. At this time, Dabura seemed to have given up on resisting. He actually turned his back to Vegeta and fiercely attacked them. He also had a contest in his heart, knowing that he was no match for Vegeta. With Dabura's temperament, even if he died, he would drag a few people down with him. There was no doubt that Ayaka and the others who had not made a move were weaklings in his eyes and became his targets. However, this time, he was gravely mistaken. Regardless of whether it was Ayaka, Hongye, Son Goku, Son Goten, or Bardock, these people who he thought were weak were countless times stronger than him. With a light bang, a figure quickly appeared in front of him. Ayaka gracefully stretched out his finger, his movement slow, but strangely, it was as if he could not dodge at all, accurately hitting Dabura's forehead. Ding! Dozens of centimeters away from his forehead, his index finger twisted, and his strength passed through the space behind Dabura's brain. A distorted vacuum appeared in the space behind him. In the next moment, Dabura quickly bounced out and heavily smashed into the bulge of the spaceship. Then, with a bang, the cabin that protruded out of the ground was instantly smashed into pieces. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the fragments of the spaceship scattered and piled up on the ground, but only Dabura's figure was lost. At this moment, Old Kai was very excited. He looked at Ayaka and the others with burning eyes. These were all existences who could easily trample on Demon King Dabura. In other words, all of them were stronger than Old Kai. At this moment, he felt mixed feelings, but he was very glad. Fortunately, these people were not evil. Otherwise, his days as Old Kai would be even more difficult. With these people, Majin Buu is not invincible. Walking to the entrance of the spaceship, he checked it carefully and said in a low voice, "It should be Babbidi's magic that transferred Dabura away." Vegeta returned to his normal state and nodded, "Don't worry about that, Dabura. Let's go find Majin Buu that you mentioned first. I hope he won't disappoint me." Then, he looked at Ayaka in surprise. There was a deep meaning behind it. The move that Ayaka used to deal with Dabura was actually without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Did this mean that the gap between them was even greater? Thinking of this, Vegeta could not help but feel a little irritated. The Old Kai did not care about Vegeta's cold tone. He nodded lightly. Dabura was seriously injured and was equivalent to a cripple. However, what Babidi did aroused his vigilance. According to Babbidi's temperament, he would not save the person who had lost power level. Crap, Babidi might want to use Daburato revive Majin Buu. Chapter 235. When he thought of the possibility of Majin Buu being resurrected, Old Kai became a little anxious. He seemed to recall the scene of countless years ago when he fought against Majin Buu. It was a tragic scene. You must not let Majin Buu revive. Just as this thought emerged, he immediately thought of the strength of Ayaka and the others. He quickly calmed down, but the thought of stopping Majin Buu from reviving did not change at all. Although the strength of Ayaka and the others gave him a lot of confidence, if it were for possible, he would rather kill Majin Buu in the seal. He opened his 5 fingers, and the divine power played a role. The fragments piled at the entrance were moved away, and a circular cabin appeared in the place. When Ayaka and the others rushed over and saw the entrance, they heard Old Kai say, "Babidi and Majin Buu are down there. Let's go in." After saying that, he jumped down first. He did not think too much, or perhaps he was not afraid of Babbidi's conspiracy at all. Everyone followed him into the spaceship. After Babidi used magic to move Dabura, he had been observing old Kai and the others through the crystal ball. Seeing that they also entered the spaceship, Babidi was a little flustered. What should we do now? He didn't expect that the helpers that old Kai had found would be so powerful. They managed to deal with Dabura in just 2 or 3 moves. He hurriedly sent the universe people in the spaceship over to stop them. However, he was very clear that these aliens under his control, the slightly more powerful ones were only Pui Pui, who lived on the gravity planet, and the adult Yako. This level of strength would probably not be able to stop old Kai for long. Babidi's expression was extremely bad. Without the trump card, Dabura, his strength had been reduced by more than half. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals were definitely not a match for old Kai. At that time, not to mention ruling the universe, even their lives would be lost. However, Babidi was deep in thought. He quickly calmed down. His 2 huge eyes turned and looked at the spherical egg sealed with Majin Buu in the back. Then, he turned his attention to Dabura. Because Babidi was not strong and needed the protection of Dabura, he did not think of using him to revive Majin Buu. However, right now, he no longer had the ability to fight. If he lost his value, wouldn't it be a waste to keep that powerful energy? He might as well be used as nourishment to revive Majin Buu. At this moment, he made a decision and sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Vegeta defeated Dabura in 2 or 3 moves. The energy in his body had basically not been lost. It should be enough to break the seal of Majin Buu. In fact, Babidi did not have absolute confidence to make Majin Buu listen to his orders, but he had absolute control over Dabura. Therefore, he had always been reluctant to sacrifice Dabura. After all, a slightly weaker but absolutely obedient subordinate was better than a powerful but disobedient subordinate. Moreover, he believed that as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to think of a way to completely control Majin Buu. There's no other way. As long as Majin Buu can wake up, the one who will feel fear will be old Kai. Lord Babidi. Majin Buu, who did not know his miserable fate, woke up from a short coma. He thought that Lord Babidi had saved him at the critical moment and was extremely grateful to Babidi. Babidi let out a sinister laugh. He suddenly held up the energy absorption device with both hands and aimed the small mouth at Dabura. Soon, Dabura felt the energy in his body rapidly draining away, and his expression became flustered. Lord Babidi. Be obedient and become nourishment for the resurrection of Majin Buu. As Majin Buu fell, the energy absorption device quickly turned halfway. Just a little more energy to break the seal of Majin Buu is enough. Babidi absorbed the energy without any restraint. Dabura's skin began to dry and turn white, but the probe needle only moved to 2/3 of its original position. Hua! A magic was thrown down, and Dabura's body began to slowly decompose. The energy probe began to slowly turn again. This Babidi really did it without wasting a single bit. Boom! 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 Ayaka and the others charged forward. Layer after layer, the ship shook violently. After meeting the universe person Pui Pui and Yakon, Son Goku was surprised to find that Pui Pui looked very similar to the appearance of the second transformation of Frieza. Ayaka wondered if this universe person Pui Pui had the blood of the frozen race. He looked too similar. After that, Son Goten and Iam volunteered to rush forward and turned into Super Saiyan 2, quickly dealing with Pui Pui and Yakon. It's a complete devastation. Old Kai shook his head, feeling sad for their opponents. Ever since he met these Saiyan people, he had been surprised countless times and gradually became numb. After entering the spaceship, Jellet had been tense. He said, the Super Saiyan of the past has never been that strong. Just a little bit more and Majin Buu will be revived. As he absorbed the energy, Babidi stared at the energy probe. Finally, when Dabura was completely turned into ashes, the energy absorption device reached its peak. It's full, the energy to break the seal is full, Majin Buu is about to be resurrected. Babidi shouted excitedly. At this time, the spaceship trembled and a large hole was broken in the ceiling. Ayaka and old Kai descended from the hole and saw Babidi injecting energy into the egg of Majin Buu. The circle of sand-shaped holes around the egg constantly spewed steam. Crap, Majin Buu is removing the seal. Old Kai shouted in shock. Kamehameha. Son Goku stepped forward and raised his arms. A brilliant energy wave shot out and hit the giant egg of Majin Buu. With a loud bang, the giant egg was bounced out and the entire universe ship exploded. Too impatient. Hongya shouted and hurriedly used her ki to protect her body as she rushed out of the spaceship. Rumble. The earth swelled up in a huge circle. A loud explosion resounded through the sky. Smoke and sand covered their vision, and the loose sand was burned by the terrifying energy in the explosion. Accompanied by a few rings of powerful shock waves, the violent energy mixed with a deafening roar swept out. The chaotic energy calmed down, and the sky regained its tranquility. However, there was a faint smell of smoke in the air. Not far away, the two-spherical eggshell was buried under the sand, and it was empty. Empty. Kibito was shocked. Could it be that because of the long seal, Majin Buu has dried up? Old Kai frowned. Would Majin Buu, who once threatened the entire universe, really die because of the long seal? He could not agree with this idea. He looked around, but he did not see any trace of Babidi. He asked, "Where is that fellow Babidi? He should have died in the explosion just now." Hearing this answer, Old Kai felt very speechless. Babidi's life was too worthless. Could it be that without Dabber's protection, he could not even avoid a small explosion? But then again, Son Goku's Kamehameha was indeed a bit powerful. Even he felt his heart palpitate. Fortunately, Majin Buu had not been resurrected successfully. Dabura and Babidi had both died. This was the best outcome that he had expected. Just as he felt a heavy burden being lifted from his shoulder and wanted to heave a sigh of relief, he saw Ayaka looking up at the sky. What was there to see in the sky? Old Kai looked up in confusion. A black cloud hovered in the air and slowly gathered, finally forming the shape of a human. His expression suddenly changed. What a strong aura. Son Goku raised his head, a look of shock on his face. Vegeta frowned, his expression a little grave. Is this aura of Majin Buu? As expected, it cannot be underestimated. Ayaka, Homya, Son Goku, and Babidi looked on calmly, nodding their heads one after another. This aura is comparable to that of Son Goku. Bang! A pink and plump figure appeared in the air and landed on the ground with a thud. Then, he looked left and right. He narrowed his eyes and let out a breath. He laughed like a harmless, ha. Old Kai stepped forward. Everyone, be careful. He is Majin Buu. Back down. Ayaka shouted. He quickly pulled Old Kai to the side and leaped up. Son Goku, Homya, and Bardock were not slow either. Seeing that Ayaka had stepped forward, they also followed. The four of them tightly surrounded Majin Buu in the middle. 4 balls of energy erupted. 3 of them shone with golden light. Other than Ayaka, who was in a state of training, Son Goku, Homya, and Bardock had all transformed into Super Saiyan 3. What a terrifying aura. Son Goten was shocked. The pressure that seemed to come from the depths of his soul was suffocating. Ayam's beautiful eyes were full of light as she looked at them with excitement. This is Super Saiyan 3. He was surpassed by Kakarot again, but I will soon reach it. Vegeta was not particularly surprised. He had already touched the realm of Super Saiyan 3. If he was given a little more time, he could break through at any time. This was the first time Old Kai had witnessed such a powerful force. He was stunned. Unbelievable. This is their strongest strength. They are even more terrifying than Majin Buu. After 4 super powerful warriors appeared beside him, Majin Buu finally became alert. He put his hands on his hips and continued to laugh foolishly. Vegeta watched for a while and was ready to join in the fun. He flew over and said, "Kakarot, I can't give Majin Buu to you." However, although he said that, he did not really take half a step out of the pool, but stopped in a circle outside. The situation had become clear and happy. In the middle was the silly-looking Majin Buu. The 4 Super Saiyan 3, Ayaka, Homya, Son Goku, and Bardock, were outside. The ones outside were Vegeta, Son Goku, and I am at the peak of the second super competition. After them were Launch, Lancey, Android 17, and Android 18, who were as strong as Super Perfect Cell. Old Kai and Kibito were already excluded. No matter how you looked at it, Majin Buu would be very tragic. Majin Buu, do you want to obediently surrender? Ayaka asked with a relaxed expression. The fat Majin Buu had a big fat belly, and the small holes on his body were constantly spewing steam. Suddenly, Majin Buu made a face at them. You bunch of bad people, I won't fight with you. Chapter 236. Hearing Majin Buu's words, Ayaka immediately felt at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. Although Majin Buu looked very chubby and simple, he would never be soft-hearted when killing people. Of course, Fatty Majin Buu's brain was also a problem. Who knew if he was acting cute or had other plans this time? She was very clear that the current Majin Buu should be very angry, so the possibility of acting cute was very low. The reason why he said this was more because there were many people on his side and the strength had the upper hand. If there weren't so many powerful people surrounding him to make him a little hesitant, Majin Buu in his angry state would not say half a word to her, and he would kill the whole world. Killing was a common characteristic of Majin. Every time Majin appeared, it would bring a bloody rain to the universe. He was somewhat different from the god of destruction. Although the god of destruction was also a little moody, he was actually clear in his bones. He knew what his behavior meant and had enough rationality to restrain it. As an opponent, he had to be strong, and as a friend, he could be weak. The god of destruction held a playful mentality. When he really attacked, it was either when old Kai was powerless, he would clean up the mess, or when the world reached the threshold of the master of the laws of destruction and was activated. The god of destruction was in a state of deep sleep most of the time, and once it woke up, it would be the time to execute destruction. Majin Buu was different. Its existence was a lumps that was produced by the world itself. When a lumps was cleared, it would develop a new lumps after a long period of development. Assuming that the world had the ability to clean itself, then old Kai was the guardian. Generally, when the particularly powerful Majin Buu descended, even old Kai was helpless. It was when God of Destruction would appear. Although Majin of this generation, Buu, had become Fat Buu due to the influence of old Kai, and the character of Fat Buu was much better than the ancient Majin, he was also temperamental and would start a massacre because of a small matter. Is this still Majin Buu in my impression? After Majin Buu, old Kai had a serious expression on his face. In his mind, he was shocked by the scene of the death of several other old Kai. He felt a chill in his heart and quickly shouted, Majin Buu is an extremely evil guy. Everyone must not be confused by his flowery words. Ayaka knew that what old Kai said was not completely right, but she was too lazy to care about it. She worked together with several Super Saiyan of the three realms to force Majin Buu further. Sure enough, when Majin Buu saw that his words had no effect at all, his veins suddenly surged and his body was burning. The small holes all over his body emitted hot steam with a woo sound. His simple and honest face immediately darkened, and his eyes turned into crescent moons. What do you mean by flowery words? The corner of Majin Buu's mouth trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. He looked very angry, and the small hole in his head suddenly spewed out a large amount of steam. Ah, I'm so angry. I'm going to turn all of you into chocolate and eat you. As soon as he lowered his head, his pink tentacles lit up with a ray of light. Whoa, strange lightning spread out in all directions. Ayaka immediately shouted, back off, don't get hit by the magic on his head. When Son Goku and the others heard this, out of trust in Ayaka, they quickly retreated, avoiding the magic of Majin Buu. Seeing that their magic had not been played, Majin Buu's face swelled up again. He still wanted to use magic, but Ayaka did not give him a chance. Her body swayed, and the tip of her foot stepped on the air a few times. With two bangs, her body suddenly accelerated, and she arrived in front of Majin Buu in a flash of lightning. Majin Buu opened his mouth in disbelief. Then, he bent his arm and said, bang! Bang! The tremendous force of 1,000 pounds was released. An extremely penetrating force pierced through the air and hit the stomach of Majin Buu. Majin Buu opened his mouth and let out a few low cries. His stomach was shaking and twisting like jelly. It was completely caved in by the force of the punch. The skin on his back was also very elastic and extended several meters. Whoosh! Time seemed to have slowed down all of a sudden. Majin Buu's body bounced back and flew straight like a cannonball. Son Goku seized the opportunity. After Ayaka sent Majin Buu flying, he jumped in front of Majin Buu. He cupped his fists and hit Majin Buu heavily from the back like a volleyball. How can I be missing? Hongye smiled indifferently and took the sphere that Son Goku had sent over to continue to ravage Majin Buu. With that, Majin Buu was completely eliminated. So powerful, to actually beat Majin Buu to the point where he could not retaliate at all. Old Kai was both surprised and delighted as he watched Majin Buu being beaten up like a volleyball, wishing that he could go up and take a few shots himself, but his strength was limited, so he could only watch enviously from the side. In fact, Fat Buu was not strong. In the original work, Son Goku could defeat him when he became Super Saiyan 3. It was just that at that time, Son Goku was a dead person. He felt that he should not interfere in the affairs of the human world, so he handed over the task of defeating Majin Buu to Sun Goten and Trunks. And Goten did not disappoint the public, and he once completely crushed Skinny Buu. If not for the fact that Skinny Buu later used a trick to devour Goten, the outcome would really be uncertain. Ayaka estimated that Fat Buu's current ability was only at the lowest point of Beyond 3, so he naturally could not block 4 Super 3 continuous attacks. Kamehameha. A straight blue energy wave streaked across the sky. The energy wave that contained powerful energy was like 10,000 stampeding horses. It smashed into Majin Buu's body like a hot knife through butter. Immediately, it created a huge hole in Majin Buu's body. With a poochie sound, Majin Buu fell to the ground. His body bounced a few times. His round head became uneven. His clothes were wrinkled and there was a big hole in his chest. He looked very pitiful. Woo! His pink skin continued to move, thump. With a flick of his body, the large hole in his chest disappeared. Ayaka was lightly floating 4 to 5 meters above the ground. She leisurely supported his 2 arms with 1 foot and held them in front of his chest. The breeze blew against a few strands of sparse hair by his ears. Son Goku, Hongya, and Bardock stopped not far away. Their bodies were blazing with flames, flashing with golden light. Hee, you recovered so quickly. In the end, you still consumed some energy. Majin Buu's crescent moon-like eyes had narrowed into a line. The veins on both sides of his eyes were constantly surging. Io, it's a bit painful. You bastards, I don't want to do it anymore. He opened his hands, and a dazzling light lit up. A destructive energy suddenly burst out. Not good, Majin Buu is in a hurry. Sensing the powerful energy released by Majin Buu, Ayaka's face changed, and she was speechless. This Majin Buu couldn't take the blow. She didn't have time to think about it. She subconsciously used her ki to create a protective shield. Son Goku and Vegeta also changed their expressions, and they hid to the side to protect themselves. Rumble. The violent wind raged, and terrifying energy spread out in an instant. A huge solar flare rose up on the continent. The rotation of the Earth was affected by this, and it paused for a moment. With this as a disturbance, disaster broke out all over the world. If one stood in the solar system and looked at the Earth, one could clearly see a huge solar flare on the side of the Earth. The lookout of the heaven realm shook continuously, and the body of Korin Tower below was affected by the energy in the distance. The cracks were cracked and almost broke. On the lookout, Krillin hugged his head and bowed to the ground, shouting in horror, what kind of monster is Ayaka dealing with? Just the pressure is about to crush the lookout. To be able to suppress such a strong guy to such an extent, the strength of Goku and the others is terrifying. Finally, the terrifying energy dispersed. When the dust settled and their vision returned, Krillin and the others immediately looked down through the lookout. However, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. A huge explosion pit with a diameter of 10,000 meters came into view. At the bottom of the deep and bottomless cave, they could faintly see some dark red liquid flowing. Hiss, the gas coming out must have a pungent smell of sulfur. Standing on the temple, the whole continent appeared a scorched yellow desert. The area around the explosion pit had become a scene of hell on Earth. Fortunately, Ayaka modified the Earth. Otherwise, with the explosion just now, the Earth would become cosmic dust. Krillin clutched his chest in relief. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement. Then, they held their breaths and continued to observe the situation of Majin Buu. Pop. The head of Majin Buu poked out from the yellow sand. He looked left and right but did not see anyone else. Then, he jumped out happily. After releasing such a large amount of energy, Majin Buu also wiped his sweat. Chapter 237. Hee, you want to bully me? This time, those guys are all finished. Majin Buu curled his lips and laughed. The strength of those guys almost scared him. But fortunately, he was smart. A big explosion had killed them. He twisted his body and bounced up and down. The fat on his body was like a balloon full of water, swaying up and down. Just as he was happy, suddenly a few breaths passed through. Majin Buu's dancing body suddenly stiffened. He bit the corner of his mouth and blinked his eyes. He looked up at the sky. The people he thought were killed were floating in the air. Oh! Majin Buu's mouth opened into an O shape. Ayaka teleported in front of Majin Buu and looked at him with a faint smile. Majin Buu, you also saw our strength. Do you think you can defeat us? Majin Bu curled his lips, crossed his arms over his chest, and snorted as he looked away. Seeing that he was unwilling to answer, Ayaka smiled. In the next second, a supreme divine might was released, and the expressions of everyone present changed. Vast, desolate, sacred, supreme. It was a divine might that made people submit willingly. This divine power. Old Kai opened his mouth in shock, unable to speak. For a moment, he actually had the illusion that old Kai was alive. Then, he shook his head in confusion. He knew that old Kai had been killed by Majin Bu. This divine might was not the aura of old Kai he knew. What is going on? Old Kai frowned. It was also supreme and sacred, but it seemed to be more mysterious than old Kai in his memory. Jellum was already dumbfounded. Lord Old Kai. This. Old Kai shook his head. He also did not know why such a mysterious power would appear on a mortal. Ancient Old Kai was still somewhat different from the current Old Kai. Old Kai was also misled by reality, so he naturally avoided that possibility in his heart. With 2 fingers on the sword, he gently pointed at Majin Bu. A strange ability was used. Majin Bu was shocked. His body floated up uncontrollably, spinning in the air. No matter how much he tried, he was unable to break free. After spinning at high speed for about half a minute, Ayaka withdrew her divine power. Majin Bu fell to the ground with a pu sound. Then, he staggered and stood up. His eyes turned into the shape of a mosquito. Countless stars were spinning in his mind, and he fell down again. Son Goku and Vegeta watched in shock as Ayaka played with Majin Bu. Although Majin Bu's power was not worth mentioning in his eyes, it would take a lot of effort to suppress him. He was definitely not as relaxed as Ayaka. Hongya and Ayam were surprised, but they puffed out their chests as if it were for a matter of course. Their faces were filled with pride. In their hearts, Ayaka had always been so awesome. In fact, the divine might that old Kai had passed down to Ayaka was not considered strong, but with Ayaka's powerful energy as the backing, it was a combination of strong and powerful that had the effect of transforming something rotten into something magical. Moreover, the divine might itself was also a high-level thing. How is the ground slanted? Majin Bu finally stood up, and the young girl's cold voice sounded, "How is it? Do you still want to resist?" Majin Bu stood there with his head lowered. His eyes were closed, and his round head looked like he was deep in thought. Majin Bu did not have a high IQ. He did things based on his emotions. However, it did not mean that he was stupid. On the contrary, his combat talent was extremely high. He could learn many moves with a glance. Majin Bu, who thought he was smart but was actually a little silly, thought for a few minutes. He clapped his hands and suddenly realized how he could not defeat them. It turned out that he was not their match. Majin Bu touched his bald head and smiled. "I can't beat you guys, I won't fight anymore." Ayaka nodded lightly. Son Goku and the others also nodded in understanding and withdrew from the Super Saiyan state. Seeing that Son Goku and the others did not intend to fight against Majin Bu, old Kai was extremely anxious. Majin Bu was the most unstable factor in the entire universe. Now that they had finally suppressed him, how could they let him go so easily? Son Goku, don't believe his words. Majin Bu is temperamental. His words cannot be counted. Lord Old Kai, this guy is a blockhead, but his strength is not bad. I want to keep him as an opponent. Son Goku said with difficulty. Hehe, Kakarote's idea is not bad. With Majin Bu, I can become a Super Saiyan 3 faster. Vegeta was calculating. Old Kai was exasperated and speechless. These Saiyan people were too lawless. They did not have a general view of the situation at all. They were Majin Bu, who could destroy the universe. Kibito looked at Majin Bu, who was laughing foolishly. He sighed and said, "Lord Old Kai, let them be. With those Saiyan people, Majin Bu cannot make any waves." Old Kai thought for a moment, but could only nod helplessly. It was still a matter of strength. No matter how high his status and strength were, no one would listen to him. The matter of Majin Bu was temporarily announced. Soon, Ayaka and the others came to the temple one after another, and Majin Bu followed. After seeing the lookout, Majin Bu looked around curiously. He ran around the lookout excitedly, just like I am when he was a child. Except for Saiyan, Launch, Android 18 and the others, Krillin and the others were far away from him, afraid that they would be killed by him if they were not careful. "Ayaka, is it okay to bring Majin Bu to the lookout?" If he is stimulated, the temple will be destroyed. Krillin whispered to Ayaka. Yamcha also nodded worriedly. Majin Buu was in the lookout, and he did not dare to move around. Ayaka smiled coldly. Now that she thought about it, it was indeed a bit hasty to bring Majin Buu to the lookout, but if he was left alone on the ground, he did not know what would happen to him. If he was provoked by humans, he did not know what would happen. To be frank, the demons of this generation were very spineless. Majin Buu was an exception among the demons. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He felt good about himself. Of course, this had a lot to do with merging with the old Kai, and the demons of this generation had become so weak. Fatty Buu, who had fused with the old Kai, was still considered naive. If you did not provoke him, he could be able to split up. However, the evil thoughts in his body were a problem. Ayaka began to wonder if he should let Fatty Buu get a little stimulated and release the skinny Buu once and for all. At this time, Majin Buu was looking at the ice cream in Krillin's daughter Marin's hand with his fingers in his mouth, and his saliva was gushing out. Krillin was so scared that he quickly carried his daughter to another place. After obtaining the ice cream, Majin Buu licked it with satisfaction and laughed foolishly. Lord Old Kai, Majin Buu's character seems to be different from before. He might be affected by Old Kai. If he can continue like this, I will be relieved. But the other party is Majin Buu, is it really that easy to change? The old Kai leaned against the temple and looked at Majin Buu, feeling very uneasy. Old Kai, come with me to a place. Noticing that the old Kai and his apprentice, Kibito, were standing in a corner, Ayaka rolled his eyes and said. Chapter 238. In the calls and lonely Supreme Kai's planet, 3 planets that were like stars slowly moved in the space, radiating a soft light. Several nearby planets were wandering without a fixed trajectory, one stable and one chaotic, but forming a strange balance. Supreme Kai's planet, who was located in the center, stayed there forever. After 15 generations of Supreme Kai's long history and several destructive battles, Supreme Kai's planet was much smaller than when Ayaka left. Looking at the shrinking Supreme Kai's planet, Ayaka even secretly speculated that after a few more battles, Supreme Kai's planet should completely disappear. Of course, this was impossible to happen. Not to mention that the powerful Supreme Kai's planet had a nourishment effect on Supreme Kai, but from another perspective, the importance of Supreme Kai's planet to the universe was self-evident. Even if Supreme Kai's planet really disappeared one day, under the adjustment of the universe mechanics, a new Supreme Kai's planet would evolve again, and it was huge. Old Kai was a little dumbfounded. Wasn't this his base camp, Supreme Kai's planet? This was the place Ayaka wanted to go to. Previously, Ayaka had said that she wanted to take them to a place. Out of trust in her, he had agreed to it without even thinking about it. However, he had never expected that Ayaka would actually bring them here. Kibito shouted in surprise, Lord Old Kai, this is Supreme Kai's planet. It was no wonder he had such doubts. One had to know that this was the highest level of Supreme Kai's planet in the universe. Even the Grand Kai of the major galaxy could not arrive here. As a mortal, Ayaka could actually bring them here. It is indeed the Supreme Kai's planet. Although the old god was puzzled, how could he not know the Supreme Kai's planet? He was full of doubts in his heart. At this time, he had already begun to suspect that Ayaka was related to Supreme Kai. However, such a person should be very famous, but they, the Supreme Kai, had never seen her before. The old Kai's thoughts inevitably began to become chaotic, and he was more and more unable to figure out the other person. After a short pause, the old Kai woke up, and Ayaka, who had long noticed the change in his expression, also revealed a smile on her perfect face at this moment. Supreme Kai's planet, you live here. Come with me now. Then he turned around and walked lightly in a direction. Old Kai quickly followed her. He was very familiar with the grass and trees on Supreme Kai's planet, and the direction where Ayaka was now was where the ancient divine sword was buried. Was she going to take Old Kai's divine sword? Soon, they came to a towering stone pillar. Compared to the ancient times, this mountain cliff became taller and thinner. In fact, it was because the surrounding rock layers were cut off. The Old Kai's expression changed. It really is Old Kai's divine sword. Old Kai's divine sword was a sacred item passed down from ancient times. It was sealed at the top of the cliff by a powerful energy. Their divine powers were limited, and they were unable to pull out the divine sword. Ayaka had brought them here. Could it be that he wanted to pull out Old Kai's divine sword? However, they saw Ayaka leap lightly, turning into a beam of light that had already arrived at the top of the stone pillar. The old Kai and Kibito also flew up. On the towering cliff, the entire old Kai divine sword was inserted into the rock layer at the top of the cliff. Only the hilt of the sword was exposed outside. The wider cliff in ancient times was now only a few square meters. This was all thanks to the divine power that was left behind at that time. Otherwise, not even a piece of stone would be left behind. Squatting down and touching the exposed sword hilt, Ayaka's next words stunned old Kai. In ancient times before the 15th generation of the old Kai, there was a demon who could rival the Majin Buu. Of course, I am not referring to the current fatty Majin Buu. Benito is terrifying. At that time, several Supreme Kai were killed one after another, and the entire universe fell into chaos, Ayaka said slowly, as if he was recalling the past. At that time, several Supreme Kai were killed one after another, and the entire universe fell into chaos. After that, although Benito was defeated, Old Kai and Supreme Kai's planet were almost destroyed. Yes, the current Supreme Kai's planet is not even 1/10 of what it was before. He then pointed at Old Kai's divine sword. At that time, the Old Kai was sealed in this sword. For various reasons, I left the divine sword here. When Ayaka finished speaking, the Old Kai and Kibito were completely dumbfounded. The Old Kai. He thought that Ayaka's identity was very mysterious, but he did not expect that the other party would be the Old Kai from the 15th generation. At this moment, the Old Kai was a little embarrassed. He did not know how to face this old senior, who suddenly appeared so young and beautiful. The gods in the Dragon Ball World were of a strict hierarchy. The gods and Kai were not insurmountable at all, let alone the great Old Kai from the 15th generation. Even the ordinary gods of the previous generation of Old Kai were seniors. They had to be carefully served. However, there had never been a situation where the gods of the previous generation of Old Kai were in the same generation. After all, the new generation of Old Kai only appeared after the last generation of Old Kai died. The expression of the Old Kai constantly changed. He swallowed his saliva, and then his expression was nervous and he stammered, "Lord, no, Senior Old Kai, you are saying that this divine sword is sealed by the Old Kai from the 15th generation?" Ayaka nodded, holding the hilt of the sword with one hand and gently pulling it out. With a light cry, Old Kai's divine sword broke out of the ground. The divine sword was worthy of being called a divine sword. It had been buried underground for so long, and the blade was still shining with a snow-white cold light. It was extremely sharp. She held the sword horizontally, and then in front of Old Kai's fiery eyes, Ayaka's fair hand grabbed the two ends of the divine sword and gently twisted it. Ding! With a light cry, Old Kai's divine sword broke into two. Hell, in the boundless and desolate continent, at the junction of several continents in the deepest part of the continent, the blood pools within a radius of 1,000,000 miles converged together, and blood rivers of varying thickness spread from here, transporting the blood liquid to every corner of hell. The intersection of the blood pools was even more desolate. The soil at the end of the continent was a terrifying dark color. Above the blood pool, the energy of the otherworld killer gathered here. The energy drew, and from time to time, it blew a spiritual storm that made the soul tremble. Deep, sad, and empty. In the depths of 10,000 meters below the blood pool, the deep darkness had no color. Plop, plop. It was like the beating of a heart. A giant blood sphere that was shaped like a heart was vibrating rhythmically as it swelled and contracted. Countless small tentacles of varying thickness extended out from the surroundings, continuously absorbing the otherworld energy from the blood pond. As if endless years had passed, the blood sphere grew larger and larger, and the energy it absorbed also became more and more. Finally, the blood pond began to boil. All the blood rivers in the entire hell seemed to tremble along with the blood vessels that covered the human body. Dark clouds covered the sky, violent winds raged, and streaks of blood-colored sparkling lightning pierced through the clouds. The hell fell into a strange darkness. The sea of blood began to surge violently. Huge waves slapped against each other, and waves of rumbling resounded through the sky. The blood sphere that was shaped like a heart slowly rose, floating over 100 meters above the sea of blood. Boom! The ball of blood exploded, and the terrifying aura of the end of the world enveloped the entire hell. All the ghosts in hell trembled. It was a torture from the soul. After the ball of blood disappeared, a man with a cold expression appeared in his original position. He had dark red hair, bronze skin, and strong muscles. A dark red pattern that was as complex as the stars gathered on his forehead. Such an earth-shattering appearance, strange astronomical phenomena, and complex labels all showed that the other party was not simple. Suddenly, the man clenched his fists and roared. His rough voice immediately echoed in the hell. Under the impact of the sound waves, the space began to collapse. In the outer area that was still controlled by the underworld, endless evil thoughts rushed over. By the time the staff of the underworld noticed it, it was already irreparable. With a few popping sounds, a short and fat figure was born. Janemba, Janemba. The pale figure shook his head and scratched. He looked around foolishly and then happily made trouble everywhere. Chapter 239. Ayaka did not know anything about what had happened in hell. Unknowingly, two extremely terrifying fellows had appeared. One was a red-haired man born from the sea of blood in hell, and the other was an evil spirit wave that gathered evil energy. Because they had just been born, their destruction of the universe had not yet been reflected, but it would soon cause turmoil. In the holy land of the universe, the old Kai looked at the skinny old man who had come out of the divine sword in pleasant surprise. He was the old Kai from 15 generations ago. The old Kai had a hunched back and an old dragon clock. Even with the long life of the old Kai, after being sealed for so long, he still revealed an aged appearance, let alone the old Kai who had once fused with the old witch. He already had an old appearance. Senior Old Kai. Old Kai was respectful from the bottom of his heart. Speaking of which, as the bold Kai, Ayaka's status was even more distinguished. However, her delicate and pretty appearance made it difficult for her to look like an elder. Senior Old Kai still felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. On the other hand, Old Kai's old appearance was more amiable and had the demeanor of an elder. Of course, he did not know that the other party was actually a perverted old man like Master Rashi. Senior Old Kai nodded his head in satisfaction. Just as he was about to say a few words of encouragement to the younger generation, he noticed the young girl standing beside Old Kai. His body immediately trembled and he hurriedly walked forward. "You are Ayaka. You haven't changed at all after so many years. Well, you are already the old Kai. So many years have passed. I didn't expect to see you again in the future." Ayaka smiled slightly and said, "Congratulations on breaking the seal. Demon Benito has been killed by me." It can be considered as an explanation to Senior Old Kai. After Senior Old Kai heard this, he nodded repeatedly, and his mood returned to the time when Benito was in chaos. Countless years had passed since he was sealed. He had thought that he was the only one left in that period of time. He did not expect to see his old acquaintance many years later. He could not help but sigh in his heart, as if it were for a lifetime ago. Old Kai listened carefully to the Senior Old Kai talk about the past. Although he had heard it once, from the Senior Old Kai's mouth, he was more aware of the crisis at that time. He could not help but think of the despair he felt when he faced the Majin Buu. "Senior Old Kai, in fact, there is also a demon now. Other than me, Kai was all killed by Majin Buu. Thanks to the help of Ayaka, Majin Buu was subdued." Senior Old Kai sighed. "Although I am sealed in the divine sword, I am very clear about the matters of the outside world. That Majin Buu is indeed terrifying. It is no wonder that Old Kai is unable to deal with him. However, compared to the ancient Benito, Majin Buu is still a bit lacking." "Ancient Benito is that strong?" Old Kai was shocked. Kibito listened carefully. Majin Buu was already so invincible. How strong was Demon Benito, who was even stronger than him? Thinking about how even Majin Buu was not a match for Old Kai, plus the ancient Benito, he had a deep understanding of Ayaka's strength. Senior Old Kai nodded heavily. "I always thought that the one who could pull out the divine sword would be some supreme Kai, but after waiting for so long, no one pulled out the divine sword. The one who pulled out the divine sword in the end was actually Ayaka." Although Senior Old Kai had no intention of blaming him, when Old Kai heard this, his face still felt hot and he felt ashamed in his heart. Old Kai really hadn't appeared in a long time. Earth, Corinne Tower. Two beams of light shot out from the ground. They continued to rise along Corinne Tower, quickly passing through the layers of clouds and mist, flying towards a higher space. These two people were Son Gohan and Videl. After subduing the Majin Buu, Son Gohan had time to teach Videl martial arts. After a long time, coupled with Satan's continuous help from the side, their relationship could be said to have progressed rapidly, and they agreed to go to the lookout together. Videl had never even gone up to Corinne Tower, let alone the lookout. It was already a legendary holy land. When Son Gohan mentioned it, she quickly agreed. On this day, Videl was dressed in simpler clothes, and she set off with Son Gohan in more neutral clothes. She put her hand on her forehead to resist the oncoming wind. After they really set off, Vidal only knew the height of Corin Tower. After flying for a long time, she still could not see the end of the tower. She could not see the top of Corin Tower at all. Looking at the relaxed Son Gohan next to him, Vidal asked, "How high is Corin Tower? Why hasn't he reached the top yet?" "It's about halfway. We will see the top of the tower in a few minutes. The lookout we are going to go to is still above Corin Tower. When the time comes, we will pass through the lightning layer. It is full of lightning. You have to be careful." "There is lightning?" Vidal was shocked. Once a mortal was hit by lightning, he would die instantly. "Don't worry. That lightning is just a test, it won't hurt people's lives." Son Gohan smiled confidently. He held Vidal's hand and accelerated. The strong wind in front of them suddenly became fierce, forming two twisted wings behind them. Vidal didn't reject Son Gohan holding her little hand at all. Her lips were slightly open, and a smile appeared on her delicate face. Since she met Son Gohan, she felt that her life suddenly became colorful. Whoosh! 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 The two of them continued to fly. They passed over Corin Tower's head and continued upwards. The air in the upper levels became thinner. A few dark clouds gradually covered the sky. Sparkling and translucent flashes pierced through the clouds. From time to time, deafening roars would ring out in their ears. In the midst of the thunder and lightning, Son Gohan continued to rise while carrying Vidal. As they passed through the layer of lightning, the sky suddenly lit up and the blue sky reappeared. Above the pure white clouds, a crimson hemispherical lookout floated motionlessly. "That's the lookout!" cried Vidal as she pointed at the majestic lookout. "That's right." After arriving at the Divine Hall, Son Gohan met Hongye and the others there. Son Gohan greeted them. "Aunt Hongye, cousin." Even Vidal knew that they were Son Gohan's relatives and were the most famous people on Earth, so she was a little cautious. Hongye smiled and looked at Son Gohan and the other two suggestively. She clicked her tongue. Son Gohan's face was not very thick. He suddenly became embarrassed. He did not see Majin Buu around. He could not help but ask, "Where is Majin Buu?" "Oh, that fat guy was tired of staying in the Divine Hall. He insisted on going down to the lower realm, so I agreed," Hongye said indifferently. Son Gohan was shocked and said with a strange expression, "The evil in the Majin Buu's body has not been expelled. Aren't you afraid of causing a disturbance if you let him go to the lower realm?" "It's fine. Mr. Popo has been watching the lookout. If he dares to mess around, I will stop him." Only then did Son Gohan feel relieved. Chapter 240. After Ayaka and Old Kai went to Supreme Kai's planet, Bardock left Earth with Son Goku because he missed his eldest son, Raditz, who he hadn't seen for many years. Although Bardock didn't pay much attention to his two sons in the past, there were only a few Scion people now, so he was somewhat human. Not long after Son Goku left, Krillin and the others also left one after another, and the Divine Hall suddenly returned to its former silence. In the empty Divine Hall, other than Dend and Mr. Popo, only Hongye and Iam were left. Smiling as he bid farewell to Hongye, Son Goku began to browse the Divine Hall with Vidal. Perhaps because it was the first time he came to the Divine Hall, he felt that everything he saw was very novel. Her line of sight swept past the dazzling door and landed on the white jade inlaid with gold murals on both sides of the corridor. The soaring totems seemed to have been carefully carved. The lines were smooth and vivid as they attached themselves to the white jade stone wall. Everything was dignified and solemn, as if it were for a dream. She took a deep breath, held Son Goku's arm, and leaned over slightly. Son Goku suddenly shivered, and his expression became bright. He even introduced the matters of the temple to her in a good mood. In a small town near the suburbs, it was late autumn. The withered and yellow leaves began to leave the branches. The vegetation was also slightly sparse. When the wind blew, it brought the yellow sand to brush against the earth. The sand was not big, and it did not cover one's sight. For an inland town far away from the sea, because of the sparse water, sandstorms often occurred. There was only one road in the town that connected to the outside world, and there were small bare rocks on both sides of the road. At this time, a fat and short figure was leisurely strolling on the road. He carried a large package on his back, and in his hand was a pack of torn and sealed snacks. Zizizi, he constantly stuffed the potato chips in the bag into his mouth. Kacha, Kacha, Majin Buu kept chewing. Soon, he finished a bag of potato chips. He licked his fingers, threw the bag away, and took out another bag from his backpack. The large bag on his body was full of snacks. Of course, these were not bought by Majin Buu. They were taken by sheep when passing by the snack shop. Speaking of which, it was very rare for Majin Buu to stop killing people. If he wanted to buy things normally, it would be easier to destroy the earth. However, he was addicted to eating. Every time he passed by a city, he would bring a lot of them. In the end, he even used his backpack. This was very hard for Mr. Popo. Every time he saw Majin Buu enter the city, he was on tenterhooks. He was afraid that some ignorant people would anger Majin Buu. Woo! A stray dog ran to Majin Buu. It let out a low growl when it smelled the delicious fragrance. Majin Buu looked at the stray dog. His eyes were wide open. He licked his fingers and pointed at the beef jerky in his hand. Then, he reluctantly handed over a piece of the year jerky. Woo, I'll give you one. Woof. The stray dog cried happily and ate the beef jerky in one bite. Then, it gently rubbed its head against the leg of Majin Buu, making a whining sound. Majin Buu narrowed his eyes. His round head was steaming, and he happily ran east to play with the stray dog. Mr. Popo stood at the edge of the temple and rubbed his eyes. Den walked over and asked nervously, "Is there anything wrong with Majin Buu?" Mr. Popo nodded, "No, he is playing with a puppy." It is hard to imagine. According to old Kai, Majin Buu should be inhuman. Let's not worry about this issue for now. As long as Majin Buu doesn't cause any trouble, it's fine. Dende said with a smile. He was very nervous to have such a guy who was even more terrifying than a time bomb on Earth. After instructing Mr. Popo to continue monitoring Majin Buu's actions, Den walked away with a face full of worries. A few hours passed quickly. Majin Buu and the stray dog became very close. At this moment, they were sitting on a rock and eating snacks. The big bag of snacks disappeared not long after. At this moment, a low cry came from afar, and a pale figure entered their sight. The stray dog immediately barked, and Majin Buu also stood up. Janemba, Janemba. The voice that was even more idiotic than Majin Buu's continued to echo, and the similarly fat Janemba appeared in front of Majin Buu. After seeing Majin Buu, Janemba stared at him with his simple and honest eyes. He clapped his hands and ran over in joy. His speed was so fast that it seemed to surpass lightning. In an instant, a blurry figure flashed. Janemba had already arrived in front of Majin Buu. Seeing the guy who suddenly appeared, Majin Buu's eyes widened, and his face sank. Although he was unable to determine the identity of the other party, looking at the thick and solid evil key around his body made him feel a little afraid. Sure enough, after Janemba ran in front of Majin Buu, he did not say anything and directly punched his belly. With the huge force, his round body was like a bowling ball, and he was knocked back. When Janembeo saw this, he happily clapped his hands and shouted, "Janemba, Janemba." Majin Buu, who was suddenly sent flying, suddenly became angry. The evil thoughts in his heart suddenly occupied the upper hand. He roared and rushed towards Janemba. Bang! The two fat men held each other's palms. Sparks flew in their eyes. The earth trembled and a terrifying aura erupted instantly. Boom! 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 A huge pit suddenly appeared in the ground, and 100 meters was forcefully crushed down. As the strength of the two continued to increase, the area of collapse continued to expand. 200 meters, 300 meters. The earth let out a low wail, and a powerful aura enveloped the entire world. The dragon warriors who were scattered all over the world sensed the powerful aura that erupted here, and their expressions changed. It's the aura of the Majin Buu. He's actually angered. Who is the person fighting him? Krillin lay on the soft chair with his daughter in his arms, sensing the battle happening on the other side of the world. His entire body bounced up. In the headquarters of the all-purpose capsule, a trace of surprise flashed across Vegeta's stiff face. Interesting, how can I be missing in this kind of battle? As he spoke, he turned into a ray of light and flew in the direction of Majin Buu. In the lookout, Hongya's expression had not been good ever since she sensed the aura coming from the lower realm. Damn it, who exactly angered Majin Buu? The other party's key is even more evil than Majin Buu, and his strength is no worse than that of Fat Buu. Ayam said seriously. At this time, Son Gohan also ran over, and his face was not very good. Because of this sudden incident, the wonderful atmosphere that he and Videl had a hard time clashing with was suddenly blown away. Videl, you stay in the Divine Hall. Aunt Hongye and I will go and check it out, he said angrily. Gohan, you have to be careful. Videl's face was pale, but he was frightened by the anger of the Majin Buu and Janemba. Don't worry. Son Gohan, Hongye, and I jumped off the temple and plunged into the clouds. The Launch Sisters and the 18 android sisters looked at each other and also set off. Other than Hongye, Vegeta, and the other Saiyan, Piccolo and Krillin also rushed in the direction of Majin Buu. Although they knew that this kind of battle was not something they could intervene in, it was impossible for them to stay where they were and wait for death. The places where Majin Buu and Janemba twisted had become riddled with holes. Huge mushroom clouds that were like nuclear bombs rose one after another, and a large amount of soil was thrown into the air. In the blink of an eye, it was turned into steam by the powerful energy. Ka! Majin Buu kicked Janemba, sending him flying. Then, he pulled out a lump of fat from his belly and threw it a few times like a noodle. Then, he grabbed Janemba's neck. At this time, the characteristics of the demon took effect. The fat meat seemed to have life. It extended continuously like rubber and soon enveloped Janemba. Humph, even a guy like you wants to bully me. I won't do it. Majin Buu glared and said viciously. Chapter 241. However, Majin Buu still underestimated the ability of Janemba. His body, which was tightly bound by glue, quickly disintegrated and disappeared like a bubble, and reappeared not far away. Majin Buu became even angrier, and jumped 2 times on the spot and rushed towards Janemba. Janemba saw Majin Buu rushing over, and shouted Janemba loudly. His face was full of excitement, and a trace of disgusting saliva leaked out of the corner of his mouth. His body flashed, but he rushed over. Janemba's original body was formed from the gathered evil energy of hell. He could break himself into countless particles at any time and reorganize himself in another place. This kind of characteristic made it even more difficult for people to attack. When the 2 fat men collided, Majin Buu quickly tasted pain. Pa! A heavy punch carried 1,000 joon of force and smashed into the ground. With a loud bang, the continental plate broke. Seeing that the attack failed, Majin Buu snorted and was about to attack again. Unexpectedly, Janemba was very strange and unexpectedly powerful. Countless tentacles suddenly stretched out from the dark and trapped Majin Buu in an instant. The pale shadow seemed to be separated by a layer of fog. His soulless eyes looked at Majin Buu and immediately burst out with a wrinkled light. Hee, Janemba, he proudly clapped his hands and his bloated body jumped up and down. His belly, which was as bright as a water ball, trembled. Goo! His stomach let out a low growl. He was hungry. Janemba touched his stomach, saliva flowing out from his mouth. He opened his mouth and bit down on Majin Buu's arm. After that, he bit down on a piece of meat. For Janemba, who was covered in evil energy, Majin Buu's meat was the biggest tonic. Majin Buu felt pain. His face trembled. His anger had accumulated to the extreme. Puff! Waves of hot steam sprayed out from the small hole in his skin. At this time, the heat was like the surface of the sun. Janemba could not help but take a step back under the influence of the heat. However, after tasting the demon's taste, he could not resist his instinctive urge and pounced once again. Ah! Boundless energy gushed out, and Majin Buu broke free from the restraints of the tentacles. His simple and honest face was covered with blue veins, and his 2 vertical eyes were completely lost. Majin Buu had never suffered such a big loss. In ancient times, he had dominated the universe. Even old Kai could only fall down with hatred. Although he was ruthlessly ravaged by Ayaka after breaking the seal, that was because Ayaka was stronger than him. It was fine if he was bullied, but what was this silly-looking thing in front of him? He was definitely not as smart as him. Just based on him, he dared to hurt the terrifying demon. He was just a fellow who was on par with him, but he actually bit off a piece of his flesh. Majin Buu had never suffered such humiliation before, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Ah! Bastard, I am really angry this time. An almost tangible pressure spread out from Majin Buu's body, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the earth. The dark clouds were summoned by the terrifying aura, and lightning shuttled back and forth, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Crap, Majin Buu has been completely enraged. Hongye and the others, who had sensed the change in the atmosphere, became anxious before they even arrived at the scene. Hongye's eyes kept rolling. She looked helplessly at Ayam who was beside her. Ayaka had only left Earth for 2 days, and such a big thing had happened. She did not know how to explain it to her sister. Hongye was extremely angry. She suddenly accelerated, drawing a beautiful ray of light in the sky. If she were to see the person who had provoked Majinbu, she would definitely let him taste the cruelest punishment. Vegeta also sensed the change in Majinbu, and a cold smile remained on her face. From the aura of Majinbu, it could be seen that the other party had forced him into a corner. There is still someone on Earth who can anger Majinbu to such an extent. Could it be another guy from the universe? Ayaka and Kakarot were not on Earth. Majinbu and the other guy who had angered Majinbu would definitely be handed over to him to deal with. This was an opportunity for him to use his trump card. Vegeta felt that he was getting closer and closer to the Super Saiyan 3. Boom! A clap of thunder. Sparkling lightning was rolling in the dark clouds, and a terrifying chill spread out. In the distance, the rivers were surging, the waves were overflowing, and the towering mountains were trembling. The earth layer was overturned, and the exposed rock frame was already riddled with cracks. In the distant sky, it was gloomy. Peng, 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 sand, and rocks. The middle of the battle was already overflowing with energy, and it was chaotic and unclear. After streaks of lightning passed, a terrifying energy swept across the earth, leaving behind countless deep and terrifying ravines. His strength was at the level of Majinbu and Janemba, and his every move was extraordinary. The two sides were fighting, and Majinbu, who was in an angry state, had already suppressed Janemba. Both of them did not have high IQ, but their combat talent was extremely strong. Perhaps it was because they had not yet reached the peak of their first life, Janemba was gradually no match for Majinbu. Woof! The puppy's voice was very soft, but it was enough to attract the attention of Majinbu. Looking at it, in the valley 1,000 meters away from the center, the stray dog was suspended in the air protected by a layer of green energy film, shouting at Janemba. Don't hurt the puppy. As this thought flashed through his mind, Majinbu pulled Janemba to fly further away. However, how could Janemba let him do as he wished? He rolled his eyes and dragged Majinbu in the opposite direction. Janemba, Janemba. With a low cry, millions of glittering rays of light fell down like raindrops and flew towards the puppy. With a low cry, the energy membrane protecting the stray dog was broken, and the bright beam of light instantly penetrated the puppy's body. No! Seeing that the stray dog had been pierced through, Majinbu's face twisted. The steam from the small holes on his head became even more violent. After a chaotic roar, Majinbu began to speed up, as if he had crossed the space in an instant. Janemba was stunned. The person in front of him had already arrived at the stray dog. Majinbu's expression became extremely ugly, as if he was enduring something. He reached out his hand and stroked the stray dog. I will treat you. A cluster of light flashed, and the stray dog recovered again. It stuck out its tongue and licked. Quickly, quickly leave, hide far away. Silently saying this, Majinbu threw the stray dog to tens of thousands of meters away. Who? Thick smoke sprayed out from the top of Majinbu's head, condensing into a thick layer of air above, which was full of evil aura. Janemba looked at it and blinked his eyes. Fatty Bu panted as he powerlessly looked at the gradually gathering smoke in the sky. In the distance, Janemba was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, drooling as he looked at that ball of evil energy. Bang! A skinny figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, he jumped to Fatty Bu's side and kicked him hard. Fatty Bu was immediately sent flying by the kick. Originally, Majinbu was only comparable to Super Saiyan 3. Now that the appearance of Lean Bu had taken away nearly 60 of his strength, Fatty Bu's energy immediately weakened, but he still had the strength of the peak of Super Saiyan 2. Skinny Bu's withered body seemed to fall at any time. He turned with his intuition and noticed Janemba not far away. His instinct told him that the other party was very dangerous. Recover your strength first. Janemba was already on par with Majinbu. Now that Majinbu was divided into two people, he was naturally not Janemba's opponent. Therefore, the first thing that Skinny Bu thought of was to absorb Fatty Bu and recover to his peak. Then, he would think of a way to deal with Janemba. It was best to absorb him. When he thought about how he had kicked Fatty Bu away in a moment of impulse, his expression changed. The ideal was plump. Skinny Bu's plan was very good, but Janemba would not let him do as he wished. To him, the evil and evil thin Bu was more attractive than Fatty Bu. Just as Skinny Bew was about to absorb Fatty Bew, Janemba took the initiative to attack him. Fatty Bew was not stupid. Taking advantage of the fact that Skinny Bew was fighting Janemba, his mind turned and he actually fled in the opposite direction. On the way, he picked up the stray dog he had thrown tens of thousands of meters away and flew in the direction of Hongye and the others. At this time, Fatty Bew also had to seek protection. Undoubtedly, Hongye and Ayam were the first choice. Chapter 242. Not long after, Hongye and the others appeared in the air. It was as if Fatty Bew had found the axis and sped up. Hongye also saw Fatty Bew flying towards them. She was surprised to find that Majin Bu's ki had been reduced by more than half. Looking ahead, there were still two evil auras there. One of them was Majin Bu. Hongye thought for a moment. Her memory from Ayaka made her keenly discover the difference between Fatty Bew, and her face could not help but reveal an elegant smile. Majin Bu still split into Fatty Bew and Skinny Bew. Fatty Bew was an innocent and kind person. Hongye did not need to be on guard against him. After learning what had just happened from Fatty Bew, Hongye was stunned. The evil Fatty was still fighting with Skinny Bew. She immediately felt that something was wrong. Janemba had run to earth. She had some understanding of Janemba's strength. Majin Bu might be able to fight when he was at his peak, but it was definitely not something that the separated Skinny Bu could deal with. Come to think of it, if it were for just an ordinary evil fellow fighting, Hongye might be happy to see it, but the problem was that Skinny Bu and Janemba were too special. One was Majin Bu's evil clone, or in other words, his main body. The other was the gathering of the evil energy of hell, and they all had terrifying powers. No matter who devoured the other party, it would make the situation difficult to end. To say the least, even if the two ended up mutually injured, the impact on Earth was immeasurable. Hongye analyzed the situation, and Ayam immediately became anxious. If Earth was hurt, how could he explain it to his mother? We must stop them. At least we can't let them fight on Earth. Launch and Android nodded in agreement. The matter was very serious, and the Earth might also be destroyed. But according to Fat Boo's description, the two sides fighting are not ordinary people. At this time, they couldn't help but sigh. The strongest Ayaka, Son Goku, and Bardock were actually not on Earth at the critical moment. It was too difficult for them to suppress Skinny Bu and Fat Bu at the same time with their strength. A few more rays of light flew in the sky, and Vegeta and Piccolo also rushed over. After a brief account of the reason and learning of the terror of the other party, Krillin shrank his neck and looked nervous. Hey, why do strange guys always appear on Earth? Piccolo thought of the guy formed from the evil energy of hell and couldn't help but shiver. However, Vegeta was different. He licked the corner of his mouth and could not help but not be scared back. His face even revealed an excited expression as he said, "Interesting, leave them to me to deal with." After he finished speaking, he impatiently flew towards Janemba and the others. To him, a powerful enemy was only a step forward. The more he fought with an expert, the more he would be able to surpass Kakarot. "Uncle Vegeta, don't move alone." Son Gohan shouted anxiously when he saw that Vegeta was going ahead alone. Hongye pulled Son Gohan, "Let him be. This is Vegeta's personality. You can't stop him. His idea is not wrong. This battle might be the opportunity for you and Ayam to become Super Saiyan 3. And, when we get there later, we will tie up Skinny Bu and Janemba. At this time, Launch and Lancey will take the opportunity to launch an instant movement. We must take them away from Earth." Launch Lancey nodded seriously. As long as Skinny Bu and Janemba were held back, they would immediately activate instant movement. The time to activate instant movement was very short, but it was also very easy to be disturbed. After Hongye explained, everyone agreed. Then, they flew in the direction of the battle. Fatty Bu looked at it for a moment, then descended to the ground and put the stray dog down. The puppy barked in a low voice. "Stay here obediently. I'll come and find you after the matter is over." After that, he followed Hongye and the others. On the other side, Skinny Bu had just gotten rid of the wave of evil thoughts. He was a little out of breath. In his heart, he was extremely annoyed that he had kicked Fatty Bu away. Behind him, the sound of Janemba shouting like an idiot was heard again. "Damn it!" Skinny Bu had a ferocious expression on his face. However, 60 of his strength was no match for Janemba. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to scheme and absorb the other party. However, Janemba looked silly, but his battle was flawless. He did not give him a chance to attack. At this time. Whoosh! A figure suddenly flew towards them. The eyes of Skinny Bew, who was unable to resist the evil thought's wave, suddenly lit up. Vegeta's strength at the peak of Super Saiyan 2 was not inferior to Fatty Bew. Devour him. Devour him and you will be able to recover to your peak. As soon as the thought was produced, it continued to spread like a poppy. His wonderful thought was that as long as he swallowed the person in front of him, not only would he be able to recover his full strength, he might even be able to devour evil thought's wave. That was a super comeback. Thin Boo's eyes were bright, as if he had foreseen the power of his invincible state. If the plan was successful, it would be power beyond his peak. Skinny Bew was impatient and was about to move, but he was shocked to find that his body was unable to move, and when he looked at it, Janemba had already disappeared. Not good. Skinny Boo's heart suddenly tightened, and the premonition of danger filled his nerves. Break down and move. The voice of an idiot rang out, but when he heard it, it was as terrifying as a nightmare. A dreamy bubble appeared beside him, colorful and dazzling. He knew that Janemba had broken down his body while he was not paying attention, and the place where he appeared again was where he was, and it was tightly wrapped around him. He sadly found that Janemba wanted to devour him, and he could no longer break free. No. In the painful wailing, Janemba's bloated body appeared, and he was tightly wrapped in it. Although he was extremely unwilling, he could no longer escape the fate of being devoured. Just a moment ago, he was still fantasizing about him devouring the evil consciousness wave, but in the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by the other party. How sad was this? After gradually merging the Skinny Bew into his body, the Majin Bew wave suddenly opened its eyes wide and shouted in satisfaction, Majin Bew, Majin Bew. His body suddenly erupted with a dazzling light like a star, and an extremely terrifying energy spread out. Crap, Skinny Bew has been devoured. I am shouted angrily. The evil thoughts were moving so fast that it was too late to stop them. In the distant outer space, after a few years of development, Spirit Leaf Force had already extended out of the scope of North Area. In the entire big star system, he was a super force that was like a giant monster. In a certain galaxy in the west area, Raditz and Nappa commanded the Vanguard army to sweep through the galaxy all the way, and the limelight was no different. Unlike working under Frisia, they were leading the Imperial army to overthrow the evil rule of governance. Every time they thought of what they had done for the evil Frisia, their hearts could not help but repent. They woke up in the middle of the night and touched their chests. Well, let's apply some benevolence again. Today, the planet under Raditz's command was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was extremely joyous. Raditz did not expect that his father, who he had long believed to have died in battle, would actually appear alive in front of him. Moreover, he had come to see him with his younger brother Kakarot. Raditz was extremely excited and hurriedly ran forward with a few stunned little guys beside him. These little guys were Raditz's children. 7 years had passed, and he and Nappa had already married and had children, living a happy life. Nappa carried a wine barrel and drank. His qualifications were much better than Raditz, and he could be considered outstanding. At this moment, power level had also surpassed the previous Scion people, reaching 2 million power level. Even though it had never risen after reaching 2 million. Chapter 243. Hee, Uncle Bardock, you and Kakarot came at the right time. Nappa boldly shouted. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to Raditz, Raditz, aren't we going to war on planet Vegeta? Why don't we ask Uncle to come with us? Raditz's face was glowing red and he looked very relaxed. Hearing Nappa's suggestion, his eyes immediately lit up and he said with a smile, now that you mention it, I remember. Father, planet Vegeta is constantly in a state of chaos. We were planning to go on an expedition, but you happen to be here. Why don't you come with Kakarot to planet Vegeta? When it came to the expedition to planet Vegeta, Raditz's words were filled with anticipation. This was different from working under Frieza. Right now, what he was doing was to eliminate the rule of the evil forces. He was righteous and righteous. Even the West Kai of the West area and the other planets hoped that they could go early. Since they had a clear standpoint and could perform well in front of their father, why not? Alright, let me take this opportunity to see your skills. Bardock raised his glass and drank with a satisfied expression. He knew the potential of Raditz and Nappa very well. Obviously, they would not have much combat strength. Therefore, he would use the standards of planet Vegeta to measure them. Although the standards were lowered, he still had great expectations for his eldest son. When Raditz heard this, he immediately grinned and puffed out his chest. He was very confident in his own strength. The next day, Raditz led 100 or so battleships to form a small fleet to sail toward the planet. The planet was a planet in the west area. According to power level, it was a middle-level planet that was close to a high-level planet. The fleet started the engine and passed through many star systems. It only took a day to reach the planet. Raditz pointed to a green planet in front of him and said, "Father, that is planet Vegeta. A few years ago, it was captured by a group of people from the universe. The order we received was to liberate this place." The order that Raditz spoke of was the result of the negotiation between West Kai and North Kai. North Area and Spirit Leaf Force helped to eliminate the colonists on the planet and enjoyed the right of trade. In fact, they included planet Vegeta under the jurisdiction of Spirit Leaf Force. As Kai, North Kai could only complain a few times, but North Kai in the north earned a lot of face. Nappa moved his wrist and said arrogantly, "Uncle Bardock, watch carefully. I can take care of this planet in a few minutes. Let's wait and see." Bardock smiled. The spaceship slowly landed. A loud boom startled the wild animals around it. Opening the hatch, Raditz jumped out, and Nappa followed closely behind. "Kakarot, how long do you think Raditz will need to deal with this planet?" Bardock asked as he breathed in the fresh air of the outside world. In fact, Son Goku had some resistance to conquering planets. However, Raditz and Nappa had already changed their ways. The planets that they conquered were all ruled by terrible people. Thus, there was no objection. When he heard Bardock's question, he used his ki to sense the entire planet. He said calmly, "The strongest ki on this planet is in the north. The power level is not more than 10,000. If Big Brother takes action, he can solve it in a few seconds. Including some random guys, it will take at most 10 minutes. Vegeta smiled and nodded. Kakarot's current achievements made him happy, and Raditz's growth made him look at him in a different light. Sure enough, 7 or 8 minutes later, Raditz and Nappa, who had eliminated several powerful people on planet Vegeta, flew back from different directions. Nappa complained as he flew, it wasn't satisfying enough. They all fell before they could even exert a bit of strength. The power level is not a common person who has more than 10,000, do you think you can run into him just because you want to? If you want to fight, why don't you look for Kakarot? He will definitely make you satisfied." After hearing this, Nappa timidly shrank his head and smiled embarrassedly, "I don't want to be abused." Then, he shouted at his subordinates in an imposing manner, "What are you looking at? Same old rules. First Brigade cleans the east, second and third respectively." Bardock and Son Goku couldn't help but burst out laughing. All of a sudden, an aura flashed past, and Bardock keenly sensed it. His expression changed, and his brows furrowed. "What's wrong, father?" Raditz couldn't help but ask softly when he saw Bardock's expression change. Bardock raised his finger, and Raditz immediately didn't dare to act rashly. He looked at Kakarot, only to see that Kakarot was the same as his father, his expression extremely grave. What kind of experts were his father and younger brother? Seeing them all act like this, Raditz immediately shivered. Could it be that planet Vegeta is not as simple as it seems? Be careful. Son Goku shouted, and with a teleport, he appeared in front of Nappa and kicked him away. Nappa had no time to react. He was sent flying. When he turned around, he saw that the place he had been standing on had turned into scorched earth. Lava was flowing, and cold sweat was seeping out. Nappa couldn't help but take a deep breath. He sighed at his luck. If not for Kakarot's quick reaction, he would have turned into a pile of charcoal. "Who is it? Come out!" Bardock shouted with an ugly expression on his face. To nearly lose his life in front of him, Bardock felt that this provocation was too serious. He was already furious. A few breaths later, seeing that no one responded, Bardock was even more furious. His thick aura spread out with him as the center. The golden flames burned fiercely, turning into Super Saiyan 3. Feeling the suffocating pressure, Raditz's eyes were about to crack and his expression was extremely shocked. The corners of his mouth were muttering, but he was unable to say anything. That domineering and boundless godlike person was his father. Uncle Bardock is actually this strong. Nappa felt his entire body tremble. Suddenly, a red figure entered his line of sight. When he saw who it was, Son Goku's expression changed drastically. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Raditz. Lightning flashed and he also transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 state. His entire body was wrapped in golden energy, but Son Goku was unprecedentedly serious. He shouted repeatedly, "The other party is very terrifying. Even my father and I might not be able to stop him. Hurry up and leave this planet. Kakarot, with your and Uncle Bardok's strength, you are not a match. Nappa was already stunned by Bardock and Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3 state. He suddenly heard that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to stop the other party. His face could not help but turn pale. Listen to Kakarot, hurry up and leave. At this time, Vegeta's eyes were like a sharp blade. Raditz and Nappa were people who had been through a long time of war. How could they not know that they would only be a burden if they stayed with Nappa? They immediately followed Nappa and left uneasily. Alright, you must be careful. Soon, a few spaceships flew out of the atmosphere. After confirming that the spaceships had left, Bardock let out a sigh of relief and shifted his gaze away, gradually closing in on Son Goku. Who are you? Bardock shouted. The bright red figure moved its body. Its bronze-colored muscles were full of strength. As it shook and swayed, it stirred up strong winds and waves. Its red hair was like the sickle of the god of death. The most eye-catching thing was the dark red patterns that gathered on its forehead that were as complex as stars. Majin Buu was just like a child compared to him, it was too terrifying. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Because the other party's complexion was restrained, they were unable to grasp the other party's identity for a while. Hee, our Garen, we didn't expect to meet two interesting fellows as soon as we broke through hell. And, your strength is not bad. If you submit to us, we can let you live. Garen said with a relaxed expression. From hell? Bardock frowned. He had lived in hell for countless years and had a clear understanding of the distribution of hell. He had never heard of this powerhouse called Garen. Even hell did not have such a strong guy. Father, finish this quickly. Son Goku's eyes were like lightning, full of fighting spirit. Chapter 244. The temperature suddenly became cold. An invisible collision of air walls appeared between the two camps. The momentum suppressed the city and was about to explode at any moment. Suddenly, the three of them attacked in unison. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An unprecedented collision erupted. The terrifying storm brewed and quickly spread to the corners of the entire planet. Super Saiyan 3 had undoubtedly reached the highest level of the current Saiyan. Son Goku and his son did not make any unnecessary movements. The golden light soared into the sky, and they directly pounced forward. One punch and one kick fell like a storm. In a battle between experts, everything was simple. The attack was simple, and the defense was even more so. The former was slightly confused by the other party's movements, but the latter was a very simple action. As soon as they exchanged blows, Garen's strength was beyond Son Goku and Bardock's expectations. In the face of their continuous attacks, Garen only used one hand to break down one person's moves. After several successive attacks, he easily resolved them. Occasionally, he would kick out a kick, sending the two of them flying with a bang. Son Goku retreated a certain distance and said with a frown, "This is troublesome." Bardock also had a dark expression on his face. He was not happy in his heart. Only after exchanging blows did he realize that the gap between them was so great. He had failed to test the other party's bottom line when he struck with Kakarot. Garen was simply unfathomable. Outside, Raditz's spaceship flew quickly and quickly left the planet domain where the planet was located. Looking at the planet that was gradually disappearing, Raditz and Nappa did not say anything. Their hearts were unusually heavy. I hope Father and Kakarot will be safe and sound. Raditz thought weakly. No matter whether it was a storm or a storm in the outside world, Supreme Kai's planet was always sunny and bright. It was a beautiful scene. Originally, Ayaka planned to return to Earth after releasing Old Kai. However, she could not resist the urging of Senior Old Kai and Old Kai, so she stayed in Supreme Kai's planet for 3 days. She did not know that in these 3 days, two people with terrifying strength appeared in the lower realm space. The universe was once again in turmoil. Is Supreme Kai not going to stay for a while longer? Kibito said in a respectful tone. At this time, he also knew how Ayaka obtained the position of Supreme Kai, and his tone was extremely respectful. Ayaka shook his head. No, Majin Buu is still on Earth, I'm afraid he will cause some trouble. Hearing that it was related to Majin Buu, Old Kai became serious. Majin Buu staying on Earth is a problem, and we still need Supreme Kai to take care of him. Of course. At this time, Old Kai received a call from North Kai from the lower realm. Her finger pointed at the void a few times. When she opened the call, the anxious voice of North Kai immediately sounded. Something bad has happened on Earth. Ayaka was not sure about North Kai's attitude. Sometimes, things that were not considered troublesome to her were things that could cause the sky to collapse. She pondered, what could happen? When old Kai heard this, he immediately thought of Majin Bu. He thought that Majin Bu had caused trouble in the lower realm again, but Ayaka knew that it was impossible. With Hongye and the others, Majin Bu could not stir up any waves. Old Kai asked, what exactly happened? This was the first time that North Kai had spoken to the high and mighty Old Kai. His tone was a little shaky. This should have been reported by Grand Kai. Since the situation was urgent, he had overstepped his authority. Even Majin Bu was devoured by that guy. No one on Earth could stop that guy anymore. What? Majin Bu was devoured? The Old Kai and Kibito were shocked. Their minds went blank. That was Majin Bu, the most terrifying person in the universe. How could he be devoured? Ayaka frowned and said, Janemba. Yes, yes. That guy is called Janemba. Ayaka, do you know him? Don't be rude to Supreme Kai. Old Kai frowned and scolded. Then, he thought about it. Even the terrifying Majin Bu had been swallowed up. His strength was no less than that of the demon Benito at his peak. He stared at the demon and obviously thought of the consequences of this disaster. Supreme Kai. North Kai's voice was full of doubts, but now he couldn't care so much. When the Janemba first arrived on Earth, it was just as strong as Skinny Bu. And since it swallowed Skinny Bu split from Majin Bu, it evolved and became invincible. Wait, you said Majin Bu split? Ayaka was a little surprised. He didn't expect Majin Bu to split into Fat Bu and Skinny Bu like in the original story. Yes. Ayaka pondered for a moment and said, Janemba is a combination of the evil energy of hell, and his strength is not inferior to Majin Bu. Now that he has evolved once again, he has become even more difficult to deal with. My confidence is not very high. Old Kai, Senior Old Kai, you don't have to go. Alas. Old God North Kai was very self-aware. He sighed and decided to stay with East God North Kai in the God world. Great God North Kai, I'll leave everything to you. East God North Kai bowed respectfully. Ayaka nodded with a smile. The void was blurred, and he activated teleportation to return to Earth. In a flash, the sky was filled with all kinds of energy. Bright explosions and explosions immediately rippled out. Violent winds blew violently, and the ordinary air shattered like a mirror. Boom! A loud noise like a bell rang through the sky. Sand, stone, and dust flew everywhere. The scene was in chaos. A figure flashed quickly. Then, Vegeta screamed and spat out blood. He flew out from the center and hit the ground heavily. Hongye was anxious and quickly called everyone to attack together. So everyone responded and attacked Janemba with full force. For a time, colorful energy spread across the sky and attacked the center. The scene was spectacular. Boom! The fireball rose into the air and rose up to 10,000 meters in the sky. The dazzling light spread out and illuminated a corner of the planet. The earth trembled as if it were foreaware of the arrival of the apocalypse. The center of the temple operated quickly and released a large amount of energy to offset the damage on the planet. The sparse air seemed to have been dispersed a lot, and the air pressure suddenly dropped. It was unknown how long it lasted. The Dragon Ball warriors staggered and were exhausted. On the other hand, in the second form, the robust red body was still powerful. Other than a little dust on the light purple armor, it was not damaged at all. Hee, incredible. After releasing so much energy, you don't feel tired at all. There is still a steady flow of energy in your body. Janemba laughed wildly. In his second form, he was no longer the pale idiot from before. His thinking ability had reached the standard of a normal person. He did not expect that after absorbing the Skinny Bu, he would have such a big change. Not only did his IQ suddenly open, but his energy had also reached its peak. Janemba said disdainfully, it is a sin to be humble and weak. You all should not exist. Go to the underworld and report it. Damn it. Hongye's expression was solemn, and her beautiful face was covered with crystalline beads of sweat. Super 3 states consume too much energy. I have to end this quickly. Gohan, continue attacking. N. The two of them replied. Their exhausted bodies once again surged with brilliance, but they were much weaker than before. Whether it was Hongye or Sun Gohan, their attacks had slowed down by more than half. They knew very well that if this continued, they would lose sooner or later. The only ones who could maintain their full power were android sisters. They were androids who had transformed their human bodies into their original forms. They could also improve power level through cultivation, but they could not improve quickly. However, as androids, they had their own advantages. That was, eternal energy. If it continued to develop for a long time, it would definitely be a terrifying trump card. However, they were dealing with Janemba. The current energy was too small and could not cause any physical damage. Whoa! Janemba made his move. After the strength test was completed, he did not hold back. Shit! Sun Gohan's expression changed drastically, but it was already too late. Crack! The bones broke, and Sun Gohan's ankle was deformed. Then, he flew out. Sun Gohan. Hongye's heart skipped a beat, and the anger in her chest burned fiercely. Janemba laughed coldly and attacked the others. With a few muffled sounds, Launch and the others flew out and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Ah! Hongye roared. A powerful energy burst out, followed by an incomparably fast and violent attack. For a moment, Janemba seemed to be suppressed. However, the good thing did not last long. Janemba's eyes flashed with a dim light. An evil aura spread out and his entire body disappeared. Rapid energy cannon. Brutal destruction. All the dark elemental energy in the alternate dimension gathered together to form an extremely large dark ball with astonishing energy. Janemba licked his lips and ruthlessly threw the large dark ball out. The power was extremely great. Boom! An earth-shattering energy erupted. Due to the close distance and the magic restricting their movements, it was already too late for them to escape. Hongye was very unwilling to be submerged by the terrifying energy. Chapter 245. The surging energy was like a ferocious tiger. It was extremely overbearing. Hongye had no time to defend herself. The pure and broken dark energy was like a river that gathered around her, tightly wrapping her. It was airtight. The dark elemental energy had a unique strong corrosive effect. The tingling pain immediately spread throughout her body. Hongye was shocked. She quickly activated the power in her body. She saw a sharp and bright light flash slightly. With a whoosh, the dark elemental energy was opened up into a small hole. Hongye did not dare to hesitate and rushed out from her small mouth. As soon as she rushed out of the energy flow, her body stopped. Then, she dodged a few times and escaped from the black area where the dark tide surged. What should we do? Hongye panted as she stopped in the air. Her dark green eyes were alert. After a round of examination, she found that the current situation was very unfavorable to them. The Dragon Ball warriors were basically too busy to do anything. Son Goku, Lancey, and the others were also seriously injured. If it were for said that only I am, Vegeta, Android 18, Android 17, and herself could barely fight. On the other hand, Janemba at this time was in high spirits, not declining at all. Facing such an enemy, it really made people feel deeply powerless. At this time, she really hoped that Ayaka was by her side. Ayaka's Super Saiyan 3 state was already at its peak. Her combat strength was not comparable to Hongye. If Ayaka was here, this Janemba might not have dared to be so presumptuous. Take all the injured people away from here, Hongye suddenly said calmly. Looked deeply at her and nodded forcefully. At this time, letting the injured people stay here was just a meaningless sacrifice. Then she quickly took away Son Goku, Lancey, Piccolo, and the others. Janemba looked on coldly, but he would not let her get what she wanted. He suddenly flashed and blocked in front of her. I'll hold him back. Kamehameha. Hongye panicked and waved her hand to release a large amount of energy to entangle Janemba. Boom! 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 The sky shook and the earth shook. The momentum was like a rainbow. In an instant, the majestic energy turned into a little bright mist, spreading out like waves. The silent and sticky sky immediately set off layers of strange ripples. In an instant, it spread far away. At this time, the center of the lookout had been overloaded, and the whole building was shaking violently. Dend looked at the lookout in panic. The defense of the earth has reached its limit. If this goes on, the lookout will collapse. The current state of the lookout was really worrying, as if it would collapse in a few seconds. Ka-cha. Small cracks began to appear, and then expanded rapidly. Soon, the originally magnificent temple was riddled with scars and could not bear the burden. In this regard, Dend and Mr. Popo could only be anxious and had no solution. In fact, the most direct and effective way to stop the collapse of the lookout was to stop the damage to the earth and solve the symptoms and the root of the problem. However, this was almost impossible. Not to mention that Launch was seriously injured and could not use teleportation. Even if she used teleportation, it was very easy to be disturbed by the energy. It was impossible to send Janemba out of the earth. Rapid energy cannon. Janemba smiled. His strength, defense, speed, attack, and destructive power increased several times. The dark vitality turned into a fierce dragon. He punched and roared. The power was very powerful. Hongye shuddered and her pupils contracted, but she could not retreat. She could only face the difficulties. Thunder shock surprise. Shio. It just so happened that I am returned after sending the injured person out. Looking at the golden figure that was fighting Janemba, Hongye gritted her teeth and rushed forward. Hongye had already used up more than half of her ki. In order to break through Janemba's rapid energy cannon, she had used up a lot of it. Right now, her ki was less than 30% of what she was at her peak. With I am joining in, Hongye had a slight chance to catch her breath. Although the battle just now did not cause any damage to Janemba, it was not without any gains. At least she had used this opportunity to find out Janemba's ability. The second form of Janemba was definitely a powerful existence. Super Saiyan 3 like her was no match for him, but it was not much stronger. Janemba's evolution was because he absorbed Skinny Bu and obtained the same type of evil source. That was why he had a cross-legged growth. However, do not forget that Skinny Bu he absorbed was not the complete Meijin Bu. Although there was a large leap, it was still within the large framework. He was still below the peak of Super Saiyan 3. After understanding Janemba's strength, Hongye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although even Son Goku was not his match, she knew that Janemba was strong, but he was not strong enough to be as strong as Iam and Piccolo. As long as Iam or Piccolo had one on Earth, Janemba would not be able to be arrogant. Unfortunately, the two people who could deal with him were not on Earth. Wow! While Hongye was resting, Vegeta and Iam both stepped forward. However, the gap between them and Janemba was too big. With a flash, they were sent flying again. It turned out that although Vegeta was also seriously injured, he had never left. In comparison, Son Goten, a good seedling, was much weaker. In Hongye's opinion, there was an absolute difference in their wills. In the air, Janemba had seen the strength of Super Saiyan 3 and was full of confidence in himself. How could he put Vegeta and Iam, the two Super Saiyan 2 in his eyes? In the distance, his face was full of ridicule, and his eyes were full of contempt. Janemba's undisguised contempt caused Vegeta's proud heart to be fiercely stabbed. His hands and fists were constantly trembling. Ah! A roar that seemed to have gone mad, a strong sense of humiliation welled up in his heart. He was the Prince of Saiyan. He had actually been looked down upon. Moreover, he had been beaten to the point where his skin was all over. Suddenly, a sparkling and dazzling light burst out, followed by a vast and drawn-out energy. From weak to solid, in the next moment, with a crashing sound, rings of clear ripples spread out. Golden light burned fiercely, and another huge energy source appeared in the world. Janemba looked at him with a strange expression and was slightly moved. Super Saiyan 3. Hongye was delighted. Vegeta had actually broken through to Super Saiyan 3 at this time. Although he might not be able to deal with Janemba, it was still better than nothing. Crack! Crack! Silver electric arcs intertwined. Vegeta, who was in Super Saiyan 3, stood there majestically. Although his clothes were tattered and full of wounds, it added a violent and powerful charm. Super Saiyan 3. Iam smacked her lips a few times, her eyes filled with envy. Vegeta calmly experienced the abundant strength in his body and revealed a confident smile. I finally caught up with Kakarot. Janemba, if you hadn't made me completely angry, I wouldn't have become a Super Saiyan 3 so quickly. But the humiliation you gave me, I will pay it back several times over. Boom! A dull sound of air breaking rang out. Sand and dust flew in the air, creating a thick wave of air. Vegeta instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. He once again appeared in front of Janemba. Crack! A powerful force attacked. Janemba was sent flying for a moment. Vegeta chased after him relentlessly. He immediately launched a combo attack. Pa! A flash of light flashed in the air. Due to the speed of the attack, only a series of deep and huge sounds of impact could be heard. What followed was the scene of space twisting. The howling winds circled around. They were extremely fast. Once they fought, they quickly separated. In just 1 second, they had fought countless times. Ayam looked at him in surprise and shouted, "Vegeta is actually following Janemba, fighting equally." Hongya nodded. She looked on silently, but she was not very optimistic. Her vision was higher and she saw something deeper. Vegeta had just become a Super Saiyan 3. The reason why he was fighting Janemba was because of his anger and his confidence after transforming into Super Saiyan 3. But after all, he relied on his anger to explode. His foundation was not as deep as Janemba. After a long time, when the anger dissipated and he could not attack for a long time, his confidence would be lost. At that time, Vegeta would be defeated. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Vegeta began to lose his strength and gradually fell to the bottom. At this time, even if Hongya and Ayam attacked together, in the case of energy loss, they were definitely not Janemba's match. Bang! Janemba sneered with a cold expression. His thumb curved like a hook as he shouted at Vegeta. Immediately, it was as if a wall of air smashed down. Vegeta was forcefully smashed down. Pooh! The earth trembled and a huge collapse was smashed out. In the huge pit, a golden light rose up. Vegeta jumped up several times in a row. His sweat and blood mixed together. He stood quietly at the side, panting heavily. Vegeta's energy has suddenly dropped by a lot. As they fought, Hongya's gaze flickered, knowing that Vegeta, who had vented his anger, was already at the end of his tether. This is great. After wasting so much time, let the entire planet turn into the dust of the universe with you. The blood-red figure of Demon stood in the sky, his hands waving, and his palms condensed a dark energy that made people tremble. Explosive wave. Rapid energy cannon. The dark origin energy in his left hand gathered together, forming a massive ball of darkness with astonishing energy. His right hand was not idle either. The dark energy transformed into a dark divine dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It drew its bow left and right and threw it towards Earth. Whoosh! 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 2 waves of destructive energy whistled over with an unstoppable momentum. They were like stars falling from the stars, flashing with a bright and beautiful brilliance like poppy. Beautiful, yet it made one despair. Chapter 246. Hongya, Vegeta, and the others were shocked when they saw Janemba's 2 great moves. If they struck, the earth would instantly turn into dust in the universe. Fight! Hongya did not think too much about it. She gritted her teeth and flew towards the place where the dark energy ball landed. She stretched out her arms and tried to catch it. On the other side, Vegeta and Ayam also understood the urgency of the situation. They stopped and flew in another direction. They raised their heads and looked at the black dragon that was roaring towards them. It gradually approached. The dragon's eyes were ferocious. Its dark black scales glowed with oil, as if they were real. Ha ha ha. Janemba couldn't help but shake his head and sneer when he saw them struggle to the death. His 2 big moves had a strong destructive power, and it was not something that the 3 disabled people could withstand. A depressing atmosphere continued to descend. The huge energy ball formed by dark energy approached the ground. The surging energy pressed down on the surface of the air and scattered to both sides. Under the pressure, the ground began to collapse. It's starting. Hongya took a deep breath and said to herself silently. Open your arms, success or failure will depend on this. The air around his body suddenly burst out, block it for me. Thunder shock surprise. The sparkling electric arc constantly flickered. A vast energy, accompanied by a deep blue light, suddenly soared into the sky like a storm. In an instant, thunder and lightning gushed endlessly and crashed straight into the huge dark energy ball. With a muffled sound, the sky distorted, and layers of fragmented lines radiated strangely. Boom, boom. The thunder shock surprise, turning ki into electricity, reached the final profound meaning of martial arts. Hongya's ki immediately began to be continuously extracted like a water pump. With the support of the follow-up power, the power of the thunder shock surprise became even stronger. Pop! There was a light sound that could not be heard. A small hole was broken through the thin membrane on the surface of the dark energy ball. Thunder shock surprise. Kamehameha. Ayam didn't hesitate to increase her energy at all costs. As the saying goes, a spurt of energy could be used to replenish her energy. The sparkling and bright blue lightning seemed even more spirited. It rushed into the dark energy ball like a drill, destroying the energy ball from the inside to the outside. Huh. Janemba frowned. A moment later. Boom. 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 The balance within the black energy was destroyed. The sphere suddenly expanded and turned into scattered smoke that spread out in a large area. The darkness finally collapsed and disappeared with the simplest and crudest explosion. Janemba did not move his eyes and said indifferently, "Interesting." He blocked it. Hongye smiled bitterly. Her body was on the verge of collapse, and her face was pale. The golden light flickered weakly a few times, and her hair color returned to red. Now, she no longer had any excess energy to support her body. With a plop, she fell to the ground. The moment she fell, she saw the scene on the other side of Korin Tower in the distance. Thunder, shock, surprise. Kamehameha. The two attacks were magnificent and twisted together, blocking the powerful rapid energy cannon. The black dragon rested in the air for a long time before it finally disappeared helplessly. The aftermath of the explosion of energy also injured Vegeta and Ayam. The two of them spat out blood and flew backwards, losing their fighting strength like Hongye. Janemba looked at the heroic people with a dull expression. A violent and bloodthirsty killing intent spread out. He said with interest, "You actually blocked my attack without caring about the consequences. It really surprised me. Unfortunately, even so, it only delayed the time of death. Alright, the game is over. Be obedient and die." As he spoke, he began to gather his strength. The pressure in the surroundings continued to rise. Hongye, who had already lost her ability to move, laughed bitterly, thinking that she had really fallen this time. "Wait." A simple and honest voice suddenly sounded. "Who is it this time?" Janemba's calm gaze suddenly rippled. This situation indicated that he was a little angry. Just think about it. How good could his mood be after being messed up repeatedly? Looking sideways, he saw the pink figure of Fat Bu appear below. Majin Bu. Why did this guy only appear now? Janemba recognized that the fat figure was the kind side of the Majin Bu, but he secretly felt pity in his heart. If it were for the evil Bu, it would be good. Then he could continue to absorb him to increase his strength. Janemba was different from Majin Bu. The ancient demon could ignore the attributes and devour crazily, and then digest them. Majin Bu could only devour and merge but could not completely digest them. Janemba could only choose darkness or evil life to devour. In nature, Janemba was more picky than the Majin. "Do you want to go to the underworld with me?" Janemba said expressionlessly. Fat Bu smiled honestly. His round head kept shaking like a rattle drum. He looked at Janemba and hesitated for a moment. He couldn't understand why he ran out when he was hiding at the side. At this moment, he regretted it a little. I forgot what I was going to do. I'll go first, goodbye." In front of everyone, Fat Bu thought seriously for a moment. He finally understood that he was unnecessary here. That red guy was so strong. Didn't he see that Super Saiyan 3 was defeated? Let's go. Fat Bu shook his fat body and wanted to leave this troublesome place. This fool. Hongye and Vegeta cursed at the same time. What a brain. Did he think he could just leave like this? Janemba revealed a playful smile. How could he let Fat Bu do as he wished? His body swayed quickly, blocking in front of Fat Bu. "Since you're here, let me send you to the underworld to report." There's really no need. Fat Bu's head was steaming, and his eyes narrowed into a line. "Don't mention it, it will be very soon." Janemba laughed. Suddenly, a young girl's pleasant voice drifted over, "Since she is unwilling, don't force her." "Who is it?" Janemba roared with a low face. Turning around, he saw a young girl with long hair floating 30 centimeters above the ground near the empty ruins. "Sister. Mom. I am." Hongye, Ayam, and Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. When Fat Bu saw Ayam, his body trembled. He turned his head away with lingering fear. Ayam had left a deep impression on him. She was a bad person who liked to beat people up. Janemba was thinking about her identity when he saw the long-haired girl sway a few times. She appeared in front of Hongye and the others. She crouched down and handed over a few immortal beans for them to swallow. Although these immortal beans could not restore their strength immediately, they could remove all the pain in their bodies. When Hongya and the others stood up again, Ayam turned her gaze to Janemba. The red figure, the evil aura that never disperses, it is indeed Janemba. No wonder Hongya and the others are not a match for him. While sizing up Janemba, Janemba also stared deeply at her. His black pupils contracted and he frowned. He was full of doubt. For some reason, the other party gave him an illusory feeling. This feeling of being unable to control caused his heart to become chaotic. Pop! Janemba shouted in frustration and charged at Ayam. Be careful. Hongya shouted worriedly. Don't worry. Ayam turned around and revealed a faint smile. Just as Janemba arrived in front of her and waved his arm at her, she suddenly bent her thumb and pointed it at the air. Bang! Janemba's entire body trembled and his attack stopped. Then, under Janemba's stiff face, he flipped his hand in disbelief. His nimble fingers circled around a smooth arc and grabbed Janemba's arm. Shit! Janemba was shocked, his eyes splitting. Bang! The force of 1 inch burst out from his fingers. The whole movement was simple and smooth. Janemba bounced back without any surprise. The strong and fierce force spread along his arm. In a moment, his organs rolled over and his bones were broken. At this time, Ayaka drew a straight line and rushed to the front of Janemba who was constantly retreating. He raised his hand and with a light, poochie sound, Janemba was hit in another direction by the waist. Boom! He cupped his fists, and a fist descended from the sky, smashing Janemba to the ground. Hongya, Ling Meng, and Vegeta watched with their mouths agape. Their 3 pairs of eyes were perfectly round, and they gasped. The scene in front of them was too shocking. The powerful and terrifying waves of evil thoughts were actually unable to fight back in Ling Ye's hands. Mom is so powerful. Ayam's eyes flashed with starlight as she said in worship. This is the evil thoughts wave. It's just a so-so. It's several times stronger than the evil thoughts wave, but it is not impossible to deal with. Ayaka muttered as she casually tossed the limp Janemba to the side. This action was natural and unrestrained, it severely struck the hearts of Hongya, Ayam, and Vegeta. In fact, Ayaka was also very surprised. Originally, she had thought that there would be a fierce battle. However, after the real battle, she discovered that Janemba was not as powerful as she had imagined. She immediately laughed at herself. Janemba's strength was already several times greater than Benito. He was also much stronger than Majin Buu. The reason why she could easily deal with him was because she had unknowingly become so strong. Perhaps my strength has already surpassed Uncle Bardock by a lot. Ayaka had not had a specific battle in the past few years, so she was somewhat uncertain about her own training. Chapter 247. Ayaka has actually become so powerful. Vegeta watched from afar, and his heart suddenly throbbed. Although he wanted to surpass her, the strong sense of reality made him suppress this unrealistic thought. His opponent was Kakarot, not Ayaka. On the other side, Janemba stood up again. His ruined body had already been healed, but in the face of an opponent like Ayaka who completely abused him, the heartstrings in his chest were broken because they could not accept this completely different change. His face was dull, and he roared crazily, "Ah! I am the strongest existence in the universe. How could I be defeated by you?" The only response he received was a cold gaze. Ayaka stared at him coldly. She could not help but feel a wave of frustration in her heart. She had seen too many situations like this. Every time she reached the end of the road, the villain character would ignore reality and deny it. However, she did not know that those words were actually extremely ridiculous. In response to that sentence, if the heavens want to destroy this person, they must first make him go crazy. He did not even care about reality and had already lost his balance. Hongya was initially shocked by the strength displayed by Ayaka. At this time, when she heard Janemba's heart-wrenching roar, she pursed her lips and consciously retreated a distance. In Ayaka's eyes, she seemed to see the scene of Janemba being completely defeated. Rapid energy cannon. Janemba was like a mad demon, recklessly raising his strength, defense, speed, attack power, and destructive power by several times. His body disintegrated in the air and suddenly attacked Ayaka. "You still dare to attack at this time?" Ayaka frowned. A trace of coldness flashed through her cold eyes. Her flawless face immediately sank. "Stupid," he shouted angrily. Boom! The golden light soared into the sky, and the pressure spread out like a storm. The sparkling lightning was like a silver snake coiled around it, and the color of its hair turned golden in an instant. Super Saiyan 3. Thunder shock surprise. A clear voice rang out, instantly spreading throughout the entire battlefield. Instantly, the endless fist technique turned into a phantom, overlapping like a strong wind. The deep blue high-voltage electric arcs flashed, and the vast and vigorous silver divine dragon rose up from the ground. The tiger roared, and its imposing aura was lofty. A true collision of points. Ah! A scream. The sparkling lightning was like a hot knife through butter, instantly disintegrating Janemba's attack. After that, his momentum did not decrease as he fiercely threw Janemba into the air. Boom! A violent explosion. The smoke had yet to disperse, but Ayaka had already soared into the sky. He once again launched a fierce attack at Janemba. He already had the intention to kill. Bang! 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 Ayaka's attacks landed on his flesh one by one. In the blink of an eye, Janemba had already been seriously injured and was smashed into the ground. Bang! He landed on the ground and bounced up. Janemba drew an arc in the sky. He propped up his hands and prepared to launch an attack on the ground. Ayaka revealed a trace of an elegant sneer. He teleported to the ground and gathered energy. Immediately, the tip of his fist shone with a sparkling light. Super Kamehameha. Super Kamehameha rose up from the ground. The dark blue energy waves shot into the sky like a giant rocket, and a layer of the ground under their feet collapsed under the impact of the air waves. The energy waves swept up a huge storm along the way. The energy waves hit the evil energy waves. Boom! 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 After the tragic explosion, the sky was strangely quiet. Great, it hit Skinny Bew. Ayam jumped up from the ground and shouted excitedly. Hongya blinked her eyes, a knowing smile on her face. Vegeta stared at the sky for a long time, and then smiled contentedly. At this time, they looked at the greatest contributor, only to see that Ayaka was staring at the calm, mirror-like sky, his eyebrows not showing the joy after defeating the enemy. Hongya was stunned and asked, "Didn't Janemba get destroyed? Why is he still so unhappy?" Ayaka shook his head and said, "It can't be said that he destroyed Janemba. He just dispelled most of the evil in Janemba. Just now, when the attack arrived, he abandoned his body. A portion of the energy wrapped around the core and escaped. In other words, the Skinny Bew wave has not been completely destroyed." Vegeta said with a serious expression. Ayaka nodded. "Then what should we do?" Ayam became nervous. "It's fine. The Skinny Bew that escaped is very weak compared to the main body. Its strength has dropped greatly, and even Fat Bew can easily deal with him. When he regains his form, I will be able to find him. When that time comes, I will teleport over and destroy him." Hongya breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about what had happened today, she was still a little scared. All of a sudden, Janemba came to Earth. It was really unexpected. It felt as if he was attracted by the evil thoughts of Majin Buu. Of course, there was still a strong sense of unwillingness in her heart. In all seriousness, Janemba was only a little stronger than her, but the result of the contest was that she had joined forces with so many people and almost lost all of them. This result was too ugly. After coming to this world for so long, it was the first time that she was in such a sorry state. For a moment, she felt wronged. Okay, relax." Ayaka smiled and touched her head. The latter narrowed his eyes and enjoyed the caress like a cat. "Oh right, where is Majin Buu?" "I am here." Seeing that someone was thinking of him, Fat Bew ran up to Hongya happily. "You are such a useless person. If not for you, Janemba wouldn't have become so strong. What is even more hateful is that you actually dared to sneak away alone in the end. Do you really think you can escape from Janemba?" Hongya said hatefully, her gaze towards Fat Bew becoming savage. "What's wrong?" Fat Bew saw that this was not caring for him, but looking for him to settle the score. His round head pretended to look around in confusion. His heart felt weak, but he wanted to run away. This woman is also a bad person. I can't afford to offend her. Fat Bew was the good side of Majin Buu. He had the complete memory of Majin Buu. This red-haired woman was still fresh in his memory. She had bullied him before. "Pa!" A slender arm grabbed the collar of Fat Bew and said fiercely, "You actually want to run away?" As he spoke, he punched and kicked his fleshy abdomen. Fat Bew squatted on the ground and used his hand to protect his head, occasionally making whining sounds. Finally, when she was tired, Hongya released her hand and warned, remember this in the future. If you dare to run away again, I will beat you to death. Fat Buu looked at her with lingering fear and nodded repeatedly, which made Ayaka and Vegeta laugh. Alright, let's go back to the Divine Hall. We will discuss the details when we arrive at the Divine Hall. Go and find Gohan and the others. The lookout. It seems that the damage this time is quite big. Seeing the cracks all over the lookout, Ayaka was not too surprised. In her opinion, it was already good enough that the temple had not collapsed. Den looked at Ayaka with respect and humbly asked her about the follow-up repair work. Ayaka was in a good mood, so she patiently told him. Gohan. When Son Gohan appeared, he cried out and rushed to him with 2 tears on his face. As the central hub of the earth, the storm of fighting with Janemba affected this place at the first time. Standing on the lockout, Videl could clearly understand the crisis in the lower realm. Her strength was not high, and many battles could only be understood roughly in a fog, but it did not prevent her from knowing the truth of the matter. At the moment when Son Gohan was injured and fell down, and Videl's heart clenched. Fortunately, quickly moved all the injured people away to avoid the sacrifice. After comforting Videl's son, Gohan finally noticed that everyone was looking at them with playful eyes. Ah! The faces of the two became red. Chapter 248. After playing around, Den started to repair the temple under the guidance of Piccolo and Ayaka. A dense brilliance enveloped the temple. When the light dissipated, the cracks on the temple building completely disappeared. Looking at the majestic building that had regained its calm, Den was overjoyed and began to inspect the lookout with Mr. Popo. At the edge of the lookout, the white clouds and mist formed together, like a dream or illusion, changing various forms from time to time. Ayaka looked down, looking through the white clouds to find the whereabouts of Janemba. Although Janemba was defeated and scattered by her, it did not disappear. Janemba, who had escaped by luck, seemed to have learned to be smart and avoid the sharp edge. He had been hiding in a corner in the form of evil energy and had not condensed into a solid form. Without a physical body, no matter how many methods Ayaka had, he could not find him at the moment. Haven't found Janemba yet? Piccolo walked over and asked in a low voice. She shook her head. No, he seems to have completely disappeared. There is no trace of him at all. He must be on Earth. I can sense that the evil energy of the evil mind wave has not dissipated, Piccolo said with certainty. Ayaka nodded solemnly. Janemba was an unstable factor. As long as he was still on Earth, he couldn't be at ease. But why did he stay on Earth? Could it be that he couldn't leave without condensing into a physical body? At this time, Ayaka looked back and felt that there was something strange in the space behind him. Whoosh, a blurry stream of light flashed a few times. 2 blurry figures appeared in the air. Once they appeared, the 2 of them were affected by the gravity of Earth and could no longer float in the air. With a "pa" sound, they fell heavily on the blue stone floor of the temple, and the ground cracked. It was actually Son Goku and Bardock. Seeing the appearance of the newcomer, Ayaka's expression changed slightly, turning into a straight line as he arrived in front of them. Goku, Uncle Bardock. After a simple examination, he discovered that the 2 of them were seriously injured and unable to move. Looking at the blood stains on their wounds, Ayaka was shocked. She hurriedly took out 2 immortal beans and fed them. What happened to Son Goku and Bardock? Piccolo saw their miserable state and his heart was in turmoil. Ayaka shook his head. Son Goku and Bardock were not ordinary people. 2 Super Saiyan 3, where could they not go? Especially since Bardock had lived in hell for countless years. He was so strong that there were few in the world. Who could hurt them so badly? Ayaka frowned. At this time, she could no longer rely on her understanding of the original story to judge things. Could it be that there was an existence in the universe that was more terrifying than Majin Buu and Janemba? The god of destruction was first eliminated by her. Cough cough. After eating the immortal beans, Son Goku's injuries quickly recovered, but her spirit was still a little weak. The people in the lookout gathered together when they heard the news. Vegeta looked at Kakarot and Piccolo's sorry state and frowned. He asked, Kakarot, what happened? How can you and Piccolo be so seriously injured with your strength? Yes, Dad, who hurt you? Son Gohan unconsciously emitted crackling electric arcs, showing the anger in his heart. Seeing the concern in everyone's eyes, Son Goku smiled bitterly and propped himself up to slowly tell the whole story. We met an expert from Hell, Garen, who claimed to be much stronger than us. In front of him, we have no power to fight back at all. If not for the fact that we took the opportunity to use teleportation to escape, I think we would have already reported to the other world. After listening to Son Goku's narration, everyone looked at each other and the scene became strange silent. It's another guy from hell. It's really a wave that hasn't calmed down yet. The skinny Bew haven't been completely wiped out yet another even more terrifying fellow has appeared. In the divine world of North Kai, Old North Kai and East Kai were both stunned. They had never known that there was actually such a dangerous person hidden in hell. East Kai was a bit discouraged. The things that had happened in the past few days were not an exaggeration to say that each and every one of them had exceeded the scope of his tolerance. In the past, what he valued the most was the matter of Majin Buu. When he saw that Majin Buu incident had come to an end, he once thought that the universe should be peaceful this time. In addition, the appearance of Grand Kai and Old Kai brought him surprises. He originally thought that he could rest easy, but he did not expect that later on, there would be even more terrifying waves of evil thoughts from hell that were more terrifying than Majin Buu. Just as he was happy for the weakening of the evil thoughts wave, another more shocking news came. The terrifying guy that appeared in the West Galaxy waved his hand and wiped off a large number of planets from the universe. Garen's strength was countless times more terrifying than the skinny Bew. The East Kai was secretly sad. As the North Kai of this era, he really needed a strong heart. Old Kai, Janemba's identity is the convergence of the evil energy of hell. What is Garen's identity? He is actually so strong. Kibito asked carefully. Old Kai closed his eyes and thought. He sighed, in the end, Janemba is just a convergence of some evil energy in hell, and that Garen. After a pause, he continued, Garen was born from the sins of hell since ancient times. Hell has existed for who knows how many years, and countless powerhouses have been buried in a sea of blood. Garen's birthplace is the core of hell, the place where the endless sea of blood intersects, and it is born. Garen's strength. I'm afraid it can be comparable to Lord God of Destruction. Lord God of Destruction. The master and servant of East Kai looked at each other. They did not expect Old to have such a high evaluation of Garen. Now, things were difficult to deal with. Lord God of Destruction had an extremely high status. If Garen could really compare to Lord God of Destruction, then even Lord North Kai would not be a match for him. East Kai felt that his throat was bitter and his heart was trembling. Lord God of Destruction would not be able to wake up for a while to save the situation. Not good. Ayaka suddenly screamed, and the others were shocked by her shout. Except for Fat Bew who was running around in the lookout foolishly, everyone looked at her in confusion, only to see Ayaka's serious face, and their hearts sank. What's wrong? Hongya asked in a low voice. Immediately, she thought of something and her face turned ugly. The others did not know, but she, who had inherited part of Ayaka's memories, knew. In the original story, Majin Buu only took a few glances at teleportation and learned it. In addition, he had heard from Ayaka that the ancient demon Benito had also easily learned teleportation. With Garen's talent, wouldn't it be easier? Thinking of this, Hongya's nerves suddenly tensed up. She felt that the earth was already very dangerous. At this time, he raised his head, and the pupils of Ayaka and Hongya suddenly shrank. Over 100 meters above the temple, a bright red figure stood leisurely. A terrifying and suffocating aura suddenly erupted around him. The lookout shook violently under the strong wind, and the hall that had just been repaired was once again filled with cracks. Through the crystal ball, North Kai and the other gods swallowed their saliva and paid attention to the scene on Earth. That is Hell Garen. He actually ran to Earth so quickly. The East Kai gasped. His back was wet. His dark hair color was full of blood energy and the complex and deep patterns on his forehead were all showing an elegant and noble temperament. He really is a guy who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the god of destruction. The old Kai's face also began to pale. He secretly prayed for Ayaka in his heart, hoping that she could save her life. Not good. Everyone, quickly leave the lookout. Ayaka cried out in alarm. She did not bother to hide her strength. A natural energy burst out, and her long hair turned golden in an instant. At this time, she already knew how powerful the other party was. Her state might not be a match for her. In an instant, she turned into her strongest state, hoping to buy some time for everyone. Whoosh! 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 As Ayaka turned into a Super Saiyan 3 and rushed towards Garen, Hongya, Bardock, Vegeta, and the other Saiyan were not idle either. They quickly turned into Super Saiyan 3 and rushed forward. Son Gohan, IM, Launch, and Android 18 circled around from the side. Krillin and Tien Shinhan knew their limits. They quickly picked up Dende and Videl and rushed down the lookout. Chapter 249. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others, who had already jumped out of the lookout, felt humiliated and complicated. They closed their eyes tightly and felt the air brushing past their cheeks. Suddenly, they heard a loud bang. Then, a wave of heat pressed down. When they turned around, they saw the lookout that had become the size of a grain of rice suddenly collapse, scattering like fireworks in all directions. The lookout, which had existed for countless years and had been protecting the earth, had actually disintegrated. Krillin hugged Den tightly, enduring the airflow from above. For a moment it was like a small boat in the ocean, about to be overturned at any time. Their hearts were filled with deep sorrow. It had only been a few seconds since they found the enemy and the lookout disintegrated. The moment the temple disintegrated, there was a response from all over the world. The mountains sank, the earth's crust changed, the huge waves rolled, and the order of the earth was disrupted. The original location of the lookout was empty. A few seconds ago, Ayaka and the others were the first to launch an attack on Garen, firing straight beams at the high sky, a spectacular scene. Courting death. Garen snorted and waved his hand. A large wave of energy smashed down. The two forces collided in the air, and the lookout was immediately submerged in the energy. It did not last long before it collapsed. Ayaka sensed the collapse of the lookout, but she did not pay attention to it. Her pretty face froze. From the exchange just now, she knew how terrifying Garen was. As expected of the existence who defeated Son Goku and Bardock. Facing such an enemy, there was no need for any hesitation. In the Super Saiyan 3 state, Ayaka was stronger than Bardock. As for how much stronger she was, she estimated that 2 or 3 Bardock would not be her match. However, when facing Garen's counterattack, she clearly felt pressure. The other party was like a mountain in front of her. It was as steady as a rock, causing her to be secretly shocked. Super Saiyan 3 state was extremely easy to consume energy. If they could not attack for a long time, they would only fail. They were both born in hell, and Garen was much stronger than Janemba. As Ayaka pondered, the attacks in his hands continuously rained down on Garen. The 4 Super Saiyan 3, Son Goku, Bardock, Hongya, and Vegeta also did their best to attack Garen together with Ayaka. Haha, interesting. I didn't expect this small planet to have so many experts. Oh, right, these two should have been seriously injured by me. They actually recovered so quickly. In the face of so many attacks, Garen was able to deal with them with ease, and even laughed as he commented. All of you, your movements are too slow, and when you attack, you don't have any strength at all. Do you want to tickle us? He punched out 2 times. With 2 dull thuds, Son Goku and Bardock were sent flying. Garen's movements were not very sharp, but everyone's attacks were blocked without missing anything. Occasionally, a few attacks burst out, and it was so powerful. Bang, there was a collision, and this time it was Vegeta's turn to be flung away. In the periphery, Ayam and Son Goku could only anxiously circle around. According to their imagination, Ayaka and so many experts were in the Super Saiyan 3 state. This Garen should not be able to resist once he gave himself away, they would have a chance to pounce on him and bite him. It was a good idea, but the problem was that Garen alone was able to deal with so many Super Saiyan 3 experts easily. There was no loophole for them to use. Seeing that Ayaka and the others were gradually at a disadvantage, Ayam's face was anxious, and her face was a little pale. Kamehameha. Final flash. Son Goku and Vegeta both attacked. He fired 2 powerful attacks. Hee. Garen stopped in mid-air and shook his head with slight regret. He followed the father and son duo to Earth. Although he had seen these people with decent strength, they were still far from his requirements. Moreover, it seemed like they would not submit to him. Not long after, he lost his patience. Annihilate. With a light groan, he bent his arm and threw it outwards. A large amount of surging energy was thrown out. Crack. Son Goku and Vegeta screamed. Flesh and blood flew into the sky. Both of their arms were strangely bent. 2 streams of blood splashed into the air. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan cried out in alarm. Garen's eyeballs moved to a certain extent, but his gaze was locked onto Son Gohan and Ayam. Especially when he saw Ayam, the bloodline in this young girl gave him a very strong attraction. Garen was formed from the blood and sweat of many fallen experts in the freezing tundra of hell. He had a natural yearning for a noble bloodline. Ayam had the bloodline of the Scion royal family. In addition, he had broken through to Super Scion too. His bloodline had become very pure after being combed through by his own strength. Not good. When Ayaka saw that Garen had actually focused his attention on his daughter, his eyes that were so greedy that it seemed as if he had seen delicious food made her heart palpitate. Just as Garen pounced towards Ayam, she appeared in front of Ayam in a flash. She placed her hand in front of her chest and arched her body. Then, with a hua sound, her body stretched out. The golden ripples spread out. The energy that seemed to be solid like a wall smashed over. Garen's body slightly paused, and he was bounced back several meters. Not bad, not bad. He was not angry but happy instead. He laughed and almost did not stop. He rushed over like a tank. When Ayaka saw this, he suddenly grabbed Ayam and threw her out. With a push of his arm, he took a few steps back before stopping. Garen wanted to chase, but Ayaka blocked in front of him. Her green eyes firmly locked onto him. What a pity. Garen sighed as he watched the fresh and tender blood gradually run away. He looked at Ayaka and then looked at the vast surface of the planet below him. There was a hint of coldness on his angular face. He licked his lips and his eyes were like sharp blades that flashed with a cold light. What kind of beautiful scene will bloom if this blue and bright planet is destroyed? I am really looking forward to it. His blood-colored long hair kept dancing, and the pattern on his forehead began to shine with a strange light. A shocking and terrifying aura of despair rose up. At this moment, the self-transformation of the earth stopped, and then it began to tremble violently. Not good. Ayaka felt a chill in her heart. Garen was planning to completely wipe out the earth. Key wave. She made the first move. Light blossomed between her hands, and a mighty shock wave swept across the sky like 10,000 horses galloping towards Garen. Insignificant skill. You sure have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. It's too unsightly. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Then, under Ayaka's surprised gaze, he raised his hand and swung it. Pooh! The azure shock wave immediately broke down by 90 degrees and flew in another direction. It quickly rushed out of the atmosphere and shot into the depths of the universe. Garen disappeared from his original spot and reappeared beside Ayaka. Shit! With a shake of his arm, a surge of power suddenly erupted, and Ayaka felt his body go dizzy. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood that had not been seen for a long time sprayed out. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Explosive flame energy bullet. An orange-red energy rose, and a lustrous, dazzling light shone like a star. The target was Son Goku and the others. Son Gohan, launch, Android 17, and Android 18 scrambled to dodge, only to see the explosive flame energy bomb flash past the original location of the lookout, and with a quick turn, it actually sped towards Earth. Shit! Everyone's expression changed greatly. Ayaka took the lead and teleported to the side where the energy bomb streaked. At this time, it was impossible to use the energy wave to offset it. The energy wave produced by the explosion would also erase Earth in an instant. She tried to push the explosive flame energy bomb away from the original track. But everything was unexpected. When the explosive flame energy bomb approached the top of Corin Tower, it suddenly began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge energy ball with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of meters. At this moment, the inside of the explosive flame energy bomb was extremely unstable, and it would completely disintegrate if it touched it. Ayaka's expression immediately changed, and his heart was a little sad. If the energy bomb fell directly, the entire Earth would disappear in an instant. However, if he attacked, he would use a powerful energy beam to move outwards. Although it could not completely change the direction of the energy explosion, there was a certain hope that the Earth would be spared. However, the civilization of the entire world would be completely destroyed in the explosion. It was 1 in 10,000 people who could survive by luck. In such a dilemma, everyone present instantly knew how to choose. Ayaka suddenly summoned up his energy, and even Son Goku and the other second echelon members were ready to attack. Thunder Shock Surprise. Kamehameha. Spirit Bomb. Rays of powerful energy gathered and rushed towards the huge energy ball that had expanded to hundreds of thousands of meters in diameter. Shio, the energy wave rushed into the fireball and instantly disturbed the internal balance. The explosive energy bomb emitted a strange color, and the energy suddenly burst out. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying light enveloped the entire planet in an instant. Even though a large part of the energy was moving outside the Earth, the power of the core explosion still deeply affected the Earth. All kinds of wild whirlwinds and hurricanes surged and raged. The heaven and earth trembled. The energy that could not be released went deep into the ground. The earth trembled, and the scorching air continued to take away people's lives. A layer of the soil on the surface was instantly scraped off. When the smoke gradually dissipated, the entire earth had become a purgatory on earth. The blue sky was covered with dust, and the ocean was dry and the plates were deformed. The entire planet had turned from its original blue to a blue-yellow. Under the great disaster, only 1 in 10,000 survived. In the center of the big explosion, sacred land of Corinne's holy land was especially serious. A large area of green forest was burned to ashes, and Corinne Tower, who was on the verge of collapse, was only left with half of his body. It suddenly stood upright in the air, and its existence was even more desolate and miserable than its existence. Suddenly, Ayaka frowned. She wanted to find the whereabouts of Krillin and the others, but she found that their anger had disappeared. No matter if it were for Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Dend, or Videl, their anger had all disappeared. Iam's aura was still there, but it was already very weak. He was probably in a semi-conscious state, and it was unknown which corner he had fallen in. Ayaka watched silently, the anger in his heart constantly rising, and then he sighed sadly. Ah! Son Gohan, who had been through a great disaster and had become weak, suddenly roared crazily, and his whole body burst into wild and disorderly airflow, silver snakes and lightning intertwined, and his golden hair suddenly became longer. In his anger, Son Gohan broke through to Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 250. Son Gohan was in a state of rage at the moment, and the death of Videl had hit him so hard that his ki was burning around him. He was even showing more signs of frenzy, and as he leaned down, a straight ray of light cut through the sky, and he rushed towards Garen recklessly, losing his mind. The strength of the weak little fellow has suddenly become so much stronger. Facing Son Gohan, who was rushing towards him, Garen sneered, and a bloodthirsty and sinful aura came in succession. He stretched out his right hand, and the blood-colored aura immediately enveloped his right hand. He punched down, and the golden-colored Son Gohan came over aggressively, but was mercilessly crushed back. Ignorant brat. Boom! A ray of light flashed past. Not good. Seeing that Son Gohan was sent flying, Ayaka's expression suddenly changed. A trace of panic flashed across her pale face. She couldn't care about so much and flew towards the place where Son Gohan fell. He sighed angrily in his heart, Gohan is really blinded by anger. How can a Super Saiyan 3 be a match for Garen? Saiyan had the title of an angry warrior. Anger could make people go crazy. They could forget the pain on their bodies and their strength would increase greatly. In the original work, Son Gohan had performed more than once. The most typical time was to seriously injure Raditz, but his strength would disappear in the next moment. At a certain level, Ayaka knew that the truly powerful Super Saiyan had to learn to forget anger and return to a calm state. This was the state of returning to one's original state. Anger and impulse had increased explosive power, but they had lost the strategy to grasp the moment of battle. Ayaka was worried that he would not be able to escape after one blow and would lose his life. Ha! Garen appeared calmly at the place where Son Gohan was and stretched out his hand. Pa! When the two fists collided, the space paused. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling light, only pure brute force. Ah! Garen's body trembled. His brows furrowed slightly, and a strange expression flashed across his calm face. Under the violent impact just now, his palm actually felt a little sore. This seemingly insignificant kid actually had such strength. None of these guys can be spared. Suddenly, Garen's killing intent increased greatly. He turned his hand and threw out a palm strike. A thick and heavy force was released. Son Gohan's body shook and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The force of Garen's full-strength attack was not something that Son Gohan, who had just reached Super Saiyan 3, could withstand. Son Gohan rolled his eyes and fainted. Thunder Shock Surprise Technique. Just as Garen was about to kill Son Gohan, a sharp fist wind whistled over. The fist was filled with terrifying high energy, and a ball of light was sharp and sharp. Even Garen had no choice but to avoid it. He could only give up the idea of killing Son Gohan for now. He opened his hand and caught the unconscious Son Gohan. Ayaka's body was knocked back. At this time, Bardock swept over and blocked Garen's supplementary attack. Take Gohan away quickly. Bardock's voice was urgent. He could not block Garen for too long. Ayaka nodded solemnly and teleported Son Gohan to a safe place. Then, he joined the battle again. Clang! Bardock screamed and was hit by a heavy punch. His blood mixed with sweat looked very miserable. He turned around and hit several times in a row. The violent vibration caused his internal organs to slightly shift. Bardock's face twisted in pain. He suddenly felt a strong force coming from his legs. Shit! Bardock's expression suddenly changed, and he was suddenly thrown out, turning into a ray of light that disappeared. Uncle! Ayaka shouted, hurriedly increasing his speed. Kamehameha! A pale blue energy wave surged out. Homya flashed to Ayaka's side and launched a series of powerful attacks at Garen. Boom! 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 A series of loud explosions rang through the air. Both of their faces turned pale, and the energy in their bodies rapidly depleted. Clang! The space trembled, and Garen suddenly appeared. Ayaka and Homya hurriedly retreated a certain distance. However, suddenly, a violent energy burst out from behind them. The space became extremely unstable. Ayaka and Homya crashed into each other and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies flew out with a bang. With a splash, a 10-centimeter stone fell down and hit the head of Ayam, who was buried deep in the sand. Ouch! Ayam woke up in pain and saw that Ayaka was beaten to spit blood in the sky. Thump! 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 It was like the sound of her heart beating. Ayam's face twisted in pain. Her face first turned pale, and then it quickly turned ashen. All the blood in her body seemed to be racing through her blood vessels. Chi! 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 The sound echoed in her ears. Her delicate face was sometimes painful and sometimes hideous. Yellow sand flew all over the sky, and the golden brilliance suddenly blossomed with dazzling rays of light. Ayam lowered her head. Her four limbs sank, and her body rose straight as if she had no consciousness. The golden and silver light continued to change, and her aura also rose. Soon, she entered the Super Saiyan level 3, but her aura was still rising. This, Ayaka held Homya's hand and stopped in midair. The strange phenomenon that happened to Ayam made them dumbfounded and they could not help but reveal shocked expressions. What happened to Ayam? As a mother, Ayaka did not know much about Ayam's background. When she first picked her up, she thought that Ayam was a Saiyan who had survived the destruction of planet Vegeta like herself. However, the current scene surprised her. Ayam's bloodline was not as simple as that of an ordinary Saiyan. She was the princess of the ancient Saiyan royal family. Bang! 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 The sparkling and translucent light flickered. The golden and silver colors continuously changed. In the end, they still stabilized in the golden color. However, there was a bit of silver light mixed in it. A pair of dark green eyes were bottomless and had no luster at all. Her hair that had suddenly grown longer was not completely golden either. The few strands of hair that reached her temples and her forehead were actually demonic blood red. Her aura suddenly spread out, and a brutal whirlwind quickly spread out from the center. Does this count as Super Saiyan 3? Homya asked with a strange grin. With a slight movement, she drew on the wound on her body. Ayaka watched silently. She did not speak. In fact, she did not know either. Ayam was her daughter. Of course, she wanted to find out more about what was going on. What made her feel incredible was that Ayam's aura had suddenly increased from the peak of Super Saiyan 2. It was much stronger than hers. Kill! A cold voice came from her mouth. It was like a cold sharp sword. Jia Lin frowned. The demonic woman gave him a very bad feeling. Although he coveted her bloodline, at this moment, she gave him a feeling of palpitation. As the wind blew, her blood-red hair fluttered like feathers on a bloodthirsty devil. Garen chuckled, a cruel smile on his face. In contrast, the blood-colored bangs on Ayam's forehead were also filled with a demonic charm. Rumble. In an instant, the two of them continuously exchanged blows. The unconscious girl instinctively released destructive power. She threw punches and kicks without caring about anything, continuously venting the anger in her heart. She actually beat Jia Lin until he was flustered. Ah! Jia Lin roared in a depressed mood and threw out a large number of qigong waves. Being barefoot was not afraid of wearing shoes, and this kind of fearless person was the most headache. Fortunately, his opponent was the unconscious Ayam, so he would not care too much. Ding! The energy spilled onto Earth, and the sound of the continent collapsing could be heard. The surface of the Earth suddenly sank, and with a muffled boom, some energy that could not be released directly pierced through the Earth's crust, entering the Earth's mantle, and then through the core of the melting, all the way to the back of the planet. Ayam's energy finally began to fade, and he had no choice but to withdraw from the transformation state. After his hair color returned to black, he fell head first. Ayam! With a scream, Ayaka suddenly accelerated and hugged the young girl's elegant body into his arms. Hongya looked at Garen with uncertainty, then looked at the two of them beside her and said, "Sister, let's combine." Ayaka's beautiful pupils shrank. She looked at Hongya in confusion, and her heart was filled with bitterness. The fusion technique was a unique skill that was passed down from planet Metamor. It only had a duration of 30 minutes, but it could stack the potential and energy of the two of them. If they cooperated well, it would be a first-class killing move. However, Ayaka had never wanted to use this move, especially with Hongya. Hongya's existence was basically her avatar. Although she had always called her sister, the meaning of her existence could not be changed. Ayaka did not know if he could separate her after he merged with Hongya, so he did not dare to try. Ayaka regretted not handing the fusion technique to Son Goku and Vegeta as soon as possible. Otherwise, the two of them would definitely form a super expert. Although Son Gohan might not be able to defeat the Hell Garen, at least he had more chances of winning. Old Kai's fusion technique could not be considered. Once the fusion technique was combined, it was hard to accept that it could never be separated again. In the original story, Vegeta was separated because of the two souls of one good and one bad. If it were for two living people, then they could forget about separating. Now that the mountain was at its end, Hongya personally proposed the fusion technique, but it made her heart tremble heavily. "Good," Ayaka calmly replied. A wisp of energy smoke was thrown out. Ayaka teleported to the back of the earth. After putting Ayam down, he looked at Hongyi. He looked at the young girl who was as beautiful as him and felt a little reluctant to part with her. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a bright light rose from the earth and illuminated the entire solar system in an instant. A vast and thick aura was constantly transmitted and gradually covered North area. Then, the entire galaxy was shrouded in it. In the end, the entire universe could feel the shocking energy that burst out from Ayaka's body. On the side of the earth, a young girl with long red hair stood upright. Her eyes were blood red and carried a supreme nobility and elegance. Chapter 251. The breeze blew and her clothes fluttered. The young girl had a cold expression on her face. She wore a red vest on her upper body, and inside was a white tight corset that supported her graceful chest. Below her was a fair waist, giving off a very sexy smell. On her lower body was a pair of black pants, red and white sports shoes. She was valiant and elegant, like a goddess from high above, and also like a young, beautiful, and wild girl full of wildness. Her cold gaze swept slightly and saw that Ayam was still lying unconscious on the ground. A ray of lightning flashed through the young girl's blood-red pupils, and a strong aura immediately spread out. With a thought, the power gently lifted her body, and her graceful figure moved horizontally. Her speed was as fast as teleportation, leaving behind a blurred afterimage. In a flash, she moved horizontally in front of Ayam. The new red-haired girl still used Ayaka as her main body, but she had Hongya's emotions and soul. Ayaka named her identity after the fusion as Hongya. One was to commemorate Hongya, and the other was because she had a head of blood-red hair after the fusion. Probably because the two of them came from the same source, the effect of this fusion had already surpassed the other people's fusion. It was not purely planet metamorph form fusion technique, nor was it the fusion technique that Namekian used to turn into energy. Ayaka was a perfect existence in itself. Although Hongya was a clone, she also had extremely high potential. Moreover, the two of them were from the same root, so when they suddenly merged together, the effect of the fusion would multiply. The most obvious thing was the increase in energy. Hongya didn't know her current realm, but there was a brand new power flowing through her body. It was even more condensed and powerful than before. A completely different person. Bo! A strange electric wave trembled a few times at his fingertips and entered Ayam's chest with a whimper. Ayam slowly woke up, and the energy he had consumed miraculously recovered. Seeing the red-haired, elegant, and fashionable woman in front of her, a trace of confusion flashed across Ayam's delicate face, and she kept changing her expression. Hongya, no, that woman does not have this kind of temperament. Her two eyes suddenly widened, and she asked incredulously, "Mom?" Homya nodded lightly and smiled. Ayam screamed and quickly covered her mouth. "Mom, how did you become so beautiful?" "No, I mean that Mom looks more noble." I merged with Homya. "Call me Homya. Actually, you are the same. If you don't believe me, try to become a Super Saiyan 3. Homya's eyes were like a sharp sword. With just a glance, she could see through Ayam's origin. At this time, she had already opened the bloodline of the ancient royal family. It's better to call her Mom. Ayam blinked her watery eyes. Then, she followed her mom's words and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Then, she was shocked to find that there was something different about her transformation. Although it was Super Saiyan 3, what was with the red hair that reached her temples and her forehead? There was also the silver light that flashed in the golden light. It was too strange. Suddenly, a burst of joy flashed through Ayam's heart. My image is really similar to Mom. Let's go. With your strength, you are qualified to witness the next battle. It's time to let that Garen guy have a taste of pain. Homya's voice was calm, as if she was chatting casually, but Ayam felt that her calm words contained earth-shattering killing intent. She was startled and knew that her mother was angry, and she was furious. Although Homya gave her a strange feeling and seemed to be too calm, she was still her mother. Ayam thought happily. She nodded vigorously and naturally took Homya's hand and teleported to Garen. The movement when Homya appeared could be said to be earth-shattering. It even affected the entire universe. Garen had already sensed such a commotion, especially when he felt that the source of energy seemed to be the planet under his feet. In a split second, a sense of powerless panic emerged in his heart, which made him, who called himself North Kai, annoyed. On the ruins, Garen frowned and secretly guessed the source of the energy. Suddenly, two beautiful figures appeared in front of him. One was the strange girl who had fought with him before, and the other, Garen looked at it, and his pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart throbbed. The red-haired girl had no momentum at all, and her breath was like a gossamer, like a mortal, but the more Garen was like this, the more uncertain his heart was. That pair of red eyes were too deep. That head of red hair seemed to be dyed red with blood. An expert. Unfathomable. He immediately had a position on the young girl. Wait, it's her. The image of a young girl appeared in his mind. Garen's eyes flashed, and he mistook Homya for Homya. His expression immediately became serious, and he was no longer worried. Homya was not in his eyes. Although she was different from before, her appearance had not changed. He sneered in his heart, looks like the previous battle had crippled her. Garen floated in the air about 20 meters away from the yellow sand. He crossed his arms and looked indifferently at the two people not far away. His cold face showed indifference, and the corners of his mouth were still full of contempt and ridicule. How arrogant. In a while, I will know how powerful Mom is. Ayam thought with a sneer. In her impression, after Mom and Homya merged, they must have exceeded the scope of her understanding. That was why she looked like a mortal. It was laughable that Garen actually thought Mom was a mortal. The Saiyan race was a fighting race. The blood in their bodies flowed with the genes of battle, and different bloodlines had different bottlenecks in the process of growth. The bloodline of the Saiyan royal family and the four royal families were the most noble bloodlines, so they were naturally different from the others. After awakening the royal family's Super Saiyan bloodline, Ayam's strength once soared. In his crazy state, he was not even inferior to Ayaka. Seeing that Ayam was so stupid that he wanted to try, Homya moved her body without a trace and blocked in front of her. You watch this battle first, let me teach you some high-level things. When Ayam heard this, his eyes lit up, and he obediently took a few steps back to give up the field. Garen frowned and did not say anything. It was not good. As a cripple, Homya actually wanted to take action, and the young girl who was full of power level was so obedient to move aside. The strange girl in her manner actually listened to the red-haired girl very much. Did he make a mistake? Garen thought about it but quickly rejected this guess. In just a few minutes, the other party could not become strong no matter what. At this moment, he forgot that Son Gohan and Ayam were just ahead of him. They had become Super Saiyan 3 in a few minutes, and their strength had increased sharply. Especially Ayam, who was one step strong to the extent of approaching Ayaka. If Homya knew what Garen was thinking at this moment, she would tell him with great contempt that inertia thinking was a mistake. Just as the two sides were ready to attack, a dark smoke covered the sky and covered the entire sky. The dark clouds emitted a squeak evil smile, and the bloodthirsty and crazy evil energy came in torrents. Skinny Bew. Hongya looked strange. At this time, Skinny Bew could not help but run out, and it seemed that he wanted to absorb Garen. Mom, did Skinny Bew lose his IQ after split? I asked, puzzled. Who knows? Maybe my head was smashed by a rock when I was watching the battle from the side. Suddenly remembered that she was hit by a rock, and her pretty face blushed. But then again, Skinny Bew actually tried to absorb Garen. Even Hongya had to admire him. His ambition was really too great. Garen's strength was not something that could be digested by a half-crippled wave of evil thoughts. Sure enough, Garen roared in anger. He opened his mouth, and a huge devouring force was produced from his bloody mouth. The thin, misty evil energy was soon unable to withstand the suction force and involuntarily flew towards Garen's mouth. Ah, how could it be? Skinny Bew let out a hurried cry. Why did Garen also know the devouring skill? Before he could finish shouting, he was swallowed. Garen wiped his mouth and said disdainfully, "Stupid guy." Then, his eyes lit up and he focused his attention on the two of them. Ta! With a stomp of her foot, the sky shook and the earth shook. Hongya smiled calmly, and a cold killing intent suddenly erupted. Immediately, it was as if countless frozen machines were on full power and continuously blew out cold air. The entire earth suddenly entered the ice age. Ta ta ta. Hongya easily walked over, and the ground emitted a rhythmic knocking sound. Countless figures of red silk immediately appeared in front of Garen. With his eyesight, he was actually unable to tell if it were for real or fake. Whoosh! He threw out a punch, but it hit the void. Garen broke out in a cold sweat. These shadows were all fake, but they entangled him and could not escape. The real red silk walked away from the ground and rose up. Shit! The sound of air splitting was heard. The red silk had already walked up to him along the gradually rising, slanting side of the void. Its two ghostly red eyes were locked on him. Garen felt cold and his complexion suddenly became messy. Bastard! Broken waves. Flowing water. The young girl's gentle and calm voice rang out. She casually waved her ordinary moves, instantly blocking Garen's tyrannical chi wave. Her movements were simple, and straightforward. At Hongya's realm, every move she made was so natural, without the slightest bit of gentleness or affectation. This was the so-called one with the world, returning to the natural state. Hongya didn't know what her current realm was. It was actually so much stronger than the Super Saiyan 3 from before. Garen, who had completely crushed his own party, was actually unable to fight back. Although it had never been mentioned in the original work, according to Bardock's previous conjecture, Hongya thought that this should be the realm beyond Super Saiyan 3, the so-called realm of God. It was just that she knew that she had some tricks up her sleeve. Reaching this realm through fusion was not much to be happy about. It's time to end it. The girl lowered her head and said softly. The divine power in his palms suddenly came out, and his fingers condensed, fixing Garen in the air. Garen, the embodiment of eternal sin. Although it is more powerful than the previous Majin Bew and even Skinny Bew, it is unable to challenge the majesty of God. Hongya looked solemn, and the surroundings were calm, as if she was reading the final sentence to the prisoner. Erase. Red lotus break. His thumb bent, and a lotus flower that was blooming with blue radiance appeared in the air. The incomparably divine energy slowly ate away at Garen's sins. In the silence, the hell Garen disappeared. At this moment, the girl with long blood-colored hair who was constantly floating gently landed on the ground. Ah! Opened her cute mouth and rubbed her eyes. She could not believe that Garen had disappeared just like that. When she looked again, Garen had indeed disappeared. Then, she cheered and pounced on Hongya like a swallow returning to its nest. In North Kai's planet, Old Kai and East Kai stared blankly at the scene on the crystal ball. They were completely dumbfounded. Garen was destroyed just like that. They repeatedly wiped their eyes, not daring to believe it. After a long while, Old Kai finally cheered and laughed, nodding repeatedly. Well, this is the realm of God, as powerful as Lord God of Destruction. Ancestor, didn't you say that Garen was as powerful as Lord God of Destruction? Old Kai's face turned red. He coughed and cursed, I guessed wrong before, can't I? Well, Ayaka looks like a god. How can Garen compare? For North Kai, the strength of Majin Bew and Benito was beyond their imagination. Although skinny Bu that appeared later were powerful, old Kai dared to evaluate Ayaka and the others. As for the Hell Garen, he completely lost the reference point. Even Ayaka and the others were easily defeated. It was no wonder that he pushed it to the level of being comparable to the bad god. After all, their understanding of the bad god was only a rumor from their ancestors. That kind of power could instantly kill the demon. Peerless in the entire universe. Old Kai, your successor has really reached the realm of Lord Beerus. Old Kai muttered silently. Chapter 252. Garen came from hell. Although his appearance was full of coincidences, it undoubtedly rang the alarm bells for North Kai. In the divine world of North Kai, the East Kai god the Old Kai god were discussing the safety of the universe. For example, in hell, only a few areas were really under their control. The other places were still considered blind spots. This kind of common management mode was carried out year after year without any accidents. The appearance of Skinny Bu and the appearance of Garen told them that the unknown place might be the place where the crisis was bred. There were many similar places, and some special areas of the demon realm and the universe were beyond the control of North Kai, which was extremely easy to cause trouble. The supervision of hell and demon realm needs to be strengthened. Old Kai gave East Kai a reminder. East Kai nodded solemnly and then revealed a bitter smile. To strengthen the management of hell and demon realm, these could only be thought in their hearts. To truly supervise hell and demon realm, their strength was far from enough. Although Ayaka had inherited the legacy of Old Kai 15 generations ago, there was still a great difference between her and the real North Kai. North Kai recognized her as North Kai, but he could not completely put the responsibility of North Kai on her. Earth. After a few battles, the earth was like a dying old man. The air was turbid and the ground was devastated. The blue sky became dim. He took a deep breath. The air that entered his nose carried a strong smell of smoke. After eliminating the forest, Hongya and I am teleported to a small island by the sea. The air here was slightly refreshing. She found a reef and sat down, waiting for the fusion to be over. Time passed quickly. Soon, it exceeded the 30 minutes limit of the fusion technique. However, Hongya still did not look like she was going to separate. 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 60 minutes, Hongya's heart sank. Her expression became complicated. She muttered, could it be that Ayaka can't be separated? Mom! Ayam ran over from afar and shouted, holding a huge lobster in his hand. Suddenly, Ayaka made up her mind and said firmly, Ayam, stand further away. I want to split Hongya out. Ayam nodded obediently, then his body floated back 100 meters. Seeing that it was not enough, he flew a few hundred meters away again. Hongya glanced at it and began to mobilize the aura in her body. In the next second, her long hair fluttered, and her blood-colored eyes began to flash with light. Immediately, a strong aura rushed out of her body, and the universe trembled again. Ayam was the closest when he felt the energy emitted from Hongya's body. He took a deep breath with a hiss. Then, he became spirited, and his eyes flashed with the brilliance of stars. With a low roar, a faint red light shone on her body. The young girl's delicate body was full of temptation. The thick energy made the earth tremble. The entire atmosphere was broken through by this aura. With the island by the sea as the center, the air and clouds began to spiral, forming circles after circles of circular spirals. Whoosh! 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 Huge waves surged, crashing against each other, creating waves that were hundreds of meters tall. What a strong aura! What is Ayaka doing? In North Kai's planet, Old Kai ended his conversation with North Kai and said with a surprised expression. The young girl's expression was calm. After thinking for a while, she discovered that there were actually two cores in her body. One of them was Hongya. After finding the core, the next step was to gradually peel off a part of Hongya. Sizzle. Ayam rubbed his eyes and saw an illusory image slowly separating from Hongya's body. The image was like a physical projection. Its appearance was exquisite and elegant. The phantom was naked and attractive, and its body was beautiful. It was exactly the appearance of Hongya. After the phantom of Ayaka appeared, Ayaka released a spurt of energy. Blue lightning crackled and flickered, sparkling and winding like silver snakes. Split. Ayaka roared loudly, her beautiful face flushed red. With a pu sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out, just right on the phantom of Ayaka. Suddenly, a golden light unfolded, and the solemn scene exploded. Colorful lights soared into the sky, breaking through the atmosphere in an instant and shooting straight into the universe. The surging energy of the big drum and the big drum poured into Honya's body. As the energy continued to output, the color of her hair began to change. The bright red light slowly faded and finally returned to the color of flax. But when looked at carefully, it was different from before. Under the sunlight, her flax-colored hair was actually filled with some gorgeous bright red light. The red silk became Ayaka again. Her face was a little pale. Although the energy had decreased greatly, the realm of God was firmly remembered in her soul. She only needed to practice appropriately and could recover quickly. Ayaka looked at the young girl floating in the air and revealed a gratified smile. In the air, the young girl's white and tender skin began to glow with a faint red color. The delicate and attractive body was no longer an illusory projection, but gradually became real. The young girl moaned softly and opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with spirit energy. Sister. Honya looked at Ayaka in surprise. She quickly found that her body was cold. When she fixed her eyes, she saw that it was a touch of white and tender skin. She immediately woke up and cried out shyly. Ayaka handed over a piece of clothing. Honya quickly put it on and her delicate face blushed with embarrassment. This, power, what's going on? Honya found that the power flowing in her body was both familiar and unfamiliar. It seemed to be her own power, but it was 100 times stronger than before. She could not help but exclaim in surprise. Because of the combination, our power has fused together. After separating, half of it entered your body. In order to reconstruct Honya's body, Ayaka had spent a lot of money. He had stripped away nearly half of his strength. Do not underestimate this energy. Its strength was at least comparable to several Garen. Honya could also be considered to have profited from a disaster. Her strength suddenly skyrocketed to the same level as Ayaka. Ayam looked at Honya with some envy, but he also knew how much risk she had taken to fuse them together. Thinking of the blood flowing in her body, he was satisfied. In short, find Goku and the others first, then think of a way to repair Earth. However, Dend and Earth Shinran have disappeared. I still have to go to the new nemesis to ask for help. Ayaka sighed. Honya and Ayam nodded. They thought back to their previous fight with Garen. If Honya hadn't appeared, they would have died. However, thanks to Garen, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Ayam had risen to the strength of Ayaka before. He had already surpassed Son Goku and Bardock. Honya was even more special. She shared half of Honya's training. Although she had not gained any comprehension of the realm of gods, she had taken a step further away from the realm of gods. Shio. The few of them split up and found everyone in the places where the yellow sand was buried. Except for Android 17 and Android 18, who only had their clothes damaged, the others all fainted. Their injuries were too horrible to look at. Ayaka was a little envious of the physique of the android. Android 17 and Android 18 used humans as their foundation. There was a small amount of micromachinery added to their bodies to stimulate them, allowing them to maintain eternal energy. Although their strength rose slowly, their tireless and forever energetic bodies made people envious. After eating the immortal beans, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Bardock, and Vegeta woke up one after another. Unfortunately, Launch, Piccolo, and the others all died in the battle. After a short discussion, Ayaka and Honya went to the new nemesis of beauty to seek the help of Dragon God Purunga. After that, Dend was the first to be revived. After Dend was revived, he used the Earth's Dragon Ball to repair the Earth and resurrected all the people who died because of Garen. A magical power covered the Earth. All the damaged plates quickly recovered like time was flowing backwards. The people who died woke up one by one. The figures of Launch, Lancey, Videl and Mr. Popo appeared. However, Piccolo, Krillin and the others did not revive because they had been resurrected once in Cell Game. The people who had been resurrected once in Cell Game also did not revive. Ayaka then used the beautiful Dragon Ball to revive Piccolo and Krillin. Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu and the others were going to wait until the beautiful Dragon Ball recovered before reviving. Just like that, the Earth recovered from the huge crisis. Chapter 253. The universe was made up of multiple elements, and it contained countless parallel spaces. Some were big stars, while others were small like dust. They clung tightly to the surface of the main space like a bunch of grapes, one after another. North Kai's planet existed in the main space. It was responsible for managing the entire universe, including all the spaces in the main space. The east, south, west, and north, for Kai managed the main space. The Grand Kai controlled all the spaces and managed the entire universe. However, now that the number of Kai had withered, the current Kai only had the East Kai and North Kai. Including Ayaka and the Old Kai, there were only 3 of them. It was very difficult for such a large universe. After the Old Kai proposed to manage the entire universe, the East Kai became busy. With the help of the servant, Kibito, he constantly shuttled between the various galaxies, and the results were quite abundant. Because the strongest group of people in the world of living was basically concentrated on Earth, there were not many experts in the other galaxies, and most of them were under the banner of their respective Grand Kai. Occasionally, a few galaxies that were out of Grand Kai's control were quickly recovered under the strength of the East Kai. Don't think that the East Kai was weak when he faced Majin Buu. As the North Kai, the power given by the universe was still very considerable. They were basically all at the level of Super Saiyan 2. Otherwise, how could he manage the main space? The North Kai looked like a young man, a little immature, but his strength was similar to Dabura. After reorganizing the world of living, the next target would be Hell and the Demon Realm. Because Dabura had died on Earth, the strength of the Demon Realm immediately weakened a lot. After a long attack, a large piece of territory was consumed by North Kai. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, the smooth progress did not last for long. Soon after, the North Kai god was met with a nose full of dust in Hell. If not for the fact that Kibito reacted quickly and used instant transmission, it would still be a problem whether he could safely leave Hell. There are too many experts in Hell. We can't take them down in a short time. After returning, North Kai glanced at the Old Kai with a face full of shame. The Old Kai god thought for a while and said, Hell has accumulated a lot of forces over the years, hiding many powerful enemies. Why don't we release them first and conquer other places first? North Kai nodded with a sad face. He knew that he had not done much after sealing Majin Buu. This time, under the advice of Old Kai, he spent a lot of effort to solve the problem of the management of the universe and began to recover a large area smoothly. However, those areas originally belonged to the jurisdiction of North Kai's planet. In the past, they did not have the management of the system, so it was naturally very smooth to reorganize them now. The remaining Demon Realm, Hell, and some special areas were originally out of the jurisdiction of North Kai's planet, and were hard to chew. North Kai glanced around and said, Ancestor, the main space is guarded by us. There won't be any problems as for those parallel spaces. That's a problem. After North Kai reminded him, Old Kai frowned and began to think. They were not like Grand Kai who had the ability to travel through parallel spaces. They were unable to interfere in what happened in parallel spaces. Moreover, parallel spaces were a part of the universe. If they were to be destroyed, it would affect the balance of the universe. Old Kai touched the small beard on his mouth with his thumb. It seems that I can only disturb Ayaka's inspection. Is this appropriate? Although Ayaka was North Kai, he did not need to take the responsibility of North Kai. Regardless of what happened to Majin Buu, the matter of Skinny Buu, or the matter of Hell and Forest, these major events that threatened the safety of the universe should have been North Kai's responsibility. But in the end, she had to rely on Ayaka to solve it. North Kai was really embarrassed to disturb her again. Sai, what else can we do? We can't go to the parallel space. We can't just leave so many spaces behind, can we? Old Kai nodded. Kibito, let's go to Earth. Kibito nodded respectfully. He placed his hand next to Old Kai's shoulder and activated instant transmission. With a whoosh, only Old God's stooped and thin figure remained in the God realm of North Kai. Parallel space, world with space parameters 08203. This was a space that was extremely similar to the 08210 world that Ayaka had been to before, and it was also the world where Trunks had once fought side by side. Ever since the end of Cell game, Trunks and everyone had been reluctant to return to their own world. After returning, he quickly found the Android 17 and Android 18. The strength of the androidi this world could not compare to the main space, and they were no match for Trunks at all. They were shattered into pieces by him in 2 to 3 years. 3 years later, Cell appeared and was similarly shattered by Trunks' energy burst. Thus, Trunks' world returned to peace. A few years later, the Earth began to flourish again. In the galaxy, the Grand Kai's planet. As usual, Son Goku came to the training field in the main hall with weights on his body. Then he chose a training room to practice. This was what he had to do every day since he came to the Grand Kai's planet, and the golden halo above his head showed that he was a dead person. Son Goku was a person who loved cultivation. He also had a desire to fight deep in his bones. The only thing that made him regret was that he did not fall on the battlefield, but his life was taken away by the poison heart disease. Not long after he came to the Grand Kai's planet, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan also came one after another. After asking, he found out that a terrible artificial human had appeared on Earth. They were all killed by Android. Next, Son Goku and Krillin trained on the Grand Kai's planet. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. However, the subsidiary space only existed because it was attached to the main space. The people here could only reach the early stage of Super Saiyan 2. No matter how high they would be oppressed by the space. Hey, Goku, do you know? Vegeta seemed to have made a breakthrough a few days ago. Krillin said in a low voice. Vegeta had done many evil deeds, but he did not go to hell after he died. Instead, he came to the Grand Kai's planet. Really? Son Goku's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his body couldn't help but emit a strong fighting spirit. Round after round of light wind brought the white dust on the surface of the ground up slightly. Since he reached the full power of Super Saiyan, his strength had never risen again. It seemed that his potential had been squeezed to the limit. The blood of Saiyan had a natural desire for battle. Unfortunately, no one on Grand Kai's planet was his match. Even Son Goku had just reached the high level of Super Saiyan. Now that he suddenly heard that Vegeta had a breakthrough, his heart couldn't help but stir. Krillin seemed to have expected that Goku would show such a performance. He smiled and said, "You Saiyan people really don't know their limits. Well, I'll go call Gohan and the others. We can't miss such a wonderful competition." Son Goku scratched his head and laughed. He urged Vegeta to go. The Saiyan people in this world, power level, were generally relatively low. The adult Son Gohan might be able to deal with one artificial human, but two was not enough. It had to be known that the android in Ayaka's world was only a little more higher than high-level Super Saiyan. When Android first appeared, he should be in the middle level of Super Saiyan. An android, who was Android 18, was stronger than the android in this world. In other words, when the adult Son Gohan was alive, he was not even at the middle level of Super Saiyan people. Son Goku and Vegeta belonged to the fighting type, and it was already very rare for them to reach the full power of Super Saiyan over the years. Just as the Dragon Ball warriors were gathered together to watch Son Goku and Vegeta fight, Old Kai's aged voice rang out. "Goku, Vegeta, let's not compete for now. I just received a notice that a big shot is coming to us. She wants to see you." North Kai ran over, panting. It was unknown whether it was because he had not exercised for a long time or because of other reasons, but North Kai's old face looked abnormally red. Without a word, he grabbed Son Goku and Vegeta's hands. "What big shot wants to see us?" "Well, you don't know even if I told you. Anyway, it is very big, and its status is far above us Big North Kai. Well, come with us quickly. We can't let big shots wait for long." Son Goku looked at him doubtfully and followed Old Kai. Vegeta snorted coldly with a livid face. He wanted to see who would stop him from competing with Kakarot at this time. An existence far above Old Kai. Is there such a person? The Dragon Ball warrior looked at each other and followed after them, wondering who would want to see them. Chapter 254. The group of people followed behind Grand Kai. They passed through many rugged and unique halls and arrived at the garden of Grand Kai's palace. Grand Kai's planet were like spring all year round, and multicolored flowers were falling over each other to bloom. Son Goku stood behind Grand Kai, shaking his head as he looked around. However, he did not see the so-called big shot. Vegeta crossed his arms, his fingers constantly flicking, and his face began to show an impatient expression. "Still not here?" Krillin muttered in a low voice. Piccolo nodded with a calm expression and extended his finger for everyone to wait quietly. North Kai waited quietly. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His entire body trembled and his white beard was blown up by a gust of wind. "He's here," he said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind immediately blew in the garden. The smooth space distorted in disbelief. Countless mottled lines appeared. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the distorted space shattered. A thick mist spread out from the broken space and quickly filled the entire garden. At this time, the world's ability to adjust was used. The space was gradually repaired. When the brilliance dissipated, 7 beautiful girls appeared in front of them. "Well, is this world's great Kai's planet?" One of the black-haired girls whispered. It looks similar to what we have there. The energy is far worse. A blue-haired girl saw Son Goku standing not far away. Look, Goku and Vegeta both have rings of light above their heads. They both died just like Trunks said, but their strength is so weak. Son Goku also saw the other person's appearance clearly and shouted in surprise, "Launch, why have you come to North Kai?" He thought that the launch in front of him was the launch he knew. He was surprised by her appearance. Old friends met and his mood was particularly comfortable. However, after not seeing her for so many years, why had Launch not aged at all? In this world, Launch had a crush on Tien Shinhan just like in the original work. Unfortunately, Tien Shinhan was a complete cultivation fanatic. Other than becoming stronger, she had no other pursuits in her heart. She had always turned a blind eye to Launch. Until the Dragon Ball Z story began, Launch had gradually faded out of their sight. Later, when the android appeared, they most likely thought that she had died. His gaze swept over the 7 girls. It had to be said that each of the 7 girls was devastatingly beautiful and each had their own merits. Suddenly, Krillin's gaze stopped on Android. His eyes paused, and his entire face turned pale. He pointed at her and shouted in a trembling voice, "Android." Piccolo also recognized that the other party was the android who had caused the Earth to fall into a desperate situation. His body froze, and his dark green face was somewhat distorted. Damn it, the android actually came to the Grand Kai's planet. Android, die. With an angry shout, Vegeta suddenly turned into a Super Saiyan, and attacked Android 18 without any explanation. Aya, don't be reckless. North Kai wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She stomped her feet and regretted not telling them about the parallel world. Android 18 was leisurely watching the world with her chin propped up. When she suddenly heard someone call her, she couldn't help but turn her head. She saw Vegeta rushing towards her with a furious look. After thinking for a while, she knew that the other party had treated her as an android of this world. However, it was still offending her after all. A strange smile appeared on her delicate face. Her body moved slightly outward and cleverly avoided the attack. She turned sideways. With a flick of her wrist, she accurately hit Vegeta's chest. Ah! Vegeta was sent flying out of control. She had already surpassed the lightning form of Cell. It was still easy for her to deal with Vegeta, who was only at full power. Vegeta was defeated in one blow. There was nothing unexpected. Android 18 controlled her strength very well. She only sent Vegeta flying but did not hurt him. How could this be? Everyone widened their eyes. Vegeta actually didn't even take a single attack from his opponent, and he even attacked when his opponent wasn't paying attention. Vegeta found it hard to accept being defeated so easily. He roared and wanted to attack, but he was stopped by North Kai at the right time. Stop, she is not an artificial human on Earth. Not an android. After calming down, Vegeta remembered that the android had been destroyed by his son, Trunks. Then the other party was indeed not an android. It was just that they looked exactly the same. He thought of how the Super Saiyan had been defeated in one move at full power, and it seemed that the other party had not used his full strength yet. The other party was actually so strong. Cold sweat dripped down. Only then did Vegeta feel a sense of fear. He naturally didn't know that Android 18 already had strength comparable to Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan's full power was naturally not a match for him. You are this world's Grand Kai. Looking at the familiar appearance, Ayaka smiled. Yes. Grand Kai, Grand Kai. Grand Kai replied humbly. Grand Kai actually has the word God. Never heard of it. That must be a god. I just don't know what kind of status this god has. Looks like it's much more advanced than Grand Kai. Don't you see how excited Grand Kai is? Son Goku and the others did not know what kind of existence Grand Kai was, so they began to discuss in low voices. Apart from the main space, North Kai did not exist in the other spaces. Even the existence of North Kai had to be the person in charge of the galaxy and the size of the galaxy. The world of 08203 was only the size of the galaxy. Grand Kai was qualified to understand the existence of North Kai. Looking at the confused group of people, Grand Kai was deeply afraid that they did not know the background of the other party and spoke offensive, so he introduced, North Kai is the god that all North Kai and Grand Kai believe in, and God Great North Kai has the highest status among them. Then his strength should also be very strong. When Son Goku heard this, he immediately asked with interest. He did not know that although there was a connection between status and strength, it was not directly linked. No matter which world, Son Goku's mind was as simple as it was. With a slight smile, Ayaka said, "We came from another world. Trunks rode a time-light machine to our world and helped us eliminate the powerful android." When Trunks was mentioned, both Vegeta and Son Gohan revealed a knowing smile. Even though they were separated by bad and good, they still paid attention to the situation on Earth and were very clear about Trunks' experiences. Son Goku nodded, "So that's how it is. No wonder Trunks became so strong. You guys are so powerful." Ayaka smiled sweetly and sized up Son Goku and Vegeta. Both of them had reached the full power of Super Saiyan. Son Gohan had also improved a lot, just like when Trunks left. "All of you are very strong." Vegeta had been watching these people since just now. For a long time, he had to admit that none of them were people he could see through. This meant that each of the 7 people was stronger than him. This made him, who called himself a strong person, somewhat moved. Ayaka smiled faintly and found a pavilion to sit down, talking to Son Goku and the others in detail. Listening to the other party calmly describe what happened in the main space, everyone was alarmed. Compared to the main space, what happened in this world was so insignificant. The realm above Super Saiyan, just listening to it makes one's blood boil. Son Goku said with an envious expression. "It's too terrifying. I don't want to live in that kind of world." Krillin shook his head. The launch of the other world is actually so powerful. He was comparable to the strength of Super Saiyan 2. Yamcha looked at Launch and Lancey. It was hard to imagine that they had that kind of strength. Vegeta's smile was full of yearning. That is the world of the strong. There are always wonderful things happening. I really envy the me there. Super Saiyan 3, what level is it? The Saiyan people living on Earth in the main space are basically Super Saiyan 3 realms. By the way, don't you all have a day to return to the sun? Do you want to go to Earth with us? Ayaka suggested. That's right. Speaking of which, we have never been back. Son Goku laughed and said. Everyone agreed unanimously. It was unknown how the Earth had become over the years, but what they saw through the mirror was not as real as experiencing it personally. Chapter 255. On Earth, the panic caused by the android had passed. After several years of reconstruction, the human civilization gradually returned to prosperity. There were many tall buildings in West City. The Capsule Corporation was located in the center of the city. It was the most magnificent building in the entire city. At a construction site on the outskirts, Trunks was wearing a safety cap and discussing blueprints with the engineer. From time to time, he would raise his own opinion. After the android were eliminated, the reconstruction project began one after another. As a relatively influential person at the moment, although he was busy all day long, he lived a very fulfilling life. In the evening, after a day of work, Trunks drove the suspension car home and hummed a tune as he drove. Trunks, don't keep thinking about work. You should find a girlfriend. At the dining table, Bulma held her chin as she spoke. Trunks only smiled and continued eating. Hee, I know. I'll find a girlfriend after the project in my hands is over. Bulma sighed. She had already said this many times, but Trunks just refused to listen. He spent all his time on those construction projects. Although the reconstruction of civilization was important, she was more concerned about her son's future. He still wanted to say something, but he suddenly saw Trunks place down his bowl and chopsticks, his body tense up, his eyes like he was facing a great enemy. What happened again? Bulma was also someone who had experienced great storms and waves. Seeing her son's careful and cautious behavior, her heart immediately became active. Trunks nodded solemnly. A few powerful auras suddenly appeared just now and are approaching. We're already here. Trunks disappeared with a whoosh, leaving Bulma alone in the room. Aya. Bulma slammed the table and hurriedly followed. When Bulma ran to the backyard with a spatula in her hand, she saw her son looking at the sky with a dull face. Trunks, who is it? Bulma held her hand and looked towards the sky. Unfortunately, her eyesight wasn't so good and she couldn't see far like Trunks. Could it be Miss Ayaka and Miss Hongye? Trunks cried out with a face of disbelief. Shio, 7 figures descended from the sky. Bulma stared blankly and found that Launch was also among the 7 people, and there was also a blonde girl who looked like an artificial human. Hi, Trunks, long time no see. Ayaka greeted Trunks. After confirming that they were people he knew, Trunks asked doubtfully, "Miss Ayaka, why have you come to this world?" "Mom is now the Grand Kai, and the entire universe is under her jurisdiction." Ayam volunteered and raised her head very proudly. Trunks fixed his eyes and clearly believed Ayam's words. Although he didn't know what the identity of the Grand Kai God was, he could guess from the words that he could govern the entire universe that he should be a very amazing existence. He couldn't help but nod in his heart. This world has been rebuilt quite well. It will be restored to before the disaster in a short period of time. Ayaka sized it up. At this time, the tall buildings were rising one after another, and the booming construction was nearing its end. "Aya, you are all friends of Trunks. Come in and talk." Bulma carefully sized up the 7 young girls, and after knowing that they were familiar with their son, he hurriedly called everyone into the room. After entering the room, Ayaka and the others talked about the reason they came over. Trunks nodded and listened seriously. Trunks was able to have his current strength thanks to the help of Ayaka and the others. Therefore, he respected them from the bottom of his heart. Only then did Bulma understand that these beautiful girls all came from another world. The one called Ayaka was still Son Goku's elder sister, while Ayam was Gohan's elder sister. Bulma looked at Ayaka with bright eyes, completely unable to see how she maintained her daughter who looked the same age as her. The only one she was familiar with among the 7 people was Launch, but she looked different from the world. "Right, Goku and the others will return to the world of the living tomorrow. When the time comes, you can get together properly." Originally, Ayaka planned to bring Son Goku along, but because it was already close to night in West City, he asked them to come back the next day. "Ah, Goku and the others are coming back. Then I have to dress up properly." Bulma was stunned by the good news all of a sudden. Sai, Vegeta would also come back. Dad and brother Gohan are also coming back. Trunks had a face full of surprise. "Yes, they will all come back. That's great." After getting Ayaka's confirmation, Trunks immediately took out his phone and contacted Master Roshi and the others. The Dragon Ball warriors only had 1 day to return to the sun, so they couldn't be missing no matter what. That night, Master Roshi, Chi-Chi, Oolong, and Pool came to the West City. When they saw the cold and indifferent Android 18 standing next to Ayaka and the other beauties, their fiery hearts immediately became cold and they retreated awkwardly. After going out, Master Roshi gasped for breath, and his back was wet with sweat. "It's actually Android 18. Is the black-haired girl next to him one Android 17? Android 18 is the best. She scared the old man away in an instant," Android 17 teased. Android 18 curled her lips in disdain, pretending to be cold as he turned her head. "Hee, no matter which world Master Roshi is from, he is always the same." At first, he wanted to tease Android 18, but she was frightened by Android 18 who was next to her. The next morning, at dawn, Son Goku and his group appeared in the open space of the villa while everyone was looking forward to it. "Hi, long time no see," Son Goku's hearty voice rang out. Looking at the familiar faces, Master Roshi and Bulma could not help but burst into tears. Chi-Chi even threw himself into Son Goku's arms. "Brother Gohan." Trunks called out excitedly and then turned to look at Vegeta. "Dad." Vegeta snorted and turned his head awkwardly. Trunks smiled indifferently. During the time in the main space, he was already familiar with Vegeta's clumsy way of expressing his feelings. A day passed quickly, and it was time to leave again. After Chi-Chi bid farewell, Son Goku and the others returned to the Grand Kai's planet. Originally, with Ayaka around, it was very convenient to borrow that Nemesis Dragon Pearl. However, everyone had already adapted to their current lifestyle, so they did not use the Dragon Pearl to change anything. After Son Goku and the others returned, Ayaka took a look and also broke the space to leave under the gaze of Bulma and the others. The world of 08203 continued its original trajectory. Every day, it went out and fell. Not long after, Trunks successfully took over the all-purpose capsule company and found a lifelong partner. After leaving the world of Trunks, Ayaka continued to patrol several other worlds. Some of these worlds were large and some were small. They were not completely limited to the galaxy, and there were even many worlds that did not have Earth or Scion existences. In a small world with only 3 star systems, Ayaka stopped on one of the planets. The stability of this kind of small world was extremely low, and the energy it could withstand was also very low. The planet they were on was also not big. It was called a planet, but in fact it was no bigger than a medium-sized satellite. After passing through several worlds, the interest of Ayam and the others was greatly reduced. They were no longer keen on transmigration. Moreover, the strength of the people in the parallel space was generally not high. Other than the evil guys that appeared occasionally, they did not even have the chance to move their muscles and bones. "Mom, it's boring to travel all the time. Why don't we go back?" Ayam was the first to lose interest and urged them to go back early. Ayam is right. These worlds are too depressing. They are completely unable to exert their hands and feet. They are deeply afraid of accidentally smashing them. All right. Ayaka listened to other people's opinions. Since everyone did not want to continue strolling around, then he should go back. Just as she was about to use her skill to break through the space barrier, a cool and refreshing aura suddenly emerged from her body. Ayaka was slightly startled. Carefully probing, she discovered that it was the aura of the Ice King Divine Sword. The Divine Sword's airflow was thick and solid, and it actually headed straight towards a place with a weak space. It looked like it was about to stir. Chapter 256. After a long period of evolution, 12 gigantic universes were finally born in the void and chaos. As soon as the 12 universes appeared, they began to continuously absorb the energy of the surrounding void, and then gradually grew. After a long period of evolution, the 12 universes became larger and larger, and the order became more and more meticulous. Finally, the rules of their respective universes appeared. The 12 universes of the Dragon Ball world were incomparably huge. There were also many parallel spaces and small spaces, but the central hub was located in their respective main spaces. There was a management organization similar to the North Kai realm. Universe 3, Emperor Realm. A world-shaking war broke out in ancient times. The entire universe was affected, and countless parallel spaces were destroyed. At the last moment, the guardian of the universe, the god of creation Emperor Creed, finally woke up from his deep slumber. He displayed an unparalleled power as soon as he appeared, crushing the evil god that disturbed the universe in one fell swoop, ending the catastrophe. Although the culprit was suppressed by the god of creation, the impact caused by the evil god was still continuing. The universe was already riddled with holes, and only 2 of the 6 emperors survived. The Ice King who was in charge of the Eastern Universe also died because of this, and the Ice King's sword and Ice King palace that he carried with him disappeared. The 4 emperors who died in battle were put into the ice coffin by Emperor Creed and revived with the help of the universe origin energy. This was different from North Kai in Universe 7. Once North Kai died in battle, unless he borrowed the energy of the Dragon Pearl, it was impossible to revive. Only under the control of the universe rules would a new generation of North Kai be born. The god of creation and god of destruction were the guardians of their respective universe. Beerus was alone and arrogant, and he could destroy everything he wanted. As the highest god in the universe, he could only look up to and not be close to him. North Kai was respectful and afraid of him. Fortunately, although god of destruction was notorious, he was actually very careful in his actions. Emperor Creed was different. He had all the dignity that the emperor should have. His personality was gentle and generous, and he treated others kindly. He was the father recognized by the emperor. And it was the dominance and dry determination displayed at key moments that made it surprisingly clear that this was the emperor's authority. In a luxurious hall in the void, there were 6 crystal coffins. The crystal coffins were carved with complex and deep patterns on them. They floated in the air in 6 directions: east, south, west, north, upper, and lower. The 6 coffins were all empty except for one in the east. The divine coffin of the Eastern Ice King, the long, icy blue-haired girl, was lying peacefully inside, continuously absorbing the energy around her. Below the palace, 5 vast and majestic palaces floated. The palace was incomparably majestic, emitting a multicolored light. With the miraculous ability of the universe origin energy, the ancient emperor who had died in battle had already been resurrected. Only the Eastern Emperor who had lost his divine sword and the palace had no signs of awakening. After so many years, the Eastern Emperor still has no signs of awakening. Looking at the silent palace above, a green-haired youth sighed. I don't know where her palace has fallen to. We mobilized all the emperors to investigate but still found nothing. Another white-haired emperor took over. In Universe 7, the gods were divided into the gods, North Kai, Grand Kai, Supreme Kai, and Old Kai. However, in the Universe 3, apart from the gods on the planet, only the emperors and the emperor were divided. Moreover, they were divided into 6 directions. There was no distinction of superiority or inferiority between them. If one had to say that the oldest emperor was a bit higher. The Emperor were divided by directions, and they were called android because of the difference in their power. For example, the Eastern Emperor used ice and snow energy, and also called the Ice King. The Emperor of the South used fire energy, also known as the Flame King. The Emperor on the side smiled bitterly. Even with the power of the Father God, he couldn't find it. How could the emperors under him find it? Does the Eastern Emperor want to continue sleeping like this? The 6 emperors were like brother and sister. No one wanted to see the Ice King sleep like this, unable to wake up. However, for countless years, they had even searched the parallel space, but they could not find the whereabouts of the Ice King Palace. There's no reason why we can't find a special existence like the Ice King Palace. Perhaps the palace of the Eastern Emperor is no longer in this world. The Northern Emperor stared at him. You said that the Ice King Palace has been destroyed. How is this possible? What I mean is that the Ice King Palace and the Ice King Divine Sword might have been lost in another universe along with the Ancient War. The Ancient War had caused the universe to be on the verge of destruction. There were terrifying spatial cracks everywhere. If not for the appearance of Emperor Creed, Universe 3 would have already crumbled and disappeared. The destruction caused by that war was very likely to break through the outer layer of the universe. If this is really the case, it will be troublesome. The Emperor and North Kai both had their own jurisdiction and had no right to interfere with other universes. The 5 emperors fell silent. They had a lot of expectations in their hearts. With the power of the Father God, they could enter other universes and bring back the palaces and divine swords of the Eastern Emperor. However, they could only think about it, but they could not bring it up. The God of creation was the guardian of Universe 3, and under normal circumstances, he could not leave without permission. The breakthrough, a cool and violent energy came, and the entire Emperor realm shook. The vibration lasted for half a minute before it stopped. The few Emperor came back to their senses in shock and saw surprise in their eyes. Even the entire Emperor realm has been stirred up. Such a big commotion can only be caused by the evil gods of the ancient times. The Emperor did not dare to hesitate. They hurriedly checked the situation of the universe. The power unique to the Emperor was released. For a moment, the 5 palaces in the void burst out with dazzling light. The crystal energy penetrated the Emperor realm and instantly covered the entire universe. The information of the universe was returned. If no powerful dark beings appeared, then what caused the fluctuations of the third universe? The emperors frowned and looked at each other, unable to find the reason. There is no way. Have the emperors below look after their own domains. If there is a situation, report it immediately. There was no result in a large search. They could only use the emperors of the lower realms to carry out a carpet search. The emperors nodded solemnly and passed the orders to their respective emperors. In an even more distant place above the emperor realm, purple thunder rumbled through the 9 heavens. The lightning struck, dispersing the gray chaotic matter. At the core, there was an empty void. Several stars moved at a fast or slow pace, but the seemingly slow changes drew a meticulous and complicated pattern in the void. The stars of the heavenly kingdom moved slowly forward, and at the heart of the diagram, an ancient and elegant lookout stands there quietly, as if it has undergone the vicissitudes of the ages. At the base of the lookout, more than 10 irregular meteorites were floating unsteadily. On the golden throne, the silver-haired middle-aged man opened his eyes that had not been opened for a long time. A faint light flashed, and his calm eyes revealed an unspeakable charm. A soft and long whisper echoed in the temple. Finally. He went to Beerus' universe. With a smile and a sigh, the middle-aged man closed his eyes again and restored his calm face. If the emperor were here, he would find that the middle-aged man was the father god they respected so much, the god of creation, Emperor Creed. In the Eastern universe controlled by the Eastern Emperor, a delicate and smooth crack appeared. As more and more cracks appeared, the ordinary space suddenly shattered. Chaotic airflow spread out, and the distant star system gradually deviated from its original trajectory under the traction of space energy. The spatial turbulence came and went quickly. After the chaotic energy disappeared, Ayaka, Hongya, and the others appeared in the universe. Fortunately, their strength was outstanding, and they could survive even in the vacuum space. With a wave of his hand, a strange spatial energy enveloped everyone. Ayaka and the others appeared on a planet not far away. The energy here is a bit strange. I can't sense North Kai's divine realm. Ayaka sensed for a moment, but he could not contact North Kai's divine realm here. Ding, 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 ding. A series of bell-like sounds rang out. The culprit that brought them here, the Ice King's sword and the Ice King Palace, were continuously letting out excited cries. Chapter 257. Noticing the strangeness of the Ice King's sword, Ayaka immediately immersed himself in communicating with his mind. Seeing that Ayaka was communicating with the Ice King's sword, Hongye did not disturb him. She sized up her surroundings and began to talk to the others. The planet they were on was larger than Earth, and the gravity was 5 times that of Earth. However, 5 times the gravity was too small for them. There was no discomfort in their bodies at all. Although this planet had green plants and the air was very fresh, it had not been born into a civilization. There were too many such planets in the universe. After looking at them for a few times, they lost interest and quietly sat around Ayaka. Soon, Ayaka opened her eyes and revealed a surprised expression. This time, the Ice King Divine Sword seemed to be alive and sent a message to her. From the Divine Sword, she got their location. However, she did not expect that this was no longer the original universe, and she had unknowingly left her own universe. Now, she was outside the administration. No, it should be Universe 3. The universe where the Dragon Ball storyline occurred was called Universe 7. He had really underestimated the Dragon Ball world. It didn't mean that it didn't exist in the manga. Ayaka looked at everyone and revealed a sly expression. We won't be able to return for a while. Why? Ayam opened his mouth and immediately asked. This is the 3rd universe. The one we were originally in was Universe 7 with the North Kai. There are a total of 12 universes in this world. Oh, it seems to be very powerful. Ayam rolled his eyes and chuckled. We have already left the original universe, we can't see anything at all. Then she shouted excitedly, Mom, since we are out, let us take a good look around the universe. She had always been eager to see the world in chaos. Now that she had left Universe 7, why didn't she go all out? Speaking of which, Ayam's talent was also blessed by the heavens. Not long ago, after awakening the bloodline of the Saiyan royal family, his strength had skyrocketed. He had already left Bardock and Son Goku far behind. He was only a little lower than Ayaka and Hongyi. That's right. Then, can we play as we please here? Android asked impatiently. Her playstyle was similar to Ayam. I'm just expressing my opinion. I know the rules very well. Android 18 put his hand on Android 17's shoulder. Ayaka said, it's better to be careful. Although Universe 3 and Universe 7 are on the same level, and the strongest are about the same level, it is still a strange world after all. Maybe there is potential danger. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat Mom. Ayam put his hands into his coat pocket and said casually. Ayaka shook his head. Not necessarily. Even in Universe 7, there are people stronger than me. Moreover, I feel that Universe 3 seems to be even more powerful than Universe 7. Only a few people knew about the existence of the God of Destruction. Ayaka believed that she was not a match for the God of Destruction. Of course, it would be hard to say if it were for Hongye. Ayaka remembered the peak state of Hongye, but she had not yet recovered to the peak state of Hongye. This recovery time was long, and her body needed to slowly adapt to this process. Launch said in surprise, more powerful than our universe. It should be more or less the same. I can't say for sure now. Ayaka smiled. Everyone smiled at each other, but they didn't feel much nervousness. On the contrary, it was a little novel. What about the universe outside North Kai's divine realm? I wonder if it is the same as the world I live in. In fact, when their strength reaches their level, they don't have to worry about the changes in the environment at all. With such a high cultivation level, no matter how the environment changed, it could not affect them. As for the strong, it was not so easy to encounter them. Even if they met them, they might not be their match. Since we are here, it is necessary to stroll around, Ayaka said. Ayam nodded happily. That's a good idea. I agree. Android 18's expression was cold, revealing a rare smile. With our strength, what can threaten us? Android 17 was full of confidence. I agree. Ayaka watched quietly. Seeing that they were not in a hurry to return to Universe 7, she nodded. In fact, she was also very curious about this place. She did not know what kind of strange existence would appear in the domains that did not appear in the original work. Since she had already come out, it seemed like she would be at a disadvantage if she didn't travel around and experience the local customs here. When it came to danger, she didn't worry too much like everyone else. This was the confidence of the strong. Oh right, the manager of the Universe 3 is called the Mule. His status might be similar to that of North Kai. He lives in a place called Moscow's planet. Since she was prepared to stay here, Ayaka introduced the basic situation of the third universe that she had obtained from the Ice King Divine Sword to everyone. She didn't get much information. She only knew a little about the structure of the universe. However, combined with the information of the God of Destruction mentioned by Old Kai, Ayaka roughly guessed the overall situation of the Dragon Ball world. The world of the Dragon Ball was a multidimensional world. There were a total of 12 universes. Each universe had countless parallel spaces and small spaces. The universe that the Dragon Ball had in its original form was Universe 7. They were currently in Universe 3. After understanding the situation of Universe 3, Hongya and the others became even more interested, especially Moscow's planet where Mule lived. It sounded like a very high-level space, so it should be very good. If they had been to North Kai, they would know that the Mule was actually the same as North Kai. They were both the highest level spaces in the universe. It was spring all year round and the sun shone forever. The difference was that North Kai's divine realm was North Kai's planet, while the Holy Land here was Moscow's planet. Of course, the places where the God of Destruction and the God of Creation lived had already exceeded the scope of space and had reached the chaotic space of the universe. Let's go to a planet with civilization first. With a blink, a few girls disappeared from the planet and reappeared countless light years away. On a rock frame surrounded by blue waves, the figures of Ayaka's group of 7 appeared one after another. Before they could enjoy the beautiful scenery around them, a dazzling flash flashed in front of their eyes, followed by a deafening bang. The flat surface of the lake rolled up layers of waves. Ayaka raised his eyebrows and looked up a little unhappily. High up in the sky, several figures were already fighting. There were a total of 5 people, and it seemed that they were fighting 3 against 2. Their movements were extremely fast, and ordinary people could not tell the process of fighting. Rumble. The sky was already filled with afterimages. Waves of energy, waves of 5-colored light were thrown out without restraint, and the entire sky was filled with bullet screens. The two sides of the battle completely ignored whether they had injured others or not, and continued to fight in a dark and gloomy manner. However, this bit of strength really did not enter Ayaka's eyes. Their movements were clearly extremely disorderly, but they still thought that they were free and easy to release energy waves at will. Was there anyone who fought like them? There were simply too many loopholes. Of course, this was from Ayaka's perspective. For ordinary people, the 5 people above were already rare supreme experts. Humph, power level is only trash with 50,000. Ayam said disdainfully. When Ayaka heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Wasn't this Radit's famous line? It was just that when it came to Ayam, there was an extra word, 10,000. Rolling his eyes, he unhappily reached out and hit Ayam on the head. Do you think everyone is like us? 50,000 power level is already very good. Ayam quickly covered her head and looked at Ayaka pitifully. Android 17, go over and teach them a lesson. Android 18 crossed her arms over her chest and glanced sideways. Her voice was clear and cold. Okay. Android readily agreed. This girl was looking forward to it. She moved her wrist a few times, and then with a whoosh, a light breeze brought up the thick white dust on the ground. With a few thuds, 5 figures helplessly floated down like kites with broken strings. Boom! 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 They landed heavily on the ground, creating several deep pits. The mission is complete. Clapping his hands, Android walked back with a smile. From disappearing to appearing in the blink of an eye, the 5 people in the air had already prostrated on the ground like stray dogs, their eyes filled with shock that was hard to erase. They looked at Android with eyes full of fear. They found it hard to understand why they, who had been fighting fiercely in the air before, became so miserable in the next second. The huge change was hard for them to accept. Hey, do those people have tails behind them? Launch pointed. Ayaka turned his eyes and saw that 3 of them had a tail behind their buttocks. Brown hair, thick hair, this style. Scion. Ayaka touched his smooth cheeks and thought for a moment. In the universe, there were not only Scion people with tails, but at the same time, they looked like humans. However, there was also a race like Scion in Universe 3. Android walked over curiously, squatted down, and grabbed one of them by the hair, his voice cold and piercing. Are you Scion? Cough cough, that's right, if you know what's good for you, immediately let us go. Otherwise, when our Scion experts arrive, we will definitely not let you go. That person looked weak, but when he spoke of the experts of the clan, his face was full of pride. This guy was right, he was a bit like Scion. You don't know what's good for you. Pa! How could Android be threatened? He waved his fist and punched out, immediately knocking down several teeth of the other party. Blood mixed with saliva flowed down. He looked very miserable. Hiss. Everyone frowned. Android was too violent. Ayaka was a little surprised that there were also Scion people in Universe 3. That was interesting. He didn't know if there were Super Scion people. Looking at these Scion power level, who was generally relatively high, Super Scion people still had a high survivability. Chapter 258. Android was in the limelight, so he was naturally happy. As for the Scion, he was already in a terrible state. Homya pursed her lips and walked over with a smile. Seeing another young girl walk over, the hearts of the other two Scions shook. Their expressions changed, and they looked dejected. The other party was so strong, so it seemed like they would be doomed. It wasn't that they didn't want to resist, it was just that when they thought about how they had been inexplicably knocked down just now, they knew that they had no ability to resist at all. I want to understand the situation. You just have to answer honestly. Homya didn't waste words and went straight to the point. Seeing that she was also a Scion, her attitude was much better than that of Android, who was 17 years old. It was rare and precious to have a comparison. A few Scions saw that she was so reasonable. Compared to the violent girl with black hair before, her heart was like a living monk. They immediately had the urge to pounce forward and hug her thighs. Of course, this thought only existed in their minds for a short moment. However, they also looked at Homya with a grateful look. After seeing the miserable end of their companions, they had no backbone and put down their Scion's dignity. They became like frightened birds. How could they dare to resist? Android and Homya, one strong and one soft, immediately treated them obediently. Seeing that the other party just wanted to ask some questions, they immediately nodded and prepared to answer every question. The gap was too big, so it was better to be honest at this time. Ayaka looked at power level and shook her head. These Scion people had close to 50,000, but their mental state was so bad. They became like this with just a little scare. How could they have the pride of Scions? They had really lost the face of Scions. However, this was related to the living environment. Next, Ayaka discovered a characteristic. Homya was actually very talented in interrogation. Under her kind gaze, several Scions poured out the information they knew like beans. One question and one answer was very smooth, and the efficiency was quite high. Ayaka even guessed that if Homya was a little different and asked what underwear they were wearing today, under her honest teachings, several Scions would also be full of gratitude and joy to tell her. Hi. At this moment, Ayaka had a whole new level of respect for Homya. In the end, she had her own bloodline and was just so outstanding. It turned out that the Scion people here lived on a planet called the Planet Art. They were doing the deed of breeding and ruling, and their reputation was also very bad. They were even worse than the Scion people of Universe 7. They committed almost all sorts of crimes by killing and looting. The planet they lived on now was snatched from someone else's hands. After hearing this news, Ayaka, Homya, Ayam, and the other Scions were all embarrassed. The Scions here were actually so evil. They were simply throwing away the face of the Scion's big family. In Universe 7, the Scions were at most a bit unruly. The ancient Scions were still maintaining the order of a universe under the rule of the royal family. There were also other civilizations that worshipped them. It was only after the ethnic group broke down that they embarked on a dark path of no return. However, 60% of those mistakes were attributed to the ship of Frisia. The Scions here, on the other hand, were completely the source of evil. Perhaps because the overall level of the Scions here was relatively high, the number of Super Scions had always been relatively considerable. Almost every few decades, several Super Scions would appear. The frequency of Super Scions even surpassed the royal family of Universe 7. However, the state of mind could not compare with the Scion's royal family, so that the number of times Super Scions appeared was pitifully low, only appearing once every few thousand years. Such a huge number of Super Scions, however, there were so few people who could break through to Super Scion 2. This was the problem. The increase in the overall level of the ethnic group, the corresponding pride that they had seemed to be able to discard at any time. If Vegeta or Bardock were here, they would definitely not admit their identities as Scion. Would they still be Scion if they abandoned their pride? They were just living beings who wore the appearance of Scion. It was already very good that they did not take action to eradicate them. It had to be said that the restrictions of the laws of the universe were relatively fair. After learning about the situation of Universe 3 Scion, Ayaka's eyes flashed with a trace of anger and undisguised contempt. She no longer had a good impression of the other Scion people. Get lost. The Scions had lost all their face. She waved her hand a few times, and the Scions were mercilessly thrown far away. They quickly disappeared from sight. If not for her disdain to make a move, these guys wouldn't have been able to leave alive. It seems that the Scions here are like the frozen race in our place. They are the cancer of the universe. Ayaka rubbed his forehead and sighed. The rules of survival in every universe were different, but the law of the jungle was common. Here, the population of Scion was large and there were many Super Scions, so they were more unscrupulous in their actions. Ordinary Super Scions were equivalent to an adult frozen tribe. In the past, North Area didn't have many frozen race. Nearly 1,000 years ago, the frozen race appeared, but the damage it caused was immeasurable. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Super Scions in Universe 3 were like a flood of locusts. Although they were lower in level than the frozen race, there were definitely a lot of them. Of course, there was still a gap between the evil thoughts in the bones of Scions and frozen race. But it was not a good thing. There is no need for these Scions to exist anymore. What a disgrace. Hongye's tone was a bit cold. She disdained to attack ordinary Scions, but Super Scions were not among them. At this time, how could she still have the feelings of her clansmen? I will kill them all. Ayam waved her delicate fist and said fiercely. The bloodline of the royal princess made her want to kill. Do you need my help? Android, who was afraid of trouble, approached her and pulled her back. Ayaka did not speak and turned his eyes to the two people outside. The two people looked half human, but their skin was brown, but they could fight with the Scion for such a long time, so their strength was naturally not weak. They were the nearby planet Aster, a high-level planet. Its level of civilization was much higher than this planet. However, planet Aster had a weakness, which was that they were extremely easily irritable. Once they became violent, they would not recognize their relatives. Therefore, the nearby forces did not dare to provoke them easily. This battle with the Scion planet was also an accident. Normally, they would not provoke the Scion planet. Aren't you natives of this planet? Planet Aster had already woken up. Knowing that the girls in front of them were extremely terrifying existences, they could not help but lower their bodies. Honorable young lady, we are Planet Aster from a nearby planet. Ayaka nodded and listened to them quietly. The Asterius people were individually powerful and had a high level of civilization. They were the well-deserved rulers of several nearby star regions. However, why did Ayaka feel that the people on the planet were the Scion people? The Scion clan was the frozen race. This kind of illusion left her speechless. In the few star systems ruled by the people of Asterius, there was a planet called Cadi. It was the planet that Ayaka and the others were currently on. It was rumored that the Cadian had a magical ability that could create something called a Dragon Ball. As long as they collected all the Dragon Balls, they could achieve a wish. The Cadian Dragon Ball could be summoned once every 10 years, but this wish could not exceed the magical range of the people of planet Cadi. To be able to fulfill a wish, such a good thing immediately caused the people of the nearby star regions to become restless. If not for the protection of Asterian, the planet Cadi would have been in danger. However, the ones who were attracted this time were the Scion people. Asterian had the ability to expel these Scions, but they were unwilling to provoke the Super Scions. A Dragon Ball that only happens once every 10 years. Ayaka shook her head in surprise. She didn't care about this kind of Dragon Ball. Normally, the shorter the duration of sleeping, the better the effect of the Dragon Ball. This meant that the creator was highly skilled. The Nemesis Dragon Ball could be used once every few months, and 3 wishes could be achieved at one time. The Dragon Ball created by Den only needed a year of deep sleep, and there were 2 wishes at one time. In comparison, the Dragon Ball of Namekians was like a luxury car that came into contact with a luxury sports car every 10 years. Chapter 259. Ayaka's disregard for Planet Cadi's Dragon Ball made the people of Asterian a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were filled with shock. The Dragon Ball that could grant one's wish was actually ignored by the other party. It turned out that they had already made plans to hand over the Dragon Ball to make friends with these experts. It seemed that it was unnecessary now. To be able to overcome one's obsession with desire, and to be so powerful himself. How could this not cause people to feel reverence? For a moment, the attitude of the people of Astorians, Ayaka and the others, became even more enthusiastic. Their brown faces were filled with smiles as they pointed to the rippling lake nearby. That's called Blue Spring Lake. It's always shrouded in fog and sparkling light. It's very famous on planet Caddy. The most special thing is that no matter what lake water flows into Blue Spring Lake, it will magically turn blue. Ayaka listened and nodded quietly. A slight surprise flashed across her face, but it was only fleeting. Her eyes quickly returned to a deep and calm state. She had traveled many planets when she was young and had encountered many strange things. The lake that could change color was novel, but not strange. I am an Android 17 had never seen such a strange phenomenon. They ran to the lake and squatted down. They picked up a few scoops of water with great interest and looked at it. Under the sunlight, the transparent liquid reflected sparkling waves. There was no color, but once they returned to the lake, they immediately turned blue. It's really amazing. They couldn't help but cry out. Without any concealment, Asterians couldn't help but think highly of them. Following that, under the leadership of Asterians, Ayaka took a good look at planet Caddy. Flying in the air, the faint white clouds formed into pieces. At a glance, all they could see was green. After lowering the height, the air they breathed in also had the unique fragrance of grass and sand. What a beautiful planet, Ayaka said with a sigh. Asterian have always paid great attention to protecting the environment. They call themselves natural elves. On the side, Asterian explained with a smile. Nodding slightly, the group continued to fly. Planet Caddy was a beautiful planet, with lakes and tall forests, beautiful mountains and rivers. Beautiful scenery could be seen everywhere. It was a well-preserved primitive planet. The gravity on planet Caddy was not high, 60 was the ocean, and the remaining 40 were mostly primitive forests and hills. It was very rare to see deserts and deserts. The abundant rain nourished the life on the planet, resulting in a variety of species. Coupled with the conscious protection of planet Caddy, the entire planet was full of vitality. In front of us is the village where Cadians live. Asterians suddenly said, and then began to slow down their flight speed. The group descended, and a tribal settlement appeared in front of them. It's a bit similar to that Namekian's. Hongya leaned close to Ayaka and whispered. A sharp gaze swept over, and Ayaka smiled as he walked towards Cadians. The living style of Cadians was indeed very similar to that of Namekians. It was a relatively primitive tribal life, and it was led by a highly respected elder. They had seen many kinds of ethnic groups like this. Like the people of Asterians, Namekians were also the same. This kind of ethnic group was usually gentle and simple, and hated wars. It was definitely not because of the incompatibility of civilization. Cadian's power level was not tall. He looked like a little elf, and his skin was also green. This kind of ethnic group that was close to nature was the children of nature. It was no wonder that they could create such a magical thing as a Dragon Ball. After learning that Ayaka and his group had helped them expel those evil scions who coveted the Dragon Ball, a tribe leader of Cadians welcomed them warmly. Evil scions. This greeting made Ayaka and the others feel a little strange. The Dragon Ball was the essence of the dazzling civilization of Cadian. It was a gift from nature. It was also the result of their pride. However, it also brought them endless trouble. If not for the protection of the Asterian, this trouble would have been a disaster. It was night. Ayaka and the others rested in the rooms arranged by Cadians. The silver hazy brilliance scattered down and fell on the leaves, revealing a crystalline and elegant scenery. The chirping of insects and birds could be heard in the ears, and the rustling of the grass was extremely dense. Those Cadians are really enthusiastic. Ayam lay on the bed with his arms wide open. His shirt was loose, and a few buttons were not buttoned, revealing a soft and smooth skin on his navel. Yes, they are as enthusiastic as the Asterians. Launch and Lancy had lived on planet Aster for a period of time and had been cultivating there. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed, and they were beginning to miss planet Aster. Android 17 and Android 18, Android had never left Earth before. They had only recently traveled a few planets. However, they did not know much about these alien races. They remained silent on the side, but their eyes still retained their initial surprise. To think that there was such a harmonious race in the universe. Hongya walked to the window in her pajamas. She turned around and asked, "Sister, why do we have to stay here?" What do you think is the cause of the chaos on planet Caddy? Dragon Ball. That's right. Do you think that with the bad nature of the Scion people here, they would give up so easily? Of course not. This time, not only did they not get the Dragon Ball, they also lost a lot of face. I believe they will come to attack us on a large scale. Hongya and the others were very smart. They quickly understood the reason behind the matter. The reason they stayed was to wait for the Scion people to come to them. The Scion people in the day were defeated. Then the Scion people who came next would only be stronger or directly the Super Scion people. The Scion people in the third universe were too vile. Ayaka also intended to teach them a lesson. If the other party went too far, she did not mind directly destroying them. On the other side, the tribe leader was frowning, worried about the future of the tribe. Asterians sat at the side, their expressions solemn. Being targeted by the Scion people this time was a big problem. If the Scion people only wanted the Dragon Ball, then it was not impossible for them to use it once. However, the Scion people were greedy. Their goal was definitely not just to fulfill a wish. They wanted to take the Dragon Ball for themselves forever, to satisfy their ambition to dominate the universe. This was something that neither Cadians nor the people of Asterians could accept. The miraculous power of the Dragon Pearl was the essence of the civilization of Cadian. How could it bring disaster to the universe? What should we do if the Scion people come again? The evil and tyrannical nature of the Scion people was well known. Although Asterian people were strong, they could not resist the strong Scion people. We have already sent the news back to planet Asterian. The main party will give us an answer. The tone of the two Asterian people was solemn. It was obviously impossible for the Scion people to give up on planet Caddy. The next enemy would only be stronger. If the one who came was the Super Scion, the entire population of Asterian would not be able to resist. This is the reason why we worked so hard to entertain our esteemed guests. I think if they are willing to help, the problem won't be too big. Although the overall strength of the Asterians wasn't comparable to the Scions, they still had foresight. How could they not see through the events of the day? They knew that these female experts were very strong, enough to deal with the Scions. This was enough. Although Ayaka had more or less guessed the intentions of the people from the Asterians to curry favor with them, she wasn't angry. People would be punished by the heavens if they didn't do it for themselves. If it were for them, they would do the same. There was a stop outside the star system, and flying devices were flying in and out like tiny dust particles. It was a stronghold built by the Scions to fight for the universe. Such a stronghold was spread across several galaxies. 3 small flying devices landed, and the 3 Scions who were driven away by Ayaka stepped out of the cabin door and walked towards the higher levels. Crack, the alloy cabin door in the fortress opened, and the Scions carefully walked in to report. Beside the transparent shield, a long-haired Scion had his hands behind his back, and his deep eyes were calm as he stared coldly at the dazzling stars outside the shield. This Scion was called Argus, the supreme commander of a few nearby star systems, and was also one of the few famous Super Scions in the current era. In the third universe, a few Super Scions would appear in a few decades. Usually, 3 or 4 Super Scions would appear in the new generation of the new generation every 20 years. It could be said that the Scions were protected by Super Scions at every moment and had never been cut off. This was also the reason why the Scions could be domineering and unscrupulous. There were 7 new Super Scions in this generation, which were relatively prosperous. Adding on the ones left behind by the previous generations, there were a total of 23 Super Scions in the entire Scions group. How is the mission going? Did you get the Dragon Ball? Argus' deep and cold voice sounded. The 3 Super Scions were submissive and did not dare to answer. Speaking of which, these Scion power level had reached around 50,000. He could be considered a young elite in the group, but when faced with the lofty Super Scion, they did not have any sense of superiority. Seeing their expressions, Argus sneered. A tyrannical cold light flashed in his eyes, and he snorted disdainfully. His voice was cold as he said, "Useless trash, you can't even conquer a weak intermediate planet. What's the use of keeping you?" Chapter 260. Following Argus' cold snort, an ice-cold, bone-piercing aura pounced towards the 3 Scions, like a boulder pressing down on his heart. His pupils contracted sharply, his face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Lord Argus. One of the Scions anxiously wanted to explain. He knew that if he did not explain the reason as soon as possible, according to Lord Argus' actions, he would definitely kill them. They definitely could not die without knowing the reason. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Just as he opened his mouth, a thick force landed on his body. His entire body paused for a moment before he was sent flying. With a "pa" sound, he smashed a hole into the wall of the alloy steel. His eyes were white, and he fainted. Seeing their companion's miserable state, the two scions outside shuddered, their faces revealing fear. They trembled as they looked at Argus, not daring to move in the slightest, afraid that they would end up like their companions. The scion who had been sent flying previously had forgotten one thing. Although Argus would punish them because they were at a disadvantage and even kill them, under these circumstances, he could only follow Argus' mood. If he wanted to explain or quibble, the consequences would only be even more serious. With the precedent set, the other two scions immediately lowered their heads and obediently waited for the punishment. How could he act like a yes-man just because of a small matter? Useless trash. Argus snorted in disdain. His cold gaze swept across the area. He turned around and walked to the seat in the main hall. He leaned his body forward and supported his face with his hand as he half-leaned against the chair. Tell me, why did the mission fail? Could it be that a small middle-grade planet in this star field is already strong enough to block our scion's advance? Argus' voice was low and hoarse, and his words contained an unquestionable and endless anger. The remaining two scions immediately shivered. They looked at each other and did not dare to hide anything. They recounted what had happened intermittently. The two of them were not bad. In just a few minutes, they had made things clear. Then, they closed their mouths tightly and stood to the side in fear. After Argus heard this, he muttered to himself for a moment. His face revealed an inexplicable sneer. He already knew what had happened. Humph, that Astrian is simply too daring. Does he think that just because this is their territory, he can contend against our powerful scion? He actually dares to obstruct the scion's great undertaking of dominating the universe. A suffocating aura erupted. For a moment, the entire space cabin seemed to raise a storm. The enormous might caused the entire fortress to fall into an uneasy turmoil. The overbearing aura came and went quickly. In the next moment, Argus became gentle and refined again, but there was an inexplicable coldness and killing intent between his brows. You just mentioned a few female experts with unknown identities. Yes, Lord Argus. Those experts are extremely terrifying. We cannot underestimate them. The two scions said with certainty. In reality, they were not clear about the true strength of Ayaka and the others, but there was one thing that they were very clear about. They had to say that they were strong. If they were not strong, it would instead serve as a foil to their incompetence. It would only make Lord Argus even more angry. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and a cold smile froze on his face. With a wave of his hand, Argus had already made his decision. He ordered the guards at the side, "Pass down my order. The combat forces are ready to follow this lord to planet Cati." "Yes." The guard replied loudly and turned to leave the hall. After the guard left, Argus used his hand to knock on the edge of the chair. His face was cold, his black eyes occasionally flashed with a few rays of light, and he said with killing intent, "The two of you can talk about the movements of those women when they attacked. This lord wants to understand their strength in detail." In Argus' eyes, there was no distinction between men and women. As long as it was an enemy, regardless of whether the other party was a woman or not, anyone who ignored the authority of the Scion people would be people who had violated his bottom line. The next day, Argus' army had already rushed to the star system where planet Cati was located. More than 1,000 steel warships were neatly arranged, like ancient beasts that were ready to fight, surrounding the entire star system tightly. When they learned that the Scion army had already arrived outside of planet Cati, the expressions on the faces of the Italians and the people from the Italians were extremely solemn. The reinforcements from planet Aster had yet to arrive, but the Scions had already come knocking on their doors. This was a battle with a great disparity in strength, and everyone's hearts were heavy. "Sigh, I never thought that the Scions would arrive so quickly." The leader of the Cadians sighed angrily. According to the news from the main star, the Scion leading the team is called Argus. He is one of the 23 super Scions of the Scion clan. Our reinforcements can't come. The other party is a super Scions. Even if the main star goes all out, it is impossible to resist the attacks of super Scions. The worst thing happened. The Scion clan actually sent out super Scions. It was obvious that the people on the other side had scruples. It was impossible for the reinforcements to come over and act as cannon fodder. It was already the greatest support for them to be able to send the information of the enemy over. As for how Planet Caddy defended, the worst plan was for all of them to evacuate. Unfortunately, the sleeping time of the Dragon Ball was not over. They could not use the Dragon Ball to transfer all of their clansmen. Looking at Ayaka and the other girls who were in their prime, Asterians showed a look of shame. Miss Ayaka, I'm really sorry for dragging you guys down. Asterians originally wanted to use their strength to fight against the Scion, but now that they thought about it, they had implicated them. The strength of the Super Scion people was beyond imagination, and they were no longer able to deal with them. They did not blame the main star for not helping them. It was because the opponent was too strong, and the strength of Asterians could not compare. Up until now, they had never heard of any expert that could defeat the Super Scion people. Asterians had always been hard to find opponents in the nearby star regions, but if they were to fight against the Super Scion people, their chances of winning were not very high. One had to know that the Super Scion power level was at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Even if Argus was a new generation Super Scion, his bottom line was already there. If he still did not understand the situation and ran over to fight, then he would really be courting death. Ayaka smiled and shook his head, his expression calm. Unlike the Asterians and Cadians, Super Scion, in their eyes, it was just a joke that was neither big nor small. They were waiting for Super Scion to come to them. Previously, they had heard from Asterians that there were only 23 Super Scion people in the Scion clan. How many of them would reach the Super Scion 2? This answer might be 0. It wasn't that Ayaka looked down on the Scions of the third universe, but just based on their group scale and temperament, it was already impressive that there were 23 Super Scions. A spherical spaceship slowly descended. The roar of the engine accompanied by a huge pressure descended. Suddenly, a tornado-like cyclone swept up. A few steel pincers extended out from both sides of the spaceship, easily piercing into the thick soil layer. The hatch opened, and a long-haired scions dressed in combat suits walked down calmly. Dryan, those women were the ones who defeated you. They don't look very strong. Argus asked in a cold voice. Yes, my lord, the one who attacked was that black-haired woman. The scion named Dryan pointed at Android 17 and stared at Ayaka and the others with a panicked expression. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes. He looked at Lord Argus beside him and then nodded with a firm expression. At this time, he was a little terrified. If the black-haired girl was determined to be weak by Lord Argus in the end, then he would have a good ending. But at the same time, he did not want the black-haired girl to be too strong. After all, the other party was an enemy. These two opposing emotions caused him to feel extremely conflicted. On the other side, Ayaka gently caressed her hair that was blown up by the wind. Her beautiful eyes looked at Argus with unfathomable depth. The lines on her cheeks were soft curves, and she was beautiful and youthful. That Super Scion power level is around 18 million. He is much weaker than our universe. Ayaka said indifferently. Hongya nodded with a smile. It was obvious that she also looked down on the other party's strength. So shabby. When Ayam heard that the other party, power level, only had a little more than 18 million points, a hint of disappointment appeared on her face. This point, to Super Scion 3 like them, was really too weak to look at. She was really afraid that she would kill him with just a breath. Launch, Android 18, who do you think should deal with that Super Scion? Ayaka asked with a smile. Ordinary Super Scions are really not interested. Let Launch, Lancy, Android 17, and Android 18 deal with them. Leave it to me. Let me defeat him. Android 18 said coldly. Their purpose of being transformed into cyborgs was to deal with Son Goku, but in the end, they followed Ayaka by accident. Launch would not fight with them to deal with the Super Scion. Android 18 took a step forward. It was very reasonable for her sister to end the trouble she caused. This woman actually dares to boast shamelessly that she wants to defeat this lord. As if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world, Argus laughed loudly. Android 18 looked at it calmly, his blue eyes not showing a single ripple. A gust of wind blew over, and the hem of his clothes was blown up by the strong wind, revealing his delicate skin. Chapter 261. The Asterians stood to the side, wanting to say something but hesitating. They watched with furrowed brows. In their eyes, the enemy was a Super Scion. A mere girl actually dared to face him alone. Could it be that they had never heard of the reputation of Super Scion? Did they not know how powerful they were? Logically speaking, there was no such possibility. He thought about it again. The people around Miss Ayaka seemed to be very mysterious. Their strength should not be too far off. Moreover, it was the elder sister of the person who defeated the Scion back then. They had seen android strength before, and with just 2 or 3 moves, he had knocked them down like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. His strength was definitely incomparably powerful. Android 18 was Android 17's elder sister, so she was definitely not bad either. However, what puzzled them was that the other party actually did not have any aura on her. And, there was also that woman called Android 17. This was simply impossible. One had to know that no matter how much he restrained his energy, he was unable to completely conceal her aura. In fact, the people from Planet Aster and Planet Caddy did not know the identity of Android 18. As an android, Android 18 did not have any aura at all. The violent whirlwind brought up the thick dust on the ground. One Android 18 stood in front of Asterion with an indifferent expression. She reached out her hand and ruffled her hair that had been messed up by the wind, calmly watching the other side. Good, very good. On this side, Argus' stiff face revealed a cold smile. Looking at the nearby Android 18, his heart was filled with disdain. However, even a lion would use his full strength to fight a rabbit. As a powerful warrior, his awareness still allowed him to use his full strength. The awe-inspiring killing intent immediately began to stack up like layers of clothes. In his eyes, the enemy was no different from a man and a woman. Whoa! With a dull low groan, Argus transformed into a Super Scion. The golden and domineering aura rolled up waves of invisible air waves, breaking through the previously tangible killing intent and spreading out. The battlefield suddenly changed. The scorching sun formed a sharp contrast with Android 18's thin figure. Round after round of powerful and oppressive energy wantonly rubbed against the surface of the armor, and the light rays actually distorted slightly, reflecting off the edges of the armor. It was like a gorgeous armor. The aura that distorted reality and had an extremely visual impact was casually squandered. The surging and endless energy aura was like a ferocious beast. It was bloodthirsty, overbearing, and ferocious. His thoughts roared over. Boom! A chill hit them, and they felt the surrounding temperature suddenly drop. Everyone was under the tyrannical and evil energy of the Super Scion. No matter if it were for the Asterion, Cadian, or the Scion, they were all trembling. The chill from their souls made them feel terrified, powerless, and worship. The Super Scion is actually so strong. The Asterions sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces frozen like ice. The powerful energy radiated to the corners of the planet, and the atmosphere had been thrown into chaos. This is really a disaster on Planet Caddy. Looking at the inexplicably powerful enemy acting so arrogantly on their own planet, Cadians swallowed their saliva bitterly. This is Lord Argus' power. I have finally seen Lord Argus' strongest state once again. The Scion people at the side all looked at the expert in the center of the stage with gazes of worship, who was shining with golden light and extremely imposing. That was the great Super Scion. There were 23 such experts in the Scion race. With so many experts, who else could stop the Scion's dream of dominating the universe? Golden glory. This was the Super Scion. Many Scions were also seeing Super Scions for the first time. The excitement in their hearts made them unable to use too many words to sing. Ow! Lord Argus. Lord Argus will win. The battlefield that was originally split between Argus and Android 18 immediately lost a lot of color as Argus transformed into a Super Scion. Argus was the most dominant, and the entire battlefield was centered on him. Ayaka's expression did not change, his eyes shining as he said, 18, 210, 000, not much at all. That person looks too arrogant. The perfect Super Scion state was actually shown off by him like this. Just wait for him to be abused. Ayam was a little depressed as he fiercely waved his arms. Android 18, beat him up for me. Beat him to death. Argus naturally heard it. His cold blue eyes glanced over and was glared back at by Ayam. On the other side, after the other party's Super Scion strength stabilized, Android 18 walked over slowly. At the same time, the young girl's clear and melodious voice rang out, "Sigh, it's really useless. It actually took such a long time to stabilize the Super Scion's strength. I am a little disappointed." What? Argus asked in surprise, then reacted. His face immediately darkened. The girl actually looked down on him. Monstrous anger erupted, and the killing intent in Argus' eyes shot towards Android 18 without hiding it. Then, he thought of something, sneered, and his body suddenly disappeared. In an instant, he increased his speed and attacked. Android 18 curled her lips expressionlessly, waved her palm, and slapped out, solidly hitting Argus' body. Argus' fierce attack that was filled with deterrence suddenly stopped. His vision suddenly blurred, and his entire person was actually sent flying along a 90-degree angle. With a loud bang, he crashed into a mountain peak, and the rock tiles scattered and fell down. Everyone was dumbfounded. For a moment, they kept their mouths open, not daring to believe it. Argus was sent flying by a slap. He was a Super Saiyan. After a brief moment of pause, the Asterian and the Cadian burst into excited cries. What do you mean by, there is no way out? This is. Although it was impossible to tell how the girl had sent the Super Saiyan flying, the result was obvious. The Super Saiyan was no match for the girl. This result could be described as a miracle. No wonder Miss Ayaka and the others had been smiling and not saying anything. It turned out that they had a card up their sleeves. For a moment, they felt endless admiration for Ayaka and the others. Even Super Saiyan were not a match for them. This strength was simply unimaginable. The Saiyan side was deathly silent. All of the Saiyan people were speechless. All of them were stunned, and the corners of their mouths twitched as they muttered to themselves. Lord Argus was actually sent flying by that girl. The strongest Super Saiyan in their hearts was actually sent flying with a single slap from the other party, not even taking a single move. Wasn't the Super Saiyan invincible? At this moment, the faith in their hearts collapsed, and they began to be confused about the future of the Super Saiyan. Ah! The collapsed rocks exploded. Argus flew out with an ugly expression, his pair of green eyes seemed to be about to spit fire. He could not understand how his perfectly fine self was sent flying. Hee. Android 18's alluring lips rose slightly, and his entire body disappeared from where he was, moving at a super high speed that no one could see. That Super Saiyan is dead for sure. Hongya asserted. It's good that he's dead. I am snorted. Launch, Lancy, and Ayaka were all quietly watching. Android 18 and Android 17's current strength had already reached a considerable height. They were not much weaker than the original Perfect Cell. That was a real Super Saiyan too. It was definitely not something that Argus, who had only reached the foundation of Super Saiyan, could resist. Sure enough, when Android 18 appeared again, she was already by Argus' side. An elegant hand blade descended. Argus finally reacted, but he could no longer avoid it. Ka! The sound of bones breaking. This strength was too strong. It was so strong that it exceeded Argus' imagination. Android 18's hand blade struck Argus' shoulder, and the huge force instantly invaded his body. Ah! Ah! Accompanied by a scream of exhaustion, Argus felt that his body seemed to be twisted repeatedly by an invisible giant hand. All the muscles, meridians, and bones that were wrapped in it were instantly shattered and bent. In the next moment, his consciousness became depressed and completely disappeared. Clapping her hands, Android 18 simply glanced at Argus, who was lying on the ground. Shio, a series of energy waves were released from her hands, and she returned to Ayaka's side. Thump, 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 countless sounds of people falling to the ground were heard. The Asterians were shocked to find that all the Saiyan who had stepped onto planet Cadi and their army had already fainted. When did this happen? They thought in shock. Only one girl was sent out to completely wipe out the Saiyan. In the distant space, an emperor looked at everything that was happening on planet Cadi in astonishment. A drop of crystal beads of sweat trickled down his nose. Although the Scions were powerful and ambitious, in the eyes of the great emperors, they were just hard to discipline. They were not strong enough to dominate the world. Under this emperor, there were several subordinates who were stronger than the Super Scions. Taking care of those Scions would only cause a wider effect. The reason why they did not take action was that although the Scions were arrogant, they had not reached the boundary line set by the emperor. Why did the Scions not have Super Scions 2 powerhouses? On one hand, there was a limit to the bottleneck of Universe 3 Scions. On the other hand, the emperor had been dealing with it. Here, the Scions had evil thoughts. Once they reached Super Psi 2, they would be like the demons, a cancer that had to be removed. The woman who could casually kill Super Saiyan on planet Cadi seemed to be an even more unstable factor. Moreover, it seemed that the woman had not used her full strength. There were also a few girls who had not attacked. They were not ordinary people. Even the experts of the heaven are not a match for this kind of expert. The emperor held his forehead and felt a headache. In the area under his jurisdiction, there were actually a few humans who were beyond his control. Chapter 262. Planet Art, the base camp of Universe 3 Scion, some people also like to call it Planet Scion. In the dark and vast night sky, the reddish-brown star was like a bright ruby, circling around its star and doing continuous exercises. After leaving Planet Caddy for about a day, Ayaka and the others appeared on Planet Art. Planet Art's strategic location was extremely special. To put it bluntly, it was located in the center of the Scion sphere of influence. How could one allow others to sleep on their own? In such an important place, the Scion people had always regarded it as a forbidden place. Moreover, with the stars as the center, the Scion forces could easily connect the 8 directions, perform political orders, and command the stars, establishing a solid foundation for the Scion people to dominate the universe. Ever since Planet Art was taken from the hands of the universe people, the Scion people's strength had been developing rapidly, and their ambitions had been growing. As soon as Ayaka and the others appeared, the gravity of the Planet Art acted out of thin air. Their bodies sank, but they did not bring any discomfort. There is almost 20 times the gravity here. It is stronger than Planet Vegeta. Ayaka chuckled. The gravity of Planet Art did not affect their movements at all. The girls looked around and had a first impression of Planet Art. Planet Art was a reddish-brown planet. It was much larger than the Earth, and the gravity was even stronger than Planet Vegeta. Ayaka opened his eyes, and the Scion on Planet Art immediately turned into data. After thinking for a while, she found a total of several hundred million data. Most of these data were around 10,000, and there were very few that were over 1 million. There are 13 people on this planet that have more than 15 million power level. They are generally 20 million, and there are 2 who have exceeded 100 million. They are 2,300,000,000 and 3 million. Those 13 energy sources are the super scions that have stopped on Planet Art. Universe 3 scions have a total of 23 super scions. After getting rid of the already dead Argus, there are 22 left, and many of them are scattered in the universe. There are only 13 super scions who are truly guarding the base. As for the 2 super scions who were more than 100 million, they should be the seniors of the super scions from the last few generations. They are so weak that they are even weaker than Metal Cooler. Was a little disappointed. The Metal Cooler they met in the Nemesis of Beauty back then was several hundred million, much stronger than them. In fact, they had never figured it out. The scions of Universe 3 clearly had more strength than Universe 7 scions. The super scions also appeared frequently, but why their potential was so limited? The level of super scions was so low. The probability of a super scion appearing in Planet Vegeta was very low, but in comparison, once an individual appeared, their strength would be even stronger. After a period of contemplation, he could only conclude that it was due to the suppression of the laws of the universe. The probability of a Super Scion breaking through Super Scion 2 was not much higher than that of the Super Scion here. However, ordinary Super Scion were also divided into different stages. The Super Scion of Planet Vegeta was obviously more superior. The proportion of people who entered the higher stages or even the full power was higher. Looking at the Super Scion of Universe 3, most of them were still at the lower level of Super Scion, and those who reached the middle level were extremely rare. Ayaka and the others quietly appeared, but they still attracted the attention of the nearby Scion people. Who are you? Why did you appear on the planet? A few Scion wearing combat suits walked over with long swords on their backs. There were only Scion people on the planet, and other races were not allowed to appear. Moreover, the Scion people here were full of fanaticism, just like extreme nationalists. Any outsider who stepped on their territory would be severely punished. How does Sister plan to deal with these Scion people? Homya turned a blind eye to those Scion people and turned to ask Ayaka. Everyone focused their gazes on Ayaka, waiting for her decision. No matter what decision they made, even if they wiped it out, they would still strongly approve of it. Apart from Launch, Lancy, Android 17, Android 18, Ayaka, Homya, and Iam were all Scions. Especially Iam, who had the noble bloodline of the royal family. From the bottom of her heart, she looked down on the Scions here. Their existence was more like discrediting the Scions. Eliminate the Super Scions here, then imprison the entire planet in an empty domain. Ayaka said coldly. Her original intention was to wipe out the entire planet. However, thinking about how it would hurt the heavens if she did this, she chose a relatively gentle method. The last time she treated the frozen race, she thought about whether it was still questionable. This time, she was prepared to be a little gentler, eliminate all the Scion people above, and then move the planet to the open space to seal it. However, although the Scions of Universe 3 and 7 were all Scions, the difference between them was too great. If she did this, there might be new Super Scions appearing in a few decades. In order to prevent them from escaping, Ayaka planned to put a restriction on them so that the Super Scions would no longer appear. Ayam agreed with Ayaka's decision with both hands. She even felt that the punishment was a little light. In her opinion, there was no need for these fallen Scions to exist. Wouldn't it be easier to erase them? However, since Ayaka had made a decision, she nodded obediently. The royal bloodline was a rational and noble existence. Even in the standards of the royal family, the Scions of planet Vegeta were probably also Scions who had lost their direction. "Mom, let me deal with these Super Scions," Ayam claimed. Yes. No one fought over it, and the task of clearing the Super Scion people was handed over to Ayam. "All right." Ayam replied with a refreshing voice, and then gradually released the aura on his body. Immediately, a terrifying aura that shook the heart suddenly rose, and immediately enveloped the corners of the planet. Whoa! Golden flames surrounded her, and a rising stream of air swirled around her, blowing her beautiful long hair. Pure and domineering. It was an energy that was even more terrifying than a Super Scion. What a powerful aura! Who exactly is it? How could such a terrifying energy appear on the planet? This is the aura of a Super Scion. Could it be that some senior has made a breakthrough? More than 10 rays of light shot over from all directions. All the Super Scions on the planet gathered over. When they saw the young girl emitting an astonishing aura, a trace of doubt flashed through their eyes. Then, they gradually descended. Other than the Super Scions who arrived first, there were several groups of people rushing over from all over the place. Power level was not bad. They were all attracted by Ayam's aura. Hiss, so powerful. Who exactly is that girl? Some people asked in confusion. I don't know. It looks like she is a new Super Scion. It doesn't look like it. Look, they don't have a tail. There was a rustling sound of discussion. Seeing that all the Super Scions of Planet Art had been successfully lured over, Ayam smiled sweetly and began to gradually increase the output of energy. Suddenly, golden flames soared into the sky. The fierce wind swept up and created a chaotic airflow. The earth split open and suddenly sank. Whoosh! The huge aura spread out and instantly transformed into Super Scions 2. The energy directly broke through 10 billion. As the silver lightning moved, a few strands of golden hair in front of his forehead were inverted exaggeratedly. Hiss! All the Super Scions who were present were shocked, and there was no doubt in their hearts. One of the most knowledgeable Super Scions' eyes rippled, and he shouted with his mouth, "Agape, this form, could it be the legendary Super Scions 2? Good, the appearance of Super Scion 2, the dream of me Scion to dominate the universe is right in front of my eyes." Without knowing that the end of the world had arrived, these Scion people began to clamor one after another. Those fanatical eyes made Ayaka shocked, and also strengthened her thoughts of sealing the entire planet. Boom! 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 After reaching Super Scion 2, Ayam's anger was still rising, and gradually, the clamor was gone. Therefore, the Scion people were already stunned. That towering figure was like an unattainable mountain peak, forever standing in their hearts, shocking their souls. Pop! Wave after wave of air currents swept out like a tsunami, one after another, stacking up layer by layer. Super Scion 3. Ayam finally released all of her ki, revealing his extraordinary beyond 3 form. Her hair that had suddenly become long was not completely golden, and the few bunches of hair that reached her temples and her forehead were actually demonic blood red. That's Ayam's Super 3 form. It looks so weird. Lancey covered his mouth and whispered. It's not the same form as Ayaka and the others, and its aura is stronger. Launch nodded solemnly. The mutated version of Ayam was not as strong as Helgaren, but he was much stronger than Skinny Bu, Bardock, and the others. He was almost at the level of Ayaka before Hongye appeared, and was in the highest state of Super Scion 3. Chapter 263. At this moment, several Super Scions were barely able to stand in the pure and domineering aura, their bodies swaying as if they were stepping on a sponge, but their hearts were excited. They had never seen Super Scions 3, and even Super Scions 2 only existed in legends. However, this did not hinder their perception of Super Scions 3. Golden hair, blue eyes, and flames. Weren't these characteristics of Super Scions? As for Super Saiyan 3, Ayam's Super Saiyan 3 form had some variation. There was a bit of strange blood red in her golden hair, which was different from what they knew. But who knew what a real Super Saiyan 3 was like? Miss, you are also Super Saiyans. I wonder which branch of Super Saiyans are you from? The two Super Saiyans, who had over 100 million powers, lowered their bodies very low, their voices trembling slightly. There were many Saiyans branches, and they urgently wanted to understand each other's true identity. If they were certain that they came from the Saiyans and obtained the other party's help, then the ambition of the Saiyans to dominate the universe was right before their eyes. Of course, there was also a Super Saiyans who were scheming in their hearts. Such a powerful Saiyans must have a very noble bloodline. If we can control her in our hands. Even if they couldn't control her in their hands, obtaining her noble bloodline was also extremely good. The offspring she gave birth to must also have a unique aptitude. In Universe 3, Saya had a large number of people. There were also many subraces. Among them, there was no lack of people with noble bloodlines. The more noble a bloodline was, the higher the probability of a Super Saiyan appearing. Therefore, the people with noble bloodlines were often the targets of everyone. At the same time, the Super Saiyan transformation itself was also a purification of the bloodline. Often, the descendants of Super Saiyan would have a higher bloodline success rate. Looking at the other party's astonishing aura, although they did not use any instruments to measure it, they guessed that there were at least hundreds of billions of energy. Perhaps it had already exceeded 10 billion. On the other hand, there was no detector with such a large number. The Super Saiyan were calculating how to use the other party's ability, but Ayam's eyes were full of coldness, as if he had seen through their thoughts. Humph! As soon as his temper flared up, a blue energy wave shot out, and like a faint mist, it floated over with a whoosh. Rumble! All of the Saiyans were shocked and hurriedly retreated. In just an instant, a large number of Saiyans were buried within. What's going on? Why are you attacking us? The expressions of a few Super Saiyans changed greatly, and they shouted in exasperation. They were both Saiyans, so why did they attack them? Your Saiyans have gone astray and lost the pursuit of Saiyans. There is no need for them to exist in this world anymore. Ayam said. In Ayam's opinion, Saiyans were a fighting race. Fighting was their nature. They advocated the hot-bloodedness and pleasure of fighting. Even if they died in battle, they would not feel regretful. However, they would not pursue power. Like the Saiyans under Frisia and the Saiyans here, they had gone in the wrong direction and lost the purity of Saiyans. Our place, are you not a Saiyans here? A Super Saiyan pondered and suddenly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. Enough nonsense. All of you, disappear. Ayam's faint voice echoed in the air. It was as cold and emotionless as a nightmare. She raised her hand, and countless bright spots of light appeared in the air. They were scattered all over the place, and many colorful energy bombs appeared densely. Shio, a series of straight rays of light shot down and landed on the ground. The scorching energy immediately vaporized the rocks. Run! Someone suddenly shouted. The Saiyans and Super Saiyans immediately turned into rays of light and scattered in all directions. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not escape the attacks of Ayam, who came from Super Saiyans 3. Hua! 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 Countless raindrops poured down. In the bright color, one by one, the Saiyans' lives were taken away. Seeing their clansmen die one by one, the eyes of the strongest Super Saiyans were about to split open. They looked angry. Their faces were distorted, and their eyes were full of murderous intent. We are both Saiyans. Are you really going to kill us all? The leader of the Super Saiyans gritted his teeth and said. Ayam put away his attack and said expressionlessly, I already said that you have fallen. I will not admit that you are Saiyans. Ayam, wait a minute. With a sigh, Ayaka appeared beside Ayam and reached out to hold Ayam's small hand. Ayam was shocked and whispered, Mom. It was obvious that Ayam did not want to let them go. In the sky, the girl in her 3 forms was stopped by a girl whose aura was not very strong at all. It was indescribably strange. As if they realized that the girl could stop the strange people who wanted to kill them, a few Super Saiyans looked at Ayaka and said, Please give us an explanation. It's also the Saiyans why she wants to destroy us. Ayaka shook her head and turned to the Saiyans. She said coldly, she made it very clear just now. Because you have fallen, your mind is full of the idea of dominating the universe. Killing you all at once is indeed cruel, so I changed my mind and decided to seal you together with the entire planet. If you don't resist, I can consider letting you go. If you want to seal us, it is impossible. We still want to dominate the universe, how can we be sealed? Some Scion people had fanatical expressions, stubbornly resisting, and rushed towards them. Still dare to resist, Ayam was immediately furious. Ignorant. A wisp of energy swept over, and another large group of Scions instantly lost their lives. She would not be polite to some stubborn and unrepentant fellows. Have you considered it? Ayaka's voice was a bit cold. The opportunity had already been given to them. It was up to them to choose. She did not believe that there were no Scions who were slightly kind-hearted among such a large number of people. If they were all evil and fantasized about dominating the universe as always, those Scions might as well report to the other world early so as to avoid harming the world. Exterminated, or live. The leaders of the Super Scions looked strong. They were struggling in their hearts. The strength of the other party was too strong. Resisting was basically courting death. He could also see that the one who really made the decision was this tall, flax-colored woman. Sighing deeply, they gave up resisting because resistance was useless. Forget it, the heavens are not on our side. Maybe we really did wrong. But I have one last question. He gave up and looked up at the Super Scion girl in front of him. He asked seriously, are you the royal family of Scion? Royal family? I don't know. Ayam answered decisively. She didn't know about her past, and she had been picked up by Ayaka since she was a child. Sigh, it must be the royal family. I think only the royal family can reach such a high level. The Scion royal family of the third universe had long been extinct. Some legends had just passed down, but the transformation that was stronger than the Super Scion 2 was something that only the royal bloodline could do. At this time, he thought that maybe the heavens sent the Scion royal family over because they saw the Scion go in the wrong direction. Being punished by the Scion royal family was not that unacceptable. It's a pity that the Scion people are going to disappear from the universe. The Super Scion sighed dejectedly. Alright, I will only seal you for 100,000 years. I will give you 100,000 years of reflection. If your nature can be restored after 100,000 years, the seal will naturally be removed. Otherwise, it will be sealed forever. Ayaka raised her finger slightly, and a bit of crystal-clear energy dots gathered in his palm. At the same time, she pulled Ayam's hand and everyone else to teleport away from the planet, appearing on the satellite orbit outside the planet. Ayaka cast her divine power at the planet, and layers of wave-like spatial power began to revolve around it like boiling water. Chaotic energy of unknown attributes escaped from the dimensional space and tightly wrapped around the planet. After a lens-like reflection, the planet disappeared from the universe and was forcibly sealed into the interlayer of the parallel space. I hope these Scion people can get back on the right track. Ayaka looked in a certain direction and disappeared from the satellite orbit. There might not be many Scions in the universe. If the Scions here could regain their original nature, it would be a blessing. As for the Scions who were wandering outside and not on the planet Dodor, let them fend for themselves. It seemed that the managers of this universe would not allow them to exist. The place where the Emperor lived. The Emperor was shocked, especially when the other person disappeared. He was staring straight at him. What a terrifying human. He actually discovered my existence. The Emperor patted his chest and gasped for breath. Then he calmed down. The shock in his heart was still surging. The female Super Scion who appeared just now is actually stronger than the Super Scion 2 who appeared in the past. Could it really be the so-called royal family? And that woman, she easily sealed the entire planet. This Emperor did not know about the existence of parallel space, nor did he know that Ayaka grasped the ability of a part of space, which was to seal planet Dotart into the dimensional space. No, this matter must be informed of Lord Emperor. I hope that Lord Emperor can handle this matter. Chapter 264. The development of the matter had already exceeded the scope of an emperor. He could only report to the emperor if there was anything that he could not handle. He told the emperor everything that happened here and waited for the emperor to deal with it. After sending out the information, the emperor could not help but heave a sigh of relief. To be honest, the pressure Ayaka and the others gave him was too great. However, it was still too early for them to let out a sigh of relief before they left the area he was in charge of. This emperor did not dare to be careless and continued to observe the movements of Ayaka and the others. However, he was much more careful this time. After a while, he would only occasionally take a look. After Ayaka sealed the planet, He left the star region with Hongye and the others. They traveled quickly and soon flew past several star regions. She did not intend to deal with the multi-star race. It could be said that she happened to meet them at the right time. Although the scion here was also called scion, its nature was too bad. She used all her energy to pursue power and brought endless killing. Ayaka punished them slightly and sealed the entire planet for 100,000 years. She hoped that they could find the true nature of the Scion people. To be honest, there were still many Scion people in the entire Dragon Ball world. In terms of Universe 7, there were only a few Scion people left on Earth in Universe 7. However, there were many parallel spaces on the surface of Universe 7. Even though there were only one Scion in most parallel spaces, there was still the parallel space left by planet Vegeta. Universe 3 was even more incredible. There were hundreds of millions of Scion people on the multi-star in the main space. In terms of parallel spaces, the number of Scion people was absolutely shocking. Even if they lost the ones on the multi-star, the number of Scion people was still considerable. This was only the situation of the two universes that Ayaka knew. There were a total of 12 universes in the Dragon Ball world, and it could not be ruled out that there were Scions in other universes. Outside a few star regions, a Science with a messy hairstyle had just conquered a planet. Lord Poke is in trouble. A Science ran over in panic. What's wrong? His gaze was cold and stern, immediately suppressing the Scion. Our connection with the planet has been cut off. Oh. Is there a problem with the instrument? Poke didn't mind. I'm not sure yet. I can't fix it in a short time. Scion swallowed his saliva. In that case, let's take it slow. Poke waved his hand and suddenly said, I heard that there is a super-civilized planet nearby. It is called Planet Spinac. Yes, it is Planet Spinac. It is said that the humans on this planet have a very developed mind and can develop weapons with millions of energy index. Since we are free, why don't we go conquer that planet and let Planet Spinac be used by us Scion people? Lord Poke, that seems to be Lord Naka's goal. Lord Naka, as the Scions called him, was a new generation of Super Scions, along with Poke. That's right, that guy who only knows how to train and doesn't know how to contribute to the Scion race. Speaking of that Scion, Poke's eyes flashed with a hint of disgust. Planet Spinac was naturally Naka's target, but that guy didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. It had been almost a year, and that Planet Spinac was still alive and well in the universe. We don't care about that degenerate. Since he doesn't have the ability to contribute to the Scion clan, I will do it for him. But this will offend Lord Naka. Don't be afraid, it's just a trivial matter. The big shots of Scion have long been impatient with him. The mighty Super Scion actually doesn't know when to advance or retreat. The next time he returns to the planet, what awaits him is a trial. The Scion trembled. Of course, he knew what the so-called trial meant. This was an extremely serious betrayal. If it were for a little lighter, he would be exiled. As for a Super Scion like that, in order to avoid future troubles, they usually had to be killed. When they thought about how the Super Scions were going to be killed, they felt a shiver run down their spines. A purple-green planet. A few clouds floated high in the sky. Next to the river bank, a few wisps of smoke rose. On the open space by the river, Ayaka set up a grill and continuously sent the charcoal fire into the grill. There was an iron mesh shelf on it, and the cut meat was placed on it. After applying oil on it, under the hot charcoal fire, the bottom of the meat let out a soft, zig, sound, and a fragrant smell of meat wafted out. Mig. A young girl emerged from the lake not far from the embankment. She was holding a big fish that was 2 to 3 meters long with one hand. Her entire body was soaked and water was constantly dripping down her body. Bang! She threw the fish that she caught onto the ground. The young girl sniffed her arms that were filled with the smell of fish and raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. There were many big fish in the lake, but the smell was too heavy. Ayaka handed over a skewer of roasted meat. He smiled and pointed to a small hut on the side. There's hot water in the room. Go take a bath. Biting the meat skewer, the young girl's watery eyes turned. She nodded and trotted towards the small house. Picking up the barbecue fork, she pointed at Hongye and said, Ayam has already caught the fish. Go and clean up the fish and then put it up. The fish was too big, so they could only use a very thick iron rod to set it up for barbecue. Hongye stuck out her tongue and muttered a few words. She then pushed up a stove of charcoal, cleaned up the big fish, and then put it on the top of the stove. Soon, the unique fragrance of grilled fish wafted out. "Hey, you guys are back. What did you find?" Launch and Lancy were holding some fruits in their hands. They were all picked from the forest. It was autumn here, and many fruits had already matured. Hongye picked up a pile of fruits on the table. Hongye smiled and looked at one end of the forest. The leaves of many trees had turned yellow. On the path surrounded by a few big trees, Android 17 and Android 18 ran out with a few birds and animals in their hands. "There is a game to taste now," she said with a hearty smile. "If you want to eat them, deal with them yourself." Tossing the birds and animals that were tied to their limbs over, Android 17's cold face revealed a smile as he walked away with a smile. Hongye was stunned. She shook her head and walked to the side to start dealing with them with her key waves. In a few minutes, the living beasts had their bellies split open, and they were propped up with steel bars and placed next to the big fish to roast. Smelling it, Hongye changed the position of the barbecue, and the fresh and tender surface was suffused with a faint scorched yellow. After Ayam took a bath and changed into clean clothes, he came out just in time to smell the delicious fragrance. 7 girls with beautiful appearances came over and began to eat barbecue. The human civilization on this purple-green planet they were on was not developed, but the air environment was excellent. They had lived here for more than a week, and usually did not disturb the nearby natives, but enjoyed life like an outdoor outing. At this time, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Putting down the food in his hands, Ayaka raised his head in alarm, only to see a few figures with different colored hair appear in front of him. "Who are you?" Hongye and Ayam asked in confusion. Ayaka looked at them with a calm expression, continuously probing their identities. From the 5 people who appeared, she sensed a very powerful energy reaction. With a glance, the energy on the other party was immediately revealed without a doubt. Ayaka was a little surprised. The energy of the 5 people is extremely high. 2 of them have reached beyond 3 levels. Although they are only at the early stage of the 3rd level. 5 such experts suddenly appeared. Ayaka smiled like a crescent moon. The identity of the other party was already clear. A smile appeared on his face. "The Emperor of Universe 3, you are finally here." "Emperor?" Ayam was stunned and smiled in realization. The few emperors on the other side were a little surprised. They did not expect the other party to know their identity and contact the intelligence reports from the Emperor here. They were relieved. It was not surprising for such an expert to know some information about the universe and know the information of their Emperor. It was just that the Universe 3 mentioned by the other party was somewhat puzzling. Could it be that the other party did not belong to this universe? The Emperor above suddenly had a flash of inspiration and patted his head, shouting, "You guys are from another universe. I was wondering why so many mysterious experts appeared all of a sudden. Wait, so that means the phenomenon of the universe not long ago was caused by your arrival?" The other emperors also understood at this time. Ayaka was a little confused at first, but she soon thought of the impact they had caused when they broke through the barrier of the universe. She smiled and said, "If there are no accidents, I think so. I am the Grand Kai of Universe 7. I am very sorry to have caused such an impact when I first came to the noble realm." The few emperors waved their hands and said generously, "So it's the Grand Kai of Universe 7. We heard Father God talk about the existence of other universes, but we didn't expect to see the distinguished guests from there with our own eyes." The attitude of the emperor was very polite and sincere. First, it was because the other party was a universe manager like him. Second, he considered that since the other party could break the barrier between the universe, his strength could not be underestimated. Moreover, the emperors here had already reported what had happened here, and they had their own considerations. Father God, who was that? Ayaka was puzzled. Universe 7 had a god of destruction. Could it be that the so-called Father God they were talking about was equivalent to the god of destruction, Beerus? Chapter 265. Without waiting for her to think too much, the Ice King Divine Sword in Ayaka's body suddenly began to tremble. It actually had the urge to break out of her body. There was no time to suppress it, and with a series of urgent, ding, sounds, a crystal transparent sword jumped out. A cold air spread out. Looking at the crystal sword that suddenly appeared, the emperors exclaimed, "Ice King Divine Sword." It's actually the Ice King Divine Sword of the Eastern Emperor Divine Sword. The emperor above looked at it carefully and confirmed, "It is indeed the Ice King's sword, but I don't know why it has consumed a lot of energy." Ayaka blushed. Because she used the large amount of energy in the Ice King's sword to transform the earth, the energy inside the sword was green and yellow. She sighed. She knew that it was impossible to have the Ice King's sword again. The Ice King's sword belonged to the Eastern Emperor, so she could not hold it anymore. The Ice King's sword obviously wanted to return. After understanding this, she released the suppression and released the Ice King Palace. Ring, 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 Eastern Emperor Divine Sword's small transparent palace flew out, and then it began to grow larger, quickly becoming a giant palace. The emperors were both surprised and happy. After the appearance of the Ice King's sword, even the Ice King Palace appeared. Didn't that mean that the Eastern Emperor could wake up soon? These two things should belong to you. Now, the things are returned to their original owners. However, due to some reasons, the energy inside has been consumed a lot. Ayaka said somewhat guiltily. The emperor waved his hand and said politely, "It's nothing, it's already very rare to find these two divine objects. It's all thanks to you guys. If not for you guys, we really wouldn't know when we would be able to find them." The Ice King's sword and the Ice King Palace had been knocked down by the evil god during the ancient war. Now, they must have entered another universe. As for the energy consumption of the two, how could they not consume energy by crossing through the barrier of the universe? As long as the things came back, everything else was secondary. At this moment, they felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Ayaka. How great would it take to travel thousands of miles and cross the barrier of the universe to return the divine sword and palace? I sincerely invite everyone to the Emperor realm to have a chat. The Emperor above said sincerely. Then I'll have to trouble you. Ayaka accepted the invitation calmly. Everyone was a god of the same level. They were also the managers of the universe. There was no hierarchy. Although the Emperor realm had never been there, it should be similar to North Kai realm. She obviously did not expect that at this moment, her love in the mind of the Emperor was already quite noble. Ayam raised his head and looked, his eyes turning straight, as if she was very interested in the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm was spring all year round, dazzling and resplendent. The planets stood tall, and in the area filled with auspicious clouds in the center, there were 5 huge palaces standing in order, arranged in order according to the south, west, north, above, and below, but only the lookout in the east was missing. Ding, 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 ding. The Ice King Palace made a light noise, and its body constantly grew larger. Standing still in the east, the crystal-like palace constantly absorbed the energy of the universe core, as if it suddenly regained vitality. The Ice King Palace is the palace of the Eastern Emperor. It will constantly replenish its energy there. The Emperor above said with a smile. He was in a very good mood because the 6th Emperor would gather again soon. Ayaka nodded calmly, her beautiful eyes constantly sizing up the surrounding environment. The Emperor realm was more dreamy than North Kai's realm. Golden clouds filled the surroundings, and planets of all sizes lay in the golden clouds. It was very similar to the environment where North Kai lived. In the center, the 6 solemn palaces were colorful, emitting red, blue, or green colors. The murals and winding corridors of the palaces were lifelike and made people forget to return. After a short chat, several imperial gods suddenly looked up at the colorful sky above them, and there was a hint of joy between their brows. The palace has returned. The Eastern Emperor is about to wake up. Why don't we all wait in the Void Lookout together? Void Lookout? That is a palace created by Father God. It is used to provide the lookout to revive the Emperor. The blue-haired Northern Emperor said with a devout expression. Ayaka nodded slightly and followed the Emperor into the air. The Emperor has different names for different powers. For example, the Eastern Emperor uses ice and snow energy and is also called the Ice King God. The Southern Emperor uses fire energy, which is also called the Flame King God. The Emperor said. The few of them chatted as they flew. Soon, they arrived at the top of the Emperor realm. Above them, a region of void and chaos appeared. Entering the void, a luxurious palace appeared before them. Father God calls Android the Creation God. This is the Void Lookout created by Father God in the chaotic void. Every time the Emperor dies in battle, he will be able to revive in the lookout. After the ancient war, the Eastern Emperor has lost his palace and is still sleeping. Ayaka and Honya listened carefully, but in their hearts, they were lamenting the fortune of Emperor. There was such a kind and gentle elder guarding them. After stepping into the Void Lookout, there were 6 crystal coffins inside. The coffins were crystal and unique. There were complicated and deep patterns carved on them. They floated in the air in 6 directions, east, south, west, north, upper, and lower. In the coffin in the east, a delicate and pretty girl with long ice blue hair was quietly lying inside. That was the Eastern Emperor, the Ice King Goddess. The Eastern Emperor is about to wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the young girl in the coffin seemed to move. She quickly woke up. When she opened her eyes, the Eastern Emperor revealed a pair of beautiful ice blue eyes. Blue hair and ice eyes. He was indeed worthy of being called the Eastern Emperor of Ice and Snow. Ayaka praised. The clear and flawless eyes like the Eastern Emperor were really rare in the world. The Eastern Emperor quietly looked around and said with a bright smile, "Sorry for making everyone worry. I learned about you from the Ice King Divine Sword. Grand Kai, thank you very much for bringing the Divine Sword back." Ayaka shook her head lightly. Actually, coming to the third universe was beyond her expectations. At that time, because it was in a relatively weak space, the Ice King Divine Sword flew back by itself. High up in the sky of chaos, in the area covered by stars and purple lightning. The patterned core of the stars gathered, and a simple and elegant lookout stood there calmly, as if it had never changed. Inside, the silver-haired middle-aged man opened his eyes that had not changed for a long time again. There was a faint smile on his face, as if he was one with the energy, as if he had merged with nature, and his entire body revealed an indescribable charm. She woke up. "Hee, the energy in the girl's body is very strange." The murmuring echoed in the lookout. With a smile, the silver-haired middle-aged man moved his body that had not moved for many years and slowly disappeared into the lookout. How many years has it been? Will the Super Saiyan God still appear? And the Saiyan people below are starting to be active again. He shook his head. The revival of the Eastern Emperor made everyone feel happy. Under the leadership of several Emperor, Ayaka had a good taste of the planet in the Emperor realm. The blue waves rippled. On the clear blue sea, Ayaka's legs were crossed. Her two arms were intertwined. The old monk was in a meditative state as he floated 30 centimeters above the sea. The waves on the sea were unpredictable. Waves rose and fell, but Ayaka kept a certain height from the sea and kept shaking with the waves. Ayaka looked like he was thinking hard. She stretched her limbs and her feet touched the ground. A light breeze with ripples spread out in all directions. It was calm, leisurely, and silent. Suddenly, a few strands of energy swept out like a tornado. Her flax-colored hair immediately showed a golden luster and then turned blood red in the blink of an eye. "Hey!" After a long sigh of relief, Ayaka frowned, and the blood-red color of her hair faded again. "Just a little bit more. Why can't I recover the state of Honya period?" She was a little distressed. The state of Honya state had always been around her heart. She did not know why she could not enter it again. It seemed that something was missing. What was missing? Ayaka recalled the memory when she transformed into Honya. She could not make up her mind. At that time, Honya was born from a combination, and it was still a little different from the current Ayaka. Chapter 266. After losing contact with Planet.Art, the Super Saiyans called Naka brought back more than 20 of his subordinates. After that, they could check the communication device through the equipment of Spinac. When he found that the device was not damaged, he realized that something big might have happened. Just like Poke, Naka had a strong recognition of the Saiyans. However, unlike most of the Saiyans, they were not very keen on developing their territory. In his opinion, the Saiyans at the moment had a near stubborn idea for some reason. It seemed that since ancient times, the existence of the Saiyans was only to strengthen their own rule. As for what they wanted to do after strengthening their rule, the universe was too big. Before they completed the historical glory of the Saiyans, they did not pay attention to the details of these minor details. Among the hundreds of millions of Saiyans, there would occasionally be some people with brain disorder. They had the same concept as that. They thought that it was acceptable for the Saiyans to expand their territory, but they could not just focus on developing their territory. How to govern the territory under their rule was the main point. In addition, the Saiyan clan was currently a hot-tempered person who occupied an absolute position. They were like a group of boorish fellows. If they were slightly unhappy, they would start a massacre. The higher they got, the more obvious this trend became. This made him feel sad. He felt that it was too difficult for him to change the direction of the Saiyan race. In a universe adventure, he had heard of legends about emperors. He knew that the true managers of the universe were a group of people called emperors. No matter how strong the Saiyan people were, in the end, they were just the lowest level of rule. Even if the Saiyan people were not afraid of the so-called emperors in terms of strength, if they really provoked the emperors or the emperors, they would always have methods to use. They wanted to change the excessively stubborn goals of the race and the fiery temper like a virus implant. Instead, they were not accepted by everyone and even thought of as traitors. In their disappointment, they could take the initiative to leave the planet. As a Super Scion, other than the dozen or so people who guarded the headquarters, the rest of the Super Scions were not the rulers of a star domain. They could fight for a ruling area of moderate size and dedicated themselves to train. As for the suitable rule, they recruited relevant universe people to manage it. He became a shopkeeper who threw his hands off. His actions were undoubtedly striking the nail in the fire, which was incompatible with the basic spirit of the Scion race. However, it was known that the world of the strong relied on strength. As long as he had enough strength, even if he rebelled against the headquarters, so what? If the actions of the headquarters continued, he was afraid that one day, he would recruit absolute experts to kill the entire Scion clan. One had to know how strong the Scion race was. How many years had it been in the universe? After so long, it only ruled this area. From the records of history, he knew that this kind of achievement only consumed 10,000 years. Then, did the Scions achieve nothing 10,000 years ago? It was obviously impossible. There was a strong sense of urgency. If he could not change the direction of the Scion race, the entire clan would face a crisis. If he wanted to change the direction of the Scion race, he could only use absolute strength and use violent methods. Fortunately, there were also other Scion people who had the same ambition. Under that famous reputation, there were a total of more than 20 Scion people who joined him. Now that Naka's strength was at the middle level of the Super Scion race, reaching 500 million power level, and not the 150 million that others had always believed to be 30 million. It was not an exaggeration to say that he already had the strength to act. Those Scions who sided with him, their strength is generally between 5 million to 10 million. This is also an unprecedented event among the same race. Why are people who have the same thoughts as him so strong? Could there be a hidden connection? Then sir, is this star domain where the planet is located? A Scion frowned and asked in confusion. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he calmly said, have the subordinates check it again and determine the coordinates of the space. Not long after, the Scion brought back accurate information. Sir, we have already confirmed it 3 times. We have established multiple coordinates with several nearby planets. This is where the planet is located, but we can't find the planet now. How could this be? Could it be that the mysterious person from the ancient times made a move again? Before coming here, he vaguely felt a powerful energy fluctuation here. At that time, he didn't care about it, but now it seemed that the matter was quite complicated. The space interlayer. The hundreds of millions of Scion on planet Art were horrified to find that they had lost contact with the planet outside. In the meeting hall, several Super Scion gathered together. How is the specific situation? The leader of the Super Scion said in a heavy tone. Someone has been sent out to scout. The people who returned from the early phase reported that the planet seemed to have been moved into an unfamiliar environment. There are no other planets here. Although they are also huge, they are very empty. Bang! A punch landed on the table, and the hard table shattered into pieces. A Super Scion said angrily, if there are no other planets, who will we conquer? Calm down, Dorian. The Super Scion in the lead glared at him, and the Super Scion from before immediately fell silent. It seems that we, the Scion race, cannot avoid this fate. Tell the people outside that we, the Super Savages, agree to bring the Scion race into the test stage. Those who pass the test will receive our guidance, and during this period, there will be strict restrictions. We should discuss the details of the restrictions as soon as possible. But can they agree? So what if I don't agree? All the Super Scions seemed to have resigned themselves to their fate and began to discuss how the entire race would behave in a living environment with only a planet. Right, what will happen to the Scions who are still outside? A Super Science asked. This is not something we can care about. We just need to manage the people here. I'm afraid that we can't manage the people below. You have to know that we Scions are all good at martial arts. To put it bluntly, after becoming a Super Science, I realized that my previous actions had no intelligence at all. I was completely reckless. The leader of the Scions nodded, becoming a Super Science can comb through the purity of the bloodline, jumping from one level to another level, naturally I can see it more clearly. Before, I didn't realize this, but after this disaster, I suddenly realized something. What do you think of that guy? You mean that traitor? That guy was born with a rebellious personality. If I don't deal with him as soon as possible, I'm afraid he will bring disaster to the Scions, the Super Scion said disdainfully. The leader of the Super Scion immediately glared at him. I used to think so too, but don't you think that guy is very special now? Is that traitor very special? Another Super Scion suddenly said, yes, we thought about dealing with him as soon as possible, but now that we think about it, although that pursuit is different from our overall goal, it can help us, the Scion race, break free of our predicament. If all the clansmen are like him, our Scion race. But is that kind of clan still the Scion race? Actually, there is one thing that I have never told you all. All the Super Scion people looked at the leader. The Super Scion in the lead was silent for a moment, then said, in fact, that Naka's strength wasn't displayed at 150 million. I inadvertently discovered that his true strength was probably around 500 million. It was precisely because I discovered his true strength that I was worried that he would do something that would harm our race. The decision to kill him was made after considering this point. Originally, the plan had already been completed. We could only wait for him to return before we could take action. I didn't expect that at this critical juncture, something like this would actually happen. Everyone gasped, that guy has 500 million power level. Doesn't that mean that all of us are no match for him? With so many of us working together, we should be able to subdue him. Everyone, calm down. The Super Scion in the lead continued, other than Naka himself, those Scion who followed him are also not simple. Although they are not Super Scion, power level is generally at 5 million to 10 million. Hiss. Only people who had the same ideals could walk together. I was thinking that this is definitely not a coincidence. Since our race is now in a disaster, I might as well say it. Do you think that, maybe that is the right path? This is impossible. But how do you explain that the person with that idea is stronger than the other Scion? Bloodline. The Super Scion in the lead suddenly sighed. Whether the bloodline is pure or not directly affects the rationality of the behavior to a certain extent. That might have a purer bloodline with his companions. As for us, we are probably wrong. Do you remember that Naka's parents are Super Scion? Of course they remember, but that Naka's parents all died in battle. Faya, Debbie, Zero, you are the only female Super Scion among us. I'm afraid the hope of our race will be handed to you. The three female Super Scions named Faya, Debbie, and Zero blushed. Of course, they understood what the Super Scions in the lead meant. Your future mission is to give birth to descendants with purer bloodlines for our race. I know that you like Kyle, Kasky, and Gilo. Now, I will lead you to marry them. Kyle, you will marry Faya, Kasky will marry Dabby, and Gilo will marry Zero. You must take good care of your wives. They are the future of our race. Kyle, Kasky, and Gilo were both surprised and happy. They had always liked these three female Super Scions, but they had never had the courage to confess. It must be known that the three female Scions had become Super Scions earlier than them. They were stronger than themselves. They were seniors. In the future, our race needs to have a clear childbirth plan, and try to train as many pure-blooded clansmen as possible. Chapter 267. In the Emperor Realm, in the Sea of Blue Ripples. Ayaka just sat there motionless. It had been more than a month, and she gradually recalled the state of Homya at that time. She calmed her state of mind, calmed, and relaxed, gradually entering a mysterious realm similar to the feeling of heaven and man. Her heart was like still water, calm and tranquil. At this time, the influence of the outside world began to fade. Gradually, it was no longer able to affect her. Ayaka was already immersed in a state of dreamlike fantasy and unity with the nature. It was as if her entire body had transformed into nature. With a thought, she was like a freely drifting wind, overlooking the entire earth. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. With a flash of light, she gradually grasped the crux of the matter. Ha! With a soft sound of breaking through the air, wisps of light and elegant thin wind swept up, and several waves appeared on the sea surface. Her elegant and fluffy hair suddenly lit up with a fiery red pleat light. Ayaka instantly returned to the state of Homya. Her beautiful and elegant fiery red long hair danced in the air, and under her bright red and curved eyebrows, there was a pair of bright red eyes. It's actually even more powerful than when I turned into Homya. It was also a beautiful and peerless power, and she clearly felt that it was even more full and real than before. Homya was formed by her and Homya. When it appeared, the energy quickly enveloped the entire universe. Although the scene was splendid, it was a bit lacking in beauty. She could not tell the specific reason, but she preferred the current simple and unadorned appearance. Her body gently lifted up. She gently crossed the sea and stepped onto the shore. Her face was always relaxed and indifferent. The energy in her body was vast, but there was no overflow. She knew that this was a whole new realm. It was different from the rough and violent level of Super Saiyan. It was definitely a higher level of mystery. The realm of God. She vaguely felt that she had reached the realm of God of Destruction that old Kai had mentioned. Pa! A series of crisp applause sounded. She looked up and saw a silver-haired middle-aged man slowly walking down from the sky step by step, as if there was a staircase in the void. The silver-haired middle-aged man was just like an ordinary person. At first glance, he was just an ordinary human, but Ayaka did not dare to look down on him at all. The middle-aged man walked up to Ayaka and looked at her with his silver eyes that were different from ordinary people. What kind of eyes are those? Ayaka trembled all over. His silver eyes seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, with an ancient and boundless charm. Suddenly, the middle-aged man suddenly attacked without warning. Ayaka's pupils shrank, her arm resting on her chest, and then she also struck out with her palm. Bang! The two palms struck together, ordinary and without any momentum, as if two ordinary people without any power had slapped each other. But at this moment, crack, crack. The air was delayed for a moment before an uproar burst out, and the thin layer of air unexpectedly split in half. Rumble. After a moment of silence, the entire planet began to shake violently, and waves of air passed through the atmosphere. Then, they converged on the back of the planet, creating a terrifying cyclone like a tornado. Hee hee, not bad, not bad. The Super Saiyan God has appeared once again. The silver-haired middle-aged man put away his palm and praised loudly. Super Saiyan God. Ayaka opened her eyes wide in confusion. Although she had vaguely guessed the realm above Super Saiyan 3, she was still very shocked when she heard it. Seeing that the other party was not very familiar with the situation of Super Saiyan God, the silver-haired middle-aged man smiled. The so-called Super Saiyan is a realm that belongs to the level of gods. Well, a long time ago, not long after the universe was opened up, a Super Saiyan God was born. I fought with him, and his strength was not weaker than mine at all. Unfortunately, he died in the long river of time. The middle-aged man sighed, as if he was recalling the past of the ancient era. The Saiyan of this universe appeared after his death. Although he inherited a part of the power of Super Saiyan God and gave birth to the Saiyan royal family, he was still far from being comparable to the real Super Saiyan God. However, no matter what, the Saiyan inherited the power of Super Saiyan God. It was still not to be underestimated. In the long battle, the Saiyan developed a unique way of fighting, which was the Super Saiyan transformation. Ayaka listened quietly. She did not know that Super Saiyan had these origins. He could also vaguely guess the identity of the silver-haired middle-aged man. He should be the Father God mentioned by the emperors, the God of Creation, the Emperor of Creed. The God of Creation spoke in a flat tone, but his words carried an unquestionable strength. Although Super Saiyan's use of power is a bit rough, it is also an extraordinary power. Unfortunately, the current group of Saiyan people, apart from some who preserve the purity of the Saiyan people, most of them have gone in the wrong direction. The God of Creation's evaluation of the Saiyan people was quite approved by Ayaka. Going the wrong way was equivalent to the cancer of the universe. As the ultimate manager of the third universe, the God of Creation should eradicate these tumors. However, taking into account the blood of his old friend, he cut off a piece of it every time like cutting leek, leaving a piece behind, in order to one day give birth to the Super Saiyan God. Pure Super Saiyan was righteous. At this time, the Emperor gods who were attracted by the commotion here rushed over. Hongye, Ayam and the others followed closely behind. When they saw the middle-aged man with silver hair fluttering in the wind, the six emperors were shocked. Their faces were filled with excitement. They greeted him with excitement and reverence, Father God, so you have already awakened. The God of Creation was the guardian of the universe that had existed since ancient times. To them, he was an elder who was as kind as a father. I woke up when the Ice King's sword entered this universe. It's good that Eastern Emperor woke up, lest I search for the whereabouts of the palace one by one in the universe. The Eastern Emperor smiled affectionately. Who is that person? The Emperor seems to respect him a lot. Didn't you hear them call him Father God? He should be a powerful god. Launch and the others whispered. Hongye and Ayam looked at the God of Creation seriously. Their expressions were very serious. They could not see through the depth of the other party at all. It was as if the person standing in front of them was just an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken. The silver eyes glanced at Hongye and the others one by one. Hongye and Ayam were shocked, as if they had been seen through. They felt cold. Not bad, I have almost touched the threshold of Super Saiyan God. The God of creation praised. Hongye had once combined with Ayaka into Hongya. After separating, she obtained nearly half of the strength of Hongya at that time. Her strength had already surpassed 3 levels. All she lacked was a bit of comprehension about the realm. She could probably become a Super Saiyan God very soon. Ayam's situation was a little special. Her bloodline was of the ancient royal bloodline. Although she did not know the origin of the 7th universe's Saiyan royal family, but thinking about the 3rd universe, it could not be unrelated to the Super Saiyan God. Ayam had already awakened the royal bloodline, and there were some mutations. Although her power was a bit worse than Hongye's, it was not much worse. She was still a step away from breaking through. With the God of creation's sharp eyes that saw through the ancient times, he could see them clearly at a glance, and soon there might be 2 more Super Saiyan gods appearing. Mom, you broke through. Seeing that Ayaka had become like Hongya, Ayam cheered in surprise. Ayaka's appearance of returning to his original state was more attractive than Hongya's. Hongya was wearing a red vest, white tight corset, black pants, exposed waist, sports shoes. She was the wild goddess of the city. At this moment, Ayaka was pure and beautiful. Her blood-stained long hair gave off a cold and domineering aura. She was very attractive. Really, her red hair is the same as Hongya. However, Hongya's eyes are black, and Ayaka is red. Just like Hongya at that time. I heard the God of creation say that this is the Super Saiyan God state. Ayaka smiled. Chapter 268. Super Saiyan God. Everyone cried out in alarm. Just by listening to the name, one could tell that it was very impressive. This is the true Super Saiyan God state, a power that surpasses Super Saiyan 3. After breaking through to Super Saiyan God, Ayaka's every move already had a charm similar to that of a God of creation. So far, she had been maintaining the Super Saiyan God state. At this time, her state and Super Saiyan state had already disappeared, and all of them had merged into the Super Saiyan God state. Perhaps it was because of the existence of Hongya state, Ayaka had no burden in maintaining the Super Saiyan God. Ayaka looked on with envy. The Super Saiyan God form was very similar to her appearance. The only difference was the color of her eyes. However, she knew that this was a completely different distance. Super Saiyan God had a power that was above that of a Super 3. On the other hand, the red hair of Ayam's mutated form was somewhat of a Super Saiyan God form. Yes, there has also been an incomplete Super Saiyan God in history. It was formed by the fusion of the power of 5 pure-hearted Saiyan. The God of creation said slowly. At this time, not only was Ayaka surprised, but even the 6 emperors opened their mouths in surprise. Can a Super Saiyan God be achieved through other means? However, that cannot be compared to a real Super Saiyan God. After all, using the fusion of power to complete the transformation is just a coincidence. It is not a straight line. Although it is guaranteed to have the form of a Super Saiyan God, its power cannot be compared with a real Super Saiyan God. It is like standing on the peak of a mountain and overlooking the earth. The effect is completely different. Ayaka agreed with the words of the God of creation. No one present understood the state of Super Saiyan better than her. Even if she temporarily synthesized Super Saiyan God, her realm was not stable. Without the support of the main body's 3 powers, the foundation was much worse. Like 5 ordinary Saiyan people, it was possible for her to reach the appearance of Super Saiyan God. However, her power might only be less than Super Saiyan 2. Even if 5 Super Saiyans fused together, they would at most reach the level of Beyond 3. They still couldn't compare to the real Super Saiyans. As for the fusion of Super 3 powerhouses, it might be possible to push one of the people who had the hope of becoming a real Super Saiyans to the level of Super Saiyans temporarily. In order to maintain the follow-up, that person needed to work harder. With the previous experience, the possibility of success was much higher. Ayaka could also call the real Super Saiyans 4. Of course, this Super Saiyans 4 was a different concept from the Super Saiyans that appeared in the anime, Dragon Ball GT. Right now, she was looking at Hongye and Ayam. The 2 of them had a high chance of breaking through to the Super Saiyan God level. Of course, Son Goku and Vegeta also had a high chance. However, it would take at least a few more years. However, it was a little difficult for Bardock. At the thought of this, Ayaka sincerely requested, "Lord God of creation, I hope that you can help us." Among the people present, the God of creation, creed, had existed for the longest time. It had existed almost as soon as the universe was born. There was nothing that had not been seen in the long years. Ayaka even guessed that the God of creation had existed longer than the God of destruction in Universe 7. If she could get the help of the God of creation, not only would Hongye and the others be able to break through quickly, but even she herself would be able to improve. The God of creation nodded and agreed generously. "I can teach you in terms of realms, but this place can't withstand the power of the Scion God. We need to go to the void in the depths of the universe." The God of creation pointed at this weak space. At this level of power, even the most stable Emperor realm seemed a little thin. Ayaka and the others were overjoyed, especially Hongye and the others, who were already impatient. In the depth of the universe, in an extremely small area, chaotic air currents spread everywhere. This kind of place could not even be easily stepped into by an emperor or god. The chaotic air currents inside could tear it into pieces in an instant. Launch, Lancy, Android 17, and Android 18 could only sigh and stop, watching Ayaka and the others disappear into the grey chaos. Unknowingly, the distance between them and Ayaka was getting bigger and bigger, and most of the time, they were like vases. Although they all had power level who was no less than the Super Saiyan 2, this bit of strength did not seem to be of much use after magnifying the situation. They urgently wanted to improve power level. Winter passed and spring came. Time flew and a year passed quietly. Even though there was no change of seasons in the Emperor realm, Launch still accurately remembered the time. It had been a year since Ayaka and the others entered the chaotic void to cultivate. In the past year, Launch, Android 18 and the others had worked hard to improve themselves. With the help of the Emperor, their progress was not bad. It has been almost a year. I wonder how Ayaka and the others are training. Launch looked at the constantly surging golden sea of clouds and was somewhat lost in thought. Of course I have become stronger. Why is the gap getting bigger and bigger? Android 17 bit the corner of his clothes. Perhaps Hongye has also reached the Super Saiyan Divine Realm. At this time, in the midst of the chaos, two bright red figures struck the thin and dark clouds. Pooh! A large amount of energy expanded, clearing out a large area of chaos in an instant, leaving an empty area. Purple lightning streaked across, looking ferocious. Waving his clothes, the thunderous attack instantly dissipated. Hongye and I am both smiled. Their fiery red hair danced freely, both of them in the Super Saiyan Divine Realm. Over the past year, under the dual guidance of the God of Creation and Ayaka, they finally broke through the shackles and reached the realm that Saiyan dreamed of. In the void, Ayaka stood in the middle of the stars filled with purple lightning, receiving the baptism of the great lightning from the galaxy. Rumble. Thunder raged, and purple lightning bolts struck her body, causing several ripples. Each strike was a form of training. With her current realm, she could now take on the great lightning of the universe grade. No matter how high she was, she would not be able to withstand it. The great lightning of the universe grade above was a great explosion born from the universe, and she did not dare to rashly attempt it. Ayaka appeared between Hongye and Ayam, and then brought them into the temple where the divine seed of creation was at the intersection of the stars. After leaving for more than a year, it was about time for them to go back. By the way, Lord God of Creation, can you modify this pair of earrings? He took out a pair of earrings and handed it to the God of Creation. Although she was on the same level as the God of Creation, Ayaka still spoke with respect. She took out the combined earrings of Universe 7's old Kai. This thing was very magical. Although it was not used, she had collected one of them. The combination earring was a prop that appeared in the original story. It could perfectly merge two people with different souls. The drawback was that once the combination was combined, it could never be separated again. In the original story, the Supreme Kai and Supreme Kai apprentice, Kibito unexpectedly merged into Kibito Kai, and then never separated again. In order to deal with Majin Buu, Son Goku and Vegeta also fused together, because Son Goku was a strong man in the world of living, and Vegeta was a strong man in the other world. After the combination, Gogeta was judged by the Supreme Kai, they are no longer as simple as overlapping energy, but are almost at the same level of power. Of course, Supreme Kai's words here were exaggerated. The purpose was to show that Gogeta was strong, and the principle was the same as, this is no longer 1 + 1 = 2. It did not mean that Gogeta power level was really Son Goku power level, and Vegeta. Emperor Creed was a god of creation, and his ability to create was extraordinary. Perhaps he could change the shortcomings of the combination earrings that could not be separated. Ayaka took out the earrings with a testing attitude. The god of creation carefully looked at the pair of earrings in his hand, and his eyelids twitched a little. He smiled. This thing is a little interesting, but it is a little flawed. In the end, it was a god that was famous for its creation, and it could see the shortcomings of the earrings at a glance. P.S. Here, Super Saiyan 4 was described as Super Saiyan 4. It was not the Super Saiyan 4 in the human-like anime, Dragon Ball GT. The big thunderbolt referred to the explosion when the universe first opened. It was the thunderbolt formed by energy and matter, and the basic rules of physics were determined. It was not thunder. Don't think that the big thunderbolt of the universe stage was a big explosion that affected the entire galaxy. The big thunderbolt of the universe stage was a big explosion that affected the entire universe. Chapter 269. The god of creation swiped his fingers in the air a few times. A green light entered, and the earrings immediately bloomed with a colorful color. The flaws were repaired with a few simple movements, and the whole process looked extremely simple, as if it were for just a trivial matter. It has been modified. This kind of crooked thing is rare in the future, and it is not helpful for training. The god of creation taught. This method of using external objects could only be used in times of crisis. The improvement of oneself still depended on individual effort. Of course, it was also necessary to practice the tactics after the fusion. Otherwise, it would be too late to hold God feet when the real crisis came. Ayaka put the earrings into her bag and nodded seriously. She had never thought of using the combined earrings. On the contrary, she had the same opinion as the god of creation. She believed that it was not the right way to improve by using external items. However, the combination earrings were quite rare and had a bit of collectible value. Wouldn't it be better if it were for perfect? Well, when you return to the descendants of Universe 7, I will greet Mr. Whis. The god of creation said calmly, but when he said the name Whis, he revealed a hint of respect. Whis? Ayaka was puzzled. The god of creation was wise and kind. He calmly explained, Mr. Weiss is the servant of the god of destruction, Beerus. He is also the teacher of the god of destruction. This person's true identity is unknown. He is a very powerful senior. The teacher of the god of destruction. Ayaka was shocked. Someone who could be called a senior by the god of creation, the god of creation, the god of creation, must be an extraordinary existence. Ayaka nodded calmly. She quietly remembered the name Whis in her heart. Even someone as powerful as her could see through illusions. The toughness of her heart was not ordinary. She would not be disturbed by external factors. It felt like she had become a god. In the face of the god of destruction, Beerus, Ayaka was not afraid at all. To be honest, if it were for a real battle, she was not boasting. She was confident to fight with him. She had heard from the god of creation that the god of destruction, Beerus, was a god who came after her. She was not like the god of creation who was born with the universe. Even now, Beerus was still no match for the god of creation, Emperor Creed. This gave Ayaka a lot of confidence. According to the god of creation, when she first became a Super Saiyan god, Super Saiyan 4, her power was already comparable to the god of destruction. It had to be known that she had not wasted this year. The endless river of stars had tempered her, making her thicker and more reserved. Mr. Whis is very mysterious. Just pay attention. Ayaka smiled. This Weiss made her a little surprised. Of course, it was just an accident. Lord God of Creation, thank you for your guidance for over a year. Thank you. Thank you. Homya and I am also politely expressed their gratitude. If not for the God of Creation's guidance that saved them from many detours, it would have taken them at least some time to become Super Saiyan gods. The God of Creation nodded with a smile, his eyes deep and calm as he watched them disappear into the endless chaos. With them here, many interesting things have happened in the world. After a long, low hum, the God of Creation fell into a deep sleep again, and the chaotic void returned to peace, just like the unchanging passage of time. Emperor Realm. Launch and the other three tried their best to cultivate. The excellent environment made their skills improve by leaps and bounds, and they gradually advanced in the direction of being equivalent to a Super Saiyan 2. After a wave of fluctuation, Ayaka and the other two appeared next to them. "Ah, Ayaka, you're back." Launch and the others cried out in surprise, and then they noticed the three of them had red hair and red eyes. They were stunned. "You're all Super Saiyan gods." In the lower realm, a great battle that would decide the future of the Saiyan race was about to break out. On one side, there were more than 20 Saiyans who could be the leader. On the other side, there were a few Super Saiyans and many Saiyans troops who were led by Poke. Poke had only learned of the rebellious news not long ago. "Damn it, that's simply the shame of us Saiyans." "Poke, have you found out why the planet disappeared?" A Super Saiyan stared at the nearby Naka with cold eyes. "We haven't found out yet, but I think it has something to do with that." "In that case, let's kill him first." "Ha ha ha." Another Super Saiyan said arrogantly. "In order to avoid unnecessary complications, let's attack together." "No need. I alone am enough to deal with a trivial matter," Poke said disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong aura suddenly erupted from the opposite camp. All the Saiyans were stunned, and their eyes could not help but flash with astonishment and panic. A Super Saiyan said in shock, "Is that guy really that?" With a gloomy face, they found that they had underestimated that. "Let's attack together." After bidding farewell to the 6 emperors, Ayaka found a place with a weak space. With a punch, the space barrier immediately shattered. The fluctuations of space instantly spread across the entire universe. It was like throwing a huge rock into a smooth lake. A deep, dark hole filled with chaotic airflow appeared in front of him, and the hole constantly spewed out disturbing energy. "Go in quickly." Ayaka held Hongya's hand and a few of them jumped in a line. After they entered, the self-repair function of the universe played a role. The broken space began to be repaired, and the dark and mixed energy was expelled, and the universe returned to peace. In a strange galaxy in Universe 7, the starry sky twisted inexplicably as if pulled by a black hole. Soon, 7 beautiful figures appeared in the starry sky. From the moment she entered Universe 7, Ayaka's sense as the Grand Kai God began to recover, but this time she felt a delicate energy gently brush across her cheek. Yes, there was a faint divine sense scanning her. She hadn't felt it when she entered the 3rd universe before, but as her power continued to rise, she clearly sensed that a thought was scanning her. After thinking for a while, she seemed to have figured it out. The divine sense that was scanning her should be from the source of Universe 7. When she first stepped on the nemesis of beauty, she had a guess that the universe had thoughts, and Shenron in the Dragon Ball was a clone of the Dragon God. The Dragon Ball could use the power of the universe to achieve things that did not violate the laws of the universe. Dragon God Purunga had once answered her question and confirmed her guess. It was just that at that time, her power was low and she could not clearly sense the existence of the Dragon God. As she crossed the bottleneck of Super Saiyan 3 and stepped into the realm of Super Saiyan God, the mystery of the universe was finally revealed in front of her. She guessed that the will of the universe was more like a program. It ensured that the universe could operate in a normal and orderly manner. Although the level was extremely high and far above that of the Grand Kai, apart from its mysterious characteristics, its true strength should not be strong. Super Saiyan God, or the God of Destruction realm, were all existences that surpassed the Dragon God. The Dragon God did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the God of Destruction because the God of Destruction was the manager and guardian of the universe. Rather than calling it a guardian, it was better to say that the God of Destruction was more like the owner of the universe. The entire universe was his personal toy, and he could play with it however he wanted. After sorting out these things, Ayaka suddenly became relaxed, as if there was no mystery in the world to bother her anymore. Yes, it was a bit one-sided. "Mom, where is this? Let's go back to Earth first. After leaving for such a long time, I still miss that place." Ayaka waved his arm, and a spatial power wrapped around them and quickly disappeared. Chapter 270. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since Majin Buu and the Garen incident. There had been no more incidents during the ordinary days. The Earth had welcomed a long period of peace. 2 years had been a long time for the busy Earth. However, the experts on Earth had already reached a certain level. It was extremely rare to see enemies stronger than Garen after Garen incident. In Mount Paozu, Son Goku continued to train hard as usual. It only ended when it was close to noon. At lunchtime, the scene of crazy snatching food appeared on the dining table again. Son Goten was wearing a vest, holding a big bowl of rice. On the side, Son Goku and Bardock were waving their hands. The food on the plate disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh, Kakarot, going to the dining table is entering the battlefield. Scions fight for victory at any time. I won't lose anywhere. Looking at the two people crazily eating food like a war, Chi-Chi shook her head helplessly. There were several scions at home, and she was under a lot of pressure. Although Sun Goten was also wolfing down the food, he was much more refined. This was thanks to Chi-Chi's good education. In addition, since he met Videl, he began to consciously control the amount of food he ate. The amount of food he ate was already much less than before. By the way, Krillin will have a gathering in the afternoon. He has already informed us. Son Goku stuffed a large squid into his mouth and said unclearly, "Oh, a gathering? I'm not good at dealing with that kind of thing. When everyone goes, isn't it very interesting?" "Yes, Dad, go." Son Goten agreed loudly. "And, since that's the case, then go." In the afternoon, Krillin drove the aircraft to Mount Paozu to pick up Son Goku's family. The gathering was held in a private villa in the suburbs of Krillin City. In the current world peace, the Dragon Ball warriors all had their own careers, and relatively speaking, they were busier. Everyone was busy and the time for gathering was reduced. They arranged for a gathering every year. Ah, everyone is here. On the flying device, Master Roshi, Oolong, Yamcha, Violet, and Videl were already there. Son Goku greeted everyone warmly. Long time no see. Everyone is still in the same spirit. Wu Tian has grown a lot taller. Everyone chatted and laughed. The flying transport slowly rose into the air and flew towards the outskirts of Krillin City. After not seeing each other for a long time, everyone had a lot to talk about. They chatted enthusiastically and unknowingly arrived at the top of their destination. The gathering place was Krillin's private villa. At a glance, the blue sea, blue sky, golden sand, white waves, and the peace and quiet unique to the greenery in the suburbs were the best place for life and entertainment. Not long after, a few figures flew over from the horizon. Piccolo and Dent have arrived. Ah, Mr. Popo is here too. And Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu. Another aircraft landed. Bulma, Vegeta, and Trunks jumped off the aircraft. When Trunks saw Son Goten, a smile immediately bloomed on his face. The two brats ran to the side to play. Hee, Vegeta is here too. Son Goku touched the bridge of his nose and smiled. Since you're here, I naturally want to come as well. When we have time, let's find a time to have a good fight. I'm full of confidence right now. A faint smile hung on his face. His tone was very confident. After reaching the realm of Beyond 3, Vegeta once again regained his strong confidence. In the past 2 years, he had been working very hard to cultivate, hoping that one day, he would have a good fight with Kakarot and defeat him. Son Goku laughed and said seriously, "In the end, I will definitely win." Alright. Once we meet, we start competing again. I have also arranged many programs. Let's go and have fun. Krillin hugged his daughter. His face was filled with a happy smile. This gathering should be the most complete one in recent times. For this gathering, Krillin had put in a lot of effort. For this gathering, he personally went out to invite Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu. Woof! After a series of wild barks, everyone turned their heads and noticed a seat under a parasol in the corner. A pink figure sat there, holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other. There was a napkin hanging on his chest and a black cloak draped over his back. He kept lowering his head to destroy the food in front of him. Is Majin Buu also here? Piccolo was a little surprised. As long as there is something good to eat, when is there not him? Krillin spread out his hands and said speechlessly. He was not the one who invited Majin Buu. It was the fatty who stuck to him with a cheeky smile. Son Goku and the others nodded, as if they were in deep thought. After Majin Buu separated the evil part, his strength greatly decreased. His entire person became an innocent child. He was no longer a big threat. Now, Majin Buu was taking the stray dog he picked up from back then to wander around. He had seen his figure more than once at a large gathering. Well, in 2 years, Majin Buu had barely recovered to the level of perfect Buu. Well, then Ayaka and the others are missing. I don't know where they went to train. There is no one. Speaking of Ayaka and the others, Krillin could only shake his head helplessly. He remembered that when he first saw her, he was infatuated with her. As time passed, the gap between the two became bigger and bigger. Krillin also found his other half. Yeah, it's been almost 2 years since she disappeared. When Master Rashi thought of Ayaka's beautiful face and fiery figure, she was intoxicated. Unfortunately, although she grew up and became more beautiful, her temper was getting worse and worse. Now, even if she stayed a little longer in her chest, there was a risk of being torn to pieces. Hongya and Ayam were also good, but their temper was not good either. As for Android 17 and 18, hey. Birds of a feather flocked together. I heard that old Kai invited them to another space. There was a hint of longing in Bulma's words, but more of it was envy. Up until now, she had not even left Earth a few times, but they had already wandered to other spaces. The difference in layout was too great. We also participated in this match. The young girl's clear voice suddenly sounded. At the pool of the villa, 7 young girls appeared. Chapter 271. Ayaka. Sister. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Majin Buu looked over and continued to eat. Vegeta and Bardock revealed some joy in their eyes. Of course, they also seemed to be eager to challenge her. Ayaka smiled and walked to the stool and sat down. She looked at everyone and nodded secretly. After 2 years of separation, everyone's train had improved. Especially Vegeta's progress made her a little surprised. It seemed that she would catch up with Goku soon. As expected of a Saiyan prince, his unyielding character was unmatched. It was probably because of this that Vegeta was able to achieve his current accomplishments. Ayaka, where have you all been for the past 2 years? Yeah, North Kai said that you all went to another space. What exactly happened? Seeing everyone's curious gazes, Ayaka coughed lightly and waved her hand. She told everyone what had happened in the past 2 years. After listening to Ayaka's narration, everyone felt that their brains were not enough. What was Universe 7, Universe 3, Emperor God, Scion? These were all unimaginable. There were still many Scions in other universes. Vegeta, as a prince, had no objections to Ayaka's actions. If he had done the same, perhaps he would have been even more ruthless. In other words, you have now reached the so-called Super Science God realm. Bardock was very disappointed, but he was also very excited. Above Super Saiyan 3, the realm of gods had always been in his guesses. Unfortunately, with his ability, he might not have been able to reach that realm. Now that he heard that Ayaka and the others had already reached Super Saiyan's god state, the excitement in his heart could be imagined. It is indeed the realm of Super Saiyan's god. I will independently reach the true realm of Super Saiyan's, and the realm of Super Saiyan's god will be defined as Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan had 2 ways to achieve it. One was to break through independently. After reaching the peak of beyond Super Saiyan 3, he would comprehend the realm belonging to God. He would be restrained to the extreme and return to his original state. The other was to gather the strength of 5 kind-hearted Scions and temporarily become a Super Saiyan God. The strength would vary depending on the person. The strong were strong, the weak were weak, and there was no standard. Ayaka, let me experience the strength of Super Saiyan God. Vegeta said seriously, but he did not dare to have any conceited emotions in his words. Reality proved that whenever he was conceited, he would always suffer a harsh blow from a woman. Ayaka had almost become the shadow of Vegeta. He originally thought that Super Saiyan 3 was already the peak of Saiyans, but he did not expect that there was an even stronger Super Saiyan God above him. The new domain and new realm made him, who had been unwilling to admit defeat, feel even more excited. Son Goku was also excited, and his whole body was ready to move. Good. Ayaka readily agreed, and let them see the power of Super Saiyan God, so that they could advance in a clearer direction. Xiong, the flames were boiling, and Vegeta turned into a Super 3 form. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure spread out. Ayaka nodded indifferently, and then turned into a Super Saiyan God state. His red hair and red eyes were red, and other than becoming a little fierce, he was like a sweet girl without any momentum. This is Super Saiyan God. Vegeta was somewhat puzzled. Due to their level, Krillin and the others were even more unable to understand Ayaka's state. Son Goku and Bardock had grave expressions on their faces. As the saying goes, the layman watches the show, the expert sees the knacks. Their eyesight was naturally more discerning than Krillin and the others. They took in a deep breath, and the red-haired girl's entire body revealed a profound mystery. What a strange state. There is not a single bit of ki leaking out of her body. She is completely ordinary. Terrifying. If I didn't know Ayaka's strength beforehand, would have thought that she was just an ordinary girl, Bardock commented as he stroked his chin. Ayam smiled happily and said, that's right, this is the Super Saiyan God. The realm of a god is ordinary and deep. What will be detected by the outside world will not be the realm of the god. Although it was just a few words, it was the essence. She had reached the realm of the gods under the teaching of the god of creation, and spoke in one set of words. N. The two of them remembered her words in their hearts and carefully looked at the battlefield. It's here. Ayaka's expression was elegant. She suddenly let out a low groan and her body suddenly disappeared. Her speed was comparable to teleportation. So fast. Vegeta's pupils constricted, but he was unable to capture Ayaka's movements. Ka. A beautiful figure appeared at his side. She stretched out 2 fingers and formed a sword with her fingers. She casually drew a beautiful arc in the air and flicked her back to Vegeta's shoulder. Instantly, as if 1,000 Joule of gravity had been released, Vegeta's body flew in a direction. With a faint smile on his face, Ayaka leaned forward and slid along the ground. In an instant, he surpassed Vegeta and appeared in front of him. He extended his elegant finger again. Bang! As if he saw a tremor, Vegeta's body that was sent flying was forcefully stopped in midair. Crack! He landed on the ground again, and the Super Saiyan 3 state stopped abruptly. Terrifying! A thought flashed through everyone's mind. Vegeta, who had reached the peak of Super Saiyan 3, was actually toyed with in the palm of his hand. He was defeated so easily. The gap between Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan God was actually so great. There was no way to compare at all. It was true that there was a great difference in strength between each realm of Super Saiyan, especially between Super Saiyan 3. However, regardless of whether it was the gap between Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2, or the gap between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3, there had never been such a situation where the difference between heavens and earth was so great that a single finger could casually toy with Vegeta, who was at the peak of Super Saiyan 3, simply unbelievable. Even if he changed Vegeta into Hell and Forest, the result would probably be no different. Amazing! Vegeta climbed up in a sorry state. There was no trace of frustration on his face after being defeated. Instead, he was even more excited and full of fighting spirit. To him, it was not strange that he was defeated by Ayaka. It would be strange if he could defeat Ayaka one day. He thought that he had reached the peak of the realm beyond Super Saiyan 3, but the appearance of Super Saiyan God pointed out the direction for him again. Chapter 272. Unlike Vegeta, who was full of fighting spirit, Krillin was staring blankly. Unbelievable. Super Saiyan 3 was defeated so easily. How terrifying is Ayaka's strength. There were no gorgeous moves, no earth-shattering special effects. Everything was so ordinary that it could even be said to be a little crude. Compared to the previous battles, even the lowest level battles were much more gorgeous than it. However, just a few simple moves had completely defeated the Super 3 Vegeta, who was still imposing just now. This was the realm that Super Saiyan God had. Ayaka's extraordinary strength instantly shocked everyone. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses and carefully recalled what had just happened. They kept thinking about it, but the more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was not simple. Her movements just now seemed to be very rough, like a beginner without any care. If they were seen by the martial arts masters in the martial arts hall, they would definitely be scolded and kicked out. However, the level of Krillin and the others was not ordinary after all. They would not only focus on the outside like ordinary people. Although they did not understand it very well, they knew the importance of each move. This was not something they could understand. This was because the moves were just a performance. What really worked was the inner workings that they could not understand. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was profound and profound. Finally, they sighed and said, "This is indeed not a realm that we can understand." On the side, Son Goku and Piccolo seemed to have grasped something and nodded thoughtfully. Vegeta walked towards Son Goku, completely without the mistake of being defeated. He said to Son Goku, "Kakarot, let's compete and see who reaches the Super Saiyan God first." This time, Vegeta was extremely confident. He firmly believed that he, who had personally experienced the power of Super Saiyan God, would definitely break through earlier than Kakarot. Alright, I can't wait to go back and train now. With a new path in front of them, both Son Goku, Vegeta, and Bardock began to desire it. If not for the fact that they were in the middle of a gathering, they would have immediately run back to train. Mom, great! Ayam blinked her bright eyes and smiled. Ayaka smiled and turned to Son Goku and the others. Reaching Super Saiyan 3 has basically reached the peak of the Saiyan bloodline. At this time, no matter if it is adding weight or changing gravity, it is no longer of much use. If you want to continue to break through, you can't just rely on hard work. At this time, perception is the most important thing. Whether or not you can see through the barrier and break through it depends on comprehension. Son Goku and the others were stunned at first. What they thought of was exactly the same bitter training as before. Then, their faces turned cold and they nodded in deep agreement. They recalled their previous training. In fact, they had already noticed this in their training. Their strength seemed to have improved to a whole new level. No matter what, they could no longer improve. They originally thought that their training had reached the limit, but now they knew that there was a wider path ahead. The key was to find the right direction. "Sister, what should we do to break through?" Son Goku asked. Vegeta and Bardock pricked up their ears and listened carefully. As for Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others, they were far from reaching the level. Perhaps in this life, they would not be able to use the breakthrough secret that Ayaka was about to tell them. Therefore, they were just curious and wanted to see it. Ayaka smiled and said, "If it were for before, I could still help you. But I can't help you with perception. It depends on your own comprehension. In summary, there is a saying, be like water and calm like lake, don't fight for all things. Comprehending these will help you in your realm. Be like water and calm like lake, don't fight for all things." It was a sentence that Ayaka had heard in her previous life. The general meaning was that the best of the highest realm was like the character of water, and the lake was dominated by all things without competing for fame. Although this sentence had nothing to do with the breakthrough in training, at Son Goku's level, what he paid attention to was the state of mind. The so-called Great Path was the simplest and the same for all roads. One law was the same, and everything was the same. No matter what reached the extreme, everything was the same. The upper goodness is like water, simple and unadorned in its nature. It did not need to be born into the world and jump out of the three realms, not in the five elements. The upper goodness is like water, simple and unadorned, good water benefits all things without competing. Son Goku and Vegeta murmured. When they heard this sentence, they were completely at a loss. They looked at each other and finally found the horror of being illiterate. At the critical moment, they dropped the ball. This was the key to whether they could break through to the Super Saiyan God. Seeing their reactions, Ayaka knew that what he said was not much different from telling a few pigs. But Son Gohan raised his hand at this moment. "Auntie, I know what this sentence means." "What? You know about rice comprehension? Tell us about it." Son Goku, Bardock, and Vegeta immediately surrounded him. At this moment, Son Goku looked at Chi-Chi with passion. It was all thanks to his wife. If not for her constantly considering the cultural education of rice comprehension, the rice comprehension at this time would probably be about the same as his. Bardock looked at his daughter-in-law and suddenly felt how wrong his previous mentality of holding on to Gohan because his studies were taking up a lot of his time. It was his daughter-in-law who had the foresight. Vegeta thought to himself, should I raise a good education for Trunks? He shook his head. Trunks had always developed a balanced intellectual body and didn't need him to work too much. Son Gohan was a little embarrassed to be looked at. He quickly told the knowledge he knew. Son Gohan talked about the traditional cultural concept somewhere on Earth. It was similar to the thoughts of the country in Ayaka's previous life. The truth was easy to explain, but the deep level of comprehension could only be understood and could not be passed on. Son Goku, Bardock, and Vegeta were all dumbfounded. The essence, they wanted the essence that could only be understood but could not be passed on. Ayaka smiled and looked at it with a bright smile. He knew that if they could fully understand these things, then they would be one step closer to Super Saiyan God. The upper goodness is like water, simple and unadorned in its nature but without contention. This is from the Ethics Sutra, which was divided into the upper part, the Virtue Sutra, and the lower part, the Tao Sutra, written by the sages. It was a perfect method to refine the mind. Because of what happened today, Son Goku and the others began to learn the culture of Earth after they went back. One day, when they learned something and recalled what Ayaka had said today, they were like a bolt from the blue. At that time, they were already experts with cultural temperament. Of course, these were all things that came later. Happy times were always short. As evening approached, the sky began to darken and the gathering ended. The employees began to tidy up the tables and chairs in the courtyard. Everyone gathered together to bid farewell one by one. Brother! A sudden shout attracted everyone's attention. He saw a young man in the battle suit of the Frieza era jump down from the tall building of the villa. The young man was not tall, he had a tail, and a strange white creature followed him. Scion. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Tarbal, why are you on Earth? Vegeta cried out in surprise. Hey, Vegeta, you still have a younger brother. Why haven't I heard you mention him before? Everyone was surprised. This scion called Tarbal was called Vegeta, brother. He was actually Vegeta's younger brother. Ayaka glanced at Tarbal and then nodded. Yes, he was indeed a scion. He looked somewhat similar to Vegeta, but his strength wasn't that great. Vegeta explained, he is my younger brother, Tarbal. Because he is not suitable for fighting, he has been stationed on a remote planet by his father since he was a child. We have not seen each other for many years. Everyone was still very surprised that Vegeta had such a younger brother. Looking carefully, the energy on Tarbal was indeed very low as Vegeta said. He could barely be considered an intermediate warrior. As the son of King Vegeta, it was indeed low. It was no wonder that he was sent to a remote planet. He even did not say that he had such a son. 2000 power level. Ayaka shook his head. This number was indeed a bit hard to come up with. His older brother, Vegeta, had close to 1 trillion, while his younger brother only had over 2000 points. The difference was too great. Why have you come to Earth? No matter what, Tarbal was still his younger brother. Vegeta's attitude towards him was still very good. If it were for still the former Vegeta, he would probably not have a good attitude towards Tarbal. I heard from planet Namek. Brother, after you defeated Frieza, you lived in seclusion on this planet called Earth. The planet I live on now has a pair of brothers called Abo and Kato. They ran amok. This time, I came to ask you for help. Asking for help? Are they very strong? Son Goku and the others heard this and immediately became interested. Yes, very strong. Abo and Kato were originally masters under Frieza. After Frieza forces were disbanded, they began to wander around and somehow came to the planet I live on. I am no match for them. Tarbal was ashamed. Oh, I remember them. They seemed to be experts who were comparable to Jinyu Force in the past. Vegeta suddenly came to a realization, and Son Goku lost his interest when he heard this. The subordinates of Frieza really aren't experts. By the way, Tarbal, what is that white thing behind you? I forgot to introduce it. This is my wife, Gyur. Wife? Ayaka and Vegeta were all stunned. Their 3 views were completely destroyed, and Tarbal's wife was really special. Chapter 273. The white life form known as Tarbal's wife, Deng, ran to everyone and bowed humbly. Hello everyone, I am Tarbal's wife, Gyur. Please take care of me. Ah. Nice to meet you, please take care of me. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Vegeta quickly recovered and bent down to return the greeting. At this time, he could not help but doubt his younger brother's aesthetic taste. Hehe, your scion selection standards are really weird. Master Roshi joked from the side. Tarbal and Vegeta smiled awkwardly. Bulma and Chi-Chi were unhappy. Wasn't this a disguised form of scolding them? They immediately flew into a rage. They took 2 frying pans out of nowhere and slammed them on Master Roshi's head. Woo, too cruel. He doesn't respect the elders at all. Master Roshi pretended to be pitiful. Unfortunately, everyone knew his temperament too well. No one sympathized with him. Bulma mocked, how is a perverted old man like you worthy of sympathy? Sable, tell me about Abo and Kato. After the small episode, Vegeta said to Mr. Popo. Tarbal nodded solemnly and explained the general situation. It turned out that after Friar's forces disintegrated, Abo and Kato began to wander around the universe. Later, they somehow arrived at the planet that Tarbal lived on. The location of that planet was very remote, located in a group of stars. When Abo and Kato arrived there, it was naturally the distance between heaven and earth. Tabor was considered strong there, but compared to them, he was not qualified. At this time, he thought of going outside to ask for help. Unfortunately, planet Vegeta had already disappeared in the universe. After a few inquiries, he found out that the entire north area had undergone an earth-shaking change. The influence of Frieza had already disintegrated, and was replaced by a leaf spirit planet system that was even more powerful than Frieza. Tarbal had no way to ask for help. People who did not know Leaf Spirit Planet did not dare to rashly ask for help. One time, he came to the new nemesis of beauty by coincidence. Moreover, he heard that his brother Vegeta was not dead, and even defeated Frieza together with his companions. Tarbal was overjoyed. After asking about the planet that Vegeta was on, he rushed over. Abo and Kato were already comparable to the strength of Jinyu Force a long time ago. Now that they have become stronger, it is not easy to deal with them. Tarbal said worriedly. Humph. It's precisely because of your cowardly character that father sent you away. For trash like the Jinyu Force, any one of us here can destroy them 10,000 times with just a flick of a finger. Vegeta snorted coldly, his tone cold and his face filled with a look of disappointment. Tarbal's face flushed red with shame. His power level wasn't high, and even his character wasn't suited for battle. Staying on the planet Vegeta would only bring disgrace to himself. King Vegeta sending him off early was also considered on his behalf. I heard that North Area's Spirit Leaf Force is very big. It's just that the brothers Abo have become as terrifying as Frieza. Although Spirit Leaf Force is strong, he may not be a match for them. In addition, I don't know their leader, so I didn't look for them. Frieza had been acting normally for a long time. The power level he displayed was only 500,000. Tarbal was not clear about Frieza's true strength and thought that the brothers had already reached Frieza's level. However, all the Dragon Ball warriors present had seen Frieza's ultimate form. Of course, they would not simply think that Abo and Kato had reached Frieza's level. Fortunately, you didn't look for them. Vegeta glanced at Tarbal and said coldly. If Tarbal went to ask Spirit Leaf Force for help and met Nappa and Raditz, Vegeta would lose all face. Ayaka quietly looked at him and did not express any opinion. She found that as time went on, some of the things she knew about the world of the Dragon Ball were no longer applicable. Just like Tarbal, she did not know if there was this person in the original work. Anyway, she did not know that this person existed. Rumble. 2 fireballs fell from the sky, smashing 2 large pits on the ground. Dust and sand flew and blocked her sight. Then, 2 thick figures, one red and one blue, moved in front of the Dragon Ball warrior. When Tarbal saw them, his expression changed drastically. With a cautious expression, he shouted loudly, "Brother, be careful. They are Abo and Kato." Unlike Tarbal, who was in a panic, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the others all had indifferent expressions. They glanced at them lightly, too lazy to bother with Abo. "Brother." Seeing that everyone didn't seem to care, Tarbal couldn't help but become anxious. 340,000, 330,000. Ayaka shrugged her shoulders, looking very bored. She briefly looked at the other side's power level. Seeing that there were only a few 100,000 left, she wasn't too interested. This kind of strength was not even comparable to normal Frieza. However, thinking about how the other side had only been in the strength of the Jinyu squad more than 10 years ago, it could already be considered to have improved very quickly. Ayaka glanced at Trunks and Son Goten. Seeing that they were in high spirits, he smiled and said, "Gohan, Trunks, I'll leave them to the 2 of you." "Really?" Son Goten asked happily. Son Goku and Vegeta nodded without any objections. Although these 2 children were less than 10 years old, their strength was not low. They could already transform into Super Saiyan at such a young age. Of course, without going through a fierce battle with Majin Buu, Son Goten and the others had become Super Saiyans. They were very lacking in standards. They could not even control the basic abilities of Super Saiyans. However, it was more than enough to deal with the brothers of power level who were hundreds of thousands of years old. "Brother, how can we let the 2 children deal with them? The other party is Abo, who is not weaker than Frieza. Calm down, don't underestimate Trunks and the others." Vegeta looked at his younger brother, speechless. Was this really his, Vegeta's, younger brother? Mr. Popo wanted to say something but stopped. He could only helplessly be anxious. What happened next made him completely dumbfounded. The valiant and invincible Abo was actually no match for Trunks and the other 2. He was easily crushed. How is this possible? How can those 2 children be so strong? Tarbal muttered to himself, his face stunned. Vegeta smiled and said, "Little brother, do you understand now? Don't be confused by the superficial phenomenon." In the end, the Tarbal couple stayed on Earth for a few days and then left with satisfaction. After the Tarbal couple left, Ayaka and the others also left separately. Several months later, in a mysterious space with lightning and thunder, on a diamond-shaped star. A huge and withered giant tree spiraled through the entire chaos. On the top of the tree trunk, there were several temple buildings. A silver-haired man held a scepter in her hand. With one hand on her back, she slowly walked past the stone slabs floating in the air. On both sides, the crystal-clear crystal shone with a cherry-red luster under the dim light. With every step, the scepter rested on the stone slab, making a crisp and abrupt noise. Lord Beerus, the bomb alarm clock has been activated. If you don't wake up, the bomb alarm clock you set will be meaningless. Silver-haired Whis called out softly. After a series of sounds, a strange creature with long ears began to move its body on the curved meteorite and slowly climbed down. Yes, it stepped on air and fell to the ground. The god of destruction, Beerus, finally woke up. In the dining room, Beerus ate the food prepared by Whis. After eating and drinking his fill, he used a toothpick to pick his teeth and asked, "Well, Whis, how is that arrogant Frieza? Since he has nothing to do, why don't we destroy him?" "Lord Beerus, I'm afraid you won't have a chance," Whis said as he cleaned up the mess on the table. "And, what's going on?" Beerus was stunned for a moment. He threw the toothpick in his hand and the toothpick pierced deeply into the stone wall. Whis raised his scepter and gently knocked on the ground twice. Several transparent balls of light appeared in the air. The scene of Son Goku fighting against Frieza appeared in the ball of light. Because Beerus had only asked about the situation of Frieza, there was no scene of Ayaka fighting against the King Cold in the ball of light. Oh, Beerus touched his chin and watched with interest. He pointed at Son Goku in the picture and said, "I seem to have seen this transformation somewhere before." "You are right. A young girl appeared in ancient times. Do you remember?" Beerus closed his eyes and thought hard. He finally remembered a scene that was about to be forgotten by him. He remembered that in that generation of North Kai, there was a demon called Benito. At that time, there was indeed a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl who saved the world. The image was very similar to Son Goku in the picture. "I see. That is called Super Saiyan. It is a fighting state of Saiyan, and the man who killed Frieza is called Son Goku. By the way, didn't the girl disappear later? Recently, when I observed Son Goku, I found something very interesting. The missing girl appeared again." Beerus suddenly became spirited and asked with great interest, "That woman appeared again?" Ding! Ding! The scepter hit the ground. The scene in the air changed, turning into the scene of Ayaka fighting against the hell and the forest after turning into red silk. "Look, this is the girl." Beerus' eyes were wide open as he licked his lips in excitement. "That's right, Super Saiyan God. This must be the Super Saiyan God I dreamed of. Whis, where is she now?" "On a planet called Earth by North Area." "What about Son Goku?" Beerus asked again. "Yes, he is on the North Kai's planet in the galaxy, which is relatively close to us. Is Lord Beerus planning to look for them?" "Hee, let's go to the North Kai's planet first to meet Son Goku, then go to Earth to find that woman." Beerus looked into the distance with a deep gaze. "We naturally have to put the delicious food behind us. Why don't we go and experience that Son Goku first?" Chapter 274. Whis shrugged indifferently, a faint smile still on his face. Lord Beerus has been bored for too long. Coincidentally, someone interested him appeared in the lower realm, so let him have a good time. The god of destruction had always acted as he pleased. When he became interested, destroying a few planets would be a child's play. As the servant and teacher of the god of destruction, Whis wouldn't criticize him. In their eyes, good and evil were no longer as clear as ordinary people. In other words, their thoughts had already transcended too much. If they died, they would die. It would be good to reincarnate again. However, from the perspective of ordinary people, destroying the god of destruction and Whis, this kind of reckless behavior was truly a headache. The reason why North Kai was so respectful and afraid of the god of destruction was because they could no longer understand the realm of the god of destruction and the others. The god of destruction stood high and his vision was wider. He was no longer limited to a universe, so his attitude towards things was naturally different. The heavens and earth were heartless. They treated all things like dogs. They were the same when they looked at all things. They were not particularly good to anyone, nor were they especially bad to anyone. Everything developed naturally as they pleased. From the perspective of a mortal, the god of destruction's actions might be labeled as unreasonable, ruthless, and indiscriminate killing. But when it came to North Kai, it was different from what a mortal knew. Although he felt that god of destruction was unreasonable, he also felt that he was fair to all things. Well, he gave the death of fairness. A little higher. At this level, he naturally felt that everything was like dust, the value of living things and dead things was the same. The appearance and death were determined. There was no eternal protagonist in this world. Weiss, take me to North Kai's planet now. Beerus yawned and placed a hand on Wyss's shoulder. Yes. The scepter in his hand struck the ground, and a passageway formed from light rose from the ground, directly connecting to North Kai's planet. Weiss put away his scepter, and the two of them immediately flew into the air, crossing countless stars along the light passageway. North Kai's planet, the small planet that was still as exquisite as before, was quietly lying at the end of the snake path filled with auspicious clouds. Not far away, North Kai used a sandbag to set up a fortress. He hid behind the sand fortress, revealing two eyes that were nervously watching. The fist force that Son Goku released created a strong whirlwind, blowing at North Kai from time to time. Drink! A long howl broke through the air, and the storm suddenly disappeared. Son Goku withdrew his fist in satisfaction. Then, he quietly stood there and thought about what he had just done. He tried to find the flaws in it. Ever since he found out about the legend of the Super Saiyan God and the profound realm that Ayaka had kept a secret and difficult to understand, Son Goku began to gradually get rid of his simple cultivation and began to explore the importance of the realm. After a long time, Son Goku let out a long breath and calmed down. There's still a lot more to go. What is the realm of a god? North Kai blinked and shook his head in confusion. It was just that the level of comprehension that Son Goku had comprehended was much higher than his. Although North Kai was a deity and seemed to have a very high status, these were all from the perspective of ordinary people. To jump out of this framework, not to mention North Kai, Grand Kai, even Supreme Kai was nothing special. What exactly is Goku comprehending? During the meal, North Kai shook his head with a bit of melancholy. The development of the Dragon Ball had slightly deviated from the original story. Son Goku did not learn North Kai's fist and vitality bullet from North Kai, but Son Goku's pure and innocent heart of a pure and innocent child still infected North Kai. He was very welcoming to Son Goku coming to his place to train. However, he already had nothing to teach him. Suddenly, North Kai's body trembled violently. His two tentacles swayed and flickered with electricity. His face turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on his nose. Lo, Lord God of Destruction! Lord North Kai, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Son Goku put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked curiously. Oh no, Goku, Lord Destruction God is rushing towards us. Right, you have to remember that you can't disrespect Lord Destruction God no matter what. North Kai was nervous, but he did not forget to tell Son Goku not to act rashly later. The other party was the great Lord God of Destruction, and he was also a temperamental lord. The last time Lord God of Destruction had come to his place, his North Kai's planet had immediately shrunk by a large circle. Once bitten by a snake for 10 years, he was afraid of a well rope. He had instructed Son Goku a lot, but he did not want his North Kai's planet to shrink again. A bright and dazzling ray of light descended from the sky. Beerus and Weiss stepped onto the land of North Kai's planet. Well, this North Kai's planet seems to be much smaller than last time. Beerus commented. Lord Beerus, it was because of your previous wanton destruction that North Kai's planet became smaller. Wesley bluntly revealed Beerus' case. North Kai ran over, bent over, and said respectfully, Lord God of Destruction, welcome to North Kai's planet. Beerus nodded slightly. He looked at his surroundings and felt very bored. Yes, you still have no new ideas here. The environment is not good. North Kai awkwardly wiped his sweat and smiled. I'm here to look for Son Goku. Son Goku should be here, right? Let him see me. Who's looking for me? Hearing someone call out his name, Son Goku walked over in confusion. He just happened to see North Kai groveling before a thin purple creature with a fawning expression. With a thought, Son Goku knew that the strange creature was the god of destruction that even North Kai was afraid of. He had heard from Ayaka that there were existences even stronger than North Kai. The god of creation and god of destruction were the top experts in every universe. For a moment, Son Goku's entire body boiled up, and a strong fighting spirit emerged in his heart. The instructions that North Kai had given him were thrown to the back of his mind. Beerus looked at Son Goku, who was full of fighting spirit, in surprise. The corners of his mouth curled up with interest. Son Goku, do you dare to fight me? I'm happy. Son Goku took a few steps forward, his face full of excitement. Then, with a shio sound, he turned into his strongest state, and the overwhelming pressure spread out. The energy of Super Saiyan 3, which was almost at the peak of its power, crazily overflowed, rolling up a terrifying strong hurricane. The entire North Kai's planet became indecisive, as if it were in a vast ocean, and it was possible to capsize at any time. The aftermath affected the surrounding 100,000 meters, and the auspicious clouds in the empty space were dispersed. Oh! Beerus sighed lightly. This kind of strength was already peerless in the mortal world, but it was far from enough for him. Beerus calmly walked in front of Son Goku. He ignored the energy that the other party was wildly spreading. There was no surprise on his face, and even no waves rose. He stretched out his finger and miraculously penetrated the thick wall of golden flames. He flicked his middle finger. Son Goku's face changed dramatically, and his whole body was sent flying. So powerful! Son Goku praised. Now, he experienced the feeling of Vegeta facing the super god state Ayaka. He was simply unable to resist, however. Facing such an enemy, it aroused his fighting spirit even more. Just like Vegeta, there was still such a wide road in front of him waiting for him to go. What could be more exciting than this? Son Goku's fighting spirit was high and he unleashed all of his strength to attack Beerus. Rumble! A large piece of North Kai's planet split open, and a large amount of earth stone was thrown into the void. North Kai looked on with tears but was unable to stop it. He prayed that this battle would end quickly. Bang! 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 A series of brilliant attacks were launched. Son Goku launched a crazy attack on the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction, Beerus, responded casually. Crack! Beerus stepped on the ground. The strong force penetrated into the ground and penetrated the star core. Then, it penetrated through the back of North Kai. Boom! A large piece of earth stone was thrown up, and the entire North Kai's planet was almost torn apart. Weiss always had a faint smile on his face. He had one hand on his back and the other holding the cane. He watched calmly. North Kai saw his almost broken North Kai's planet with tears in his eyes. Chapter 275. Let's end this. Beerus' cold voice drifted over. Without any warning, his body suddenly appeared. He placed a hand on Son Goku's forehead, and with a bang, the sky and earth spun. Son Goku instantly lost power level. Goku! North Kai ran over nervously and found that Son Goku had only fainted from exhaustion. Let's go to Earth. I hope that the Super Saiyan God there can make me enjoy myself. Otherwise, I will destroy the Earth. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis replied softly. A dazzling beam of light rose and Whis took Beerus to Earth. North Kai looked at it in a daze and muttered to himself, this time, there is a disaster on Earth. In the god realm of North Kai, Supreme Kai stood at the top of the mountain. His face turned black and then white. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Lord Beerus actually woke up at this time. Earth is really full of disasters. Ancestor, Ayaka, and the others are also on Earth. Maybe they can stop Lord God Destruction. North Kai reminded. North Kai looked at him. His expression changed and became even uglier. It is because they are here that I am even more worried. Every one of them has the power to destroy the world. If they are not strong enough, they simply can't arouse the interest of the God of Destruction. North Kai was startled. He only thought that Ayaka could stop the God of Destruction, but he did not expect that she was the reason why the God of Destruction rushed to Earth. Moreover, her stop would cause even more intense damage. His face could not help but be bitter. So it is difficult to escape. To a certain extent, the God of Destruction was the ultimate protector of Universe 7. However, one mountain could not hold two tigers. The fatal weakness of the God of Destruction was that he liked to fight against the strong and was not as self-controlled as Ayaka. If the ultimate protector was Ayaka, North Kai would be a bit more at ease. For a moment, North Kai and Supreme Kai all fell silent. Kibito Bit stood at the side as a divine servant and did not speak. On Earth, the Dragon Ball warriors once again gathered together to celebrate Bulma's birthday. Except for Son Goku, who stayed at North Kai's planet and did not return, everyone else came. Even Satan was invited by Videl and Son Gohan. Of course, there was also Majin Buu among them. There was no lack of his figure everywhere. In order to celebrate Bulma's birthday, this banquet was held at Bulma's house. Moreover, there was also a prize prepared. The highest prize could obtain 7 Dragon Balls and achieve a wish. Of course, using the ball pearl as a prize was just adding some fun. There was no other meaning. Because among the people present, besides a mortal like Satan, which one could not easily obtain the Dragon Ball. Not long after the banquet began, 3 thieves entered Bulma's house. Ayam pointed at the 3 people who were sneaking around in the corner. "Mom, look at those 3 people. They don't seem to be good people. Should we capture them?" When Ayaka saw this, he was immediately amused. Wasn't that the Pilaf gang? After so many years, they still hadn't given up on the ambition to snatch the Dragon Ball. However, they looked much younger than before. "Don't worry about them." Ayaka smiled and shook his head. They could be considered old acquaintances. When they saw them, Ayaka couldn't help but think of the past decades ago. At that time, Son Goku was only 12 years old, and it was the beginning of the Dragon Ball journey. But speaking of which, even if they gave the Dragon Ball to Pilaf, they could rule the world. From the looks of it, they should have already obtained the Dragon Pearl. Isn't it the same as not doing anything? The banquet continued. The Dragon Ball warriors chatted happily. Majin Buu sat in front of the dining table and ate like crazy. His posture was that of a competition for demi-humans to be passionate about food. On one side, Satan sat in the middle with some reservations. From time to time, he would chat with the Dragon Ball warriors with a look of being overwhelmed by favor. He could be considered to have become a mother-in-law. After the relationship between Videl and Son Gohan was basically confirmed, he also relaxed a lot. "Ayaka, this is bad. Lord God of Destruction is rushing to Earth. Goku has been defeated by Lord God of Destruction." North Kai's urgent voice sounded in his ears. "God of Destruction?" Ayaka was stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. He comforted North Kai, "Don't worry, with me on Earth, nothing will happen." "Mom. Sister." Ayam and Homya turned their heads, obviously having received a message from North Kai. Not long after, Vegeta ran over in a panic. His face was pale with panic. When he was a child, he was fortunate enough to see the style of the God of Destruction. Thus, the power of the God of Destruction penetrated deep into his heart. Although he was still not very clear about the strength of the God of Destruction, he knew that the God of Destruction was definitely on the same level as the Super Saiyan God. Having experienced the power of the Super Saiyan God, he understood the terror of the Super Saiyan God even more. North Kai knew the terror of the God of Destruction, so he only sent a message to Ayaka, Ayam, Homya, and Vegeta. Even Son Gohan did not get the news. "We must not start a war on Earth," Vegeta said in a serious tone. Ayaka waved his hand, "Don't be impatient. It's not up to us to decide whether or not we should make a move on Earth. However, we have so many people, so we don't have to be afraid of God of Destruction alone." Vegeta thought for a moment and then calmed down. That's right, she had Ayaka, Ayam, and Homya on her side, the 3 Super Saiyan God. They were basically invincible in a 3-on-1 battle. At most, the Earth would only be damaged. Seeing Vegeta leave, Ayaka shook her head lightly. In fact, she was not as optimistic as she had said. She had confidence in dealing with Beerus, the God of Destruction. What she was worried about was the God servant after the God of Destruction, Whis. Don't look at the status of the God servant as if it were for lower than the God of Destruction. For example, although Mr. Popo was a servant, his strength was far above that of the gods. Moreover, he was also the teacher of the God of Destruction, a person who could be called senior by the God of Creation, the God of Destruction, Creed. It could be imagined that Whis was definitely a terrifying person above the God of Destruction, Beerus. In the sky above the West City, the figures of Beerus and Whis appeared. Beerus coughed and looked around. "This is Earth. It is also a very ordinary planet. Is that woman who might be a Super Saiyan really here?" "Yes, Lord Beerus." Whis pointed in a direction and said softly. Beerus nodded calmly and flew in the direction Whis was pointing. "They're coming." Ayaka shouted and flew into the air, following Ayam and Homya. "Hey, where are Ayaka and the others going? The banquet hasn't ended yet." Noticing the actions of Ayaka and the others, Master Roshi asked in surprise. Krillin shook his head. Then, he saw that Vegeta also followed behind them. Look, even Vegeta flew over. Did something happen? Piccolo's black eyes flashed with a deep light. He said, Ayaka and Vegeta will go together. Something might have happened again. Let's follow them and take a look. With a few whooshing sounds, launch, Android 18, and the Dragon Ball warriors took to the air after them and swooshed out of sight. Satan watched in awe, wiping his eyes without speaking, looking at his daughter Vidal's worried eyes and turning to his daughter to whisper comfort. Bulma walked out with the red wine. When he saw the empty scene, he asked in surprise, "Where did everyone go?" Master Roshi shook his head, leaned on his cane and said, "The earth is not peaceful again." Cha! 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 Majin Buu persistently shouted. On the empty land in the outskirts of the city, Ayaka landed. A purple figure stood quietly opposite him. He had long ears and looked a little like a Cornelius cat. He wore clothes similar to that of the Egyptian pharaoh from his previous life. Behind him stood a silver-haired fake girl. That is the god of destruction Beerus and his god-servant Whis. Ayaka watched warily. From Beerus, she could sense a vague and deep charm. This charm was a bit similar to the one she felt when she faced the god of creation, Emperor Creed. However, it was a bit lighter than the god of creation. This was also because there was a certain gap between the god of destruction, Beerus, and the god of creation, Creed. Behind her, the silver-haired pseudo-god who had always looked harmless and had a faint smile on her face made her even more shocked. If the god of destruction could give her a bit of profound charm, then Whis was like a ball of air, standing there without any sense of existence. Terrifying. Ayaka's heartstrings seemed to be moved. There was a strong sense of oppression. This was something she had never felt since she became a Super Saiyan god. Chapter 276. You are that woman. Hee, that's right, it's the same as what I saw in the ancient times. Beerus' voice was calm, neither warm nor angry. Ayaka raised his eyebrows. After thinking for a moment, he knew that it was the time when he returned to the ancient times. In other words, the god of destruction had already known him at that time. The god of destruction, Beerus. Oh, I didn't expect someone in the mortal world to know my name. As expected of the Super Saiyan god I thought highly of. Beerus was a little surprised and smiled lightly. Are you interested in fighting with me? If you lose, I will destroy this planet. Beerus was a little surprised. The god of destruction was indeed free to do as he pleased. This could be considered as seeing things with a clear mind. Good. Ayaka also had the heart to see the power to the god of destruction. If she did not agree, Beerus would destroy the earth. Seeing the other party agree so readily, Beerus was happy in his heart and his tone became even more friendly. Okay. If you let me fight happily, I can consider not destroying this planet. These words, defeat me first. Ayaka raised her head, full of confidence. Following that, the two of them stood there silently, their expressions calm as they examined each other. Ayaka had already revealed his Super Saiyan god state, and the entire sky instantly became oppressive. In the distance, Ayam and Hongye watched with solemn expressions. Vegeta also stood in the distance and did not approach. The Dragon Ball warriors arrived one after the other. When they saw the two sides confronting each other, they were immediately intimidated by the aura they condensed into a solid state. They stared blankly. Suddenly, the two people flashed at the same time. Their movements were so fast that they seemed to exceed the speed of light. Bang! The two fists collided. There was a real collision. Except for the place where the two fists collided, there was no earth-shattering, dazzling light. There was no gorgeous and eye-catching special effects. There was only a simple and straightforward collision. The two people both retreated. Beerus took dozens of steps back in surprise before he barely stopped. After the fight, he found that he had underestimated Super Saiyan. Crack! Crack! An unknown sound rang out. After a moment of stagnation, the plane of impact seemed to have suffered irreparable damage. The entire horizontal space twisted like a knife, and the crystal cracks were spread across the horizontal space. The space was broken, and the broken pieces were like stars falling in the night sky, bursting with brilliant radiance. Haha, good. As expected of a Super Saiyan god, you can beat me back. You have won my respect. Beerus was overjoyed and shouted happily. The probing just now had not revealed their true strength, but it seemed that Beerus was at a slight disadvantage. Ayaka's strength had won Beerus' respect, and they would use all their strength in the next battle. Bang! 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 A series of fierce fighting broke out. Sand and stones flew in the air, and the eyes could not take in the sight. Suddenly, a large area of land disappeared. Looking at it, the originally flat area seemed to have a large lake. The Dragon Ball warriors could no longer see the movements of the two sides. The fight had already lasted for a period of time. Bang! Ayaka cupped his fists and hit Beerus hard. With one move, he knocked Beerus down from the sky. Then, his figure flashed, and he came to the ground even faster than Beerus. His body bent slightly, his knees bent, and he continuously attacked. A trace of heat flashed in Beerus' eyes, and the corners of his mouth revealed a crazy smile. He firmly withstood Ayaka's attack. Crack! His body landed heavily on the ground, and the hard rock turtle cracked open. Beerus bent his body, his palm turned into a claw, and 5 fingers inserted into the rock. Standing up again, Beerus sighed, "I lost the power of Super Saiyan is indeed extraordinary." There was no need to fight to the point where one side couldn't get up. The complexity was simple, and the rough moves were enough to determine the winner. Ayaka smiled. She had received guidance from the God of Creation in Universe 3 and knew the realm of God like the back of her hand. In addition, she had experienced the great thunder of the galaxy and defeated the God of Destruction. Beerus' good intentions won her respect. Mom won. Ayam waved his fist and ran over. Yes, sister defeated the God of Destruction. Huh. Noticing the 2 girls next to Ayaka, a trace of surprise flashed in Beerus' eyes. He smiled and said, "The 2 girls next to you are also extraordinary. Have they also reached the Super Saiyan Divine Realm?" "Yes. But they are not your match." "Haha, this is good. It is interesting to have so many strong people in the universe." Beerus laughed loudly, feeling extremely carefree in his heart. Before Ayaka appeared, the strongest people in the universe were only him and Whis. As a god of destruction, he couldn't easily leave Universe 7. Beerus had always considered it a pity that there were no similar opponents. But now, not only did the Super Saiyan god Ayaka appear, but even the 2 girls next to Ayaka had the strength to fight him. He felt that his awakening this time was really a good time. Several experts who could rival him appeared in a row. However, his battle with Ayaka had already made him satisfied. He did not intend to fight with Ayam and Hongya immediately. He was ready to leave them to fight one by one in the future. "Mr. Whis." Ayaka walked to the side of the silver-haired sissy. She knew that this harmless fellow was the real big boss. Whis smiled and said, Miss Ayaka actually knows about me. It's really shocking. I heard the God of Creation mention you. The God of Creation asked me to say hello to you on his behalf." "Ah, so it's the God of Creation. I didn't expect Miss Ayaka to have such a wide network of friends that she even went to Universe 3. Ayaka smiled and then said seriously, "I heard the God of Creation say that your strength is unfathomable. I want to fight with you." When Whis heard this, he was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about this question. Then, he nodded with a gentle expression, "All right, Miss Ayaka seems to have a strong desire for battle. Are you interested in becoming the next god of destruction after Beerus dies?" "Whis." Beerus roared in exasperation. "Quiet, quiet, quiet. I am discussing serious business with the beautiful Miss Ayaka." Ayaka did not care about Whis' irrelevant character at all. Experts must have their own unique character. "Alright, Miss Ayaka, feel free to attack with all your strength. Let's make it clear beforehand that you will be injured if you are not prepared," Whis said with a cane as he narrowed his eyes. Ayaka smiled calmly and took out all his strength in an instant. He had red hair and red eyes, and he was in the Super Saiyan God state. However, he was even more powerful and profound than when he was fighting Beerus. "My goodness, I didn't even use my full strength just now." A glimmer of light flashed in Beerus' eyes as he said with a smile. "Ha!" The planet seemed to tremble. Ayaka took a step forward and attacked Whis. His arm lightly raised, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound. His speed was extremely fast, and a dazzling light condensed at the tip of his fist with a "walla" sound. Whis' empty eyes did not change. His wrist waved, and the scepter circled a few times in his hand. Ayaka was sent flying and only managed to stabilize her body after a few quick steps. Ayaka was shocked and sighed. She decided to withdraw from the Super Saiyan Divine state and stop attacking. She didn't expect Whis to be so powerful. Not only did he easily dispel her attack, he also sent her flying. "Sister. Mom." Hongya and the others were also shocked. To be able to defeat the god of destruction, Beerus, but to be unable to even take a single move from Whis, this strength was too formidable. As expected of someone who even the god of creation admires. His strength is indeed extraordinary. I still have a lot of things to learn. Ayaka bowed respectfully to Whis, expressing his admiration. Vegeta looked at Whis with a complicated expression. In his heart, he had a strong desire for the Super Saiyan divine realm. However, comprehending that profound realm that could only be understood by words was not an easy thing to do. Chapter 277. Whis, let's go back. Beerus smiled. His wish had been fulfilled, and there was no point in staying on Earth any longer. Wait. A voice called out to Beerus. Beerus turned around and saw the person he had defeated before appear in front of him. Son Goku. Everyone cried out involuntarily when they saw who it was. In the air, Son Goku floated in the air with the dancing air technique. His expression was especially serious as he said, I still want to challenge you. Kakarot, what nonsense are you saying? The god of destruction is not someone we can defeat right now. Vegeta looked nervous and looked at Son Goku angrily. He had to be nervous. Beerus and Whis, this combination could destroy all the powerhouses on Earth. Different from Vegeta's unforgettable fear, Ayaka saw Son Goku's serious expression and looked deeply at him. Goku, do you really want to challenge the god of destruction? Yes, although I can't guarantee that I can defeat the god of destruction, I will insist on a puzzle challenge. I think I will succeed one day. Son Goku revealed a bright smile. Son Goku's thoughts were very naive, but there was an indescribable sense of confidence. This smile was serious and pure, and it instantly infected everyone. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, couldn't help but look at him. All right. Ayam smiled as she pulled out a pair of earrings. It was the combined earrings. In fact, Ayaka did not intend to take out this cheating prop, but considering Son Goku's urgent desire to fight with the god of destruction, she still took it out. In the original work, Son Goku and Vegeta used this pair of earrings to create the most powerful warrior in history, Gogeta. There was never a conclusion on the strength of Gogeta. It was said that he was strong, but the time he appeared was too short. Although he had become a Super Saiyan, many things were not easy to evaluate. However, North Kai had judged, they are no longer as simple as the superimposition of energy. They are almost equal in strength. From this, it could be seen how powerful Gogeta was. At this time, Ayaka took out the pair of earrings and also had the idea of seeing Gogeta's strength. In the original story, Gogeta was formed by the combination of Son Goku and Vegeta, who were at the peak of Beyond 3, and their strength was comparable to that of Helgaren. Once they combined their strength would definitely increase greatly, and it was not impossible for them to break through to the Super Saiyan God. This is the pair of earrings. You and Vegeta each have one. After wearing it, you will give birth to stronger warriors. Ayaka explained the general situation of the earrings. It's so magical. Son Goku put on the earrings curiously. Suddenly, a strong attractive force drove his body to move to one side. Vegeta was the same. He flew out of control. Bang! A dazzling light pierced everyone's eyes. As the light faded, a brand new warrior appeared in the field. He had black hair and wore earrings. There were 2 bangs on his forehead. He looked like Son Goku and Vegeta. He was a super warrior, Gogeta. This is Gogeta. Hongya murmured to herself. Her voice was so soft that even Ayam could not hear it clearly. Feeling the endless flow of energy in his body, Gogeta let out a crazy laugh. Beerus, who was originally a little lazy, saw Gogeta and said. His eyes immediately widened and a faint smile appeared on his face. He is indeed an interesting guy. God of destruction, fight with me. A loud and clear voice echoed in the air. How could Beerus be afraid to fight? His body flashed and he immediately arrived next to Gogeta. Buzz. The 2 of them confronted each other in midair. A faint brilliance appeared on the surface of their bodies. Gradually, 2 rays of light, one gold and one purple, slowly spread out and split the sky in half. The earth once again could not withstand the powerful pressure and began to tremble. Boom! Gogeta roared. His long black hair turned golden in an instant. Thunder and lightning wrapped around his body, and his aura continued to rise. Finally, the golden light began to weaken, and his entire person became plain and simple. Crack! Like the sound of a zither string breaking, Gogeta broke through a certain boundary, and his entire body erupted with a crystalline and bewitching red light. Super Saiyan God. Everyone exclaimed. The red-haired, blood-eyed Gogeta's current state was very similar to Super Saiyan God. Beerus also began to look at Gogeta seriously. Only Ayaka, Ayam, and Homye knew that Gogeta was actually not a real Super Saiyan God. It was just that his aura was no worse than that of Super Saiyan God. He had even surpassed Homye and Ayam. They knew that there were two ways to become Super Saiyan God. One was to naturally break through the boundary of Super Saiyan 3 and comprehend the realm of God. 2. It was to gather the strength of 5 kind-hearted Saiyan people to become an incomplete Super Saiyan God. This Super Saiyan God strength would vary from person to person. There were strong and weak, and the weak could not even defeat Super Saiyan 2. Gogeta's state should belong to the third category. It was formed by 2 super powerful Super Saiyan 3, which was a bit similar to the Red Silk from before. However, this type of Super Saiyan God broke through the boundary with his strong strength. His strength might be stronger than that of an ordinary Super Saiyan God, but his foundation was not firm and he had not comprehended the realm of God. However, for the people of the fusion, it was a shortcut to becoming a Super Saiyan God. After the separation, it would be more beneficial for them to break through to Super Saiyan God in the future. Hehe, Destruction God, take this. Gogeta shouted arrogantly. His body sped up quickly, and he launched a series of attacks with great determination. Bang! 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 The earth was lamenting, and the terrifying aura shook the entire atmosphere. The aftermath of the attack could be transmitted to all parts of the world in an instant. Crash! Countless mountains and mountains were broken, and glaciers of 2 poles slid down into the water, stirring up huge waves hundreds of meters high. Beerus' eyes were ferocious. He fought back and forth with Gogeta. One moment, he reached the high altitude, and then he went deep into the ground. The whole world was turned upside down. Half a day later, the energy in the sky gradually calmed down. Gogeta and Beerus were panting as they lay on 2 rocks. Both of them were exhausted. Hua! A cluster of light rose up, and Gogeta was once again divided into Son Goku and Vegeta. Good, this time, it's satisfying. Beerus said, out of breath. Although he looked tired, he felt a strong satisfaction in his heart. Son Goku and Vegeta collapsed weakly. They didn't even have the strength to move their fingers. Beerus let out a long sigh of relief. He spread out his arms and moved backwards. Beerus, who was in the realm of God, and Gogeta, who was in the state of Super Saiyan, couldn't do anything to each other. This battle ended in a draw. It could be said that this battle was the most difficult one for Beerus. Since he became the successor of the God of Destruction, no one had beaten him so badly. In the God realm of North Kai, Grand Kai and Supreme Kai looked at each other in shock. They looked at each other, and huge waves surged in their hearts. Lord Beerus' strength is simply unfathomable. What's more, it's rare for Ayaka to be strong enough to defeat Lord Beerus. And the one who appeared later is called Gogeta, whose strength is on par with Lord Beerus. North Kai looked on in a daze, somewhat absent-minded. Chapter 278. Beerus, Son Goku, and the other 2 collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Although they were so tired that they couldn't even speak, the hearty battle brought them great spiritual enjoyment. Krillin and the others watched with wide eyes. They muttered and couldn't speak. If Ayaka's previous battle was too mysterious and people couldn't see through the mystery, then the real battle between Beerus and Gogeta had brought them an extraordinary visual experience while they were shocked. The entire battle came out of nowhere and ended in a draw. Krillin and Piccolo were stunned for a long time and didn't speak. Gogeta's unrestrained and domineering movements, Beerus' vicious counterattack, and exquisite moves constantly echoed in their minds. Allah, he fell down just like that. Weiss held his scepter and shouted in surprise. He walked in front of Beerus and pulled him up. Lord Beerus, you can't fall asleep on the ground. As he spoke, he knocked the scepter in his hand at Beerus. Countless invisible ripples rippled in the air, forming a ball of distorted energy wrapped in countless lines. The energy ball wrapped around Beerus. A moment later, Beerus groaned and immediately recovered his spirit. Ayaka's eyes lit up as he praised, amazing. His recovery ability is as strong as Senzu Bean's. Looks like I still underestimated him. Hongya said softly. Not only was Weiss powerful in battle, he was also very good in healing. As expected of the teacher of the God of Destruction, his identity was really mysterious. After feeding Son Goku and Vegeta the Senzu Beans, the healing ability of the Senzu Beans immediately played a role. The 2 of them quickly stood up. Whis looked at the ruined suburbs and frowned. His scepter knocked on the ground, making a crisp, ding, sound. Immediately, a mysterious and strange energy spread out, and the destroyed mountains and trees seemed to have recovered in time. After a while, the entire world recovered as if it had never been injured. This ability was simply unimaginable. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, we are currently holding a banquet. If you don't mind, you can join us. Ayaka sincerely invited them. A banquet, is there a lot of delicious food? Beerus' eyes lit up, and his throat moved a few times. The god of destruction, Beerus, had existed for countless years and was extremely powerful. Every time he woke up, he was most interested in tasting all the delicacies in the world. It should be said that besides fighting, Beerus' biggest hobby was eating. Of course. Ayaka smiled calmly and invited Beerus to their banquet. Son Goku and Vegeta also offered their invitation sincerely. They were the ones who had gained the most from this trip to Earth. After this battle, they had gained a preliminary understanding of the power of Super Saiyan God. It could be said that they had advanced a step further from the true Super Saiyan God realm. In order to express their gratitude, they showed extreme friendliness to Beerus. Hee, then we won't be polite. Beerus wanted to say a few polite words, but in the end, he couldn't resist the squirming in his stomach and agreed. Thus, Ayaka and the others turned into rays of light and flew towards the West City Capital's Capsule Corporation. The banquet went on like a raging fire. Beerus and Whis were happily tasting the delicacies on Earth, and the Dragon Ball warriors were happily chatting. There were also some hiccups. The three of them successfully infiltrated the warehouse where the gifts were piled up. They were very excited to obtain the 7 Dragon Balls that were placed inside. Unfortunately, they were broken by Son Goten and Trunks, causing a series of strange and funny events. On the other side of the banquet, Beerus and the two big gluttons, Majin Buu, met and finally fought over a piece of pudding. The poor Majin Buu was not a match for Beerus at all. He was dealt with in 2 or 3 moves. From then on, Majin Buu added another untouchable figure in his mind. In front of him were Ayaka and Homya. Time slowly passed and the banquet came to an end. After choosing a few lucky android codes, the banquet came to an end amidst the dazzling fireworks. Beerus and Majin Buu finally left Earth with satisfaction. As for the series of events that happened after they returned to the depths of the primal chaos, it was not something that Ayaka could know about. A few days later, Bardock came back from outer space. Nappa, Raditz, and their family also came back with him. After knowing what had just happened on Earth, Bardock sighed. He regretted not being able to see the god of destruction Beerus with his own eyes, but he was also happy for Son Goku's progress in martial arts. If nothing unexpected happened, Son Goku and Vegeta should be able to step into the Super Saiyan Divine Realm very smoothly in the next few years. His son, Kakarot, was almost destined to step into the Super Saiyan Divine Realm, and Bardock felt extremely comfortable. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 7 years passed. In the past 7 years, Earth had been living a peaceful and prosperous life without any threats to Earth. Or rather, there were no forces in the universe that could threaten Earth anymore. Son Goku and Vegeta had finally stepped into the Super Saiyan Divine Realm in the 3rd year after the God of Destruction left Earth. They became the 4th and 5th Super Saiyan Divine after Ayaka, Homya, and I am. With so many Super Saiyan Divine on Earth, Earth was practically fortified. On one hand, Son Goku and Vegeta's breakthrough was due to the battle with the God of Destruction after they merged into Gogeta, and on the other hand, their cultural studies had also improved their mental state. Bardock and Son Gohan were a little weaker. Up until now, they still could not see through the profound boundary and reach the ultimate realm. Bardock had power but he could not grasp it. Sun Wu had thousands of books on his stomach. However, the relaxation of his power made him stop. He also did not know the key point. They considered using the combined earrings to experiment, but who knew that the combined earrings that had been transformed by the god of creation had lost its effect after Son Goku and Vegeta used it, and this plan went bankrupt. However, Son Gohan was now a father. 6 years ago, Videl gave him a daughter. Since becoming a father, Son Gohan's pursuit of martial arts was not so strong. Bardock was a little dissatisfied with this. However, as time passed, he slowly understood it. 7 years passed in a flash. It had been almost 10 years since Majin Buu incident. Many things had happened in these years. Not only did Son Gohan become a father, but Vegeta's second child was also born. Trunks' younger sister was called Bola, about the same age as Son Gohan's daughter Pan. Krillin and Violet's daughter, Marin, were already in their teens. In the center of the galaxy, near an incomparably huge black hole, 5 tiny figures floated in space. Outside the black hole horizon, Ayaka, Hongyi, and the other 5 Super Saiyan gods stood tall and upright, each standing on a path different from the black hole. They used their bodies to resist the massive attractive force coming from the center of the galaxy that was like a giant beast. They relied on their own strength to arrange themselves in different trajectories. The one closest to the black hole horizon was a red-haired Ayaka, followed by Hongye, Ayam and the others. The black hole in the center of the galaxy was different from the black hole in the cultivation space of the Grand Kai's planet. It was a fellow that was even more terrifying than the Great Thunderbolt of the galaxy. The Great Thunderbolt of the galaxy was terrifying and could easily cover the entire galaxy. It was one of the rare chaotic thunderbolts in the universe, but the black hole of the galaxy was even more powerful. It could turn the entire galaxy into ashes in an instant. Even the laws of physics had been lost, and even Ayaka didn't dare to go too deep into it. Super Saiyan was an expert who had broken through to the realm of God. Its origin had already surpassed that of ordinary people, and it was like a god of destruction. It was a powerful existence that even the will of the universe was terrified of. From another perspective, life below 10 million power level belonged to the lowest level of life. Of course, the vast majority of life in the universe was at this level. The Super Saiyan on it, whether it was Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, were still gradually separated from the level, but they were still mortals. Only when one reached the realm of God could one truly transcend and become another high-level existence. It was only after Son Goku and the others became Super Saiyan gods that they discovered that they could actually survive in the universe. At this time, they understood that this was the true God. The vast and boundless universe was a void. The area near the center of the galaxy was affected by a strong gravitational force, and scenes of a dreamlike and strange curve occurred. After training for a long time near the galaxy black hole, Ayaka slowly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes that shone with a scarlet luster swept through the quiet starry sky. That gaze was profound, as if it could see through the mysteries of the universe in an instant. With a single teleportation, she woke Hongye and the others up one by one, and with another teleportation, she returned to Earth. Chapter 279. On a mountain not far from Mount Paozu, there was a quiet space surrounded by large trees. Ayaka's home was there. It had been more than 40 years since she came to the Dragon Ball world. Ayaka had made great achievements. In a few days, the last scene of the original manga, the World Martial Arts Tournament would be held. In order to reproduce this martial arts tournament that respected the original story, she also specially moved back the 29th martial arts tournament that should have been held a year ago. The early autumn morning was a little cold. There was a faint fog in the mountain forest. The sun rose and the warm light sprinkled through the leaves of the treetops, illuminating the entire courtyard. After breakfast, Ayaka strolled to Mount Paozu and saw Son Goku floating in the air with his legs crossed. Sensing that Ayaka was coming over, Son Goku opened his eyes and ended his training. Then, he greeted her warmly, "Sister, you are here." Ayaka smiled and nodded. Thanks to the cultivation near the black hole, Son Goku was much stronger than when he had just broken through to the Super Saiyan God 4 years ago. He had a different obsession with training. Even though he had achieved great achievements, he was still not satisfied. The new martial arts tournament is about to begin. Are you interested in going over to take a look? She said with a smile. Son Goku smiled and landed on one foot. He scratched his chin and thought for a moment, it's another martial arts tournament so soon. The World Martial Arts Tournament could be said to carry too many memories of the Dragon Ball warriors. From childhood to adulthood, the Dragon Ball warriors had never left the martial arts tournament. They met each other in the martial arts tournament and grew up in the martial arts tournament. Until today, everyone had achieved success. In the martial arts tournament, the martial arts tournament of the 12 cities combined into one, providing more platforms for the martial artists to communicate. It had been 16 or 17 years since the start of the martial arts era, and the results were very impressive. More than 200 martial artists had ascended to Korin Tower, received guidance from Korin, and many of them had received guidance from Son Goku and the others. After so many years of martial arts implementation, the number of martial artists gradually went into a spurt of explosion, and children who received martial arts instruction from a young age gradually began to hold their own, and the martial arts on Earth were developing in a thriving direction. When the time comes, we will call Vegeta and Piccolo to take a look. Now, the martial arts tournament had been divided into adult and elite groups for the competition. The teenager group and the martial arts group had been cancelled. Son Goku and the others would no longer participate in the martial arts tournament in person. It proved that even if they set up the martial arts group again, there was no doubt that there were only a few people who were qualified to enter the martial arts group. It was better to give the opportunity to the martial arts elites who had climbed up Korin Tower to compete for it. Although the martial arts tournament lost a lot of color without them, the elite group members had basically received guidance from Korin, and their levels were not bad. Suddenly, a wisp of dust rose in the distance. Because the speed was too fast, the straight sand was connected into a line, and a young and dusty figure came into view from afar. "Grandpa, I have already circled around the earth." It was Son Gohan's daughter, Pan. She had just come back from running around the earth. Pan has started to receive harsh training at such a young age. Ayaka looked at the figure in surprise. That guy, Gohan, doesn't know how to train children at all. Martial artists have to be trained from a young age. Son Gohan's personality was actually more suitable to be a scholar. He had stepped into martial arts because of all kinds of events at that time. After the peace on Earth, his pursuit of martial arts had weakened a lot. Fortunately, he and Vidal's daughter Pan were children who liked to practice martial arts since they were young. Otherwise, the descendants of the magnificent Saiyan would have been reduced to ordinary people. Son Goku's two children did not inherit the warlike personality of the Saiyans, but their granddaughter Pan's yearning for martial arts made them look at her in a new light. Son Goku and Piccolo were immediately overjoyed. Pan had been trained by them since she was a child. A private plane slowly landed. Vegeta and Bulma's family jumped down, followed by a blue-haired little girl. She was Vegeta's second child, Bulla. Vegeta glanced at Pan with hot eyes, then glanced at the gentle Trunks. He sighed and said, "The descendants of Saiyan are really getting worse and worse. Goten and Trunks are all like this." Son Goku's family still had little Pan to inherit their legacy in the future, so there was no hope for his family. Trunks had already formed a new model, so he hoped that Bulla would change in the end. But then again, after reaching the Super Saiyan Divine Realm, they were no longer mortals. Although they could not live forever, at least their lifespan had been greatly lengthened. Living for tens of thousands of years was a piece of cake, so there was no need to worry about the inheritance. Ayaka repeated what he had just said. After listening, Vegeta revealed a smile and said with a smile, "Call everyone, let's go take a look together. Let Goten and Trunks go." Everyone smiled and didn't object. Therefore, Son Goten and Trunks found all the Dragon Pearl warriors one after another. After obtaining the consent of all the Dragon Pearl warriors, they agreed to meet at the venue on the day of the world's martial arts tournament. A few days passed in a blink of an eye, and the curtains were officially drawn on the 29th martial arts tournament. According to the usual practice, the martial arts tournament was still a remote island city. The city was not big, but the construction facilities were very complete. There were all kinds of things in big cities, because the martial arts tournament that happened once every 3 years, and this meeting was delayed by the organizers for a year, so there was plenty of time to prepare. When the meeting began, the tide of people had already drowned the entire city. No matter where one went, one could see contestants in all kinds of martial arts clothes. This was also a big event of the meeting. Of course, many of the tourists simply came to watch the show. There are so many people. A purple-haired girl in the crowd shouted loudly. Krillin's daughter, Marin, was already a young girl. It was the time when she was full of vitality. I have never seen such an interesting thing. Pan and Bulla were pulled by their respective elders, their little heads constantly looking around. On the side, Ayaka watched with a smile on his face. From time to time, he would communicate with Hongye and the others. Android 18 calmly followed by the side, a trace of a smile on his face. Ayam was dressed neatly and had a very reserved expression. Time was like a magical catalyst. After so many years, Ayam could be considered the elder of those children. He was no longer as loud as before. He was much calmer. After settling down in the hotel that had been arranged beforehand, Ayaka took a hot bath and washed away the hardships of the world. Then, he gathered together with Hongyi and the others. He spread out a notebook with all the participants on it and pointed at the contestants on it. As the young heroes of the various martial arts clubs continued to emerge, the atmosphere of martial arts became more intense than more than 10 years ago. The number of participants continued to increase. As the organizer, their form of hosting also changed with the times. The more prominent point was that the registration time was pushed forward a month ago and a detailed list of personnel was drawn. The number of days of the competition increased, and the number of fields increased. From the preliminary round to the finals, it would take a week. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The stream of people in the small island city surged, and the tide of people gradually converged to the martial arts temple in the center. The organizations of the major martial arts meetings were ready, only waiting for the martial arts meeting to start. Ayaka had already chosen a seat on the second floor and began to watch the entire competition. Chapter 280. Dong! With a loud knocking sound, the 29th martial arts tournament officially began. The audience in the stands immediately became excited. The large martial arts tournament, which could accommodate 10,000 people, was noisy for a moment. The audience cheered loudly and cheered for the players they supported. The cheers and shouts echoed throughout the audience. Ayaka was sitting on the second floor of the viewing platform. From this position, he could clearly see every player stepping into the arena. After the rules of the martial arts tournament changed, many situations also changed. The most obvious thing was that the preliminaries were cancelled. It couldn't be said that the preliminaries were cancelled, but the preliminaries would end in another way. Because the registration date was more than a month ahead of schedule, the organizers had plenty of time to arrange it. Moreover, the martial arts tournament had become a mainstream competition, so it was very necessary to set up a regular competition outside the arena with power level as the threshold. The real martial arts tournament began with the promotion competition. But even so, there were still many contestants who would enter the martial arts tournament. They would be able to decide the champion in a week. The referee blew the whistle. The morning match had ended. The audience was still unsatisfied. After they walked out of the venue, they gathered into groups of 3 to 5 and continued to discuss their feelings towards the matches. The afternoon matches would be held at 1 o'clock, enough for the audience to have a good rest after finishing their meal. Ayaka and the others walked on the shaded path, chatting happily. The descendants of the Dragon Ball warriors were Son Goten, Trunks, Marin, and Pan. Although Son Gohan was of the same generation as them, he participated in the battle earlier, and was considered to be from Krillin's time. Among them, because Son Goten and Trunks were much stronger than the people on Earth, there was no point in participating in the martial arts tournament. As girls, Marin and Bula didn't seem to be very interested in martial arts either. In the end, only Son Gohan's daughter, Pan, participated in the martial arts tournament. In the afternoon, the competition continued like a raging fire. Compared to the contestants in the morning, their standards were obviously much higher. Most of them were elites from various martial arts centers, so participating in the competition was not without the intention of making a name for themselves. By the way, which competition is Pan in? Krillin yawned out of boredom. These martial artists of the younger generation could be considered outstanding, but the Dragon Ball warriors were all experienced fighters. It was inevitable for them to feel a bit of aesthetic fatigue after watching such a small scene. Marin let out an "oh" and took the lead to take over a small booklet and flip through it. She pointed at a note on it and said, "It's here. It's about 3 in the afternoon. It's arranged for the 53rd match. In other words, there's still more than an hour." Krillin leaned against the railing. "Ah, you guys are here," a slightly surprised voice sounded. A golden-haired old man ran over quickly. When he arrived in front of Krillin and the others, he held their hands and shook them vigorously. His expression was very excited. Krillin was a little confused. When he looked at them, he suddenly realized. "So it's you. Aren't you hosting the next competition? Why do you have time to come up?" This golden-haired old man was an old acquaintance of theirs. He was the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament in the past. It could be said that he had watched the Dragon Ball warriors grow up step by step. After so many years, he was already old. The old host smiled. "There are some things that I have already handed over to the young people to do. You are the pioneers who founded the great martial arts era. I also want to nurture a few heirs." Ayaka glanced at him. When he saw the young man on the martial arts arena who was 80 similar to the golden-haired host, a smile appeared on his face. The commentator who was in full swing hosting the competition should be the descendant of the old host. He really wanted to pull the entire family into the martial arts career. "Ah. These children are your descendants?" The old host looked at Bula, Pan and the others with some surprise. He had seen Son Goten and Trunks when they were still young, but he did not know Marin, Bula, and Pan. "Yes. Very good, very good. They are also participating in this competition?" "Only she is participating." Ayaka touched Pan's head, and the little guy happily narrowed his eyes. The old host nodded with interest, and the gaze he looked at Xiaofang revealed a bit of expectation. The descendants of the Dragon Ball warriors must be extraordinary. He still clearly remembered the astonishing performance of Son Goten and Trunks, who were only 7 or 8 years old 10 years ago. Therefore, although Pan was a girl and was still so young, he was still full of expectations. After chatting happily with Ayaka and the others for a while, he left with a smile. "Dad, is he very familiar with you?" Marin stroked the purple hair on her forehead. "Yes, I have known your uncle Wukong since we were young." Krillin's expression was a little nostalgic. He couldn't help but smile. He recalled the first time he participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. At that time, he felt very inferior. It was that martial arts tournament that helped him regain his confidence. He stumbled along the way. The spirit of the old host was admirable. He was an earthling who understood the Dragon Ball warriors the most except for Bulma and Violet. He remembered that 17 years ago, when Cell was playing the game, he had single-handedly brought a film team to the frontline to report. The World Martial Arts Tournament was carried out in an orderly manner. Soon, it was Pan's turn. "Pan, you can do it. Pan, don't worry. Just use the strength you usually use during training." Son Goku instructed with a faint smile. Pan clenched her fists, nodded vigorously, and then climbed onto the martial arts stage. Pan's opponent was a strong and muscular man. He was 2 to 3 meters tall, and was as sturdy as the city wall. Compared to such an opponent, Pan's delicate body was like a leaf that could be blown up by the wind at any time. "Haha, my opponent is actually a little girl. Even the heavens are helping me win this match. Little girl, do you want me to give you one hand?" The bare-chested man patted his chest and shouted extremely arrogantly. "No need." Pan shook her head and then looked at her opponent. She always remembered her grandfather and great-grandfather's teachings. No matter who her opponent was, she had to go all out. "The competition begins." The young host announced loudly and then paid extra attention to Pan's actions. He could not understand why his father had asked him to pay extra attention to this little girl. The competition began. The bare-chested big man shook his arms exaggeratedly. Pan made a formal bow. Then, with a serious expression, she jumped up. Shio! Pan's young body suddenly disappeared from the venue. In an instant, it appeared at the neck of the big man. When the big man was absent-minded, he turned in the air and slapped the big man in the face. The bare-bodied man was sent flying and fell to the ground, causing several cracks to appear on the slate on the ground. Pan continued to hit the opponent and knocked him out. Then, she lifted the collar of the opponent and threw him out of the venue. The muscular man, who was several meters tall, fell out of the field and was already unconscious. The entire process was like an old cow pulling a heavy car. It was very funny. The entire audience was silent. They were all stunned by the strength displayed by Pan. After a long period of silence, the entire audience burst into earth-shattering shouts. "Awesome!" The young host wiped his sweat. Only then did he understand why his father had made him pay extra attention to her. This child was actually such a powerful figure. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. His eyes were indeed sharp. In this match, contestant Pan wins. He picked up the microphone and announced the results of the match loudly. In a corner, the old host watched the match on the arena with a spirited gaze. A smile appeared on his face as he said to himself, as expected of Son Goku's granddaughter. "She's so skilled at such a young age. Not bad." Pan jumped off the arena. Ayaka patted her head proudly, messing up her hair. Chapter 281. Pan's excellent results were not unexpected. After all, under Son Goku's training, her physique was much better than that of the people on Earth. She was much stronger than Son Goku and Son Gohan when they were young. The following matches were still exciting. The audience enthusiastically shouted, but no dark horses like Pan appeared again. Until. In the 73rd match, Kira vs. Good Beau from the distant southern island. The host announced loudly. Ayaka was sitting in the audience and talking to Android 18. After hearing the host's announcement, a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She smiled and turned her head, her line of sight shooting straight into the arena. There, the young and handsome young boy, Charlie, was standing in a corner of the arena. On the other side, a young boy with brown skin, who looked like he was 8 or 9 years old, trembled and climbed up the arena in a very funny way. His arms were straight and he looked very nervous. Seeing Ayaka set his eyes on the little boy named Goodbew, Android 18 tilted her head and looked at him, only to find that the other party was just an ordinary little boy. The energy reaction on his body was only 54 points, combined with 540J. To be able to reach 540J at the age of 8 or 9, one might be considered gifted among the ordinary people on Earth, but this was not enough. On the side, Hongyan narrowed her eyes and smiled as she leaned over, saying mysteriously, "That boy called Kira is very extraordinary." Android 18 glanced at her, his gaze once again focused on Kira. However, the conclusion he came to was still the same. He was just a boy with a bit of talent. Bang! The gong sounded, and the competition officially began. Charlie stood at the side very gracefully, not taking the initiative to launch an attack. It could be seen that he had a very good martial arts foundation. On the other hand, the dark-skinned boy was like a wild child who had never practiced martial arts at all. His breathing pace was extremely disorderly. The audience who had some experience in the audience could not help but secretly shake their heads, thinking, why did this kind of wild person also come to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? This is simply nonsense, and even more outrageous is that he actually squeezed into the promotion competition. However, when they thought that the other party was only a child less than 10 years old, they began to guess whether it was his opponent who saw him as a child and deliberately let him go. However, this guess was quickly rejected by them. Which one of the people who participated in the martial arts tournament did not come for the ranking? As the commentator and controller of the entire competition, the host naturally could not let the atmosphere be cold. He held up the microphone and narrated in high spirits. Charlie from the distant southern island is the boss of the family. There are 5 brothers and sisters in the family. He has been strong since he was young, and the big man in his hometown is far from being his match. Although it is his first time participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he quickly made it to the promotion competition. He is a young hero like Pan. In the enthusiastic description of the host, Kira became a natural-born strength, a rare martial arts genius. The curiosity of the audience cooled down was once again aroused, and they wondered if he would be a super dark horse like Pan. I think Kira might win. He broke into the promotion tournament single-handedly. A spectator whispered. TSK, which one of them isn't a veteran who broke into the promotion tournament? Furthermore, he is facing the young Kira. Kira is also known as the seeded player of this year's adults tournament, another spectator retorted. Another spectator retorted. Maybe he is as strong as contestant Pan. Hee, you guys don't know that the youth group tournament 10 years ago was really exciting. At that time, both Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta's son participated in it. That was truly wonderful. Hey, speaking of which, contestant Pan is also Mr. Son Goku's granddaughter. She is indeed the god of martial arts. The audience began to discuss enthusiastically, the topic getting further and further, but the atmosphere was unprecedentedly high. Ayaka, you also have a good opinion of that Goodbew? Android 18 asked strangely. The boy seemed very ordinary to her, and it was impossible to win no matter how she thought about it. Krillin frowned and looked at him, shaking her head. His aura is messy, and he has never practiced martial arts. I wonder how such a person could pass the preliminaries. Ayaka laughed, and his flawless face was full of elegance. This time, you are all mistaken. Goku, what do you think of that person? It's very strange. There seems to be something wrong. Pointing to Majin Buu who was walking the dog in the corner, Ayaka asked, do you think he looks like him? Majin Buu. Everyone cried out in alarm. Son Goku and Vegeta's faces were dark as they furrowed their brows in thought. Hearing someone call his name, Majin Buu looked up blankly, then continued to lie on the ground and tease the puppy. Goodbew, is he the reincarnation of the evil part of Majin Buu? Isn't the demon not allowed to enter the other world? Yes, that's not right. Majin Buu is a demon, shouldn't the evil guy go to hell after death? How can there be a chance to reincarnate? Ayaka said, you should know that the real Majin Buu was devoured by the skinny Buu a long time ago. What entered the other world was only a part of the Majin Buu. After the skinny Buu swallowed Majin Buu that day, Majin Buu became a part of the body of the skinny Buu. When the skinny Buu was seriously injured and finally died in the hands of Helgaren, there was still a part of the soul fragments that had not been digested that escaped. Some of these soul fragments were Majin Buu, some were skinny Buu, and the main body of the Majin Buu's soul occupied most of it. However, they were all fragments, without any personality attributes, just like a pure and transparent white paper. After this soul came to the other world, it was finally reincarnated into Goodbew under the interference of Ayaka. In other words, good Bu was the combination of Majin Bu and evil Bu, but Majin Bu was the majority. Is there such a thing? Other than Hong Yi, who already knew the answer, everyone was shocked. The way they looked at good Bu suddenly became different. They pinched the reincarnation bodies of good Bu and the fragments of the evil mind wave. It was no wonder that they had misjudged this kind of extremely special existence. Natural unpolished jade. After they saw the change in good Bu's eyes, they immediately found the difference, and their hearts faintly began to love talents. Kakarot, you already have Pan as your successor. Leave this guy called good Bu to me. Vegeta bluntly asked for it. Trunks had already taken shape. In the future, his accomplishments would be about the same as Son Goten's. It would be extremely difficult for him to reach Son Gohan's realm. And his daughter, Ulla, still didn't know what would happen in the future. It was rare to see such a piece of unpolished jade, so they immediately began to fight over it. When everyone saw that Vegeta looked like he was determined to win, they immediately gave up on the thought of taking him as a disciple, and they couldn't help but silently pray for him when they thought of the tragic days after good Bu became Vegeta's disciple. Son Goku smiled, not caring at all that good Bu was going to become Vegeta's disciple. He wanted to compare whether under their guidance was little Pan or good Bu. Good Bu, who had no idea that his fate had already been set, was still at a loss. His entire body was trembling and his expression was nervous as he stood on the arena. Ah! Good Bu mustered up his courage and roared loudly. He ran towards Kira without any order. The audience couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. They had still made a mistake. How was this attitude of a dark horse? Look at this child's movements. He is clearly unorthodox. We all think too highly of him. His strength is not bad. Vegeta frowned. His face was silent as he analyzed how he should teach this future disciple. Bang! What caused everyone to break their glasses was that in the blind collision of good Bu's blindly charging, Kira had actually been mysteriously sent flying. Instantly, the entire audience fell silent. Even good Bu, who had fallen out of the arena, had a blank expression on her face. Why had she flown out all of a sudden? Ding! The whistle sounded. The host loudly announced good Bu's victory. This was the dark horse that had entered the competition after Pan. The competition continued. As the matches went on, Pan and good Bu's attention became higher and higher. Pan relied on her solid foundation skills. Every time she advanced, good Bu's phenomenon was a bit strange. Every time, it was good Bu who bumped randomly, but every time, it was as if there was a god helping him send his opponent flying. Perhaps even he himself did not know the reason. On the third day of the martial arts tournament, the adult group, cancelling the youth group, the rules were the same as when Son Goku was young, competition was nearing the end. Finally, 4 contestants were selected to enter the elite group. They would compete with more than 100 contestants who had successfully challenged Korin Tower. Pan and good Bu were in the ranks. The elite group members were abnormally strong. Compared to the adult group, the difference was like heaven and earth. Many of them were stronger than the Demon King Piccolo of the past. There were even a few peak experts, power level, who exceeded 1,000. This was completely unimaginable in the past. Time passed, and the 4 days of the elite team competition was closed in full swing. In the end, Pan won the championship of the 29th martial arts tournament, and good Bu barely made it to the runner-up. At this moment, the world was shocked. The champion and runner-up of the martial arts tournament was actually won by 2 children. The world was in an uproar. Today, the champion was extremely valuable. This was unprecedented. There was no lack of paparazzi in the world. When the news that Pan, the champion, was Son Goku's granddaughter, spread, everyone seemed to take it for granted. The granddaughter of the god of martial arts, was it not a child's play to win the martial arts tournament? Chapter 282. The World Martial Arts Tournament, which was held once every 3 years, came to an end in full swing. There was no end to the banquet. The audience from all over the world finally dispersed with satisfaction after enjoying a wonderful visual feast. This remote island city once again returned to its former tranquility. If they wanted to see such a wonderful competition again, they would have to wait 3 years. At the port, the tourists boarded the luxury cruise ship one after another. With a sharp cry, the cruise ship set up an anchor and sailed toward the other side of the world. Obu held a already wrinkled ticket in his hand. He looked around and looked for a long time but could not find the ship he was on. Finally, he sat on the ground with a dejected face. Oh, the ship has already left. Good Bu's home was located on a remote southern island. There were no cities with more advanced technology nearby, so transportation was extremely inconvenient. This route was added to cater to the World Martial Art Tournament. If they missed this ship, they would have to wait for several months next time. A figure walked up to Good Bu and stood down quietly. Huh. Noticing that someone was standing in front of him, Good Bu raised his head and met his gaze. It's so cold. Good Bu was shocked by the other party's cold gaze. His body suddenly shrank. However, Good Bu was still a child. In the end, he couldn't help but look at the other party a few more times. This time, he found that the other party looked familiar. It seemed that he had seen him somewhere before. Have you seen enough? With a straight face, Vegeta revealed a faint smile at the corner of his eyes. Ah, you are Mr. Vegeta. Good Bu exclaimed. He finally recognized the identity of the other party. His finger trembled as he pointed at Vegeta, unable to speak. The reputation of Son Goku and Vegeta could be said to be resounding throughout the world. Even the remote islands in the south of his life had their legends. Vegeta was the pioneer who founded the Great Martial Age, one of the strongest humans in the world. Good Bu rubbed his eyes in disbelief when he saw such a legendary figure appear in front of him. Looking back, there was a group of people behind Vegeta. Ayaka and Son Goku were all there. Good Bu was dumbfounded. Hello, I am Good Bu. Good Bu said incoherently. Vegeta smiled and nodded. I've seen your competition. You are a very talented child. Are you interested in joining my sect to cultivate? Although Vegeta asked, his tone was firm, as if it were for directly set. There was no room for doubt. Is he going to take me as his disciple? Good Bu seemed to have been hit by a lucky fruit. He opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Mr. Vegeta actually wanted to take him as a disciple. It was as if he was dreaming. What? You don't want to? Vegeta's face sank. Was there anyone who dared to refuse his first disciple? No, I am willing to be Mr. Vegeta's disciple. Good Bu stood up straight and shouted. Vegeta smiled. Then come with me. In the next few years, you will train with me. In advance, my training is very strict. If you dare to be lazy, don't blame me for being impolite. Well, as for your family, don't worry. I will ask the Capsule Corporation to inform you. Yes. After talking to Ayaka for a while, he said. He then instructed Bulma and Trunks a few words before Vegeta floated into the air with Good Bu. He turned around and said to Son Goku, Kakarot, I will bring Good Bu out to train in the next few years. You should also train Pan well. 3 years later, let's see whose disciple is stronger. Son Goku gave a relaxed smile. I won't admit defeat so easily, Pan said with a serious expression. For so many years, Vegeta and Son Goku had been constantly competing and chasing each other. However, Vegeta had always been at a disadvantage. Right now, they were already Super Saiyan God, and their strength was on par with each other. However, it was no longer possible to increase one's strength in the realm of God overnight. Thus, the direction of the competition changed. Let's see whether Pan is stronger or Good Bu after 3 years. Vegeta laughed heartily and disappeared into the blue sky in a straight line of light. Seriously, Vegeta actually left just like that. Bulma raised his head and watched his husband disappear. Then, he complained with a face full of dissatisfaction. Didn't Dad say that he would be back in 3 years? 3 years will pass very soon. It's been a long time since I saw Vegeta so excited. Son Goku opened his mouth and smiled. He rubbed Xiaofang's head. Train well. Don't lose in 3 years. Pan nodded vigorously. Who do you think will win? Little Pan has the blood of a Saiyan. Although it is a little thin, the innate conditions of her father's generation make the essence content increase instead of decreasing. The talent she has shown since she was a child cannot be underestimated. With the training of Son Goku and Bardock, it is only a matter of time before she reaches the realm of Son Gohan. However, Good Bu, that kid, cannot be underestimated. The hybrid of Majin Bu and Evil Bu has amazing potential. I am looking forward to the competition 3 years later, Krillin said with a smile. Yes. Vegeta disappeared. There was no news of him in the next 3 years. I heard that he left Earth with Good Bu. Time passed, winter passed, spring began, season changed, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. There had never been any news of Vegeta and Good Bu, as if they had vanished into thin air. Until It was only after the opening of the 30th martial arts tournament that Vegeta appeared with the already strong and robust youth Good Buu. In the past 3 years, Vegeta had brought Good Buu across the galaxy and experienced all sorts of harsh and inhuman environments. Gradually, he had trained Good Buu to become a martial artist who had experienced hundreds of battles. 3 years of bitter training was enough to make a person reborn, not to mention Good Buu, who had a special background and unlimited potential. In a situation where no one could guide him, he was able to accidentally enter the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament's elite group. After receiving the careful teaching of Vegeta, this training madman, he advanced by leaps and bounds, and his temperament also became sharp and awe-inspiring. The 30th World Martial Arts Tournament began. In the end, Pan was slightly inferior in the finals and was defeated by Good Buu. Kakarot, it seems that the disciple I taught is still amazing. Vegeta patted Son Goku on the shoulder and said with a smile. I will definitely win next time. Son Goku shook his head carelessly. Ayaka looked at them with a little amusement. This kind of competition was like a child's. Her beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly saw Pan bulging her cheeks with an unhappy expression, so she softly comforted, all right, don't be unhappy. It's just losing a match. Just win it back next time. There will definitely be no problem next time. The child's personality came and went quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he ran around with a smile. Ayaka could not help but laugh. She could not help but recall Ayam's childhood appearance. At that time, Ayam was much more mischievous than her. At this time, Ayam, who was dressed like a lady next to her, suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Her pretty face looked around in confusion, and she frowned in confusion. Miss Ayaka. A gentle voice sounded in Ayaka's ears. Whis. It's really touching that Miss Ayaka still remembers my voice after so many years. Why is Mr. Whis looking for me? Oh, I have a piece of news to inform you. Please tell Son Goku and the others. 3 days later, please, Son Goku and the others must rush to Eternal Origin Galaxy Longjing Star. Remember, there are only you, Hongya, Ayam, Son Goku and Vegeta. Just the 5 of us. Yes, only those who have reached the realm of God are qualified to participate. Originally, I thought that only you, Hongya and Ayam would have this opportunity. However, since Son Goku and the others have also stepped into the realm of God, they naturally have a chance. Got it. Ayaka replied. From the words of Whis, it could be inferred that something big would definitely happen in the Eternal Origin Galaxy Dragon Planet 3 days later, and only those who had reached the realm of God were qualified to participate. You must not miss this opportunity. Weiss repeatedly warned him before cutting off the connection. Eternal Origin Galaxy, Dragon Planet, Realm FO God. What is this mysterious matter? Ayaka muttered to herself. Chapter 283. Ayaka suddenly had a very strange feeling. As her strength continued to increase, the world of the Dragon Ball gradually became different from what she remembered. There was an unfathomable feeling everywhere, as if she was seeing flowers in the fog, but there was no doubt that the true nature of the Dragon Ball world was constantly showing to her. Hongya stood close and heard her sister's whisper. She could not help but ask, Sister, what's the matter? Ayam had been paying attention to Ayaka the entire time, and she also looked over. Ayaka's delicate body swayed for a moment to dispel the doubts in her heart, and she smiled faintly without batting an eyelid. I received a message from Mr. Whis. He wants the 5 of us to arrive at the Eternal Origin Galaxy Dragon Planet in 3 days. It seems to be related to a very important matter. Only those who have reached the realm of God are qualified to participate. She briefly explained the message Whis had sent her. Everyone frowned when they heard this. Only those who had reached the realm of God were qualified to participate. They wondered why Whis had informed them of this. Of course, they were not worried that Whis would harm them. This was because 10 years ago, Ayaka had already introduced the general situation of this world to them. The entire world was divided into a total of 12 universes, and each universe had its own guardians. The universe they were in was Universe 7, and the guardians were the god of destruction, Beerus. Although the ranking of the universe did not represent their strength in the entire world, it was also a phenomenon. Universe 7 ranked 7th, this ranking was neither high nor low. For Universe 7 to have 5 Super Saiyan God who had reached the realm of God, Whis and Destruction God should be quite happy, which meant that the overall power level of Universe 7 had risen. Of course, this was relative to the fact that the 5 Super Saiyan God all belonged to the good faction. If one reached the realm of God and was evil, then then they might appear like the evil gods of the third universe in ancient times, and be mercilessly suppressed by the guardians. In the face of such a situation, Beerus, this destructive maniac, might be very happy. They had only interacted with Whis for a short period of time, but they understood him well. Weiss and Beerus wouldn't harm them. Bardock closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He said with some envy, "It shouldn't be a bad thing for Mr. Whis to look for you. Perhaps it might be an opportunity. If I can become a Super Saiyan God, I will definitely go with you. But the problem is that we don't know where the Eternal Origin Galaxy is," Son Goku said with a frown. He was worried that he would not be able to find his destination. And looking at Whis, this matter seemed to be more important. He must not miss it. Ayaka smiled when he heard this. "Don't worry about this. My instant movement doesn't need the feeling of air. I can take you to the destination." When Son Goku heard this, he immediately felt relieved. "Then you should set off as soon as possible." "Yes." Ayaka and the others nodded. "Launch, Hongye and I will leave now. I will leave the family matters to you," Ayaka instructed. She took care of everything at home. Android 17 and Android 18 didn't have to count on them to do housework. Even she herself didn't interfere at all. "Don't worry." Launch smiled and agreed. Son Goku said goodbye to Chi-Chi and SPN Gohan, then squatted in front of Pan and touched her loose short hair. "In the future, you have to train with great-grandfather. Don't be lazy, okay?" Pan clenched her fist and nodded. On the other side, Vegeta also had something to tell his family and disciples. After everything was arranged, Hongye, I.M., and the others formed a line. Ayaka nodded and calmly shouted, "We're setting off." Then, he activated teleportation and suddenly disappeared from Earth. On a planet that was infinitely far away from Earth, the figures of Ayaka and the others appeared. The surroundings were a colorful scene that was different from the ordinary starry sky. The light of the entire galaxy was distorted, just like the field of vision around the black hole. Sparkling and resplendent rays of light spread from the distance, but suddenly stopped when they reached a place. They disappeared into thin air, as if the entire space had been forcibly cut off. What an illusory scene. This is the Eternal Origin Galaxy. I.M. exclaimed, his eyes shining with brilliant light. Beautiful. Son Goku looked left and right, as if it were forever fresh. It is indeed extraordinary. Vegeta nodded coolly. Hongye took a deep look at her surroundings. She, who had a part of Ayaka's memory, was even more surprised by the scene in front of her. The space where the Eternal Origin Galaxy was located was very high. It was already infinitely close to the chaotic zone of the core of the universe. Chaotic airflow could be seen everywhere. The Eternal Origin Galaxy was a special zone of the universe. Even North Kai did not dare to go deep into it. The space here was broken, and there was basically no life in the universe. "No, this place is not as simple as approaching chaos," Ayaka said with a frown. She vaguely guessed the reason why Weiss had asked them to come here. It was not that she had never been to the depths of chaos. On the contrary, she had even stayed in chaos for more than a year in the third universe. She was very familiar with the chaotic scene, but she found that the situation in front of her was completely different. She could not sense the existence of the universe will. In other words, the Eternal Source Galaxy was a place that was out of the control of the seventh dragon god. How was this possible? It was clearly still within the universe, so how could it not sense the will of the universe? One had to know that even in the depths of the primordial chaos where the god of creation and the god of destruction lived, the will of the universe dragon god was constantly distributed. "What's wrong, sister?" Hongye asked doubtfully. I.M., Son Goku, and Vegeta also cast their gazes over. If it were for said that everyone was familiar with the universe, it was none other than her. Ayaka shook her head and did not speak. She needed to quietly sort things out, but after a long while, she still had no clue. "Let's go to Dragon Planet first," Ayaka said calmly. Due to the special environment of the Eternal Origin Galaxy, she no longer used teleportation. She slowly flew with Hongye and the others. She only occasionally used the effects of teleportation to point out the location of the Dragon Planet. They moved quickly all the way, carefully strolling through the broken space. The powerful realm of Super Saiyan supported them from being dragged into the gap of space. 3 days passed quietly, and a golden planet appeared in front of them. The golden planet was located in the fragmented space. It was like a star that emitted a gentle and warm glow. That was the dragon planet. Fly over. Ayaka said decisively. Son Goku and the others flew towards the golden planet without stopping. As they approached the surface of the planet, an incomparably huge gravitational force suddenly attacked. A powerful suction force suddenly acted on the human body. Ayaka and the others were caught off guard, and their entire bodies quickly fell down. Stop! Ayaka roared angrily. His body trembled a few times, and then he stabilized in midair. His entire face was still shocked. He said, "What a strong gravitational force." The gravity of Dragon Planet was so strong that even Super Saiyan Yashin's power was limited. This is Dragon Planet, what a powerful gravity. Ayam was a little dumbfounded. Logically speaking, such a planet should have collapsed a long time ago. It is much stronger than the black hole. Hongye judged. She was referring to the ordinary black holes in the universe, not the big black holes in the galaxy. Vegeta looked around with a serious expression. The gravity room he usually used when he was cultivating was not even 1% of this place. Not only was the Dragon Planet located in a special location, the gravitational force was amazing. Even the plants growing on it were golden like gold. There were some plants that could constantly radiate a faint golden radiance. Hee, you guys finally arrived on time. A figure walked out from behind the golden forest. It was Whis, and there was another person following behind him. The god of destruction, Beerus, still had a lazy expression on his face as he continuously yawned. When he saw Ayaka and the others, his eyes immediately lit up. Ha! Beerus greeted. Ayaka pulled a dissatisfied face and complained, "You didn't even explain the situation to us. If I didn't have a special ability and set off a few days earlier, I wouldn't even be here. Haha, this can also be considered a test. If I don't pass, then I can only regretfully lose this opportunity. Why are you acting so mysterious? What is it?" At this time, Whis put away his cynical smile, and the god of destruction Beerus also became serious. The Great Universe Dragon God Tournament. Chapter 284. The Great Universe Dragon God Tournament. Ayaka was momentarily unable to understand. He looked at Whis and the god of destruction with a puzzled expression. Seeing that Ayaka was a little confused, Whis gently leaned on his scepter and nodded seriously. He slowly said, "The Great Universe Dragon God Selection is a meeting between all the God Realm experts in the 12 universes. These God Realm experts will have a competition to select the next The Great Universe Dragon God Tournament T." Wait, what is the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament? Hongye blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. She knew about the Universe Dragon God, and it was also known as the Universe Will. It was the perception of the entire universe. The Dragon God in the Dragon Ball was a part of the Universe Dragon God, but regardless of strength or status, it was much lower than a god. From what Whis said, the status of the Great Universe Dragon God was not low, and it needed to be selected among all the god powerhouses. Hongye asked on behalf of everyone. The question she asked was what Ayaka and the others wanted to know. The Dragon God of the Great Universe is a position. After becoming the Dragon God of the Great Universe, he will be the manager of all the universes. It is just a position. What is the difference between it and the Grand Kai? Everyone could not help but think. The god of destruction Beerus took a few steps forward and said with a smile, "The position of the Great Universe Dragon God itself is nothing special. It can only be said to be a symbol, but its potential is very great. Because only after becoming the Great Universe Dragon God can you take the Dragon God staff from the previous Dragon God. That is the main reason." The god of destruction paused for a moment. Seeing everyone's curious gazes, he continued, "The Dragon God staff can mobilize the vitality of the 12 universes. Imagine if you can obtain the support of the 12 universes, won't you be able to achieve half the results with half the effort?" Ayaka immediately nodded in understanding, somewhat understanding the mysteries behind it. To say that the endurance of each universe was limited. Take the 7th universe for example, the powerhouses of the main space were obviously superior to the parallel space. As long as one had sufficient aptitude, they could theoretically be promoted to the realm of gods, but the parallel space was not. There was a limit to their space endurance. At most, they would be suppressed by the space from beyond 2 levels. It was almost impossible to improve even a little. The people present were all the strongest elites of the 7th universe. With a simple explanation, they immediately understood the meaning of the Great Universe Dragon God Selection. To put it bluntly, the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament was to take turns to let the experts of the gods break through the selection process. As for when they would get the chance, they would have to rely on their own strength to seize it. Generally, the strongest realm of gods had the priority, and they had the greatest hope of breaking through. At the same time, in order to prevent the experts who had obtained the Dragon God staff from interfering with the selection process, they also made a relevant rule that all the experts who had gotten a chance could not participate in the selection again. Only when all the experts of the gods had taken turns would there be a chance. Only then would it be more fair. A very interesting selection. Ayaka said with a smile. To be honest, we are going to see more of the scene this time. As for the opportunity to fight for it, I don't have much hope. After all, Beerus was not like Emperor Creed, who had the innate divine mirror. He was a descendant, and he was still much worse than the senior. Hongya thought for a moment and could not help but nod. Their foundation was still much weaker than those seniors, so this time, they could only take the mentality of experiencing it. Son Goku and Vegeta were not depressed at all. On the contrary, they were excited because they were able to fight against the gods of other universes. The enthusiasm of the Scion was instantly ignited. Oh right, Miss Ayaka has a chance to compete. Whis suddenly said with narrowed eyes. Beerus looked at Whis in surprise, then smiled and said, yes, Miss Ayaka has a chance with her strength. 10 years ago, Beerus was defeated by Ayaka. With her speed of improvement, she might really have a chance. Me? Ayaka smiled. If it were for possible, she naturally would not miss it. Isn't Mr. Whis going to participate? I am asked, puzzled. He can't participate. Beerus sighed. Whis was the divine servant of the god of destruction, Beerus. At the same time, he was also his teacher. However, he could not participate in the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament this time. Alright, let's hurry to the venue of the selection. Isn't it going to be held here? Whis calmly smiled and said in a soft voice, the Dragon Planet is used to test whether you have the qualifications to participate in the conference. Moreover, the Dragon Planet is within the 7th universe, and it concerns the matters of the 12 universes. Naturally, we have to go to a more special place. Weiss led everyone along the way, passing through the golden sea of trees and gradually walking towards a mountain that reached into the clouds. Whis walked around the small path and pointed at the giant mountain in front of him. After passing through that mountain, we will be able to reach the entrance of the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament. Ayaka looked up at the mountain and saw a towering mountain standing tall and straight. It was covered by white clouds and the top could not be seen. The height of that mountain is probably far beyond our imagination. She whispered to Hongya and Ayam. Everyone was extremely fast, but it took them several hours to pass through the mountain peak. We're here. Whis waved his hand, indicating for everyone to stop. Then, he held the scepter in his hand and gently pointed at the stone wall. Clang! The green ground flashed with a dazzling light, and the rock wall made of bluestone cracked, and the gravel gradually fell off the wall. A white jade stone door jumped out, and the surrounding golden patterns were embedded on the frame of the white jade stone. Ayaka was shocked. She found that this gate was very similar to the one that had sent her to the ancient time and space gate. What's wrong? Whis asked with a frown. Nothing. Whis nodded and did not ask further. He smiled and said, after we pass through this gate, we will reach our destination, the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament. Yes, Lord Beerus, have you participated in this kind of conference before? Son Goku asked the God of Destruction curiously. No, I wasn't a God of Destruction during the last selection. I don't have the qualifications to participate. The white jade stone door slowly opened, and a chaotic light was revealed from inside. Whis shouted, hurry and go in. The door is only open for a limited time. If you miss it, you can only wait for the next time. Yes. Several figures quickly entered the chaotic space inside the gate. Not long after, the white jade stone door slowly closed. A white light flashed. Ayaka and the others appeared in an unfamiliar space. It was a huge semi-spherical stage. The surrounding mountains were carved into the appearance of 5-clawed dragons. There were a total of 12 green dragons with their heads and tails connected. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they could fly at any time. In the center, a huge golden dragon circled and soared. It looked more majestic than the 12 green dragons around it. It was the dragon god that represented the origin of the universe. The hemispherical stage was suspended in the chaos outside the 12 universes. There was a thick layer of transparent gas around it, isolating the chaotic matter. Welcome to the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament Arena. Whis bent down like a gentleman and brought everyone to the side of the stage. There was a row of huge thrones, and it was arranged in a total of 12 regions. There are a total of 7 people from our universe 7 this time, so there are 7 thrones. Gently pointing towards the 7th region, the thrones in the 7th region began to change, from 1 to 7. As Whis smiled and changed the number of thrones, a few figures with different colors walked over. Whis, long time no see. This time, your universe 7 has put in a lot of effort. 7 people suddenly came. One of the men with red hair said with a smile. That's right, there are only 2 people in my universe too. Another ice blue-haired woman said. Whis chuckled, feeling very proud of himself. He pointed at the group of people walking over and introduced them to Ayaka one by one. Ayaka, Beerus, this red-haired one is the universe 8's Laquire. Next to him is the universe 2's god of destruction, Helles. There are others. Ayaka smiled at them, briefly getting to know each other. Not long after, all the god experts of the 12 universes arrived. God of destruction, God of creation, God of punishment, God of dawn, God of Azura, God of true essence, God of void, God of starlight, God of primordial, God of chaos. Ayaka counted. Including the 3rd universe god of creation she knew, there were a total of 28 god experts. There were only 1 god expert in several of the universes. There were 2 or 3 more, and 4 were very few. It was a bit exaggerated for 7 of them to come at once. However, they could not be underestimated because these experts were all at the innate divine mirror, and they were not comparable to the divine mirror experts in the later days. Chapter 285. These powerhouses of the gods had lived for a long time, and they were very familiar with each other. After a simple exchange, all the powerhouses of the gods were seated. The Great Universe Dragon God Tournament Arena was independent of the extreme zone outside the 12 universes, and its location was extremely special. Chaos was chaotic and disorderly in the chaos, and there was a thick layer of transparent air barrier on the outside of the arena. It would only open when the selection of the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament was carried out. The overall situation of the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament Arena was surrounded by 12 majestic green dragons. At one end, there was a majestic and gorgeous throne of the gods. There were several rows of plants on both sides, and in the middle was a vast and spacious square. Raising his head, the air wall formed a cluster of sparkling and colorful lights. The multicolored lights rolled and turned from time to time, like a huge fireball that suddenly exploded, rolling up clusters of magnificent scenes. Ayaka could even feel the energy brought about by the chaotic airflow outside through the layer of air above his head. The Great Universe Dragon God Tournament Arena was entirely made of white jade. It was simple and natural, and at the same time, it revealed a noble and boundless aura. Just in terms of the general trend, the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament Arena is already worthy of respect. Ayaka couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Ayam sat on the side and nodded his head in a refreshed manner. His delicate thumb stroked the exquisite and beautiful carved patterns on the throne. The god of destruction, Beerus, chuckled. He laid down on the throne with a swagger and said in high spirits, this is the first time I've sat on such a throne. This feeling is indeed different. On the side, sitting on the throne, Son Goku and the others knew that this was the arena for the selection of the dragon god. They immediately held a respectful attitude. Just like that, the simple and monotonous arena immediately became sacred. A strong wind blew over, and a silver-haired middle-aged man walked over. Mr. Whis, long time no see. The last time we met was a very long time ago. Whis turned his head, and after seeing the other party, he said indifferently, Creed, you've been silent for so long. I thought you wouldn't participate in this selection. How is it? Are you confident this time? Emperor Creed nodded at Ayaka and the others. Then, he revealed a bitter smile. There were many experts among gods, and it was difficult to be the first. Even the god of creation, Creed, wasn't confident. It's all right. Whether it works or not, I have to give it a try. Emperor Creed said indifferently, turning to Destruction Divine. Beerus, I haven't congratulated you on becoming the god of destruction yet. I was lucky. God of destruction, Beerus, stood up and replied with a serious face. The god of creation, Creed, was an old friend of Whis before he became the god of destruction. When the god of creation came to the 7th universe, Beerus had met him by luck. At that time, Beerus was only a disciple under Whis, and his status was far from the god of creation. Even if he became the god of destruction, he was still the descendant of the god of creation. The god of creation nodded and walked over to talk to Ayaka. When he learned that Son Goku and Vegeta were also Super Saiyan God, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised look. 5 Super Saiyan God in a row in Universe 7, that was really interesting. Not long after, the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament officially began. At this time, whether it was the veteran realm of God powerhouses or the new acute realm of God powerhouses, they all returned to their respective thrones and sat upright, looking solemnly at the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament arena. Suddenly, light flashed, and 3 figures with different colors turned into several streams of light and appeared in the middle of the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament arena. They were 2 green-haired men and a green-haired, green-eyed young woman. They are the previous Great Universe Dragon Gods. They are the 1st Universe God of Punishment, the 4th Universe God of Destruction, and the 9th Universe God of Starlight. Their universes also have the highest frequency of gods appearing. The God of Destruction Beerus didn't waste any time to introduce. Although Beerus became a god later, he was still one of the 12 orthodox gods, and he was much more exalted than the other gods. Ayaka and Hongya looked at each other and couldn't help but nod seriously. The guardian gods of the 1st, 4th, and 9th universes had once served as Great Universe Dragon Gods. This wasn't difficult to understand why there were more gods in their universe than other universes. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Whis stood up with a smile on his face. Hee, it's my turn now. With a whoosh, Weiss appeared in the middle of the arena. Whis. How did Mr. Whis? Ayaka looked at him in shock and couldn't help but speculate. Whis is the previous Great Universe Dragon God, which means that the winner will receive the Dragon God staff from him. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Beerus said calmly. Really, I never thought that Mr. Whis would be so strong. Hongye opened his mouth and exclaimed. He knew that Weiss was very strong, but he never expected that he would be the Great Universe Dragon God. In other words, he had once defeated most of the powerhouses of the gods present. No wonder the God of Creation, Creed, would be so polite to him. This was respect for the strong. Of course, it was reasonable to think about it now. What Ayaka could not understand was that Whis clearly had such strength, so why would he be willing to stay in the 7th universe as a god's servant to destroy gods? Pa! A dull sound rang out like a bell. Weiss took out a brown scepter that had the texture of sandalwood and lightly threw it at the 5-clawed golden dragon that was soaring in the center of the dragon. The brown dragon god's staff immediately stabbed into the small hole between the dragon's eyebrows. Strands of ancient golden power gradually spread out, giving people a feeling of worship. Buzz! Ayaka's heart trembled. A golden energy surged out of her cells. The cool feeling made her tremble. Woo, what a mysterious feeling. Is that the power of the Great Universe Dragon God? I almost couldn't hold it in. Ayaka patted her chest while gasping for breath. She looked over and found that apart from a few people, everyone had already fallen into that mysterious state. Powerful. Just a single wave of power was enough to affect so many powerful gods. He gently woke Hongye and the others up, then focused his attention on the golden dragon in the center. After a long while, the pressure from the dragon god dissipated, and Whis' gentle and warm voice spread throughout the arena. The Great Universe Dragon God has awakened. Next, we will proceed with a new round of selection under the watch of the Dragon God. There are a total of 28 gods from the 12 universes. Other than me, the God of Destruction, the God of Starlight, and Whis, there are 24 more. The God of Punishment from the 1st universe said with a solemn expression. The God of Destruction nodded and continued, you 24 gods will enter the arena in the form of a challenge. The last strongest will inherit the position of the new generation of the Dragon God of the universe. Whis said, everyone can rest assured. After a match, the Great Universe Dragon God will regain the strength of the participants. He won't be unable to hold on because of continuous battles. Begin. The green-haired, green-eyed god had a cold expression as he announced the start of the selection. After the announcement was completed, the 4 former dragon gods returned to their thrones. Mr. Whis, you are actually the previous dragon god. Ayaka shook his head and smiled. Hongye, Son Goku, and the others were also surprised. They never expected that the usually smiling Weiss would have such an extraordinary identity. Whis narrowed his eyes, still looking harmless. There's nothing much to say about these things. Ayaka was startled, then immediately smiled. Indeed, there was nothing worth advertising. Ordinary people did not even have the qualifications to know about the destruction of gods, let alone the Great Universe Dragon God who was in charge of the 12 universes. When one truly reached the level of the god of destruction, would they care about who they were? The heavens and the earth were not benevolent, treating all things like dogs. What could they not be calm and peaceful about? To put it bluntly, this was the pattern. Miss Ayaka actually has a good chance to compete for the championship. Whis' voice drifted over. Ayaka's heart moved, and a few rays of light flashed in his eyes as he quietly watched. Beerus faintly smiled when he heard this. He raised his head and yawned, his eyes staring at the magnificent chaotic starry sky. Dong! With a long cry, the first arena battle began. Two figures appeared on the arena. One was a purple-haired young man, while the other was a small figure covered in flames. He looked like a child. The purple-haired one is the Universe 4's Parland, and the one covered in flames is Universe 2's Fur. They are both good experts. Weiss pointed at the arena. Ayaka let out an "n" sound and then focused his attention on watching. Usually, the first to enter the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament arena was a newbie. Just like Son Goku, they were not fighting for the Dragon God staff. They were mainly here to see the scene. The real finale was the battle between the 12 universe gods. If the experts went up too early and monopolized the arena, then the experts of similar levels would not be able to fight. Everyone had a common understanding of this. Chapter 286. After landing on the stage, Parland and Fur at each other quietly, and then their aura began to change. They stood for a moment and looked at their opponents. The purple-haired Parland was mysterious and handsome. His expression was calm and confident. I have heard of you. For the universe too. Fur was covered in flames. She was small and thin, like a wild child from the valley. I've heard of you too. You're from the universe 4, Parland. His voice was hoarse, and there was a crackling sound as the dry bamboo grass burned. Those who didn't know would think that his throat was being burned by fire. Parland and Fur are equal in strength. They are both new gods in their universe, Whis introduced. The next moment, the two people in the field began to fight. They suddenly disappeared, and then there was the sound of fierce and rhythmic fighting. Parland and Fur used their full strength at the beginning. Their movements were swift and powerful, and every time they fought, there was only a brief afterimage. For a time, there was only the sound of fighting, but they could not see the real body. Amazing! Son Goku stared at the arena and shouted. It had been a long time since he had seen such a wonderful battle. Moreover, the two sides of the battle were at the same level as him. Son Goku rubbed his hands together and wanted to fight to his heart's content. Ayaka looked at the fight with a serious expression. His sharp eyes followed the figure on the stage and nodded from time to time. On the stage, the light generated by the fight kept flashing. From time to time, it brought up a cyclone that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Soon, the center of the stage changed. Countless illusory figures suddenly appeared. The two figures were very ghostly, and the more intense battle began. After a long time, the flames on Fur's body gradually weakened after experiencing a great deal. The attack moves were gradually suppressed. In the end, Parland won this round. Fur shook her head. She was not too discouraged and just left the stage with a bit of melancholy. Although they were all new gods, it had been a long time. Their hearts were as solid as a rock. A victory or defeat would not affect their hearts. Even if this battle was related to the selection of the dragon god in the universe, they could laugh it off. This was the realm of gods. Moreover, they had come here with the intention to gain some knowledge. They did not really want to see the throne of the dragon god. What a pity. Beerus said quietly. Yaba gave him a look and agreed with him that Parland and Fur were, to put it mildly, evenly matched, but in the end Parland won. It was because Parland had overpowered Fur in his attacking technique. Continue to watch the next match. The loser would immediately lose the qualifications to compete for the position of Dragon God. The winner could choose to temporarily withdraw from the battle or continue to welcome the challenger. Even if they fought continuously, the will of the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament could restore it to its peak state in an instant. There was also a short period of time to adjust. In fact, it was for the defender to summarize the use of the battle just now. The reason why Parland was the first to jump into the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament arena was that he felt that the hope of seizing the position of Dragon God was uncertain, and on the other hand, it was not without the intention of accepting more challenges. Looking at the arena, Parland adjusted a little and indeed chose to stay on the arena. Next up was the Universe 10's Limu, who was also a god who had just advanced. In the instant of their exchange, Limu fell into a passive state and was eliminated after a period of struggle. Parland continued to stand on the arena. However, his good luck didn't last long. In the third match, the God of Universe 1 made his move, and Parland was defeated. One intense battle after another continued. The players on the stage were constantly changing. Some people lasted for 1 or 2 matches. Some people lost the moment they came up. Finally, Son Goku and Vegeta couldn't hold it in anymore. "Let me go first this time," Son Goku rushed to say. Vegeta thought about it, and considering that there were still many opportunities in the future, he nodded silently. Son Goku saw that Vegeta did not fight with him, and immediately smiled. He took the lead and leaped onto the arena, and then turned to look at Naruto with an excited face. It's a little guy who just advanced to the realm of God in the Universe 7. I wonder how strong he is. A certain universe's innate god said with a smile. What a pity. If it were for the god of destruction, there would still be a few chances. This newly promoted little guy is probably a bit off. Although the god of destruction, Beerus, had not been a god of destruction for a long time and had not even participated in a single Great Universe Dragon God tournament, since Mr. Whis was able to let him inherit the position of god of destruction, his strength must not be low. As for Son Goku and the others, they had not even heard of him. Perhaps he had only appeared recently. His strength must not be much. You can't say that. This time, the 7th universe is really amazing. He seized the 7 thrones right from the start. They are all newcomers. I look forward to their growth. Unfortunately, they won't have a chance this time. When God of Creation Creed heard their conversation, he chuckled and said to the other universe gods, "Don't be so careless with them. I know that one of them is very strong. There is a high chance of fighting for the Dragon God position." Is there such a thing? A universe god asked in surprise. However, the God of Creation nodded affirmatively. These universe gods immediately became interested and asked which newcomer was so powerful that he actually had the strength to compete with them for the position of Dragon God. However, the God of Creation, Creed, kept smiling without saying a word. Generally speaking, when a new god fought against an old god, they would end up defeated by a new god. However, it was also special. For example, Beerus, who had inherited the position of God of Destruction, was qualified to fight against an old god. As for the others, unless they had the ability to defy the heavens, the outcome was already decided. Please take care of me. Next, let me be your opponent. Son Goku said in high spirits before transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Not simple, it's actually Super Saiyan God. The experts below were all experienced and knowledgeable people. The moment Son Goku transformed, he recognized that he was a Super Saiyan God. And, this time, there's trouble with that guy, Naruto. Some experts beamed with joy. There were many Saiyan spaces in the universe. They knew that Saiyan was a combat race. The low-level power level could only say that he was just doing a job. He couldn't even say that he was strong, but as his realm continued to increase, especially after he became a Super Saiyan, the Saiyan race would reveal his extraordinary combat talent. And the appearance of Super Saiyan meant that the Saiyan race had reached the peak. I'm really unlucky to have met such a Super Saiyan God who is famous for his combat skills. Interesting. How many years has it been since I've seen such a pure Super Saiyan God? The last time I saw Super Saiyan God was a very long time ago. I think it was in Universe 3. I can't quite remember it after so many years. Yes, Super Saiyan God is definitely one of the best. The God of Creation Emperor Creed smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping in the direction of Whis and the others. He knew that other than Son Goku on the stage, there were 4 other Super Saiyan gods in Universe 7. In particular, Ayaka had become a Super Saiyan God under her gaze. However, in just a few short years, she had already reached a point where even she couldn't see through. Just thinking about this potential was terrifying. Hongya and Iam, those 2 girls, were also equally terrifying. Noticing the God of Creation's gaze, Ayaka smiled and nodded. On the arena, Son Goku shouted lightly. All the muscles in his body instantly tightened. He was in a critical state. He suddenly released his strength and his body moved quickly and quickly. Son Goku's opponent, Naruto, saw this and his expression suddenly tightened. He keenly felt a heavy pressure from his opponent. This opponent was very terrifying. Shio. His body instinctively moved along. Palipula. Bang. Bang. Bang! One kick after another, the attacks were continuous and swift. As he fought, he broke out in a cold sweat. He bent his arms to block Son Goku's attacks. Another countless attacks that appeared and disappeared in a flash came one after another. Dodoria was tired of defending himself and was suppressed by Son Goku for a moment. As expected of the Super Saiyan God who is famous for his combat skills. He is indeed not bad. The experts on the throne looked at him seriously and nodded their heads to give a brief review. Next to them, some experts whose strength was similar to Son Goku had solemn expressions, and they were deducing in their hearts how they should counterattack if they encountered one. Crack! After fighting for another 10 minutes or so, the aura of the dodges became more and more chaotic, and they had already lost the suppression of their realms. On the other hand, Son Goku became more and more courageous as he fought. The blood of the combat race that flowed through his body was stimulated, and his entire person seemed to be in high spirits. The outcome has been decided. The god of punishment from the first universe said with certainty. As expected, right after he said that, he couldn't hold on anymore and decisively admitted defeat. Well done. Ayaka beamed with a brilliant smile. Humph, Kakarot. Vegeta crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was stiff and a smile hung on his lips. At this time, they represented the face of the Saiyan people and even Universe 7. The more outstanding Son Goku performed, the happier Vegeta would be as a Saiyan. The battle continued. Son Goku and Vegeta had no intention of fighting for the position of the Dragon God. They only wanted to have an even more exciting competition. Not long after, Son Goku regretfully lost. Then, Vegeta directly went on stage to find the face of the Saiyan. Unfortunately, he also failed. With some regret, Son Goku and Vegeta sat back on the throne and watched the competition calmly. The battle went on like a raging fire. New and sharp experts of the god were gradually eliminated. After Vegeta lost, Ayam went on stage. The first battle was very easy to win. Her opponents were all veteran experts of the god. After persisting for a few rounds, it seemed to be easy to use it to the end. Ayam also retreated unwillingly. After I train for a few more years, I will definitely defeat all of them. Returning to the throne, Ayam waved her tender fists and said fiercely. Ayaka smiled and gently hugged Ayam's shoulder. Her gaze turned to Hongye, who was accepting the challenge on the stage. Hongye's opponent was very strong. She did not know how long she could last. So many Super Saiyan gods appearing at once has already caused quite a stir. Chapter 287. In the past, it wasn't that Super Saiyan gods had never appeared before, it was just that most of the Super Saiyan gods were born through trickery, and they couldn't be considered Super Saiyan gods in the real sense, nor could they enter the eyes of a god. Only the Super Saiyan gods that had appeared in the third universe could be considered as the true Super Saiyan gods. Pa! 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 A white light flashed, and a light sound broke through the air. A sharp whirlwind pressed against the ground. Hongye stared at the spot where his opponent had disappeared. Without thinking too much, she instinctively reacted. Her body retreated in an arc. Then, she pointed in the air and flew up into the sky along with the golden dragon in the center. Looking up from high, he could see everything below. Hongye's opponent, Lard, was an old god from Universe 9. He was extremely strong. Lard's strength lay in how high his energy was. His energy was similar to that of an average realm of god expert. However, he possessed a ghost-like movement technique. In the past, he had always been at a disadvantage in battle. He was also ranked as android among all the realm of god experts. Her cherry-colored eyes carefully swept across the entire arena. Hongye calmly straightened her body. In her Super Saiyan god state, she was like a nimble fairy. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she suddenly punched towards the void. Cha! A tangible sensation came from the tip of her fist. A short mist bloomed in the sky, but she did not appear. You actually didn't show any signs of movement after receiving my punch. It's quite a good endurance ability. Let's see how long you can hide. Hongye's fair face revealed a trace of a smile as she continued to wave her fist towards the void. Bang! 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 The entire arena erupted with intense explosions. The air was compressed to an extreme degree before it suddenly shattered. Thick and clean dust surged up, and layers of dense energy interweaved. The huge shockwaves seemed to shatter space. Countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared one after another, and it was extremely shocking. The spectating realm of God experts all had surprised expressions on their faces. A few veteran experts began to whisper to each other, "It seems that we have underestimated the combat ability of the Super Saiyan God. The one on the arena is much stronger than the previous few." The listener nodded, "Yes, her strength is enough to fight against us old experts." "Amazing, how old is she? Such a person will definitely not stop here. I am looking forward to her development. Maybe she will create the history of the Super Saiyan God." Universe 1's God of Punishment said leisurely, but now, he shook his head. Universe 4, God of Destruction Quitella said, "With her strength, she can barely make it into the middle ranks of veteran experts. There is still a huge gap between her and the first few." The beautiful face of Universe 9's God of Starlight was cold and quiet as usual. She only nodded her head after God of Destruction finished speaking. The first echelon of Realm of God experts spoke with confidence. A few newly advanced Realm of God experts also had a lot to say. "This kind of attack is too fierce." A Realm of God expert cried out. "That's right, it's simply violent. Fortunately, she didn't go on stage before. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to last a single match." A newly advanced expert who had fought 3 matches in a row on the arena side. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw many gazes of disdain from the surroundings. There was no lack of people who hadn't won a single match here. Wouldn't his words be very ostentatious? Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, that expert hurriedly smiled apologetically at everyone. In the sky, Homye stepped on the golden dragon's head and continued to attack wildly. It was as if a young girl in her prime was tapping on her entertainment equipment to her heart's content in the arcade. She was very unhappy, as if she did not care about the rapid consumption of energy at all. In fact, she had other plans in her heart. The so-called momentum of a drum was like a tiger. At this point, if she did not force her opponent out as soon as possible, then it was very likely that she would fail. Hiss! A ripple appeared in the space. Under her fierce and indiscriminate wide-range attacks, Lard finally revealed a flaw. "It's out." Hongye's eyes lit up, and then she concentrated her loose attacks to one point. Boom! 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 The intense battle had finally arrived. Lard was caught by Hongye and could not dodge. He had no time to use his movement technique, so he could only resist Hongye's attack head-on. Thunder shock surprise. The blue and sparkling electric arcs crackled. There was a hint of coldness between Lard's brows, and a sense of danger suddenly flashed. What should I do? I have to get rid of it as soon as possible. As he was thinking, bang! Hongye's delicate and pretty face suddenly appeared in front of him. Shit! Lard's expression changed greatly. A delicate palm stretched out from the dense lightning clouds and then a huge force came through. From the sky to the ground. Bang! Crack! She was pushed back dozens of meters. She stepped on the ground and crushed stones flew everywhere. Finally, she stopped. Half of her body was numb, she had already lost consciousness. Hongyi smiled happily. Although she was panting a little, she already felt that it was worth it to force her opponent to this extent. She stood on tiptoe and pounced on him again. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. He could not use his best movement technique. He was destined to be passive in defense. As time went on, this was undoubtedly very unfavorable to him. Lard is about to die. On the throne, God of Destruction smiled at God of Starlight. God of Starlight coldly snorted and did not answer. Her 2 emerald eyes stared at the 2 people on the stage. As one of the 4 great universe dragon gods, under her nurturing, several god experts appeared in Universe 9. Moreover, each of them had extraordinary strength. Lard was one of the more outstanding ones. Unexpectedly, he was suppressed by the newly advanced Super Saiyan God. It was very difficult for a newbie to suppress an old hand, especially when the other party was a woman. This made her a little interested in the girl named Hongye. Super Saiyan God from Universe 7. There are more experts in the Universe 7 this time. The God of Starlight cast a glance at Weiss, who gave her a harmless smile. The God of Starlight really wanted to beat him up. Wait a minute, I admit defeat. Lard panted. He knew that he wouldn't have any chance of winning if he continued to fight, and he could clearly feel the other party's strength. Lard admitted defeat very frankly. Hongye smiled as she watched him walk down the stage. With that, apart from Ayaka and the 12 Universe Guardians, all of the god powerhouses had already finished their battle. Other than the 4 God of Punishment, God of Destruction, God of Starlight, and Whis who couldn't participate in the competition. There were only 10 candidates who hadn't made a move yet. Huh, Whis, your 7th universe is going to be proud now. Out of the 10 candidates, you have 3. Whis nodded and smiled. Looks like the Dragon God staff belongs to our Universe 7. You won't be able to take it away. You're still panting when I say you're fat. God of Punishment shook his head. If that Super Scion and God of Destruction Beerus wanted to win the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament, they were still too naive. Whis stared at the golden dragon hovering in the air and smiled. At this time, in a corner of the throne, a brown-haired man wearing a beast robe stood up and slowly walked up to the arena. The primal god made his moves so quickly. Hee, the next match will be interesting. The god of creation, Creed, smiled in surprise. The strength of the primordial god was also among the top of the 12 gods, much stronger than the god of destruction, Beerus. The god of starlight looked at Whis with a little pride and said, "It seems that the little girl from your universe is coming down. Little girl, let me see the power of the Super Scion god." The primordial god's eyes were like a torch, and his voice was mellow and rich. After experiencing the nourishment of the energy of the great universe dragon god, Hongye's complexion had already recovered to its best, and the feeling of energy flowing through her entire body was extremely comfortable. Suddenly hearing the words of the primordial god, she nodded seriously, and then waited to strike. She was clear that this time, her opponent was no longer an ordinary god powerhouse, but a god who was in charge of protecting the 12 universes. In reality, Hongye did not have much of a chance of winning against them. Chapter 288. The outcome of this battle ended with Hongye's defeat. After truly experiencing the terrifying power of the 12 gods, Hongye's heart calmed down for a long time. Compared to those top experts, she was still far from being able to. However, she did not feel any regret. She was even a little excited in her heart. Furthermore, she firmly believed that her sister would definitely defeat everyone to obtain victory for her. Your strength is not bad. If you continue to work hard, you will definitely have a chance next time. As Primordial God spoke, he walked off the stage. He gave up the chance to continue standing on the stage and prepared to come back later. This time, if not for the fact that he saw the Super Scion God with good strength, he would not have made a move in advance. Now that he had seen it, he went down to wait for the right time for him to go on stage again. Hongye listened to him seriously and also followed him down. Next was the competition between the 12 universe gods. It's my turn. The god of destruction, Beerus, stretched and the relaxed expression on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced with a rare solemnness and excitement. Is the god of destruction ready to go on stage? The others looked towards the area of Universe 7, their hearts flashing with surprise. Why wasn't it the girl beside him? In their opinion, the god of destruction was undoubtedly the strongest in Universe 7. Although Ayaka was not a universe god, her strength was already extremely strong. 10 years ago, she was able to defeat the god of destruction. Now, she must have become even more unfathomable. The god of destruction knew this. He had long placed Ayaka in an extremely high position. Wow, the god of destruction of Universe 7. I wonder who his opponent will be. The newly advanced realm of god experts all estimated the god of destruction as if they were looking at a veteran. Not long after the destruction god Beerus jumped onto the arena, Universe 8's god of void, Odin, also roared up. Beerus, the battle between the gods of the universe will start between you and me. Let's see what you learn from Whis. As you wish. God of destruction Beerus answered straightforwardly. The purple halo trembled and his body erupted with an intense pressure. Good. The god of void Odin was slightly shocked, and his expression became even more excited. He then displayed his imposing manner, and a large expanse of dark red and blurry brilliance flashed. The moment the brilliance appeared, it clashed with Beerus' oppressive might. A few strands of light flickered. The two of them moved quickly, and then they quickly disappeared. At the same time, they suddenly appeared at another location. The white jade floor of the Great Universe Dragon God Tournament Arena made a "ka" sound, and the two energies, one red and one purple, continuously changed their speed. In an instant, layers of earth-shattering energy flashed in the air, and the thick aura immediately shocked everyone present. All the experts of the realm of God looked at the sky with solemn gazes. Wonderful! Son Goku laughed out loud. This was a super expert. Even he couldn't clearly see the fight between the two of them. Ayaka and Hongye's beautiful faces were focused as they watched attentively. Their beautiful eyes followed the direction of the battle on the arena, and ripples appeared in their eyes. Compared to Ayaka's indifference, Hongye had more doubts on her face. As for Ayam, who was standing next to them, she couldn't keep up with her speed. Unbelievable. This kid, Beerus, is actually able to fight on par with Odin. Indeed, he is still so young. The god of destruction looked carefully. He frowned and said, Beerus' strength is not bad. As expected of the god of destruction from Whis, but he is still a bit lacking compared to Odin. The god of destruction seemed to be on par with the god of void Odin, but he had already buried a hidden danger in himself. The god of destruction had sharp eyes and could see through the clues at a glance. The god of void, Odin, had not used his full strength. Sure enough, after the two sides had been in a deadlock for dozens of minutes, god of destruction Beerus' aura gradually weakened, but god of void Odin did not weaken in the slightest. On the contrary, the more he fought, the fiercer he became, gradually displaying his extraordinary strength. Boom! 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 The intense battle was still ongoing, and god of destruction Beerus was already at a disadvantage. Sigh, after all, he is still too young. His foundation cannot compare to that of Odin. God of destruction said indifferently. Whis smiled as usual. God of destruction Beerus had lost because of his training time. If he was given enough time, he believed that with Beerus' talent, he would definitely surpass most of the people present. But unfortunately, besides being a foodie, Beerus was also a big lazy bug. Whis couldn't help but look at Ayaka, who was watching the battle attentively. This situation didn't seem to apply to her. What kind of realm has he reached since his training time is shorter? It was already difficult for Whis to see how strong Ayaka was. Turning his gaze back to the arena, god of destruction Beerus was somewhat gasping for breath. The disadvantage was even more obvious. Light flashed in god of void Odin's hand. With a low shout, a large wave of attacks swept over. God of destruction Beerus frantically tried to deal with it. As soon as he felt pain, his entire body was sent flying into the air. God of destruction Beerus has already lost, there's no need to continue. God of starlight said in an ethereal and clear voice. All the experts nodded in agreement. Not long after, the god of destruction, Beerus, also felt powerless. He simply admitted defeat generously. Walking off the stage, the excitement on Beerus' face did not diminish. He still looked at the stage eagerly. Next time, he would definitely be able to hold on for longer. It's time for me to go up next. Ayaka nodded at Beerus. Then, with a flash, he appeared on the stage. It's you, little girl. The god of void Odin was a little surprised. He knew that this was the last candidate of the 7th universe. He then smiled, if I defeat you too, then Universe 7 will lose this battle. The corners of Ayaka's mouth curled up slightly as he said confidently, it won't be easy to eliminate me. The god of void, Odin, was stunned for a moment before laughing involuntarily. He shook his head and waved his hands, preparing to attack. Ayaka's gaze focused, and a smile blossomed on her delicate and fair cheeks. As a few clusters of lightning flashed by, her black eyes immediately turned dark red, and her long and loose hair behind her head also turned fiery red, gently swaying in the wind. Another Super Saiyan god? The entire audience was filled with sighs. God of punishment was also somewhat moved. Could the Scion of Universe 7 be so outstanding that a Super Saiyan god appeared one after another? Then, he shook his head. It shouldn't be like this. Otherwise, why hadn't they seen a Super Saiyan god appear in the past? Interesting. You are actually a Super Saiyan god as well. Alright, I acknowledge that you have the strength to fight me. The god of void, Odin, laughed loudly. The muscles all over his body instantly tensed up, and his eyes stared ahead seriously. For some reason, the moment Ayaka became a Super Saiyan god, a trace of uneasiness actually flashed through his heart. This made him feel somewhat absurd, even unbelievable. This was a newly advanced god expert. Therefore, he instinctively became more vigilant. Just like that, the two of them stood face to face, neither of them taking the initiative to attack. A gentle breeze blew, gently brushing past the white jade stone that was as bright as a mirror. Suddenly, with a sound, Ayaka and the god of void Odin moved at the same time. Boom! 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 In a short exchange of blows, Ayaka brushed past his clothes like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It was as if a nimble elf was shuttling back and forth. Gotcha! After pausing for a moment, the place where they had exchanged blows suddenly erupted with a ball of multicolored energy. For a moment, a violent gale erupted, and a sharp whirlwind wrapped in tyrannical might poured down, like a flower blooming in midair. It was extremely beautiful. The battle continued, and another series of exciting fights continued. Palipula. One punch and one kick, you and I fought happily. The show has just begun. A cold smile flashed across Ayaka's beautiful face. Shio, her figure flashed quickly, pressing close to the ground as she whistled over. She is definitely not as simple as a Super Saiyan. The god of void Odin was horrified. As he fought, he retreated. His body involuntarily retreated. The super strength that Ayaka displayed had forced Odin to choose to temporarily dodge. The spectators at the side were somewhat stunned. They all looked at the stage in astonishment. How is this possible? The god of void Odin is actually being suppressed. It's fine if Beerus is powerful, but how is it that even this little fellow is so strong? Amazing, amazing. The god of destruction, Beerus, was pleasantly surprised. He had expected her to be very strong, but Ayaka's strength was clearly beyond his expectations. This time Miss Ayaka will definitely have the chance to fight for the strongest, Whis said happily. Ayam raised his head and said proudly, of course, Mom's strength is not that simple. As he clenched his fists, he seemed very excited. On the arena, Ayaka calmly faced the situation, displaying his advantage to the extreme. Super Saiyan was the overlord of battle. Kamehameha. A large wave of blue energy arts surged forward like a hot knife through butter. God of Void Odin's expression changed. He bent his arms to block the attack of Kamehameha. A large mass of energy immediately spread out, covering his vision. Crap. The god of Void Odin was experienced in battle, and he already felt that something was wrong. Sure enough. Thunder shock surprise. With a shout, countless arcs of electricity immediately flashed, and a fist technique that was even more tyrannical than the thunder shock surprise was sent flying. The god of Void Odin only managed to resist a little before he was sent flying by the violent electric arcs. Chapter 289. God of Punishment, God of Destruction, and God of Starlight watched in astonishment. The result had already come out. God of Void, Odin, had lost. Moreover, he had lost without any suspense. That Super Saiyan god called Ayaka might not even have used his full strength. This great universe dragon god selection could be said to be very exciting. Not only did 5 Super Saiyan quasi-deities appear, but one of them was even stronger than everyone could imagine. God of Destruction was silent for a while. Odin is not weak. Before becoming a great universe dragon god, do we have the confidence to defeat the current him? All the experts shook their heads lightly. The veteran experts such as Primordial God and the others no longer spoke. When it came to defeating the god of Void, Odin, many people present had the confidence to do so. However, they did not have the confidence to completely defeat him. From another perspective, is that Super Saiyan god Ayaka already powerful to the extent that she is close to the great universe dragon god? This thought had just arisen when it was cut off by them. If that was really the case, then there was no need to compete. He directly gave the dragon god's staff to her. A generation of newcomers for an old person. I even feel that we are already outdated. The god of punishment smiled thoughtfully. Let the competition continue. Which of you have the confidence to go up and challenge? The remaining gods looked at each other, unable to decide for a moment. With an expert like Ayaka up there, they suddenly felt that the hope of victory was leaving them, becoming very small. After that, Universe 11 god of Azura stepped onto the arena, but he was only able to hold on for a dozen minutes before being beaten down. After that, the God of Truth, God of Chaos, and God of Dawn failed one after another, defeating 5 great figures at the universe god level in a row. At this time, they truly realized that Ayaka's strength had already risen to the top of the first-tier echelon. God of Origin, why don't you go up and try? The God of Creation looked at the God of Origin. The primordial god in a beast skin robe glanced at her, his resolute face revealing a bit of helplessness. He said directly, that Ayaka is Hongya's older sister, right? I also don't have the confidence to defeat her. Hearing the primordial god say that he was not confident in defeating Ayaka, all the god experts immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It had to be known that only the primordial god, the god of creation, and the god of final still had a chance to fight. The primordial god admitted that he was not his opponent, meaning that he would not go on stage. They, who stood at the top, were not as keen to enjoy the process of fighting as Son Goku and the others. They only needed a look and a look to know whether they could be defeated or not. If they were not, they would not have any superfluous thoughts. I'm not sure either. The god of destiny, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. The entire audience was in an uproar. Two of the strongest peak powerhouses had already conceded defeat, and the rest of them all gazed at Emperor Creed, the god of creation. The god of creation, Emperor Creed smiled sadly. He looked at the high-spirited girl on the stage and sighed. He suddenly remembered the scene when she had just become a Super Saiyan god. Ayaka just entered the realm of God 10 years ago, and she broke through in front of me. I also didn't expect her to be able to beat us so quickly. Even a genius couldn't describe her. There is no need to compete in the Great Universe Dragon God selection anymore. The new Great Universe Dragon God is Ayaka. The god of creation, Creed, let out a long sigh. The entire audience was silent, especially the newly advanced god experts. No one expected that the three most likely to seize the position of the Dragon God would all admit defeat. The god of punishment nodded. He glanced at the god of destruction, the god of starlight, and whisked before leaping onto the golden dragon in the center and announcing loudly, the Great Universe Dragon God selection is over. The new Great Universe Dragon God is Ayaka of Universe 7. Great, Mom won. Yes, Big Sister is the strongest. The happiest person was none other than I am. She jumped up and waved her fists excitedly. Her entire face turned white and red from excitement. She was exceptionally beautiful. Great Universe Dragon God, Ayaka is really getting stronger and stronger. Vegeta could not help but shake her head. It could be imagined that once he obtained the support of the Great Universe Dragon God with Ayaka's rate of improvement, he would definitely become even more unfathomable. Ayaka, come forward and accept the Dragon God scepter. Whis revealed a smile as he spoke in a relaxed tone. When Ayaka heard this, she stepped forward. Under everyone's gazes, she flew to the head of the golden coiling dragon and gently held the brown Dragon God scepter in her hand. Just as she touched it, a dragon roar immediately resounded through the heavens and earth. The golden Dragon God seemed to come to life. The golden phantom circled a few times before gradually dissipating. Is that the Great Universe Dragon God? She raised her head in confusion and gripped the Dragon God's staff tightly. This is... Her expression changed. The moment she held the Dragon God's staff in her hand, she felt a gentle and mysterious energy begin to flow into her body. Then, it flowed along her blood vessels and nourished every cell in her body bit by bit. The golden energy that was originally unique to her body began to fuse with the Dragon God energy at a speed visible to the naked eye. That comfortable feeling made her enjoy it very much. This was equivalent to obtaining the support of 12 universe energies. She believed that after a period of time, the power of the Dragon God would be able to completely fuse with the golden energy. At that time, it would not be far from breaking through to the Super Saiyan divine realm. Congratulations on becoming the new Great Universe Dragon God. I'm afraid that you will surpass me soon. Wesley walked over with a smile. The god of destruction, Beerus, lamented, this time, I won't even have the chance to challenge you. Mom. Ayam flew over, and Ayaka caught her with a smile. He stood on tiptoe and hugged her slender waist. The Great Universe Dragon God selection that happened once every billions of years finally came to an end. Ayaka won the final victory without any suspense and became the new Great Universe Dragon God. After receiving the congratulations of all the experts of the gods, everyone gradually left. The Great Universe Dragon God Tournament Arena would be closed in 6 hours. At this time, many experts of the gods with equal strength began to compete in small scale. However, without the recovery ability of the Dragon God, everyone had to be careful when fighting, so as not to have the strength to go back. 6 hours later, the Great Universe Dragon God Arena calmed down again, and the lonely chatter stopped in the vast chaos. At the edge of Universe 7, Ayaka waved his hand and broke a hole. He said to Son Goku and the others, you guys go back first, I need to cultivate in secret for a period of time to see if I can combine the Dragon God power and make some breakthroughs. Son Goku and the others nodded. Ayam released the arm that was holding Ayaka's arm and reluctantly entered the 7th universe with Hongya. After seeing Son Goku and the others leave, Ayaka glanced around and then teleported to a chaotic area filled with energy. Let's begin here. She sat down cross-legged. Her red sandalwood scepter was placed in front of her chest. It shone brightly and continuously dispelled the chaotic matter around her, only allowing some relatively peaceful energy to come closer. Ayaka sat cross-legged like an old monk in meditation. As the dragon god's staff instilled energy into her, she used her world energy to absorb the thick energy of the surrounding chaos. The young girl was in the midst of chaos with a serene expression. Waves of violent energy gathered from all directions and entered the young girl's body. The influx of energy made her face look a little ruddy. Whoosh! The dragon god energy, chaotic energy, and the mysterious golden energy in her body intertwined together and began to destroy the balance in her body. It was as if she treated her body as an excellent battlefield and tightly entangled together. They ate and merged with each other, gradually forming a drop of silver liquid that was as thin as a needle. The silver liquid was produced in an instant. It was like a huge star suddenly collapsing into a small dot. The difference was that the star collapsed, either it collapsed into a white dwarf star, or it collapsed into a neutron star, or even a black hole. The energy in her body collapsed, but it turned into a drop of silver liquid in the blink of an eye. The moment the silver liquid appeared, Ayaka's entire body trembled. Her face turned dark red, and her forehead was dripping with crystalline sweat. She checked her body and immediately found the changes in her body. Although the amount of silver liquid was small, the energy contained inside was extremely large. She roughly estimated that 10 portions of dragon god energy, chaotic energy, and golden energy could only produce one silver liquid drop. It was close to 30 to 1. In the past, she had only used the gold in her cells as the source of regeneration. She had not thought of using it specifically. If she converted all the energy into silver liquid drop, then she would probably not be able to break through for long. I'm done. Ayaka made up her mind to convert all the energy into silver droplets. If she were to compare her body to a container, she would naturally think of a way to hold more things. In her normal state, she felt that her body had a limit to capacity, and could only hold things that were several times her current energy. Ayaka estimated that that might be the upper limit of Super Saiyan God. In other words, no matter how much she broke through, she could still be several times stronger. After that, it was completely sealed. And if it collapsed into a silver liquid, it could carry even more energy. The dragon god energy would be provided by the 12 universes, but the golden energy would be inexhaustible according to her physique. The problem was that the chaotic energy was limited, and she could only constantly change the location to train. Chapter 290. In the depths of the chaos, a petite body lay flat in the universe, her body emitting a faint light. Time slowly passed. Finally, one day, Ayaka let out a cry filled with joy. I've finally converted more than half of my energy. Looking around, the chaotic air flow had already become indistinct. The silver liquid in Ayaka's body had already filled up half of the body's container. Keep up the good work. We will soon succeed. Ayaka smiled with a comfortable expression. She teleported to another chaotic zone and then continued to train. Thick energy gathered into his body bit by bit, giving Ayaka an indescribable feeling. It was warm and comfortable. Compared to before, training now was simply enjoyment, and there was a sense of sweetness after suffering. There was no time in the primal chaos. Ayaka didn't know how long she had trained. Until one day, all the energy in his body was replaced with silver droplets. Kacha, hong, hong, hong. A great thunderbolt that seemed to split the world was generated from the chaos. The violent and devastating energy swept up a large area of the chaos, and the chaos was dispelled. A space the size of a galaxy was opened up, and a trace of the will of the universe separated from the dragon god's scepter and entered the new space. The new outer layer of the space formed a thin membrane, and the entire space was stabilized. The change in the depths of the chaos immediately attracted the attention of the rulers of the 12 universes. They seemed to sense what was happening in the depths of the chaos, and they couldn't help but look over. The god of punishment and god of destruction were even more stunned, shaking their heads in disbelief. The moment the space formed, several cracks appeared on Ayaka's clothes, and then with a crash, all the clothes turned into ashes and disappeared. Due to the interference of the will of the new space, the clothes made by the divine dragon were instantly reduced to ashes. Ayaka stood naked in the space. Her fair and tender skin was exposed. Her lower abdomen was flat and smooth. Her body was vigorous but soft. Especially the curve on her chest. Her pair of delicate and well-proportioned breasts were even more moving. Ayaka was stunned. Her face was a little red. Then, she waved her arm and released the power of the great universe dragon god, which was more powerful than the divine dragon. After a flash of light, a set of more beautiful clothes clung to her skin. Looking at the space she had opened up, Ayaka thought in surprise, he actually gave birth to the dragon god will. Does this count as the 13th universe? This new space was only the size of a galaxy. It was still too early to say that it was a universe, but with the dragon god will nurturing it, it was believed that it would truly become a new universe space in the near future. After calming down, Ayaka began to check her own condition. The energy in her entire body had already been replaced by silver liquid, becoming even more compact and condensed. Her every move carried great power. Pooh! As soon as Ayaka exerted her strength, a silver aura surged out from her body. The Super Saiyan with red hair and red eyes had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. Silver hair and silver eyes, silver hair soaring into the sky. This was Ayaka's latest state. This state. Ayaka felt that her current state was a little familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. By the way, if you looked closely, you would find that this state was actually very similar to Super Saiyan 1, except that the blonde hair and blue eyes had turned into silver hair and silver eyes. She remembered several states of Saiyan. The first one was ordinary Saiyan with black hair. After that was the golden-haired Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3 states, followed by the red-haired Super Saiyan God. In a sense, Super Saiyan God was very similar to the black-haired regular Saiyan, and her new form was extremely similar to Super Saiyan. Is this considered a leap in the level of life? After the peak of Super Saiyan 3 was the Super Saiyan God who resembled ordinary Saiyan. After that, Super Saiyan God turned into a new form that resembled Super Saiyan 1. If this was the case, would there be a higher form that resembled Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 after the silver-haired form? If the real Super Saiyan God is defined as Super Saiyan 4, then I should be in Super Saiyan 5. Ayaka muttered to herself. She had even deduced the state of Super Saiyan 6 and Super Saiyan 7. Of course, Super Saiyan 6, 7 and this state should not have too many barriers. After all, this was a new form in the category of Super Saiyan GGDS. It still had not transcended the realm of Super Saiyan gods. It was just a new application that had been developed. It was a sublimation. Forget it, why think so much? These are still far from me. Ayaka shook her head and removed the state of Super Saiyan 5 with silver hair and silver eyes. Then, she looked at the newly opened space and teleported back to Earth. Earth, a bustling city. The annual fun fair was being held here. Ayaka appeared in the middle of the bustling city. After looking around, he flew in the direction of Mount Paozu. It had been 5 years since Son Goku and the others had returned to Earth after participating in the Dragon God selection. In the past 5 years, Ayaka had not returned. Not far from Mount Paozu was Ayaka's home. Ayam lay on the back of the stool, bored. Her pink and attractive lips were slightly raised. On one side, Hongye was sitting on the swing and reading a magazine. Launch, Android 18, and others were lying on the big chair wearing sunglasses. At this time, a black flying device flew over and 3 figures jumped down from it. Pan and Goten are here. Ayam greeted with a smile and his eyes fell on the girl next to Goten. Her name is Nanxian, and she is Uncle Goten's girlfriend. Pan, who was already a 15-year-old girl, introduced her gracefully. Yes. Ayam nodded. Unknowingly, Son Goten was already 25 years old. It was time for him to make a girlfriend. By the way, why are you here today? Hongye put down the magazine and asked. Pan scratched her head and remembered her purpose of coming. She said, well, it's like this. Pan's parents are coming to visit in the afternoon. Grandpa wants to invite you. Hongye walked over. When she heard Pan's words, she couldn't help but look at Son Goten and Nanxian. It seemed that they had been doing underground activities for quite some time. They had already reached the stage of talking about marriage. Goten has also grown up. Tell Goku that we will go over. Son Goten smiled in embarrassment. The other party was his aunt and cousin. It was fine to let them tease him a little. After asking about Ayaka's aunt and finding out that there was still no news, Son Goten brought Nanxian back. Pan stayed here for lunch before returning. It has been 5 years. There is still no news of sister. Hongye picked up a cup of tea and took a small sip. That's right. Launch and Lancy cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. Seeing Hongye and Ayam lying comfortably on the sofa, they laughed and scolded, don't be idle either. Hurry up and clean up. We have to go to Goku later. When Hongye heard this, she immediately put down her teacup and ran into the house to change into a set of clothes. After locking the lock and just as she was about to set off, Hongye felt an aura approaching. Her face bloomed into a joyful smile as she called out, sister is here. Really, I can also sense my mother's aura. Ayam became excited and looked into the distance. A black shadow flew over from afar, and Ayam flew up. Ayaka landed on the ground and saw that the door of the villa was locked. He asked doubtfully, "Where are you going?" "Goten's girlfriend's family is coming over. Uncle Goku wants us all to go over." Ayam chattered like a little bird. "Goten already has a girlfriend?" Ayaka was a little surprised. However, when he thought of Son Goten's age, he felt that it was nothing. Son Goku was married when he was 18. Goten only had a girlfriend when he was 25. It was already considered late. "Sister, where have you been for the past few years? Did you find anything?" "Yes, Mom must have become stronger again." Ayaka smiled sweetly. "I happen to have made some breakthroughs. I'll tell you about it." She briefly described the results of her training in the past few years. When she talked about Super Saiyan 5, she even specially transformed. However, Ayaka controlled her energy very well. Other than the people present, no one else could sense her ki. Otherwise, when the energy was released, the earth would be erased from the universe in an instant. So powerful, so Super Saiyan 5 is like this. Ayam was both surprised and delighted. She curled her lips proudly. This form. When Hongye saw the appearance of the Super Saiyan with silver hair and silver eyes, her pupils suddenly shrank. She was too familiar with this form. She remembered that when she first met Ayaka, there was a silver-haired girl who came out to teach her a lesson. Speaking of which, she looked very much like Ayam. In the past, she only suspected it, but after seeing Ayaka's Super Saiyan 5 state, she was already convinced that the person at that time was Ayam. But why did Ayam grit his teeth and want to teach her a lesson then? She got along well with Ayam. Hongye turned to look at Ayam, who was smiling. "What's wrong?" Nothing." Hongye shook her head and decided to let go of all these worries. She could not figure out what had happened back then. Chapter 291. By the time Ayaka arrived at Son Goku's house, the family of Son Goten's girlfriend, Nanxian, had already arrived. Seeing Hongye and the others arrive, Son Goku and Bardock greeted them with smiles. Seeing that Ayaka was also there, their faces were filled with smiles. "Sister, you're finally back," Son Goku said with a happy expression. Ayaka looked at Son Goku and nodded. She said happily, "I just came back not long ago. I just happened to run into something related to Goten. I came here without even entering my home." As she spoke, a pair of bright eyes sized up the cute girl called Nanxian beside Son Goten. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was gentle and delicate. Her beautiful brown hair fell down to her shoulders. She was valiant and revealed the shyness of a young girl. She had a very attractive beauty. Ayaka couldn't help but nod in admiration. She was indeed a girl full of spirit energy. Looking carefully, he found that there was still a strong aura on Nanxian. If she went to participate in the competition, she might be able to get a good ranking. No wonder she would be together with Son Goten. So it was her character. However, speaking of which, the female members of Son Goku's family were quite good in martial arts. Chi-Chi was like Videl, and now even Son Goten's girlfriend, Nanxian, was the same. As expected, they were not from the same family and did not enter the same family. Looking at Nanxian's parents, they were thin, but they wore expensive clothes, and their clothes were also very particular. Ayaka knew that their family should be relatively good, maybe they were a famous family. Smiling politely at them, Ayaka sat down and casually chatted with them. "Nanxian, how long have you been with Goten?" Nanxian was very nervous to suddenly meet a legendary figure. Seeing Ayaka's noble and elegant manner, she compared herself and could not help but feel a little discouraged. Her voice was slender. "We have known each other in college for almost 2 years." Ayaka nodded with a smile and coughed lightly, putting on the demeanor of an elder. Nanxian's parents sat at the side. They smiled a little stiffly. They were very emotional in their hearts. At first, they were a little dissatisfied that their daughter had chosen a country boy as her boyfriend. However, their daughter insisted on being with that country boy. As parents, they had no choice but to visit today. When they came, they found out that their daughter's boyfriend was actually the son of Son Goku, the god of martial arts. They were all dumbfounded. That was a great existence that was respected by the world as the god of martial arts. All the martial artists in the world bowed and bowed to become his disciples. Now, their daughter was actually going to become Son Goku's daughter-in-law. This was a good thing that no one could ask for. And who did they just see? Ayaka, Hongya, Launch, and Android 18 sisters. Which one of them was not a legend-level existence that could influence the world with a single stomp? They actually appeared together. When Nanxian married Sun Goten, they raised their hands in agreement. The sky gradually darkened. Nanxian's parents hurried back after staying for dinner. Nanxian stayed because she had already set a relationship with Sun Goten. "Sister, I want to compete with you." After the meal, Son Goku said with a serious expression. After the selection of the Great Universe Dragon God came back, Son Goku clearly felt the gap between himself and the top camp. And through summarizing the experience gained from the Dragon God selection, Son Goku had made great progress in the past 5 years. He also had his own understanding of the good as water that Ayaka had mentioned in the past. Although the current Son Goku did not know if he had caught up with Hongya and Iam, the gap should not be particularly obvious. Ayaka put down the teacup in his hand and agreed with a smile. "Let's go outside." As he spoke, he walked out of the house with Son Goku. "Let's go and take a look," Bardock said seriously and got up to leave. Hongya and Iam looked at each other and followed him out with a smile. Launch, Son Goten, Pan and the others were full of curiosity and followed closely behind. Then, even more than Videl and Nanxian joined in the fun. On the empty ground on the side of Mount Paozu, the bamboo bodies swayed enchantingly and made a stirring noise. Ayaka looked around and took out the Dragon God's staff to point at the void. Threads of golden ripples rippled in the air and soon formed a thin layer of protective shield. It was like the protective barrier outside the martial arts arena, covering the entire Mount Paozu. With this layer of protection, I won't be afraid of hurting Earth anymore. Ayaka looked at it with satisfaction. At this time, she was already able to freely use the power of the Great Universe Dragon God. It was extremely convenient. It was no wonder that Weiss could easily repair the severely damaged Earth in an instant. That's great. Now, I can use my full strength without any qualms. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then excitedly shouted. He released the power that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and in the blink of an eye, he became a Super Saiyan God. The aura was not very strong, but the power was extremely strong. A trembling pressure came from the soul. The pressure was so strong that everyone could not breathe. Hongya and Iam looked at it calmly. Bardock, Son Goku, Launch, and the others were struggling to resist. As for Chi-Chi, Videl, and Nanxian, they were very weak. Their faces were pale and they were on the verge of collapse. How careless. There are ordinary people here. Ayaka patted his head. Ding! A clear sound rang out. A gentle power enveloped everyone, and the terrifying pressure disappeared. The pressure of a Super Saiyan was a suppression of power. It would make many people feel uncomfortable, but the power of a god was used on the soul. It was a suppression of different levels. If one was careless, the consequences would be unimaginable. If one used all their strength, the entire planet would disintegrate in the mysterious atmosphere. Sorry, I was too excited to notice this. Son Goku laughed and apologized to the crowd. Alright, let your anger explode. With the protection of the Dragon God, you don't have to worry about hurting others. Alright. Son Goku roared. The muscles all over his body tensed up, and then he began to explode with power. The red light that covered the sky continuously spread out in the golden protection, and endless energy gushed out from Son Goku's body. I am sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes widened. In just a few years, Son Goku's strength had already reached this level. He's actually even more powerful than me. How did he train? Hongya found it hard to believe. Back then, she had shared half of Ayaka's energy and allowed her to break through to become a Super Saiyan God early on. Originally, she thought that she had already left Son Goku far behind. However, in just a short 5 years, Son Goku had caught up to her. He was even a little stronger than her. The Super Saiyan God realm was like a threshold. If one could not break through, they would forever stop here, and stepping into it was like stepping into another world. Goku is so powerful. What realm has Vegeta reached? Although he had not broken through to the Super Saiyan God realm, his son had done it. Although he had lost, he was still proud of it. Alright. I'm about to catch up with the old me. Ayaka narrowed her eyes and smiled. It seemed that she was going to show some real ability. A silver halo shone out of her body. It was plain and ordinary, but it was also independent. She had silver hair and silver eyes. A unique and powerful aura instantly swept over her. There was almost no obstruction. It directly pushed the red light on Son Goku to the side. A brand new form. Son Goku's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and looked on in surprise. What is that? Bardock's eyes were filled with surprise. Ayam nodded. That's a new realm for Mom. It's called Super Saiyan 5. When Bardock and Son Gohan heard this, they shook their heads helplessly. There are too many realms here. If we weren't careful, another one would pop out. They were struck. They hadn't even reached the realm of Super Saiyan 3, but Ayaka had a new breakthrough, evolving the realm of Super Saiyan to a new stage. Super Saiyan 5, they could only look up to such a profound realm. Begin. With a spurt of energy, the rock beneath Son Goku's feet immediately cracked into powder, and he rushed forward. Chapter 292. In the face of Son Goku's all-out attack, Ayaka secretly nodded and smiled without any intention of dodging. A slender hand clenched. An incredible power passed through the air, and the entire space froze. It was as if there was a layer of sticky and moist silk binding his hands and feet. Son Goku was frozen there, and the attack stopped abruptly. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to move a single step forward. Hongya and Bardock looked on in horror, and Ayam was a little dumbfounded. How could this be? Goku is no match for him at all. Everyone felt that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Although they knew that Ayaka had reached the unprecedented Super Saiyan 5, Son Goku was still a Super Saiyan god. It was unlikely that he would have no chance to resist at all. However, reality was in front of them without any suspense. Other than inexplicable surprise, there were no other thoughts in their minds. Is the gap between Super Saiyan 5 and Super Saiyan 5 really so big? Bardock shook his head and sighed. Beside him, Pan, who was in her teenage years, widened her eyes and kept flashing with excitement. Great Aunt Ayaka. She is really too powerful. Even grandfather is not his match. The binding force disappeared and Son Goku fell to the ground. He looked at Ayaka and said with a bitter smile, amazing. I thought the gap would shrink, but I didn't expect it to become bigger. Then, he seemed to see the direction of his advance and smiled firmly. Although he surpassed Hongya and Ayam, it was not enough. His goal was to catch up with Ayaka. Super Saiyan was like a new starting point, similar to the evolution of life. After breaking through to Super Saiyan, he became an ordinary Saiyan. The birth a few years earlier and a few years later actually did not have much of an impact, so it was still possible to catch up with Hongya. However, Ayaka was already a Super Saiyan 5, which was equivalent to an ordinary Super Saiyan 1. The gap between Goku, the Saiyan, was not ordinary. By the way, sister, what is the approximate level of my strength now? Son Goku asked with interest. Hongya, Ayam, and the others also wanted to know the gap between them and Super Saiyan 5, so they listened attentively. Ayaka looked at their expressions full of anticipation. After pondering for a while, he looked at Son Goku and said, with Goku's current strength, he should have already squeezed into the first-tier camp of the Divine Realm. He is also comparable to the God of Creation and Primordial God. As for Hongya and Ayam, they are still a little lacking. Still a little bit lacking. Ayam opened her bright eyes and muttered with a face full of dissatisfaction. Son Goku was already comparable to a God of Creation, and she was even a little weaker. She was clearly the first to become a Super Saiyan God. Bang! A chestnut smashed down. A pitiful gaze swept over. It's all because you're living too comfortably. Look at Goku, then look at yourself. If you're willing to work hard, would you be left behind? Forget it. Put away your expression. How old are you? Ayaka pointed a finger at Ayam's forehead and flicked it twice. The gap between Hongya and Goku isn't too big. You're far from it. Ayam covered his forehead with both hands and chuckled. How are Mr. Whis and the others compared to my sister? Ayaka asked thoughtfully. Ayaka thought for a moment and said, Whis, the god of punishment, the god of destruction, and the god of starlight all served as the dragon gods of the great universe. With the support of 12 universe energies, if we compare them, I think they have barely reached the bottom of Super Saiyan 5. Ayaka broke the seal of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 4, and reached Super Saiyan 5. In between, it was due to fate, the support of the energy of the great universe dragon god, and the endless golden energy in his body. Later, he absorbed endless chaotic energy to collapse the three energies into silver liquid. The energy he paid was not small. It could be said that the path of Ayaka's breakthrough was unique and could not be replicated. Thinking about how Whis held the dragon god's staff for countless times, he only managed to break the seal of the god realm with the support of 12 universes, but it was still inferior to the Super Saiyan 5 that had collapsed out of the three energies. If Ayaka had been born a few years later, perhaps her strength would have been about the same as Son Goku's. She would not have had the chance to become the champion of the Great Universe Dragon God selection, much less break through to the Super Saiyan 5 realm. Sometimes, when Ayaka thought about it, he found that her opportunity was too good. It was not good to be early or late. It was just right. To be honest, now that the Dragon God staff is in my hands, it is basically useless. If you work hard, I can lend you the Dragon God staff. Of course, you will have to wait until you reach a bottleneck. It is not good to be too early. Hongya, I.M., and Son Goku all revealed happy expressions. Borrowing the Dragon God staff was something that the Great Universe Dragon God had never thought of before. He had not even been able to improve himself. How could he have the time to lend it to others? Only Ayaka had the capital. Moreover, the use of the Dragon God staff required the recognition of the Great Universe Dragon God consciousness. Without the strength to dominate the first-tier factions of the gods, even if some of them wielded the Dragon God staff, they would not receive any response from the Dragon God staff, and it would even lead to the punishment of the Great Universe Dragon God consciousness. Of course, it was still up to him to improve himself. The Dragon God staff could help him obtain the energy of 12 universes when he was at a bottleneck, but it could not be completely relied on. When the energy reached the limit, whether or not he could successfully collapse and condense a silver liquid depended on himself. Looking at the three people's happy expressions, Ayaka sighed slightly. There was one sentence she did not say. Although in theory, the Super Saiyan God was a brand new living individual, with the conjecture of the Super Saiyan 5, 6, and 7 states, in reality, the imprisonment of the Super Saiyan 5 was extremely strong. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope with the effect of the Dragon God staff, but it was far from enough. Otherwise, Whis and the others wouldn't have been able to reach the lowest level of the Super Saiyan level 5 in such a long time. Ayaka didn't doubt Whis and the others' talent at all. They were definitely outstanding. She looked at Son Goku. Goku had a strong sense of battle. His current achievements were obtained by constantly fighting enemies and his own training. However, was Whis' talent really that heaven-defying? Ayaka wanted to ask Android. Something like talent couldn't be explained clearly. Perhaps Son Goku was the main character of Dragon Ball, or perhaps his success made the audience think that he had reliable perception. Naturally, they forgot about the few dying struggles behind his breakthrough. Ignoring all this, Ayaka was more concerned about whether the Dragon Ball world could really break through without end. Super Saiyan 5, 6, and 7 all existed in theory. Moreover, after reaching the Super Saiyan Divine Realm, several people who originally had a relatively large gap once again stood on the same starting line. But what if the Dragon Ball world could only carry the capacity of Super Saiyan 5? Wouldn't the later theories be like an absurd dream? Remember the Goku of the parallel world. Is his perception inferior to Son Goku in the main world? The two are the same person. Their perception is not bad, but isn't it still limited to Super Saiyan? People are the people in the story. If there is a world in the story, how can people jump out of the story? The universe is fixed and cannot be violated. Ayaka smiled. Why did she have to adhere to the 6 or 7 states behind her? Ayaka turned her head and looked at Bardock's melancholy expression. Her heart moved slightly. Bardock was strong enough, but he was still a little bit lacking in understanding the mysterious realm of God. Uncle Bardock, after I broke through to Super Saiyan 5, I have a new understanding of Super Saiyan God. Perhaps it will be of help to you. When Bardock heard this, his face immediately flushed red, and even Son Gohan and Pan looked very expectant. Ayaka laughed heartily, her fingers sparkling, and she pointed at the void, and a three-dimensional image appeared in the void. The sky was round, and there were 19 lines in the sky, and there were a total of 361 points. Chapter 293. This is, Hongya pointed at the pattern in the void. Go. The energy in the void converged, condensing hundreds of black and white stars. Chess is divided into black and white colors, 181 black pieces, 180 white pieces, a total of 361 pieces. Ayaka looked at Hongya. You should know this. Do you want to play a game? Hongya nodded with interest in her previous life. she was more of a chess player. The black pieces go first, 3 3/4 of the forum. Let's begin. Ayaba went straight, and Homye played the diagonal position in the opposite corner. The two of them fought back and forth. The number of chess plates continued to increase. The originally simple and empty plate was gradually occupied by chess pieces. The white pieces pounced, the black pieces counterattacked, the white pieces fought for the black pieces, the black pieces fought for the black pieces. The process of the two sides playing chess was actually a process of constantly pursuing balance and constantly breaking the balance. Bardock originally did not pay much attention to it. This was like a completely new game. At the beginning, both sides could not see the battle array. However, when the two sides began to fight, Bardock was gradually attracted by the unpredictable mysteries. He seemed to see the two armies facing each other. The black and white interpretation were like the world, the scale of the game was the understanding of life. For a moment, Bardock even sensed a mysterious charm. This made him unable to stop. In Ayaka's previous life, chess was also known as the 6 directions chess. The so-called 6 directions was the meaning of the universe in ancient texts, indicating the 4 directions of the north, south, east, and west, and the heaven and earth, up and down. In the empty universe, one yang was the source of life. From one yang to yin and yang, and then to form all things. Chess had black and white chess pieces, so this was also from the thoughts of yin and yang. In short, the chessboard was the universe. Ayaka felt that this dynamic manifestation was more straightforward than the profound and motionless comprehension of, be good like water. At the end of the game, Ayaka drew out a giant diagram in the void. The black and white colors blended together, but this diagram was even simpler than chess, and the reasoning it contained was even more profound. The pole of yin-yang diagram. Ayaka murmured. This diagram was not drawn out on a whim, but had been unconsciously displayed by her. When this diagram appeared, regardless of whether it was Ayaka, Homye, or even Son Goku, Vegeta, they all trembled and were quickly confused by the mysterious concept revealed from it. Vast and boundless, profound and boundless, all kinds of profound mysteries continuously nourished the soul. Ding! As if the soul was trembling, Ayaka suddenly woke up, but her soul seemed to have undergone a cleansing, becoming crystal clear, smooth and flawless. Ayaka looked at the void. The huge pole of yin-yang diagram gradually became blurred and disappeared, but the shock it left everyone was endless. What she didn't know was that the moment the pole of yin-yang diagram appeared, the chaotic zone at the edge of the 12 universe underwent an earth-shaking change. Waves of chaotic air waves surged, and ripples spread out. The range gradually grew larger. Gradually, the entire chaos began to stir like water vapor that had been burned. At the edge of the world, illusory energy was surging. Waves of mysterious and unfathomable power from outside began to attack the chaos. With a dragon roar, the golden and illusory 5-clawed golden dragon hovered at the edge of the world. The halo of the golden scales burst forth with dazzling light, protecting the peace of the entire world. In the depths of a certain chaos, the space that Ayaka opened up, the size of a galaxy, used this opportunity to grow strong and healthy. The god of punishment, god of destruction, and the others were the first to discover the abnormality outside their respective universes. However, after a deep investigation, they didn't find anything. In the end, they could only helplessly have all the god experts pay attention. In an instant, they felt an unprecedented crisis brewing. In Universe 7, Whis frowned as he inspected the edge of the great universe. That mysterious aura made him feel a sense of danger. What exactly happened? What is eroding this world? Even the dragon god personally displayed his might. Ayaka, Homye, and the others went back. Bardock stood there with an excited expression. He had a feeling that the realm of Super Saiyan was right in front of him. In the next few days, Bardock seemed to be immersed in the game with others. He sought the wondrous realm of, from nothing to something, between victory and defeat. Son Goku seemed to be very interested in this activity. He sat in front of a tree stump and thought hard. He was racking his brain for a game of chess. Yamcha City, in a bar on a bustling street. The Dragon Ball warriors once again gathered together, chatting and laughing with each other. At this time, Ayaka's status was high. The power of the Dragon God was at her fingertips. She easily restored Bulma and the others to their youth and extended their lives to a great extent. Ayaka knew that this kind of power could only be obtained one by one. Otherwise, it would be endless. Seeing Bulma regain his youth with his own eyes, Violet was also excited. A magical power entered her body and she felt that she suddenly became dozens of years younger. Her skin became as delicate as a young girl's. Krillin chuckled. Looking at his wife who was as young as his daughter Maroon, he sighed with emotion. If this goes out and they say that they are mother and daughter, who would believe it? In a galaxy not far from Earth, the void space suddenly distorted. With a jolt, a disc-shaped spaceship slowly drove out. The flying ship shook violently. Frieza looked outside with a displeased expression. What's going on? Why did the spaceship lose control? The space people around him panicked, and cold sweat dripped down. They hurriedly ran to investigate the situation. Soon, they ran over. King Frieza, according to the comparison with the galaxy map, our current location is North Area's abandoned area. Is the closest planet to here called Earth? Earth is the place where the Scion people used to stay. We remember that it has been destroyed. Frieza sneered. Thinking of the Scions, Frieza's scarlet eyes couldn't help but reveal a murderous intent. He remembered that about a few decades ago, a few unknown Scions suddenly appeared on Earth. Unexpectedly, they recklessly killed the subordinates of King Frieza and caused some losses. Later, he found out that those Scions were all the fish that escaped the net when Vegeta died. Frieza's anger was not something that ordinary people could bear, let alone the fish that escaped the net. He immediately ordered the Jinyu squad to follow him to Earth. After destroying the Scions above, he also wiped the entire planet out of the universe. King Frieza, according to the spaceship, the Earth still exists. A universe person wiped away his cold sweat and said with a trembling voice. It didn't disappear. Frieza was stunned and immediately ordered his subordinates to investigate the situation. Frieza looked at the information he had gathered. A cold glint flashed across his cold eyes. He smiled and said, so it's a parallel space. I conquered the entire North area, but I didn't expect the heavens to send me a large piece of land. The range of this star map is much wider than that of our space. Pass down my order. We will head to Earth immediately. Since this is a parallel space, there must be some Scion people here. The first battle of this king's world will begin on Earth. Frieza sat on an egg-shaped flying device. His scarlet eyes stared at the deep starry sky outside. When Frieza's spaceship approached Earth, Ayaka's expression changed slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed across her face. She actually saw the unique disc flying device of the Frozen clan. Could it be that the Frozen clan had made a comeback? But thinking about it, it seemed unlikely. One had to know that the entire galaxy was already under the control of Leaf Spirit Force. Looking at the entire universe, it was also a relatively large force. Wasn't the Frozen clan walking into a trap at this time? However, since they were here, Ayaka did not mind going over to take a look. It's Frieza. Android 18 said softly. Ayaka looked over and saw that the person who came down from the spaceship was none other than Frieza. What's going on? Didn't Frieza already die? Son Goku asked curiously. Up until now, a small character like Frieza had long been unable to attract their attention. He doesn't belong to this space, but to Frieza from a parallel space. Ayaka hit the nail on the head to say the essence of this Frieza in front of her, and then explored the entire universe. This investigation is not good. She was dismayed to find that the parallel space of Universe 7 are beginning to disorder. Many life forms that should have honestly stayed in their own space actually crossed the border indiscriminately. Using the Dragon God Might to examine the entire world, Ayaka gasped. The 12 universes are in chaos. The space barrier of the parallel space has been destroyed by some energy. Ayaka said in a low voice. Fortunately, the chaotic space was only a parallel space. The boundary membrane between the universe and the universe was still intact. Otherwise, things would be big. It really is you guys. Cunning Scion, obediently bear the anger of this king. Frieza's face was distorted as he spoke in an extremely arrogant manner. Pan, get rid of this annoying fellow, she said with a frown. Yes. Pan nodded and walked up to Frieza without any fear. She looked at Frieza calmly and indifferently. Damn Scion, how dare you look down on me? Frieza was flustered and exasperated. Then, he thought of something and smiled coldly. He looked at Ayaka and the others with pity. These backward Scions still don't know how terrifying we are. Hiss. An afterimage flashed past. Frieza, who had been sneering just now, suddenly found that his vision was distorted for no reason. An egg-shaped flying device was parked in the air, and a headless body was sitting on it. that was, Frieza had a look of horror on his face. He looked at it in disbelief, and his mind gradually came to a standstill. How did I die here? Ah, King Frieza is dead. The group of people from the universe were stunned, and they scattered like birds and beasts amidst the screams. Pooh! 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 The continuous energy waves fell like a drizzle, passing through their bodies without any mercy. Pan paused for a moment, then walked back a little bored. Chapter 294. Ayaka, Universe 7 is a complete mess. Whis' voice rang out in his mind, not as light and charming as before, but rather dignified. Ayaka nodded and transmitted, I already know. Just now, a person from a parallel space came to Earth, and we already dealt with him. It seems that an unprecedented crisis is coming. I asked around, and this kind of thing also happened in other universes. Well, the real crisis might not have arrived yet. We should take this time to deal with the guys from the parallel space. Ayaka cut off the connection and explained the general situation to everyone. The parallel space is in chaos. This is going to be troublesome. Bardock frowned. Fortunately, these guys are not strong. The most powerful ones are not even Super Saiyan 2. Although it's a bit troublesome to deal with, it's still quite easy. However, we have to figure out the source of this disaster, Hongya thought for a while and said. Ayaka waved his hand and said, let's talk about this later. Let's settle this matter first since the people from the parallel space have come to the main space, then it can't be just Frieza alone. Perhaps even Cooler, King Cold, Cell, and the others might come over. What Ayaka was most worried about was whether those fellows who had been suppressed by the space all year round and had not broken through would have made a breakthrough in the main space. In short, she had to find them as soon as possible and clean them up. Goku, let's split up. You try your best to use instant transmission to sense it. After sensing the powerful air, immediately go over and take a look. Make sure that no one escapes. Son Goku nodded solemnly and then split up with Vegeta and the others. Ayaka also used the Dragon God's power to sense and sent Iam and the others over. This chaos lasted for 3 years before it was quelled. The most troublesome one was Broly. This did not mean that Broly was very strong. On the contrary, Broly was not strong. Even though Broly, who had broken through to the 3rd level, was not in their eyes at all, the problem was that there were too many Super Saiyan like Broly in the legends. In the end, Ayaka and the others could only constantly toss and turn around to eliminate the strongest of them. Pan and Obu played a huge role in this. In the midst of continuous battles, Bardock also used his comprehension of chess to break through to the Super Saiyan God state. Pooh! 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 The golden energy ball after ball entered the void, and the barrier between the parallel space was gradually strengthened. Ha! Whis let out a soft groan and threw out a ball of chaotic energy that had condensed into a liquid state, continuing to perfect the barrier of the space. On the other side, Ayaka wiped away the sweat on her forehead. She had finally repaired the universe. However, this was only the beginning. They still had to face the culprit who had caused all this. In the deepest part of the vast universe, the stagnant chaos kept beating. Waves of majestic energy displayed a supernatural dominance. The light rays under the powerful energy were distorted. Sparkling and resplendent rays of light shone like stars. The 12 universes were quietly placed there. They were like illusory bubbles, flickering with light. Near the 12 atmosphere bubbles, there was a tiny vortex that was hard to tell with the naked eye leaning against the 12 universes. It was a space that Ayaka had accidentally opened up. Right now, it was only the size of a galaxy, but it already had the will of the Dragon God inside it. Perhaps one day, it could grow into a true universe. In the waves of chaotic air currents, dozens of tiny figures shuttled through there. It was all the divine powerhouses of the 12 universes, and Bardock was among them. They were here to find the source of the crisis that affected the entire world. Ayaka actually opened up a new space. When it grows up, it might not be unable to repay the debt and increase the power of the Dragon God. The azure hair of the God of Punishment danced in the chaos. He seemed to know why the consciousness of the Dragon God had bestowed them the Dragon God staff. She is probably stronger than us. A smile appeared on God of Starlight's beautiful face. Her pure green eyes looked at Ayaka with admiration. How long has it been since I broke through? I have been holding the Dragon God's staff for billions of years to reach my current strength. I really have nothing to say. God of Destruction joked. Some thresholds could only linger in front of the threshold if they couldn't cross it. Well, I'm afraid that Ayaka will be the main force in this exploration of the edge of chaos. The experts of the gods nodded and then sped up towards the edge of the world. Stop! God of Punishment shouted. Everyone stopped blankly and looked up in confusion. They were all dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was illusory and unpredictable. The chaotic air current was entangled with the space matter layer by layer. It twisted violently like a black hole vision, and it was like a complicated topographic structure. On the outside, the chaotic air current disappeared without a trace. The entire space was swallowed up. What's going on? A god expert shouted in shock. I remember that this place has always been outside the primal chaos zone. How did it disappear? God of Punishment and God of Destruction immediately became serious. The situation was more serious than they had imagined. It seemed that there was a very strange power devouring the space. A large area of the primal chaos zone had disappeared. If this continues, sooner or later, it will threaten the existence of the 12 universes. Look over there. In a region similar to a space fault, there was a golden halo blocking there. The tiger roared and the dragon roared, trying to stop the mysterious power from devouring. That is the manifestation of the dragon god. It seems that the dragon god already knew about this matter. But how did this happen? What is it that is eroding our world? Ayaka looked at it blankly. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly throbbed. She felt a very familiar power calling her, as if it were for controlling her to move forward. Ayaka quivered and decisively bit the tip of her tongue. The pain immediately woke her up. It was so dangerous. I was almost tempted. Ayaka looked at it vigilantly, and a chill flashed through her eyes. If she didn't wake up early and take the risk to fly over, she would definitely be smashed into pieces by the space fault in the bloody mouth. What exactly is that familiar feeling? Why did it tempt me to die? She wondered if it were because she was too strong and the Dragon Ball world was rejecting her. This idea was quickly eliminated by her. If she wanted to reject her, there was no need to eat away at the Chaos world. Moreover, the Dragon Ball world was the will of the Dragon God. Now that she had inherited this position, the Dragon Ball world had no reason to reject her. Moreover, the Dragon God had already materialized to resist that power. Other than the world itself, Ayaka really could not think of anything that could threaten her. In addition, the Dragon Ball world was a separate individual, and it was impossible for it to mix with other worlds. Chapter 295. Wait. A thought flashed through Ayaka's mind as she thought of a possibility. The Dragon Ball world was a separate entity under the illusionary roots. It naturally would not mix with other worlds, but one was ruled out, and that was the real world. Thinking of this, Ayaka could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Back then, she had entered the Dragon Ball world through the power of the Magistrate of the Hell. In other words, the real world could easily influence the illusory world, but the illusory world could not affect the real world to a certain extent. There was a process of beginning and after another. But on the other hand, when the things in the illusion were strong enough to communicate with the source of the illusion, was there a possibility that they would be used in reality and break the barrier between reality and illusion? The answer was, there was a possibility. Ayaka shivered. She felt as if she had touched a sensitive area. The real world easily affected the illusory world, but were there any gods in the real world who entered the illusory world? Perhaps there were, but they would not do so. Once they entered the illusory world, their own strength might be preserved, just like the power left in Ayaka's body by Judge Liu. It would be transformed according to the rules of the current world, appearing in another form. However, it was impossible for them to return to the real world in reverse. The barrier between the virtual and the real isolated them from the possibility of contact. In a sense, the existence of reality had the initiative. They had the ability to influence the illusory world, and the illusory existence could not influence reality without reaching the illusory root. This was Ayaka's situation. As her strength continued to increase, the reverse effect of reality on her also increased. When she felt that the other party was approaching the illusory root and was unable to suppress her, the realistic root would use its trump card. Obliteration. Using the power of reality to erode this illusory world. The root of reality was worrying. If Ayaka returned to the real world with such a terrifying power from the root of illusion, it would definitely affect the real world. This was not allowed by the root of reality. Because once he broke through the root of illusion or reality, it was equivalent to breaking through the boundary between reality and illusion. When she returned to the real world, it would be too late for the root of the real world to kill her. Therefore, the key was to make the first move. Wipe out the Dragon Ball world under the root of illusion along with the person who might break through to the root of illusion. After thinking this through, Ayaka could not help but frown. If the root of reality really wanted to erase her, she really could not resist. This also explained to a certain extent that in the world of the Dragon Ball, it was impossible to reach Super Saiyan 6 or above. Even if the Dragon Ball world allowed you to reach it, the real world would not allow it, because that was already approaching the source of the illusion, and there was the possibility of charging towards the root. At this time, the situation at the edge of the illusion changed again. The Dragon God was finally defeated by the erosion of reality. After a sad cry, the Dragon God retreated. Without the obstruction of the Dragon God, the speed of the disappearance of chaos was even faster. This is bad. All the Realm of God experts understood the danger that was about to erupt next. All of them unleashed their full strength. For a time, colorful energy waves erupted, passing through the illusory chaotic air currents and striking at the twisted edge of the void. Boom! 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 The intense and suffocating air currents surged wildly. A wave of reverse energy came, and all the Realm of God experts were sent flying with shock on their faces. So strong, we can't stop it at all. Hongye was a little discouraged. Whoa, a silver light flashed in front of him, and Ayaka decisively transformed into Super Saiyan 5 state. Her loose silver hair fluttered along with the airflow. Sister! Hongye muttered. Back off! Ayaka shouted softly, and Hongye watched worriedly before retreating. God of Punishment nodded solemnly at Ayaka. After everyone retreated a distance, they stood next to Ayaka together with Whis, the God of Destruction, and the God of Starlight. A cold light blossomed in Ayaka's silver eyes, and a thick power condensed in her hand. A huge mass of silver light appeared, and then it shrank and swelled, constantly changing, and finally compressed into a small sphere. Silver Storm. The silver ball flew out quickly, turning into a streak of light that flew towards the edge of the space. Boom! 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 The entire world shook violently, and an earth-shattering energy exploded. Son Goku and the others stood there, swaying in the wind and rain. Facing the vast and boundless chaos and the enormous energy, they also seemed so insignificant. Is it over? One by one, the powerhouses of the gods watched attentively. Ayaka had a vigilant look on her face. Her sharp eyes discovered that the energy consumed by the chaotic zone had been scattered, but she smelled an even more dangerous smell. Something is wrong. Her expression suddenly changed. The real counterattack had just begun. Ayaka, Whis, the God of Punishment, the God of Destruction, and the God of Starlight tried to stop her, but they were still forced back. Pa! 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 A series of applause sounded, and a young man in a white robe appeared in the chaos. Who are you? Ayaka said vigilantly. You can call me a rule, or a boundary. The existence of Ayaka has already attracted the attention of the heavenly law, which is why it has transformed into me. My mission is to kill you. Of course, the heavenly law is fair, and it only kills you once. As long as you survive this test, the heavenly law will acknowledge your existence. Ayaka's expression became serious. The other party had said it nicely. What heavenly law test? Wasn't it still going to kill her? If she couldn't survive, she would turn into ashes. Ayaka was extremely careful, and when she saw this, her heart turned cold. Although the other party was created by the heavenly law, and his level seemed to be lower than the heavenly law, it represented the root of reality that she could not see through at all. With a wave of his hand, the white-robed youth had already imprisoned Whis, the God of Punishment, the God of Destruction, and the God of Starlight. Crap! Ayaka cried out mournfully. She felt that her chances of survival were very slim. Go all out. In a spurt of energy, she circulated all the ki in her body, and every cell in her body began to move with all her strength. Threads of silver liquid began to roll over and over. A sound of air breaking rang out, and Ayaka moved straight ahead in shock. In an instant, she tore through layers of chaos and arrived in front of the white-robed man. Then, she waved her iron fist and unleashed a surging and boundless force. TSK. The corners of the white-robed man's lips curled up. He casually extended his palm to block Ayaka's fierce attack. Rumble. An invisible energy exploded along the surface of the plane, splitting the entire primal chaos into two, leaving behind a gap in the void. Ayaka let out a miserable cry. Her delicate body fell straight out. The void spun rapidly, leaving behind a soft and smooth curve. She launched another series of fierce attacks. Boom! 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 Ayaka was always at a disadvantage, and very quickly, she was covered in wounds. Sister! Mom! Hongya and Ayam watched nervously. Seeing that Ayaka was injured, their hearts were even more uncomfortable than knives. The two of them disregarded everything and charged into battle. Wait! Son Goku shouted, but it was too late to stop him. Kakarot, let's go too. Vegeta said resolutely. Hiding behind a woman was not his doing. Saiyan was born for battle. He could be cold-blooded and use unscrupulous means, but he would not retreat even if he died. The group of people followed closely behind, but they were quickly injured by the energy released by the white-robed youth. They were on a completely different level. Damn it! Vegeta, use this. Son Goku took out 2 earrings. They were the fusion earrings. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, but when he thought of the current emergency situation, he accepted them. If they merged with Vegeta, they would be more confident. After putting on the earrings, suddenly, a huge attractive force came from each other. Bang! Son Goku and Vegeta flew to each other, but what they expected did not happen. The two collided, but they did not turn into Gogeta. What's going on? Looking at it, he found that the 2 flannel earrings had begun to heat up, and soon turned into ashes and disappeared. The combined earrings are only the items of North Kai. God of creation can easily make such things, and it is impossible to withstand your current strength. Whis broke free from the core and flew over as he spoke. Damn it! Vegeta was anxious. Oh right, there is also the fusion technique. Why don't you try it? Son Goku suggested. No, even if you use the fusion technique to reach Super Saiyan 5, you will still be on par with Ayaka. Facing such a terrifying guy, you won't be able to resist at all. This couldn't do either. Could it be that they could only watch as Ayaka was killed by the white-robed man? Whis watched from afar and suddenly felt a little dejected. Could it be that after reaching this level, he shouldn't have broken through? In fact, he also knew that the reason why the white-robed man appeared was largely because Ayaka had the possibility of breaking through the boundary between reality and illusion. And he, Whis, might not necessarily have this kind of ability. There was also a deeper reason for this. Chapter 296. The might of the white-robed man made Ayaka feel like he was unable to use it. Each of his ultimate moves could be easily dealt with by the opponent. Bang! A heavy punch landed on his body, and the powerful impact pierced through his body, dispersing a large amount of chaotic matter behind him. Her face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood could not help but spurt out. Ayaka managed to stabilize her body and immediately distanced herself from the white-robed man. Sword-cutting shockwave. Galaxy pattern, moonfall and star sync. A world-shaking move was frequently used by Ayaka and the others, and there was a whistling sound. In the chaos, waves of colorful energy swept up, looming in the hazy chaos, and then the power passed over, bursting out huge fireballs. The white-robed man smiled. He was still calm under the attacks of Ayaka and the others. He tapped the tip of his toes and waved his palm a few times, easily dissipating all the attacks into nothingness. The gap is actually so big. Seeing that the people on her side had no way to deal with him, Ayaka calmed herself down. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she stopped in the midst of the chaos. Suddenly, her eyes glanced slightly. She noticed that there were 2 delicate figures that entered her sight. It was Hongya and Ayam. Those 2 idiots, didn't you tell them to hide away? Why are they still running over here? Ayaka couldn't help but feel depressed. At this time, they were still messing around. What are you doing here? She roared. No matter what, I want to be with my sister. Hongya's tone was unyielding. Ayam tugged at Ayaka's sleeve, her voice twitching. No matter how much you scold me this time, I won't leave. She was worried that she would never see her mother again if she left. You. Ayaka's voice suddenly sounded a little dejected. She waved her hand and gently pulled the 2 girls into her embrace. Even at this moment of life and death, the 2 girls in front of her were silently supporting her. They knew that staying here would cost them their lives. They also resolutely wanted to fight with her. For a moment, Ayaka felt especially happy. Looking into the distance, Ayaka thought of launch an Android 18 on Earth. Fortunately, they are not here. Otherwise, there would be a few lonely souls. But this is also good. Let them live peacefully on Earth. The premise is that the Dragon Ball world is not swallowed by reality. For them, I can't die here. Ayaka's gaze was resolute as her mind raced. She wiped away the glistening beads of sweat on her face and steeled her heart. Gritting her teeth, she shouted at the god of punishment and the others, "All of you, hold on for a while." When the god of punishment and the others heard this, although they did not know what Ayaka was planning, they still nodded solemnly. Ayaka released Hongye and the other two and instructed them, "All of you move aside first, I want to prepare the spirit bomb." Hongye and Ayam retreated to the side in worry. The light in their eyes constantly changed. They looked at each other and thought, rather than waiting for death by the side, I might as well do my best. The two of them turned into two streaks of light and joined the battle between God of Punishment and the others. Taking a deep breath, Ayaka began to communicate with the dragon god. Then, with the help of his Super Saiyan 5, she began to mobilize all the energy of the 12 universes. Soon, a small and bright energy ball jumped out with crackling electricity. It was a very strange and powerful spirit bomb. Ayaka carefully controlled the energy in the Dragon Ball world to be drawn over bit by bit. Ayaka's actions attracted the attention of the white-robed man. With a light push, she sent Son Goku and Whis 10,000 meters away. The white-robed man stood still with his hands behind his back, not moving at all. He looked at Ayaka with interest, as if he was watching a clown perform in a clumsy manner. As the origin spirit bomb continued to grow larger, the edges of his vision gradually distorted like a black hole. "TSK, I'm starting to break through the laws of physics." The white-robed man's indifferent eyes finally flashed with a trace of brilliance. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly, outlining a curve. However, his expression was still so high and mighty, insufferably arrogant. "Spirit bomb." Ayaka stared at the white-robed man and shouted. The huge origin spirit bomb that contained the 12 universes of the Dragon Ball was thrown out. Whoosh! 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 The origin spirit bomb that were so bright that one couldn't look directly at them rushed over along the straight track. Everywhere they passed, space distorted and cracked. Behind the bright sphere, a dark purple, void zone was pulled up. It was like a huge fatty running on the long-distance route. The god of punishment and god of destruction watched from afar. Presumably, the power of it had already begun to use the power of the dragon god to protect the surrounding god experts. Interesting. The white-robed man said indifferently. He stretched out his palm very casually. Pooh, ka. Like the sound of wood bending, the spirit bomb that had gathered countless essence was stopped by the white-robed man with one palm. It was fixed in the void. Just average, not very strong. The white-robed man estimated for a moment. With a stroke of his finger, his entire palm shockingly reached into the spirit bomb. Explode! With a light shout, his 5 fingers trembled slightly. Boom! 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 The world shook and the chaos seemed to be torn apart. The entire world suddenly became dark. The spirit bomb containing terrifying energy exploded under the control of the white-robed man. Son Goku, Vegeta, and the others did not have time to react before they were blown away by the turbulent airwaves of the chaos. They were shaken to the point of chaos. As the creator of the spirit bomb, Ayaka was the first to be affected. Pooh, her body passed through the chaos one after another. She collapsed powerlessly, the light around her body becoming minuscule. She only relied on a bit of nearly dried-up silver liquid to maintain her life. How could this be? The spirit bomb actually has no effect at all. All the realm of God experts were dumbfounded. Such a majestic spirit bomb could be said to be the most powerful force in the world. It was actually so easily destroyed by the other party. And their strongest Ayaka was also blown away by that backlash. He was on the verge of dying. Could it be that this white-robed man was really powerful to the point of being unrivaled? It really ended. Whis bitterly smiled and closed his eyes in pain and helplessness. The storm calmed down, and the white-robed man shook his head regretfully. It seems that it still won't work. Forget it, let me send you on your way. The white-robed man strolled in the air to Ayaka. He grabbed her collar with one hand and lifted her up. His other hand condensed a sharp blade that made people feel cold. I won't allow you to hurt my mother. With a sharp shout, Ayam rushed over with disheveled hair and continuously released energy from his hand. Annoying little fellow. The white-robed man was somewhat displeased and waved an energy at Ayam. Poof! Ayam screamed, her blood sprayed and disappeared from view. When he turned around and was about to deal with Ayaka, there was a difference between his hands, but found that the red-haired woman who looked exactly like the target actually took the opportunity to forcibly snatch Ayam from his hands. His red eyes were filled with hatred and determination. A red light carried the weak silver and escaped. I forgot about the fish that escaped the net. She is also one of the targets I must kill. Hongye was Ayaka's clone. It was not enough to just kill Ayaka. He had to completely erase the existence of her. Otherwise, Ayaka would be reborn. Sister. Hongye carried Ayaka and flew far away. However, she saw that Ayaka was on the verge of death. Her eyes could not help but turn even redder. She really could not imagine what she would do in the future if she did not have her sister. Suddenly, Hongye's expression became resolute. She lowered her head to look at Ayaka and murmured, "Sister, I will not let you die. I am you. Right now, only I can save you." Hongye pressed her face against Ayaka's face and kissed her lightly. Her entire body began to emit a lustrous luster. Hongye's aura became weaker and weaker, and her body began to become illusory. This is not good. The white-robed man leisurely caught up. However, just as Hongye was about to merge him and Ayaka into one, his expression changed drastically. He stretched out his hand and condensed a sharp arrow, throwing it towards Hongye's back. Poof! The energy released by Hongye dissipated when it was about 2 meters away from Hongye. At this time, Hongye's clothes began to crumble bit by bit, revealing her beautiful and naked body. The white-robed man's face was ashen. He couldn't help but regret not getting rid of the other party as soon as possible. If the other party were to truly fuse, something big would happen. This time, Hongye was different from the fusion from last time. The last time Hongye and Ayaka merged, it was two souls that tangled together to form a new existence. Now, it was a sacrifice. After the sacrifice, Hongye would completely disappear and fuse into a completely new Ayaka. At that time, Ayaka would possess the most fundamental origin power, a pure Ayaka. Ayaka herself came from the real world. Although Hongye was derived from her flesh and blood, she was essentially divided into two under the intervention of the Dragon Ball world. If there was no Hongye, the origin would be complete, and the reality in the body would be borne by one person. After Ayaka came to the Dragon Ball world, the ability that Judge Liu gave Ayaka could not be directly presented because it came from the outside world. It could only be manifested after the transformation of the illusory origin and other effects. This process was equivalent to the temporary existence of her origin in the Dragon Ball world. On the other hand, it gave her an ability of equal effect. After separating the red leaves, Ayaka was inferior to the rules of the Dragon Ball world. The Dragon Ball world allocated a portion of its abilities to the clone, allowing the red leaves to obtain a portion of the power that originated from reality. In this way, Ayaka actually only obtained a large portion of his original abilities. After the red leaves were sacrificed, the ball's rules tacitly acknowledged that the two were truly one, instead of the fusion technique that was used under the rule of the Dragon Ball last time. Under various circumstances, the Dragon Ball world returned Ayaka's origin. The origin returns to one, and what existed in the world was no longer Ayaka, but Hongye. Ayaka, who possessed an incomplete origin, was already in existence standing at the apex of the Dragon Ball world. Now that she had obtained the complete origin, the world trembled. The white-robed man knew that the thing he was most worried about had happened. Hongye's illusory figure looked at Ayaka with reluctance, and his entire body merged into it. "Sister, this time we will be together forever." Suddenly, a silver light burst out. Hongye woke up, and the silver liquid in her body transformed into a huge silver vortex. Her eyes were silver, and 2 lines of tears flowed down. Rumble. Silver lightning wrapped around them. Hongye stood proudly in the silver lightning wall, and the surrounding space was crumbling. Hongye looked at the white-robed man with her silver eyes. Super Saiyan 6, Hongye, I won't let you die for nothing. Chapter 297. The white-robed man's face turned ashen as he looked at the terrifying aura that emanated from Hongye. He knew that the thing he was most unwilling to see had happened. Hongye had obtained the complete source of the Dragon Ball world and had broken through to become a Super Saiyan 6 that was even more powerful than the Dragon God. This power was already comparable to his own. Rumble. Rumble. The silver lightning rumbled, and the space was collapsing. Hongya looked at the white-robed man with a cold face. Silver light flashed in her eyes, and her aura suddenly changed. A strong killing intent that swept through the chaos erupted. The white-robed man fell silent, facing Hongya from afar. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Several figures approached from afar. Son Goku, Vegeta, and the others came to the vicinity. Ayam was seriously injured and was barely supported by the god of starlight. Looking at Hongya and the white-robed man in the confrontation, everyone's expressions were abnormally grave. Looks like the outcome is decided here. The Super Saiyan 6 Hongya was surrounded by silver lightning. I wonder if Super Saiyan 6 can block that monster-like guy. God of Punishment and the others felt their throats dry up. It will definitely work. Ayam prayed silently. This victory was good. If they lost, the entire world would be buried with them. The suffocating aura in the chaos continued to rise. Son Goku and the others watched on. Gradually, the aura of the two sides exceeded their endurance. Their faces turned pale. Hongya noticed the few people in the distance and said coldly, "Leave this place to me. All of you return to the universe." Whis and the others looked at each other and nodded, then very rationally retreated. This kind of battle was indeed not something they could participate in. Even if they hid in the distance and watched, they would still be burned by the energy of the two sides. However, in the universe space protected by the dragon god's power, the damage they suffered would be smaller. Seeing the few weak ants retreat, the white-robed man sneered, not caring at all. Your strength is indeed qualified to touch the illusionary root. No wonder the real root is always paying attention to you. As the incarnation of the heavenly law, I represent the supreme great path of the great heavenly law to give you a chance to challenge reality. If you win, you will succeed in your path. From then on, the heavenly law will no longer restrain you. If you lose, you will obediently turn into nothingness with this world. There is no point in saying more. Hongya's expression was cold, and she decisively took the initiative to attack. One of the two was an expert who was closest to the illusory root and had the potential to break free from the shackles of the heavenly law. The other was an incarnation of the great heavenly Tao that represented the origin of reality. Both of them were existences at the peak of this world, and they carried supreme might with each step they took. Crash waves of energy shot out like arrows, instantly shattering the shackles of space. Thunder shock surprise. Heavenly thunder shock surprise. The silver flames around Hongya burned fiercely, and the silver vortex in his body surged violently. He continuously released moves that could destroy the world. The white-robed man's expression became serious. He took a few steps back and avoided Hongya's attack. Suddenly, the white-robed man felt a sense of danger. He was surprised to find that Hongya had suddenly appeared beside him. Hiss, it flashed like a sword light, and the white-robed man's white robe was cut open. Yin-yang fish. As the white-robed man danced, two lively fish, one black and one white, entangled together. They formed a vast net. Hongya's expression did not change. She waved her hand, and a huge silver-blue ball appeared in her hand. It was a yin-yang fist. Boom! 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 The heavenly thunder shock surprise collided with the white and black light, and it immediately erupted with an astonishing aura. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the white-robed man sent out a massive energy wave at the white-robed man. The white-robed man quickly turned around and dodged a few blows. Humph! I underestimated you. The white-robed man calmed down, and his expression once again became gentle and refined. Xiao, Hongya and the white-robed man began to fight. Waves of shock waves that covered the entire world spread to the corners of the world. At the edge of Universe 7, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the others nervously observed the scene outside the universe. The waves of deep energy that constantly stirred up outside shocked them. The battle is still continuing. I wonder what the outcome will be. The god of destruction asked worriedly. The god of punishment smiled bitterly and shook his head. Just the aftershock alone is already too much for us to resist. If we were in the core of the battle, I'm afraid that we would be turned into ashes with a single strike. Yes, even with the protection of the dragon god, the universe is already in chaos. At this time, they could only pray silently. Ayam looked at the chaos with a sad face and blurred eyes. In the chaos, the silver-eyed girl flashed quickly. A strand of fine ponytail hair on her head flickered with a crystalline luster. A few drops of sweat hung on her fair and clear cheeks. Hongya was a little breathless, and the silver vortex in her body spun wildly. A bright light flashed in his deep and dark eyes. Hongya swung her arm forcefully, and a violent whirlwind suddenly appeared. We can't drag this on any longer. Seeing that the other party was still stubbornly attacking, the white-robed man's face sank, and he began to ponder in his heart. Suddenly, the two of them quickly disappeared, and then flashed together in the next moment. Energy slash. The ice-blue energy wave condensed into a crescent-shaped blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing, whistling as it swept towards the white-robed man. Ka! The white-robed man opened his hands, forming a circular protective shield. The crescent blade that was like a drizzle hit the protective shield, immediately dissipating into nothingness. 9 Heavens Divine Lightning Sword Art. The white-robed man slightly raised his index finger, and instantly, billions of sword lights and blade lights flashed. The supreme power from the heavenly law descended into the Dragon Ball world. Hongya's expression changed, and her deep pupils suddenly contracted. Pooh! The white-robed man seized the opportunity and struck Hongya with his palm. Crack! 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 The sound of bones breaking rang out. Hongya flew backwards with a pale face. The silver vortex spun even more crazily, and waves of energy surged to the wound, quickly healing it. Hongya's expression tightened. Her bright eyes stared straight at the white-robed man. She gritted her teeth and began to fight him. The two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to compete. Pang, pang, pang. After pulling a certain distance away, Hongya looked a little embarrassed, but the white-robed man was not much better. His white robe had almost turned into a strip, and the bun on his head was loose. The battle in the Dragon Ball world was mostly won by strength. Compared to other worlds, it was a little less complicated and complicated. The real thing was that the heavy sword had no edge, and the great skill did not work. In the words of the previous life, it was to walk the same path of strength as ancient forces, and it was the most straightforward and unreasonable manifestation of strength. This was a common saying, and also the truth of martial arts. But at this time, Hongya could not rely on this. If she wanted to survive, she had to resist like ancient forces. Gritting her teeth, Hongya went out of the way. Galaxy pattern, moonfall and star sync. Hongya raised her arms, and the energy in her body frantically gathered in one place. The dense halo emitted a 5-color